Our story kicks off with a brutal betrayal against Suho. Our protagonist, a master swordsman, was brought to his knees before the very people he once called comrades. His body trembled uncontrollably, his arms already showing clear signs of poison taking hold. He coughed violently, his breath shallow and ragged. It didn't take long for him to realize this wasn't merely a normal poison. This was something far more dangerous and very likely fatal. Standing before him were two of his teammates, but instead of offering aid, they just laughed. They actually reveled in watching him suffer. One of them, a fierce warrior, sneered, saying Suho should have joined their plan. But Suho had chosen a different path. He remained loyal to his duties as a public servant, stubbornly clinging to his morals, instead of giving in to corruption. This very team had just finished conquering one of the notorious 5 disaster gates, a source of terrifying monsters. But now these bastards wanted to leave that gate open. They didn't want to finish the job. They wanted to make sure the monsters weren't completely wiped out, so they could return again and again. Because as long as the danger remained, so did their jobs, their influence, and their status. If the monsters were gone, the spotlight would fade, and so would their power. Suho remembered all the time he had spent with them, fighting side by side in life-threatening battles, trusting them with his very life. And now they stood before him, watching him die without a shred of remorse. They justified their actions by claiming Suho was the only one who had opposed the plan. Everyone else was on board. Then the archer stepped forward and casually extended his hand, offering Suho a second chance. He said that if Suho agreed to join their side, they'd let him live. But Suho wasn't a fool. How could he trust people who had just poisoned him and stood back to watch him suffer? Besides, he could already feel it. His body had been pushed beyond its limits. The poison had spread too far. There was no turning back now. His survival was impossible. But even on death's door, he could still do one thing: drag at least one of these traitors down with him. With that resolve, Suho began to gather every last ounce of his remaining energy. A powerful, furious aura erupted from him, sharp, overwhelming, and utterly terrifying. A couple from the group immediately found themselves paralyzed with fear, backing away in sheer terror. But the woman in the group, even more frightened than the rest, frantically tried to calm everyone down, insisting they shouldn't panic. The archer, clearly on the verge of wetting himself, could tell this was very bad. And then Suho moved. In a single swift motion, he exploded forward, his blade carved through the warrior's arm. And in the very next second, he ruthlessly beheaded the dark mage woman with deadly precision. The archer barely managed to retreat, dragging the healer with him. Their smug expressions, once radiating arrogance, had completely vanished in an instant. They were replaced by sheer, unadulterated horror. The healer quickly tried to save the wounded warrior, casting healing spells desperately. But nothing worked. To her utter shock, she realized she couldn't heal him at all. Her eyes snapped to Suho, and she saw something strange, something powerful. Suho was no longer just a dying man. He was overflowing with the power of will itself. And not just him, his sword had transformed too, now forged completely from that same indomitable will. It was called the intangible sword, a weapon born from pure determination. But that power came at a terrible cost. The energy that had kept him standing finally gave out. Suho's strength gave out, and his body collapsed. He stumbled backward, tumbling off a cliff behind him. He dropped deep into the valleys below, disappearing from their sight, leaving behind nothing but silence. Suho slowly opened his eyes to the overwhelming sound of chaos around him. There was shouting and the blare of sirens, and the distinct sound of people running echoed. He found himself being carried by a firefighter, but he had no idea what was happening. His head was spinning, utterly disoriented. Everything felt foggy and unreal, like some bizarre dream or a nightmare. The firefighter clutching him was rushing toward a designated safe zone, speeding through the crowded, panicked streets. Suho couldn't make sense of it at first. The last thing he remembered was dying. He knew he had died, so how was he here alive, confused, and now being rescued? Then, something clicked. He finally noticed what was happening around him. A gate had opened, a presumable gate. It had caused a full-blown dungeon outbreak. Monsters were absolutely swarming the area. more specifically, goblins. Dozens of them were tearing through the city, attacking anything in sight. As Suho frantically looked around, he spotted a familiar sign lying on the ground nearby. Syndrome Station. That's when it all clicked into place. His memories were absolutely correct. This was the exact same station that had once been contaminated during a sudden gate outbreak. He had seen this all happen before. Suddenly, out of nowhere, an arrow came whistling through the air and struck the firefighter carrying him. The man let out a cry as he stumbled and collapsed, and both he and Suho crashed to the ground. The goblins were closing in fast. Despite the searing pain, the injured firefighter looked at Suho and told him to run, but Suho wouldn't move. Instead of escaping, his eyes fixed on the axe the firefighter had been carrying. Without a moment's hesitation, Suho snatched it, took aim and hurled it with all his might at an approaching goblin. The weapon sliced through the air and struck the goblin cleanly, taking it down in a single decisive blow. And then, right in that intense moment, something strange materialized right in front of Suho. Floating text, just like a digital display. It was a system window. It congratulated him on his awakening. For a second, he just stared at it, stunned. It was exactly as it had been before, exactly as he remembered. The system asked him to choose the class he wanted to pursue. Out of pure reflex, his finger almost moved to select warrior. It was instinct, but then he paused. No, this time he decided to delay his selection. Suho then turned his attention toward the goblins, who were now cackling wildly, their screeches echoing across the battlefield. They looked utterly unbothered, laughing like absolute lunatics, as if victory was already theirs. But Suho wasn't amused. Without wasting another second, he launched himself straight into the horde. His movements were sharp, precise, and effortless, weaving through incoming attacks, like they were nothing more than a gentle breeze. One goblin, eager to land a hit, tried to sneak up on him from the side, but the moment its eyes locked on Suho's, it froze in sheer horror, because right in front of it, Suho had just retrieved the very same axe he had hurled earlier. The goblin recognized it instantly, its face twisted in pure, unadulterated panic. And honestly, if goblins wore pants, that one probably would have pissed itself right there. But Suho didn't care. He wasn't here for theatrics. Before the creature could even let out a scream, Suho slashed it down in one clean, brutal motion, cutting it off before it could make the area even more disgusting than it already was. He didn't stop there. Grabbing a goblin's sword from the ground, he kept moving. He knew exactly what he was dealing with. Goblins were dangerous, sure, but only to beginners, to someone like him, a veteran who had seen far worse. Cutting down goblins was no challenge at all. For Suho, it was easy as fuck. Suho continued slashing through the goblins, cutting them down one after another, with a speed and precision that was even sharper than before. In just a few minutes, the entire wave of goblins had been completely wiped out, and it's so quickly it almost felt unreal and illegal. As the dust settled, Suho looked down at the sword in his hands. He realized how easily he had gotten carried away. Calmness and calculation were far from him. He had acted purely on instinct and raw emotion. And while that raw power was certainly useful, he knew that for moments like these, what he truly needed was a cool, clear head. But then again, if he wasn't mistaken, he had been brought back to the past for a reason. This was his second chance, a rare opportunity to start everything over, from scratch, and he wasn't going to waste it. Suddenly, several system windows popped up in front of him, congratulating him for mastering multiple swordsmanship skills. But just then, something else caught his attention. The firefighter nearby was staring at him, clearly curious. The way Suho had fought hadn't gone unnoticed, and the man couldn't help but wonder, is this guy a player? Suho simply gave a slight nod in response, and turned his focus back to the system. He had made up his mind about his class selection. He would become a healer. With that decision made, Suho walked up to the firefighter and politely asked if he could take a look at his injury. The man looked a bit confused. Just moments ago, he had saved Suho, and now Suho was offering to heal him. It didn't quite add up, but Suho didn't hesitate. He activated his magic healing light, and instantly, the warm glow of the spell began to take effect. In almost no time at all, the wound healed completely. The firefighter could hardly believe what he was seeing. How could Suho be a healer when he had just watched him take down an entire goblin wave, like a trained swordsman? Before the man could ask more questions, another system window appeared, It was time for Suho to select a weapon. From the arsenal, he didn't even hesitate. He knew exactly what he wanted. He picked out a beginner's sword, the same one he had used before, and began preparing himself to challenge the gate ahead. This sudden determination made the firefighter a little nervous. He even felt a pang of panic. The gate ahead was definitely no joke. But Suho had a crucial advantage to leverage. He had acquired the swordsmanship talent, acquired before even choosing a class. This was a key detail. Skills gained through innate talent could be used no matter which class a player picked. And as a player leveled up, those very skills, and even class skills, would continue to evolve and grow stronger. Suho then remembered something. Isabella's Holy Spirit had been the top-tier upgrade of healing light. If only he possessed that kind of power back then, maybe things could have turned out so differently. But this time, he was going to do things right. He had a clear plan in mind. He would walk the path of both swordsman and healer. And as he remembered the faces of his former teammates, those scumbags who had betrayed and abandoned him, his resolve grew even stronger. He stepped closer to the gate, the very one that had nearly killed him in his past life. Back then, he was weak and utterly unprepared. But now, with the fundamentals of swordsmanship engraved into his very being, he knew he could absolutely handle it. Without a trace of hesitation, Suho began walking forward and stepped inside the gate. As Suho stepped through the entrance, he suddenly found himself standing in the middle of a dense, shadowy forest. Almost instantly, the system window appeared in front of him, displaying the name of the area, Green Red, a strange name, but there wasn't much time to dwell on it. After walking for a short while, Suho stumbled upon a gruesome sight. Multiple goblin corpses scattered across the forest floor. Judging by their positions and expressions, it looked like they had been running from something, or someone far more terrifying than themselves. Their twisted bodies suggested sheer terror, not just defeat. That's when Suho heard something, a low, guttural sound from nearby. He turned his head toward the source, and just like that, he recognized what was behind it. Two towering hobgoblins, dragging along the corpse of a creature they just hunted. These weren't the weak, annoying goblins he'd encountered before. Hobgoblins were a whole different beast, bigger, meaner, and far more dangerous. And when they spotted Suho, their eyes lit up with predatory excitement. To them, human meat was a rare treat. Without hesitation, they tossed their previous prey aside and pointed their jagged weapons at Suho, eager to tear into his fresh flesh. But what they didn't know, what they couldn't possibly have guessed, was that the human they were drooling over wasn't some ordinary prey at all. They were staring at a predator. The first hobgoblin charged forward, blade swinging fast, but it sliced nothing but air. Suho dodged it cleanly. He already knew he was underleveled for these enemies. His weapon wasn't strong enough to cut through their thick skin with ease. But he didn't need to rely on brute strength. He knew exactly where to strike. In one swift motion, he lunged straight at the first hobgoblin, aiming directly for its eye. The attack hit its mark. The creature let out a piercing screech, loud enough to rattle the very forest trees. Suho, ever the soft-hearted one, ended the pain of the poor monster by killing it. But Suho never intended to kill it so quickly. His attack had been too effective. It was a pure, habitual mistake he'd made. He had hoped to use the creature to gain skills and experience from the fight, but accidentally killed it too soon. Turning toward the remaining hobgoblin, Suho decided to make proper use of this one. The second monster, furious over its fallen comrade, roared and charged forward, swinging its weapon wildly in a fit of rage. But Suho was calm. He focused, dodging each attack with careful footwork. The hobgoblin slashed left, then right, swinging furiously, but to no avail. None of its blows landed. In this world, repeating the same action over and over, this could eventually lead to acquiring a related skill. Suho knew this, and sure enough, after evading several more attacks, a small grin formed on his face. He had obtained a dodge skill, but he wasn't done yet. Now, he aimed for his second skill. Suho began parrying the incoming strikes, deflecting the blows with precise timing. Parrying wasn't just a basic move. It had deep roots in weapon-based combat and served as a foundation for many other advanced skills. It was essential, and Suho wanted it. After a few more successful parries, the system finally notified him that he gained the parry skill. Unfortunately, by then, The hobgoblin had already grown tired. It staggered, breathing heavily, clearly reaching its limit. And so, just like before, Suho gave it peace, this time by swiftly beheading it. It wasn't out of cruelty, just necessity. Now, with 2 fresh skills in hand, he was ready to fight more. He wanted to face more monsters, not for the thrill of battle, but to earn skills, gather experience points, and grow stronger. Outside the gate, the atmosphere among the waiting hunters was tense and frustrated. They just found out that someone had entered their assigned gate without permission. The moment the news spread, curses began flying left and right. Most of them were angry and felt disrespected, grumbling about how someone had the nerve to step into their territory. Some are already making plans to teach this mystery intruder a lesson. Once they came back out, they weren't going to let it slide that easily. Meanwhile, not far from the gate, a firefighter was in the middle of a serious conversation. He was speaking with a few men in suits, people from the Hunter Association. They had come to investigate and were specifically asking about a hunter named Suho. The firefighter didn't hold back and spilled every detail he knew. From what he witnessed, Suho was no ordinary hunter. He had single-handedly annihilated a horde of zombies and even healed his wounds amidst all the chaos. One of the officers, hearing this report, looked visibly shocked. He hadn't even arrived late yet, but somehow by the time he got there, the goblins were already completely wiped out. And to top it all off, the one responsible was supposedly a healer. He tried to brush it off at first, saying it was impossible based on their experience. Healers didn't possess the combat power to pull something like this off alone. But still, if this guy truly managed to clear the gate solo, especially one swarming with goblins, then they absolutely couldn't ignore him. If he pulled it off, they would absolutely have to recruit him. Meanwhile, Suho was out in the field, busy relentlessly hunting down hobgoblins and racking up experience points. One after another, he moved quickly and efficiently, beheading multiple hobgoblins at once with incredible ease. His attacks were clean, controlled. He deliberately spared one hobgoblin, letting it live. Just one glare from Suho was enough to make the monster bolt faster than Usain Bolt. But that was exactly what Suho had planned from the start. He wanted the creature to escape and bring back more of its kind. With a brief break in the action, he decided to check his status. Thanks to the wave of hobgoblins he had just defeated, both his stats and skills had improved significantly. While looking at the pile of goblin corpses around him, another thought crossed his mind. There was still something useful left in those bodies. Inside the monsters, there were magic stones. These particular ones were degraded magic stones, nothing too rare, but each one could sell for around 50,000 won. That was more than enough reason for Suho to take the time to collect them. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't bother with this kind of work. He didn't have the luxury to slow down. But right now, his financial situation, he was more a beggar than a hunter back then, honestly. So he absolutely wasn't letting these precious stones go to waste. He carefully began extracting the stones from the fallen monsters, one by one, neatly tucking them all away into his inventory. By the time he was finished gathering all that precious loot, he truly felt a genuine wave of satisfaction. This was actually quite a decent haul, but just as he was about to catch his breath, that brief moment of calm was violently shattered. A sudden, chilling wave of pure, killing intent slammed into him like an unbreakable wall. When he whipped around to face the threat, about 30 bloodthirsty hobgoblins were already closing in, and leading them was the very same monster he had let go earlier, the one that had previously fled in sheer terror. And now, with that clear signal, the entire group charged straight towards Suho all at once. But Suho didn't panic. Instead, he soared into the air like a shadow ninja, moving with the blistering speed and ruthless precision of a master assassin. Within moments, several hobgoblins had already been cut down, their heads rolling eerily across the ground. His movements were sharp, clean, and utterly effortless, like cutting straight through warm butter. Then, almost as if on cue to reward his efforts, the system chimed in, notifying him that he had leveled up. Fresh stat points were instantly added to his profile, making him even more formidable than before. With that sweet power-up secured and enough experience gained, Suho knew exactly what to do. There was absolutely no need to drag this out any longer. It was time to finally end this. He plunged straight into the surging mob of enemies, slashing and cutting them down in every direction, clearing the entire horde with brutal, ruthless efficiency. At one point, a hobgoblin even managed to charge him head-on, aiming to land a critical strike. But instead of fear, Suho's face lit up with pure, unadulterated excitement. He wasn't worried in the slightest. If anything, he looked even more thrilled than ever before. The true boss monster in this gate was a chief hobgoblin, and it was a formidable level 20 enemy. Sure enough, as expected of a boss, it came charging in first, trying to land a devastating attack, but failing miserably. Immediately after that, a group of smaller monsters tried to pull a cheap sneak attack from behind, but Suho, without even turning his body fully, reacted instantly and cut them down like they were absolutely nothing. That's when the boss monster finally switched its tactics and unleashed one of its terrifying skills, fear. This nasty fear skill instantly paralyzed its target, plunging them into a state of pure, unadulterated terror. The higher the skill's level, the more potent its effects became. And since this was a boss monster, that fact alone fully explained how it could wield such a powerful, mental-type skill even within a low-level gate. The real problem was Suho currently lacked any gear or skills to protect his mind or resist mental attacks at the moment. He had no direct way to counter it. The boss saw this as its chance to finish the fight, charging in to claim an easy victory. But what it didn't know was that Suho wasn't some mere rookie. He was a veteran hunter who'd faced situations far worse than this. He knew exactly how to deal with this predicament. Without a moment's hesitation, Suho gripped his blade tighter with his left hand and deliberately cut himself. The sharp, sudden pain instantly snapped him out of the fear-induced paralysis. The moment his mind cleared, he expertly parried the boss's incoming strike. Then, instead of focusing on the boss right away, Suho made a quick, decisive move. He turned his attention to the smaller monsters first. Within seconds, he swiftly moved through the battlefield, slicing down every last one of them. In just a short, explosive burst of action, he wiped out all the hobgoblins inside the gate, leaving no enemies behind except the boss itself. Before going back to face the chief hobgoblin, he took a moment to heal the wound on his left arm. Now, with the distractions gone and his body back in prime shape, it was just him and the boss, one-on-one, no more interruptions. And from the look on the monster's face, it didn't seem quite so confident anymore. The intense fight between the two had truly begun, and they exchanged blow after furious blow. Suho gave it his absolute all, swinging his sword with fierce determination. But because of his relatively low level, none of his attacks seemed to deal any serious damage to the monster. It became obvious a direct assault just wasn't cutting it. Realizing this, Suho decided to switch up his tactics. Instead of striking aimlessly, he plunged his sword deep into the monster's thigh, aiming for a weak spot to slow its movements. In response, the monster unleashed its fear skill once more, hoping to paralyze Suho and seize the advantage. But this time, it was utterly ineffective. Once a person conquers their fear, it completely loses its power, and Suho had already faced it head-on and triumphed. Now unaffected, Suho concentrated all his attacks on that single spot. He relentlessly slashed the injured thigh again and again, ruthlessly exploiting its vulnerability. After a few more precise and powerful strikes, the boss monster finally crumbled to the ground, barely clinging to life, teetering on death's edge. But Suho wasn't quite finished yet. Instead of delivering the final blow, he suddenly unleashed his healing light, a skill designed to restore health, and used it on the monster. The creature, already bewildered and half-dead, was now utterly flummoxed. It couldn't comprehend why the human, who'd almost killed it, was now trying to heal it. Suho, on the other hand, was absolutely thrilled. He just realized he could extend the fight indefinitely by continuously attacking and healing the monster. He could prolong the battle and use it as intense training. And some time passed in this bizarre cycle. Attack, injure, heal, repeat. And with every round, Suho grew stronger, his skills steadily sharpening. Eventually, he upgraded several of them to A and B ranks. Meanwhile, the boss monster, once proud and terrifying, was now consumed by sheer terror. It couldn't even bear to look at Suho anymore. Now that Suho had learned all he could from this place, there was nothing left to gain. The monster's role in this trial was complete. It had served its purpose. With a calm expression, Suho ended it all, beheading the monster without a moment's hesitation. And just like that, the gate was conquered. Suho stood triumphant. He was declared the MVP of the gate, earning bonus experience on top of everything else. His level had now soared to 10, a significant milestone for any hunter. Even his healing skill, Healing Light, received an upgrade, advancing to E rank. And along with that, he acquired a brand new skill, Cure. It might not seem like much now, but if his skills continued to develop at this pace, it wouldn't be surprising if one day he could neutralize even 10,000 types of poisons. It was only the beginning, but the path ahead was clearly promising. With everything wrapped up, it was time to move on. Suho turned toward the gate's exit. Outside, the atmosphere was thick with tension. The gate had started to tremble slightly, causing people to whisper and wonder. Had the gate been cleared? Then, before anyone could guess further, Suho stepped out, walking calmly and confidently, as if the chaos behind him didn't matter in the slightest. There wasn't a hint of exhaustion or discomfort on his face, just quiet composure. People around him stared, unable to figure out who he truly was, or what exactly he had done. And Suho didn't bother explaining. He simply let their curiosity grow. Soon after, multiple guilds rushed over. They had all come looking for the mysterious man who had conquered the gate alone. But Suho ignored every offer, every scout, every invitation thrown his way. He wasn't interested. Instead, he walked past them and landed right in front of a man in a formal suit. With a calm and confident tone, Suho greeted him. This man was no ordinary official. He was the team leader of the South Korean Hunter Association, young Chulmin, and judging by the confused look on his face, he clearly wasn't expecting to be greeted by the person behind the gate's conquest. The scene shifts to the South Korean Hunter Association, where team leader Chulmin and Suho sat across from each other. On the surface, it appeared to be just a standard registration meeting, but Chulman's mind was completely elsewhere. His thoughts kept drifting back to their recent, perplexing encounter. He vividly recalled their first meeting, that casual handshake, and Suho mentioning he'd already been on his way to the Hunter Association anyway. At first, Chulman had simply assumed it was a license renewal, a common affair for experienced hunters. But then, as their chat continued, it quickly became evident Suho was actually there for first-time registration. That piece of information truly blindsided Chulman. He was still trying to fathom how someone like Suho, registered as a healer of all classes, could possibly clear an entire gate by himself. Then there was Suho's unnerving calm, so nonchalant, munching on snacks as if it were just any Tuesday. Chulman had pored over Suho's aptitude test results. Repeatedly, statistically speaking, Suho's profile screamed warrior more than healer. The stats simply didn't lie. He boasted the raw physical strength and killer combat instincts, not to mention the unwavering composure, typical of a seasoned frontline fighter. None of it made sense. As Chulman was utterly lost in thought, Suho suddenly spoke up, jolting him out of his reverie, asking if there was a problem. That immediately brought Chulman back to the present. He proceeded to ask Suho some routine questions about his background and education, that kind of basic information. And that's when even more pieces of the puzzle started to slot into place. It turned out Suho was a college dropout. He'd been studying physical education before quitting. Typically, students from that department would usually pick combat classes like warrior or archer if they enter the hunter field. But Suho, surprisingly, had gone in a different direction. He'd picked the healer class, and his reason? He just utterly despised getting hurt. He then continued, explaining what exactly had transpired inside the gate. He then detailed the sequence of events in a remarkably straightforward, almost detached manner, though he conspicuously omitted one crucial detail: the unsettling truth that it had all been far too easy for him. He simply stated he'd fought to survive, and that was all he offered. But when Suho casually brought up Chief Hobgoblins, Chulman instantly stiffened. Something about that just didn't sit right with him. Gates spawning Chief Hobgoblins weren't supposed to be a walk in the park. So, Suho, sensing his discomfort, calmly opened his inventory menu. In the very next moment, he dropped all the incredible loot he'd collected from the gate right onto the table. The items hit with a heavy thud, and Chulman was caught completely off guard. His eyes widened in utter shock, and for a second, he nearly panicked. These were the magic crystals Suho had just collected. After skillfully hunting hobgoblins, the smaller ones were from regular hobgoblins, while the larger, more refined, one had come from the fearsome hobgoblin chief. Since Suho didn't quite grasp their actual value, he politely asked the team leader if he could help get them properly processed, even while desperately trying to stay composed. Schulman couldn't tear his eyes off the glittering loot. It was an incredible haul. Regaining his composure, he looked at Suho seriously and asked if he truly desired to become a hunter. When Suho simply nodded, that quiet agreement sparked genuine excitement in the team leader's eyes. Trying to steady himself once again, Schulman then asked whether this monumental decision was just made on impulse. But Suho responded with a calm smile, firmly saying no. It wasn't impulsive in the slightest, while Schulman was still riding the wave of elation from hearing Suho's earnest answer. Suho then shifted the tone ever so slightly and began explaining his true reason. It wasn't about power or money at all. It was deeply personal. He hated monsters, and he absolutely despised the gates they came from. As a young child, he had tragically lost his entire family during a gate shock. After that, he grew up in a lonely orphanage, completely alone at first. He thought that killing monsters could finally soothe the crushing frustration and pain within. But even after slaying countless monsters, that tight knot in his chest refused to unravel. No matter how many foes he vanquished, the ache stubbornly persisted. That's when he made a decision. He knew he couldn't undo the past, but he could choose to shape the future he was determined to safeguard. He refused to let anyone else suffer as he had. He yearned to fight, not for vengeance, but for the safety and security of people. He wanted to be on the front lines, doing vital work, and that's precisely why he resolved to become a hunter. Not affiliated with any private guild, but for the prestigious South Korean Hunter Association. Schulman was truly taken aback by this answer. But as a seasoned veteran himself, he also felt compelled to explain the harsh realities. He informed Suho candidly that the Hunter Association's compensation was significantly, even drastically lower compared to what private guilds typically offered. But Suho didn't seem fazed by that in the slightest, as long as he maintained free access to multiple gates, priority in entering them himself, and the full authority to punish any hunters who committed crimes. That was more than enough for him. Schulman could hardly believe his ears. You see, even though the Hunter Association technically holds gate priority, they frequently auction off those rights off to private guilds. The reason is quite simple. No official truly wants to risk their life for a meager government salary. Most claim they join to help people, but the reality is they secretly aim for stable, safe positions where they can earn a quiet living without ever having to set foot inside a gate. That's why so many aspire to administrative roles instead of active field duty. But in Schulman's eyes, Suho felt truly different. He wasn't chasing safety or comfort. He was a truly rare breed, a true patriot who longed to be on the front lines, actively protecting the people, someone who genuinely believed in public service. The sheer happiness was so overwhelming that for a moment, Schulman actually felt lightheaded, but he quickly snapped out of his daze and got right back to the task at hand, after efficiently handling the magic crystals. So, to take the official hunter exam, you must first pass an aptitude test, complete with both a written and a practical exam. Unfortunately for Suho, this year's registration period had already closed, and the exam was just tomorrow. But fortunately for Suho, he had Brother Schulman on his side. Since Suho had managed to conquer an entire gate all by himself, there was a solid chance they could pull some strings and get special approval from the higher-ups. That part wasn't a problem. What had concerned Schulman, though, was the written test. Clearing that with only one day of preparation, almost impossible for a regular person. But Suho, being Suho, was confident. To him, if you ever get the chance to do something, you take it, no matter the circumstances. The only issue? Our boy was practically broke at this point. He didn't even have enough money to pay the exam registration fee. So, swallowing his pride, he asked if team leader Schulman could handle the magic crystals for him. And Schulman, being the dependable guy he is, immediately took on the task without a second thought. Right now, the only person Suho could fully rely on was his big brother Schulman, and he was genuinely grateful for that. After some time, they completed all the aptitude tests. Team leader Schulman then sent Suho the money they'd gotten from selling the crystals. In the next scene, Suho was munching through Schulman's food stash like he owned the place. thanks to the magic crystals, he received 3 million won. And on top of that, since he registered as a civil servant hunter, he also got some sweet tax exemption benefits. Still, that wasn't enough for him. He had one more request. He'd heard the association had a library, and he wanted to cram a bit for the written test. Tomorrow, he politely asked if the team leader could allow him access. And of course, Schulman said yes with a smile. He even personally guided Suho straight to the library and informed him that he wouldn't need an employee car to get inside. Before they parted ways, Chuman wished him the best of luck on the exam. Suho watched him leave quietly, thinking how incredibly kind and reliable his brother still was. Deep down, he knew that one day, Chuman would absolutely become the president of the association. With Chuman now out of the picture, Suho refocused his attention back on the library. His goal was clear: find something tied to his past life. He remembered major events unfolding, things that had shaken entire regions. But the specific details were always hazy. Human minds simply weren't built to carry memories across lifetimes, and he was no exception. Still, somewhere in this place was the key, a fragment of knowledge or a skill he desperately wanted. After poking around a bit longer, Suho finally stumbled upon something truly strange. A book, massive and ancient-looking, so thick it utterly refused to fit on any shelf. Curious, he picked it up. The moment he cracked it open, the system pinged in with a strange message. The book wasn't from this world. It also specifically mentioned that there was a special, unique way to use it, something far beyond just basic reading. And Suho, he already knew exactly what that meant. Without a moment's hesitation, he held the book above his head, like some RPG character about to trigger a hidden quest. For a split second, he felt like a complete clown. Nothing was happening, and his arms were getting tired. Frustration bubbled up fast and furiously, because he was absolutely damn sure this was the only way to activate it. Then, just before he could start cursing the book, the system spoke again. The book, Library of Memories, had taken an interest in his story. That's when the real magic finally kicked in. The book shimmered, reality shifted, and in the absolute blink of an eye, Suho was no longer standing in that dusty room. Instead, he now stood before a massive, otherworldly tree, its roots deep in glowing stone, its branches reaching into a sky that wasn't even real. A spiral staircase elegantly wound its way around it, ascending mysteriously into the unknown. This, our narrator explains, is the formidable Library of Memories. It's then astonishingly revealed that the Library of Memories grants its user the unparalleled ability to recall everything they've ever seen or heard, including even the most painful or traumatic experiences. Normally, the human brain cleverly copes by forgetting, but once this extraordinary ability is acquired, the user is burdened with an absolutely flawless memory. The original owner of this incredible skill was none other than the manager of the Hexagon Guild, a former Korean Hunter Association employee. While studying in a library for a career change, she unintentionally gained this incredible ability after casually using a book as a pillow, simply because lying face down felt a bit uncomfortable. Suho marvels at how incredibly lucky she was to stumble upon such a powerful and unique skill, and feels truly grateful to her for introducing him to it. He even plans to treat her to a fantastic meal one day. The system window then dramatically prompts Suho to donate his own story to the vast library of memories. He considers just how truly powerful this ability is. It could help him restore every single memory he's ever had, especially since human recollections tend to fade and warp over time. Realizing its immense value, he decides that obtaining this skill is absolutely necessary to retain every detail with flawless precision. A message immediately appears, confirming his story has been successfully accepted. Suddenly, a strong wind whirls intensely around him, and the system dramatically announces that the Library of Memories is now accessing and recording his entire life's experiences. Suho starts floating effortlessly in midair, surrounded by countless radiant texts, as a complex diagram materializes above the mysterious book. Another message swiftly follows, stating that the Library of Memories has officially opened for him. It will store everything he's seen and heard, giving him instant access whenever needed, while also subtly suggesting important information. Suho stares intently at his hand, sensing that the recording process feels a bit off, likely because this entire space itself is some kind of grand illusion. Now that he has the skill, he decides to immediately try it out. He closes his eyes and revisits a previous, intense battle. He sees himself severely wounded. The moment floods back, vibrant with raw emotion, and he feels fury surge within him once again, confirming the memory's intense clarity. He sees those who betrayed him, people he now recognizes as selfish, spineless cowards, who had delayed sealing the gate just to save their own skins. He swears he'll never forgive or forget them. His consciousness drifts among countless system windows. The memory deeply unsettles him, and he wishes he'd chosen to recall something less. Not painful then. Suddenly, out of nowhere, one system window flashes a shocking notification. He's being given a chance to become even stronger as the first person to reach the realm of the transcendent. The system announces it's rebooting for player on Suho. He's left utterly speechless as the world around him snaps back to normal. A staggering thought crosses his mind. Could it be that the system truly sent him back in time? And he remembers having once achieved a state of unity with the divine sword and obtaining the very first SS rank skill. But now, as the first to attain transcendent status, he's being given a brand new opportunity, something no one's ever experienced before. Suho starts to realize his return to the past might not be just a mere coincidence. In the very next moment, he arrives at a specific location by taxi. As he steps out, he reflects on how truly meaningful this second chance really is now. He has an opportunity to prevent the disasters that once struck him and to tackle the unpredictable gates that had caused countless casualties. Determined to tackle these gates faster than ever before, he reminds himself that every single second matters. He soon arrives at a massive building, Nexus standing before it. He's immediately impressed by its sheer size and acknowledges this is the biggest private hunter academy in the country. He also sees it as a place where he can make some good money to secure his future with unshakable resolve. He steps inside, where a cheerful receptionist greets him. She then asks the reason for his unexpected visit. Suho replies, stating he wishes to meet Director Kim Soo. The receptionist, visibly surprised, asks if he has an appointment scheduled. Suho says no, but firmly insists it's important. He simply asks her to pass along this message. The solo conqueror of the Syndrome Station, a pre-catastrophe gate, is here. The scene shifts to the director's office, where a composed woman introduces herself as Kim Soo, the director of Nexus Academy. Suho then introduces himself as On Suho. Director Kim invites him to take a seat and acknowledges his incredible achievement at the Syndrome Gate. She then asks him why he has come to Nexus. Suho explains he's here to apply for a scholarship. The director is visibly taken aback by his request. Suho confirms it, casually mentioning that he also plans to take the hunter license test, scheduled for the very next day. Still trying to wrap her head around the astounding situation, Director Kim asks how long it's been since he awakened. Suho calmly replies, "It happened today." Shocked even further, she checks her documents and repeats in utter disbelief. An unregistered hunter who awakened just today wants to take the test tomorrow and has already solo cleared a catastrophic level gate. Suho confirms everything with a nod. He adds that a powerful connection within the Hunter Association help him secure a spot in the exam. His goal is simple, to rank first. His confident declaration leaves the director even more utterly surprised. Then, Suho states his condition. If he ranks first, he wants to be officially granted Nexus Scholarship, student status with full financial support. Suho knew full well that for an unknown newcomer, reaching the very top wouldn't be easy. But he wasn't some mere beginner. He was a battle-hardened veteran who had cleared countless gates. Whether anyone else believed him or not didn't matter. That choice was entirely up to them. Director Kim recognized that. Clearing such a dangerous gate alone was no small feat. Still, she reminded him that the hunter test was a completely different matter, with an average pass rate of less than 20%. Suho made his stance crystal clear. If he didn't secure first place, they could simply dismiss him and completely scrap their scholarship deal. Intrigued, Director Kim asked why he'd chosen Nexus instead of more prestigious academies like Hexagon or Prime. Suho answered bluntly. Despite being the biggest academy, Nexus had fallen on hard times in recent years. It hadn't produced a single top-ranking student, which severely damaged its reputation and admissions. Silently, Director Kim had to acknowledge the truth. Nexus was in desperate need of success, and no current student had shown any signs of becoming a breakout talent. If Suho truly did take first place, Nexus would gain the most from his spotlight. His proposal, in that sense, was perfectly timed. Still, the director couldn't help but wonder, what kind of person makes such a bold offer with that much confidence? Curious, she then asked how much money he was expecting from the scholarship. Suho responded by inquiring about the rewards for becoming the top student. She explained that the prize included a full tuition refund, an additional bonus of 30 million won, and the opportunity to immediately join the Nexus Guild. Suho nodded. It seemed fitting for the country's largest academy. But then, with a grin, he added that 300 million. One would be even better. The number stunned Director Kim, but Suho kept going, saying that, considering the advantages that came with being the top student and the scale of the academy, the amount was fair for Nexus. 300 million wasn't much, anyway. Deep down, Director Kim knew he wasn't wrong. Reluctantly, she agreed and told him that if he ranked first, she would pay him the 300 million won. Later, Suho wandered around the campus. The more he explored, the more he realized just how enormous it was. Bigger than most amusement parks. Once enrolled, he wouldn't be missing anything. The staff member showing him around chuckled proudly, explaining that Nexus was the largest academy in all of South Korea. Suho noticed the guide looked exhausted, figuring he'd probably been woken up just to give him a tour. Feeling slightly guilty, Suho thanked him for showing him around so late. The guide smiled, saying it was the least he could do for someone so important. Just then, Suho spotted someone training alone on the playground. Curious, he asked if that person was a student. The guide nodded, saying that student trained every night at this hour and was the most hard-working student in the academy. Suho was intrigued. The student's name was Dahan. The guide called out to him, reminding him to take care of his health, to which Dahan replied with a smile, saying he had to push himself harder, since he was already in his third year. Suho recognized him instantly. In his past life, he had teamed up with Dahan for countless raid missions. Back then, Dahan had been the nation's top tanker, famous for his unmatched endurance and defensive capabilities. It had been unfortunate when pure tankers lost their place in the meta over time, but now, seeing Dahan wielding an axe instead of a shield, Suho realized Dahan still hadn't unlocked his real potential. This was a perfect opportunity. He could guide Dahan now and eventually recruit him into the Great Hunter Association. The guide introduced the two of them. After a brief greeting, Suho asked if Dahan intended to use the battle axe as his main weapon. Dahan confirmed it. Suho then asked why he chose that particular weapon. Dahan explained that, since he aimed to be a frontline fighter, his instructors had suggested the axe, saying it matched well with his build. The guide chimed in, adding that few weapons could rival the battle axe in sheer destructive force. Suho asked if Dahan had only trained with the axe. Dahan admitted he had, calling himself a slow learner, and he declared trying out multiple weapons felt like a total waste of time. It had taken him a full 2 years just to get somewhat decent with that axe, and even now, he didn't feel particularly skilled using it. Suho silently analyzed the situation and immediately grasped the real problem. It wasn't that Dahan lacked effort, but that the axe simply didn't suit him at all. It wasn't a matter of dedication. It was a case of truly poor direction. If his progress hadn't improved early on, he should have switched weapons much sooner. Suho found it absolutely surprising that even the top academy in the country missed something so glaringly obvious. He suggested a completely different mindset, since players would eventually receive stat adjustments. It made more sense to pick a weapon that felt truly natural to them, with skill correction effects. Proficiency could rise incredibly quickly, but true performance in battle relied on knowledge and battle experience. In Dahan's case, the battle axe was clearly a massive mismatch. While it delivered heavy, impactful hits, the long cooldowns made users incredibly vulnerable. And considering Dahan's large frame, it became even harder to protect him effectively in combat. When Dahan heard this, he was completely taken aback. He'd spent the last 3 years tirelessly training with an axe. Suho acknowledged his dedication, but pointed out that Dahan's real strength might actually be in tanking. He advised Dahan to try using a sturdy kite shield on his left arm and a one-handed blunt weapon in his right hand. According to Suho, this setup would significantly enhance Dahan's overall combat effectiveness. Dahan hesitated. Switching roles right before the exam felt incredibly risky, especially since the test was happening the very next day. Suho then asked him to seriously think about what truly forms the backbone of a raid party. While many believed it was the mage, in reality, it was always the tank. A tank's job was to effectively draw the enemy's focus and properly protect his team. A tank needed both a shield and a secondary weapon for crowd control. Suho's logic finally resonated with Dahan. Motivated by this insight, he decided to give it a shot. Suho was glad Dahan didn't let doubt hold him back and admired his quick thinking and adaptability. Suho wished him luck, and Dahan thanked him before heading off. Right after, the guide explained that Director Kim had asked him to give Suho a tour, which is why he introduced him as a guest. But now the guide was curious. Was Suho actually an instructor? He seemed to know a lot about combat and contracts. Suho clarified that he was an instructor, though internally he realized it probably looked suspicious for someone without a license to know so much. He explained that he was more like a stakeholder. The guy nodded and mentioned he'd just received a call. The contract was ready, and it was time to return to the director's office. Then came the day of the hunter test. The area in front of the association building was packed with examinees, all armed with swords and ready to earn their hunter licenses. Everyone had been preparing relentlessly for this moment, sharpening their skills and reaching peak performance. Ironically, Suho, the same man who had cleared a gate all by himself, was in his worst condition. After finishing the test, Suho walked out, reflecting on the purpose behind it. It had been organized because of concerns over potential doping, but in his opinion, those measures didn't mean much. Most cheaters didn't use drugs. They used skill buffs during the test. One woman in particular, and several others, had shown magic levels no one at level 5 should naturally have. The system then notified Suho that his magic sensing ability was far sharper than most. He had fully mastered the skill of magic detection. Thanks to that, Suho found it easier to notice oddities. Even though nothing had been officially reported, he could already tell that many were cheating, using buffs. He knew it was time to put an end to this. But looking at Schulman, Suho felt grateful to have at least one honest person around as he walked into the hall, where other candidates were discussing their tests. He couldn't help but feel like he'd unintentionally become a cheater himself. Schulman walked up and asked how the test went. Suho replied that he was confident he'd pass, but then asked why Schulman was there. Schulman explained that he was helping out, since the association was always short-staffed. He'd also heard that this written test was the hardest one yet, but Suho's confidence was impressive. Suho responded that he believed he had solved it, and asked if he could bring something up. Schulman agreed, as long as it wasn't about the test itself. Suho said it was somewhat related. He pointed out that during the test, there hadn't been any checks for buffs and asked why. Schulman asked what he meant by buff checks. Suho explained that while the association did conduct urine and blood tests to prevent drug use and confiscated personal items, to prevent cheating through gear, they didn't seem to check for skill-based cheating. He suggested that using magic detection could help spot buffed individuals more effectively. Schulman appreciated the input and promised to look into it before the practical exam. Suho said he'd get ready for the next test. Before he left, Schulman stopped him and said he personally hoped Suho would do well and that they'd get to work together. He wished him luck on the practical, and Suho thanked him. 30 minutes later, at the site of the practical test, the announcer informed everyone that the exam had been delayed by 2 hours due to issues with the dive capsules. All candidates were directed to grab lunch at the cafeteria and wait either in the lounge or the training area. But Suho wasn't convinced. It felt like an excuse he suspected that brother, Schulman, had already started cracking down on those trying to cheat, using buffs moving swiftly, just as he'd expected, with 1,200 candidates and a pass rate of under 10%. Spotting cheaters could easily bring that rate down to 7%. Anyone who passed under those conditions would undoubtedly be top-tier talent. Suho decided to observe the other candidates to spot anyone who might be worth keeping an eye on. Just then, voices caught his attention. One man was challenging another to a match. The second guy snapped back, telling him to back off and stop picking fights. but the first guy clarified that he only wanted to spar, joking that the other was afraid his lack of skill would be exposed. Annoyed, the second man shoved him and told him to stay out of his face. The first man then raised a wooden sword and asked what would happen if he struck first. Before anything could escalate, Suho stepped in and blocked the wooden sword with his own, making the attacker pull back. The second man was stunned and asked Suho if he'd lost his mind, but Suho calmly said he'd handle it and told the man to stay out of it. The guy asked who Suho was he some sort of officer? Suho simply said he was just another test taker, but warned that dealing with someone like this attacker would only cause unnecessary trouble, so it was best to leave it to him. The attacker then questioned why Suho was getting involved. Suho smiled, introduced himself, and offered to be the attacker's sparring partner, since he was so eager for one. But the attacker wasn't impressed. He scoffed, saying he wouldn't waste his time sparring with someone weak. Like Suho, that word weak caught Suho off guard. The attacker claimed Suho just got lucky earlier and warned him not to get arrogant, ordering him to leave, but Suho turned the tables. He questioned the attacker, asking if he was scared. Annoyed, the attacker demanded to know what that was supposed to mean. Suho countered, suggesting they find out if it truly was just luck. He subtly hinted the attacker was too scared to put to the test. Feeling provoked, the man eagerly accepted the challenge. He hurled insults, labeling Suho as just another coward. Despite the crowd, Suho agreed to the spar, but insisted they first get a supervisor's approval and conduct the match in the designated sparring arena. Once permission was granted, both men stepped into the training arena, immediately drawing attention from nearby students. The referee reminded them that they could only use training weapons provided by the association, and warned that the match would be immediately stopped if things escalated out of control. As the match began, the attacker charged in first, wildly swinging his wooden sword, but Suho blocked it with ease. Undeterred, the attacker leapt into the air, swinging downward, but Suho dodged effortlessly. Both furious and surprised, the attacker threatened to tear Suho apart, but Suho stomped down on the man's wooden sword and taunted him, calling him pathetically weak. This insult pushed the attacker completely over the edge. This man, Park Young, was known as a mad swordsman, utterly obsessed with strength, always seeking out skilled opponents to challenge. His insatiable thirst for power had transformed him into a relentless combatant. Suho suddenly remembered how skilled Young had been during their last encounter, and was now surprised to see him among the same batch of test takers. He immediately realized Young needed to be stopped before he repeated past mistakes. Without warning, Suho delivered a powerful kick that sent Young flying. As he hit the ground, Suho mocked his earlier arrogance. Stunned, Young questioned how Suho was so strong. Suho calmly warned him that charging him blindly wouldn't work, hinting that Young had never faced anyone as powerful as a level 10 before, as most of his previous opponents probably never got past level 5. Young, getting back up with a smirk, Young admitted Suho seemed far too calm, and then declared he'd go all out. Suho welcomed the challenge as Young unleashed a furious barrage of strikes, but Suho dodged them all effortlessly, keeping just one hand casually on his sword. The intensity of Yang's attacks had definitely ramped up, and Suho acknowledged the added weight behind each blow. Then Yang went completely all in, unleashing his signature dragon sword technique. A flash of blinding light erupted as their swords clashed. Yang was certain he'd finally landed a decisive hit, and began to celebrate. But when the light faded, Suho was still standing, completely unharmed. He blocked the attack. Shocked, Yang trembled and furiously demanded an explanation. Suho just smirked and stated the attack was simply too slow. In reality, Yang had only managed a basic, inferior version of the dragon sword technique. Without a hunter's license, it was impossible to master the true power of the technique. Enraged by the sheer humiliation, Yang charged again, but Suho dodged every single attack with infuriating ease. At one point, Suho dropped into a low crouch, baiting Yang into one last, reckless charge. Just as Yang shouted that the match was finally over, Suho landed a powerful upward strike directly to his chin, knocking him out cold. Yang hit the ground, defeated and utterly dazed, struggling to comprehend what had just happened. Suho calmly repeated that his attacks were simply too slow. Though Yang was seething, all he could do was lie there, muttering Suho's name under his breath. Watching this unfold, Suho realized that Yang's obsession would now revolve entirely around defeating him, ignoring everyone else in the process. With that particular distraction taken care of, Suho figured the testing center might finally quiet down. Meanwhile, the supervisors who had been observing everything were left utterly stunned, snapping them out of their daze. Suho casually spoke up, reporting that he'd accidentally knocked out Park Young and asked them to take care of him. In the next scene, Suho sat inside a room filled with various machines. His gaze swept around, and he noticed a surge of skilled individuals compared to before, likely anti-doping inspectors, disguised as technicians. As the room grew noisy, Suho's irritation became palpable, clearly wishing they would all just disappear. A technician then approached him, instructing him to lie down. He then explained the emergency buttons mechanism, in case any components detached during the dive. Suho confirmed his understanding. Once the system was fully activated, Suho laid himself down, as cables were attached to both sides of his head. A system window materialized, indicating the hunter. Practical test program had been activated, as Suho's consciousness linked to the simulation. The dive progress began its steady climb, 5%, then 40%, then 77%, until it finally hit 100%. The connection was successful, and the healer class test scenario commenced. The moment Suho next opened his eyes, he found himself transported to a different world. Right from the start, he sensed this test wouldn't be easy, especially given how few ever passed the healer exam. Before him lay wounded individuals, crying out for help with some trapped under rubble. One young girl, in particular, was struggling desperately to lift a massive stone. As Suho surveyed the chaotic scene, he silently rebuked the Hunter Association for creating such a ruthless scenario. This whole scene already felt traumatic. But before we proceed further, let's grasp the context of this practical test. It's truly the centerpiece of the Hunter exam. Its primary objective is to evaluate how well a participant aligns with their chosen class. The simulation scenarios change annually, and the passing criteria also vary. Usually, these tests involve one-on-one combat, or fending off relentless waves of enemies. A participant's score hinges on how long they last, and how many opponents they manage to defeat. But for healers, things are different. The focus is not just about how strong their healing powers are. While healing ability is important, the most valued quality is sacrifice. Healers, who put their own lives on the line to save others, earn higher scores when monsters begin to approach. Suho reflected on the true nature of the test. In this scenario, the healer is expected to die protecting the patient. The issue was, his own stats were still active. Walking toward the monsters, he spotted a sword on the ground. Looking at it, he realized he'd have to take a serious beating before dying. Unlike the others, he questioned the logic of letting himself be beaten to death. Dying once had already been enough for him. Nearby, others screamed for help at the sight of the monsters. But Suho knew those screams were illusions. In reality, he was surrounded only by corpses. He approached a terrified girl and asked if she was okay. Shaking, the girl warned that the monsters would return, and they had to run. But Suho knew the real mission. He had to protect her until the end. Reassuring her, he promised that the rescue team would come, and that he'd keep her safe until then. With resolve, he stood his ground, ready to fight the oncoming monsters. Back in the observation room, players started exiting the simulation pods one by one. One of them stepped out, thinking he could have done better. A woman thanked him for his efforts and instructed him to gather his belongings and head outside. She then moved to another pod and checked the screen. It displayed the details of a participant, Kong Jin Young, Archer class, with a recorded time of 9 minutes and 4 seconds. She commented that this season, scores were particularly low due to the test difficulty. Curious, she asked Director Shin how long Suho had been inside. Shin replied, 30 minutes. Shocked, she repeated the number. She simply couldn't believe it had been that long. Rushing straight over to Suho's machine, she had to check the display herself. 30 minutes. Still utterly in disbelief, she blurted out, "Was Suho a warrior?" But Shin corrected her, clarifying Suho was a healer. Refusing to believe it, she flat out accused him of lying. But Shin simply pointed to the sword Suho had been holding, urging her to take a closer look. Together, they reviewed the simulation footage. Watching Suho intensely in action, the woman asked again, "He's really a healer?" Deeply impressed by his combat ability, she wondered aloud if he might be disqualified for not dying. But director Shin quickly clarified, there was no rule requiring death. The test's real purpose was to protect the patient. Until the very end. She nodded in agreement. Shin explained even further. Suho was meeting all the conditions. He never once abandoned the patient, fought near her, and continued healing her throughout. He was actively risking his life to protect her. As long as all these conditions were met, disqualification simply wasn't an option. Hearing all of that, the woman immediately concluded that the top score for this exam had already been determined. Meanwhile, Suho was still fiercely battling inside the simulation. With incredible, unmatched skill, he sliced through the monsters in a single blow. But even after his victory, Suho felt it still wasn't enough. He needed to be faster. As more monsters appeared, he swiftly eliminated them one after another, showing unwavering focus. Eventually, he wiped them all out. A system message popped up. Your understanding of the skill footplay is very high. Congratulations, you've mastered footplay. Suho read the message and realized that although this was just a simulation, since it was based on real-world mechanics, the system could still recognize his physical control. The system acknowledged that he was directly controlling his body, making it possible to master physical skills. That is, even here, though, the experience gained was less than in real combat. It was still a fantastic way to train. Beyond just his swordsmanship, he'd acquired a host of other skills. He even upgraded all basic sword techniques to A rank. No EXP or item rewards popped up, but the results were still utterly satisfying. If he could just eventually push all his sword skills to A rank or higher, he'd be able to forge a technique, like Park Yong's legendary dragon sword technique. Another message popped up. Great achievement. Your understanding of swordsmanship now surpasses all others. The system is truly impressed by your unique style and wishes to register it. Would you like to create a new swordsmanship skill by combining your basic sword techniques and footplay? Suho smiled, finally poised to create his own style. Guardian Sword. A confirmation window appeared, asking if that would be the official name. Suho confirmed. Another message congratulated him for his supreme mastery and recognized the creation of a brand new, unique swordsmanship skill, Guardian Sword S rank. This new ability boosted the effects of all his sword and footwork skills by a whopping 50%. As a reward for this great achievement, the system awarded him 10 bonus stat points and expressed its hope that Suho would continue walking the path of the sword. A final message confirmed he had unlocked sword mastery, S rank, a privilege granted only to those with a profound understanding of swordsmanship. This lifted all restrictions on learning and using sword techniques, enhanced all sword-related abilities by another 50%, and removed any limitations tied to sword use. Suho quietly pondered his past life. Back then, it had taken him over 10 years to reach this very level of skill. But now, thanks to the knowledge he carried from that life, he had progressed much, much faster. He recognized how much his own value had grown, turning his focus to the exam. He recalled that the number of monsters was predetermined, and he couldn't help but wonder. Just imagine the sheer effort that went into preparing everything. With all his objectives met, only two paths lay ahead. Either die at the hands of the monsters, or wipe them all out himself. The supervisors watching the live footage were left utterly speechless. They simply couldn't believe what they had just witnessed. For the very first time in practical exam history, someone had defeated every single monster. They were in awe, not just of his combat prowess, but also because he had successfully healed the patient. One examiner even joked that they didn't need to bother checking the rankings. The winner was clear. A few days later, the scene shifted to the Hexagon Guild's headquarters. A confident guild member declared that their student, Kian, would surely be this year's top scorer. Another member enthusiastically agreed, proud of the effort they'd poured into his training. But then, someone noticed a congratulatory letter. As it was read aloud, confusion spread. Kian wasn't the top scorer after all. The name on the letter was on Suho. Everyone was stunned. The atmosphere immediately shifted, tense and confused, as someone asked, "Where's Kian?" At that moment, the guildmaster received a call, and the scene changed again. Suho was now on a call with the team leader. The leader apologized for the late congratulations, explaining he'd been swamped with work, but he made sure to praise Suho for earning the highest score. He admitted he hadn't expected such consistency from him. Suho responded humbly, saying it was all thanks to the team leader, though the leader quickly deflected the credit, saying Suho's achievements were entirely his own doing. He also pointed out that Suho's exceptional performance had helped expose a number of cheaters who were illegally boosting their skills. This would lead to tighter rules in future exams, which he saw as a positive outcome. Then, the team leader cautiously brought up a question. Was Suho still interested in joining the Great Hunter Association? Suho replied that, although he might stay with the guild a bit longer, his ultimate goal remained rock solid. He still planned to join the association. The team leader appreciated his direct answer, promising to reach out once the recruitment or testing schedule was finalized. Suho agreed with a smile, then ended the call. The leader reminded Suho to eat properly and take care of his health. Suho returned the kind words in kind. After the call ended, the team leader glanced at something in his hand and quietly reminded himself to eat too. Back on Suho's side, he paused for a moment, the leader's tone lingering in his mind. He wondered if everything was truly all right. Just then, his phone rang once more. Suho checked the caller ID and instantly recognized the name. He answered, introducing himself clearly. The caller was Kim Soo, who congratulated him on his success and confirmed that his payment had already been sent, as per their agreement. As Suho acknowledged her efficiency, praising her large guild's professionalism. Then came her exciting proposal. She invited Suho to join the Nexus Guild, promising benefits far superior to anything other guilds could offer. Curious, Suho asked just how far they'd go. Kim Soo assured him she'd do everything possible to meet his expectations. As a top student and scholarship recipient, she stated, adjusting the contract terms would be no issue. She even suggested meeting in person to finalize the deal. Suho, however, politely declined for the time being, mentioning he had personal plans for the day. He promised to review his schedule and get back to her soon. Still, he did subtly hint that, considering he was a Nexus scholarship recipient, it would be logical to join Nexus over any other guild. Kim Soo was absolutely overjoyed by his response. Her excitement was so intense that even her nearby co-workers noticed. She practically begged him not to sign anything with another guild. In the meantime, amused by her sheer enthusiasm, Suho chuckled and agreed to meet soon as the call ended. Suho cracked a smile, the echo of her delighted voice still ringing in his ears. Just then, the taxi driver announced their arrival. Suho thanked him, then stepped out onto the street. Now outside, Suho pondered everything that had just transpired. He'd aced the test, secured his license, and even snagged his payment. The next thrilling chapter of his journey was unfolding right before him. With quiet determination, he pushed forward, ready to begin farming at Lighthouse General Market. Suho checked his phone, recalling how quickly he'd gathered everything he needed so far. Now, only one task remained, acquiring a weapon. With that goal in mind, he arrived at a small, tucked-away shop, deliberately sidestepping the bustling crowds. After all, he wasn't sure they'd carry what he truly sought. Standing outside, he wondered if this unassuming place might just conceal the weapon he needed. Stepping inside, Suho greeted the shopkeeper, who promptly asked what he was looking for. Suho explained he'd just become a hunter and was seeking a lightweight weapon. The shopkeeper gestured toward the section, filled with cheaper items. When Suho's gaze fell upon them, he instantly noticed thick layers of dust and swiftly realized most low-grade weapons came without verified data. However, that didn't mean every unverified weapon was utterly useless. Some rare weapons needed to undergo a process called liberation before truly revealing their hidden potential. These special weapons usually emitted a subtle aura, a unique kind of signal, though most players in shops like this wouldn't recognize it. Suho picked up one of the weapons and activated his magic detection skill. A faint smile touched his lips. He found it. After walking out with the weapon, Suho mused to himself. If the owner ever discovered the spear's true worth, he'd regret letting it go so incredibly cheaply. But for now, it was time to begin. Suho closed his eyes, focused, and began pouring his magical energy into the weapon. The spear devoured his power at an alarming rate, draining his energy in an instant. Realizing the immense toll it was taking, Suho stopped and crumpled to the ground, utterly spent. He knew that if he'd pushed even a little further, he might have collapsed from magic depletion. To fully awaken the weapon, he needed a magic stat of at least 100. Though he couldn't wield it just yet, he knew it would become a formidable asset in the future. He vowed to level up quickly and unlock its full potential soon. Meanwhile, inside the PBS building, reporter Jinwei received an unexpected call from Suho. Suho introduced himself, confirming he was the top scorer from the recent Hunter test. He then revealed that he had personally handled the unprecedented gate incident at Syndrome Station all by himself. Jinwei was utterly stunned by this revelation, taking a moment to silently process the fact that Suho had cleared such a dangerous gate, even before officially becoming a licensed hunter. In Jinwei's eyes, Suho was already a monster. When Jinwei asked why Suho had reached out to him directly, Suho explained he'd found Jinwei's blog. During a search, he mentioned that, while he knew about Jinwei's privileged upbringing, he respected Jinwei's decision to pursue journalism. Out of genuine interest, Suho shared that he had big plans and would soon become a source of major headlines. He then proposed that Jinwei work as his exclusive reporter. Jinwei was skeptical, wondering if Suho was just trying to tie down a wealthy journalist as his subordinate. Internally, he dismissed Suho as just another ambitious oddball with delusions of grandeur. Even though he understood what Suho was suggesting, Jinwei was uncomfortable with the idea. He admitted he craved exclusives, but he had no desire to work under anyone. Suho clarified that he wasn't looking for a subordinate, but a reliable partner. Jinwei responded bluntly, suggesting Suho's offer seemed like a tactic to boost his own market value before joining a guild. Suho conceded there was a kernel of truth to that, but not entirely. He wasn't doing this to boost his worth, but to gain fame. His ultimate goal was to become a public official. Jinwoo was utterly caught off guard. Was Suho talking about joining the Hunter Association? The idea of chasing fame for a public office role seemed absurd to Jinwoo, but Suho was dead serious. He wanted to work hands-on in the field as an actual part of the Hunter Association. That made Jinwoo question Suho's background. Was Suho just another rich kid, treating hunter work like a mere side quest? Suho revealed he was, in fact, a gate orphan, and that past was what fueled his drive for public service. It truly shaped his entire purpose in life. To conquer gates. Jinwoo, glancing at his laptop, he wondered if Suho was actually serious. With so many strange individuals popping up lately, it was getting increasingly hard to tell. But in the end, he decided it didn't really matter much. He acknowledged Suho's perspective, but ultimately declined the offer. He preferred choosing his own stories to report on. Still, Suho didn't back down. He suggested a bet. Jinwoo, curious, asked what kind. Suho then proposed to earn Jinwoo's trust by proving himself a true hunter. He declared he would attempt to solo the Tower of Challenge. That very day, Jinwoo was utterly stunned. That tower was notoriously infamous. Clearing it was deemed impossible, even for a full party of hunters. Doing it solo sounded downright suicidal. But Suho was confident that if he pulled it off, it would be enough to fully convince Jinwoo. If he succeeded, he wanted Jinwoo to become his personal, exclusive reporter. Suho recalled Jinwoo from his past life, a top-tier, prominent broadcaster from PBS, famous for his unwavering pride and elite background. He'd gained immense popularity as a journalist who never took requests. Yet, in Suho's past life, they had teamed up countless times, all thanks to Jinwoo's sharp reporting and his unparalleled influence over public opinion. But that same brilliance also made him dangerous to others, like a constant thorn in someone's side. Eventually, Jinwoo became embroiled in political conflicts. He was then forced into early retirement and ultimately vanished from the public eye. This time, Suho silently vowed to prevent that dire fate. During their call, Suho laid out his proposal. If he could conquer the Tower of Challenge solo, Jinwoo had to become his exclusive personal reporter. Though utterly stunned, Jinwoo agreed. If Suho truly managed to pull it off, Jinwoo promised he'd back him up with every bit of influence he had as a journalist. The call ended with Suho confidently declaring it was time to begin. After the call, Jin-woo started feeling utterly irritated, convinced Suho was seriously driving him nuts. He just kept dwelling on Suho's sudden, unexpected request, totally confused about where it even came from. But even though he was clearly annoyed, he didn't completely hate the idea. Something about the proposal felt incredibly genuine, and Suho didn't seem like the type to scam anyone. Caught between frustration and surging curiosity, Jin-woo muttered to himself that he was truly losing it. Still, he shrugged it off, thinking it was just a harmless gamble. If it turned out real, great. If not, no big deal. The scene shifts to the Tower of Challenge. Suho stands at its grand entrance, showing his hunter license to the gatekeeper. The man notices Suho came alone and warns him solo entry is permitted, but it's incredibly risky. Judging by Suho's license number, he assumes Suho just passed his test. The gatekeeper suggests teaming up, since even the lower levels often lead to injuries, or worse, but Suho insists on going in alone, respecting his unwavering choice. The man informs him of the 70,000 entry fee and tells him to pay once he gets the invoice. Suho nods and thanks him as he steps forward. The gatekeeper shouts after him to be careful and retreat if things get too dangerous. Suho simply gives a brief nod and walks inside. While walking, Suho reflects on the Tower Challenge. It's widely known as a crucial training ground for players below level 20. This particular public gate is government maintained, designed to help players power up. Now that his level's been reset, there's no better place to start fresh. As he pushes the door open and steps inside, the system promptly announces his entry. It tells him he can give up anytime, and if he declares a withdrawal, he'll be instantly teleported back to the entrance. Suho summons his sword just as the system triggers. The start of the first floor challenge. A slime monster appears and launches an attack. While fighting, Suho notices the monster's surprisingly large size and its shocking speed, which momentarily catches him off guard. Despite being just a level 1 creature, with barely any attack power, its movements are incredibly annoying, and getting stuck with it could seriously slow him down. Determined to finish it quickly, Suho drives his sword through the slime's core, destroying it. But then he realizes something big. This slime can multiply. This irritating trait means that when its core splits, it regenerates into several smaller versions. Even though there's a limit to how much they can divide, there's still a threat. This regenerative ability is one reason why most players enter the tower. In parties, monsters usually show up in groups. On almost every floor, not wasting a second, Suho begins wiping out the multiplying slimes. He leaps into the air, stabs one mid-jump, and then hurls his sword to take down another. As he falls, a slime swings its tentacle at him. Suho grabs it mid-air, preventing a hard fall, and uses that grip to catapult himself upward. With clean and precise strikes, he slashes through the tentacles and clears the rest of the enemies. The system notifies him that he's conquered the first floor and asks if he wants to move on. Suho looks up, full of resolve. With 48 more floors to go, there's no time to waste. The system then signals the start of the second floor. Challenge. Suho thinks back to the Tower of Challenge, remembering that in his past life, the highest official record reached was the 48th floor. At present, the existing record only extends to the 29th floor. Both these milestones were achieved through party play. Challengers typically enter the tower in groups, and the number of participants directly influences the difficulty level. The more members in a party, the less experience each individual earns, but it offers a safer path to progress. Most hunters aiming for the top records form parties of level 20 members. With these considerations in mind, Suho easily clears the 18th floor and looks upward, realizing he no longer needs to follow conventional methods. Without a moment's hesitation, he accepts the challenge for the 19th floor, instantly activating the next stage. Unlike the previous levels, which swarmed with multiple enemies, this floor presents only a single formidable monster. While that makes the opponent significantly stronger, it also means that defeating it solo is enough to clear the stage. The moment the monster appears, Suho fiercely charges in and swiftly defeats it with a single sword strike. The system promptly announces the successful completion of the 19th floor and offers the option to proceed to the 20th. Instead, Suho opts to pause the challenge and meticulously examines the monster's body. He notices something truly strange. Unlike other defeated monsters that typically vanish immediately, this one leaves behind a mysterious red gate. It's a crystal-clear hint from the tower that there's something far more to uncover. Suho carefully retrieves an item from the remains, realizing it holds a specific purpose, even though it can't be utilized on its own. Employing his keen magic detection ability, he uncovers a hidden space linked directly to the red gate. This hidden area remarkably turns out to be the subspace fortress of the Fortress King, Yongpyong. This subspace is unique because, unlike others typically created using specific items, it allows living beings to enter and leave freely. Once inside, Suho finds himself in a vast place resembling a cave. A mysterious glowing object appears, and the system informs him that the fortress's previous owner is dead, and Suho is then asked if he wants to take ownership. He readily accepts and grabs the mysterious glowing object. It begins fusing with his body. The system then confirms that Suho is now the subspace fortress's new master. It's no longer just a mere item. It's a skill bound to him permanently. The system also explains that the fortress's appearance will change, depending on Suho's magical power. The space begins to shift. What was once a cave transforms into a fully furnished room. An impressed Suho realizes the space is far more sophisticated than he expected. Its size expands with his magical strength and even adapts to his preferences. He feels relieved that he stopped Jong Pyong-ho from getting his hands on this immense power. That man had once used the fortress to store everything, from drugs and stolen artifacts, even kidnapped people. Remembering the horror of those sleepless nights caused by such crimes fills Suho with disgust. But now, with the fortress in his hands, he knows such darkness won't repeat. By stopping the rise of the Fortress King and gaining a powerful personal base, Suho feels he scored a massive win. With newfound resolve, he gets ready to keep moving forward. Jinwoo was scrolling through his phone, reading an article with growing interest. He noticed that a lot of students had started gravitating toward Nexus. Lately, Suho had once talked about wanting to join the Great Hunter Association, but this exclusive media coverage suggested that Nexus was confident Suho would end up with them. Jinwoo felt uncertain. Only time would tell. Still, he couldn't stop thinking about how many floors Suho had already cleared. Right then, a system alert popped up. The 30th floor had just been conquered. The Tower of Challenge record had been shattered, and someone was already advancing to the 31st floor. The nearby crowd went silent in disbelief. Murmurs spread. Was it a new record, a team raid, or something even more insane? Their shock deepened when the system immediately announced the 31st floor conquered, barely moments after it even started. Jinwoo froze. If this was truly Suho, then he'd utterly misjudged him until now. Jinwoo had always chalked Suho's wins up to luck and showmanship. But if this insane pace was genuinely real, then Suho was a rival he'd be locked in competition with. For a long time within the Hunter Association, Director Kim, upon hearing the news, was visibly rattled. She swiftly confirmed the reports. Suho was actually smashing records live. Fully grasping Suho's value, she decided they absolutely had to make an offer so tempting it simply couldn't be refused. She ordered her team to immediately alert the president, and the office manager then head straight to headquarters. Meanwhile, the system made Chulman rapidly ascend through the Tower of Challenge. This was something the world had truly never seen. If Suho truly wanted to join the association, this was a once-in-a-generation talent. Just then, Chulman's phone rang. It was the vice president of the association. Curious, Chulman picked up. The VP asked where he was. Upon hearing that Chulman was near the tower in Pangu, he jumped at the opportunity. He told Chulman to bring Suho in. Chulman lit up, thinking he'd been given the chance to recruit Suho. But the VP quickly shut that idea down. He didn't want a recruitment, just a photo of Suho with the association president. Then he hung up, leaving Chulman stunned and bitter. He thought to himself how these power-hungry executives were, exactly why the public saw them as corrupt and incompetent. In his mind, only hunters deserved to be in charge of the association. He stared at the tower, trying to think of a way to convince Suho to come in. Inside the tower, Suho had just cleared the 48th floor, updating the tower record yet again. Exhaustion was starting to weigh him down. Constantly pushing forward was truly draining. He wondered when this madness would finally end. Still, when he opened his status window, his spirits immediately lifted. Hitting level 39 felt like a true reward. With every floor he cleared, he earned 5 precious bonus stat points, and each one felt like a godsend. Knowing the system like the back of his hand made it feel like he was building a custom game character, a second self, and honestly, it was actually pretty fun. With his stats now optimized, Suho braced himself for the ultimate challenge. The 49th floor had just begun. A glowing crystal materialized right in front of him, and from it emerged the final boss. A tower dragon, level 49. Suho stared at it, immediately recognizing just how utterly broken this thing was. Even without pure blood traits, just being a dragonborn made it absurdly powerful. It made him question if this floor was ever truly meant to be beaten. But Suho knew exactly why he was here. He wasn't going to hesitate. Gritting his teeth, sword in hand, he charged the final boss with full resolve. Ready to end this, Suho moved in to confront the dragon, poised to attack. In response, the dragon launched its own furious assault, forcing Suho to leap into the air to narrowly evade it. While airborne, he quickly noticed something crucial. For a beast of its enormous size, the dragon was shockingly, unnervingly fast. Suddenly, a dark aura surged from its claws, creating a powerful pulling force that dragged Suho straight toward its gaping jaws. Right before he was sucked in, Suho grabbed the dragon's mouth, hoisted himself over its massive head, and slammed his sword down with all his strength. The dragon roared furiously and tossed its head so violently that Suho was sent flying away, forcing him to retreat to a safer distance. As he caught his breath, Suho realized something deeply concerning. His strongest strike hadn't even left a scratch. All he had managed to do was annoy the colossal creature. The dragon then utterly smashed the ground with overwhelming power, sending deep cracks tearing through the very floor itself. Suho ducked behind a large rock, silently grateful for his incredibly high stats. Without them, that shockwave would have killed him instantly. He quickly grasped the situation. Even though the dragon's level wasn't incredibly high, its inherent traits made its body absurdly durable. Standard attacks were totally useless. He needed to target its crucial weak point, the infamous reverse scale. Since this dragon wasn't level 100 yet, it probably couldn't fully conceal that scale. After a quick scan of its body, Suho pinpointed the vulnerable spot near its tail. Without wasting a single second, he charged in and struck the rock-hard scale. With all his might, the dragon howled in pure agony, and a system notification popped up. The tower dragon has entered a rage. After its weakness was hit, Suho left his sword lodged deep in the reverse scale. Knowing this fight wouldn't end quickly, dragging this battle out would only make it far more dangerous. He channeled even more power, pushing the blade deeper. Enraged, the dragon unleashed its fear-based ability. Suho's body froze as he slipped into a state of hallucination. The system confirmed he had fallen under fear. He tried to cure himself, but the system informed him that such a high-level fear couldn't be removed. Before the dragon could crush him with its tail, Suho opened the entrance to his subspace and vanished. Inside, he immediately chugged a purification potion. The system confirmed the potion's effects. As the hallucinations vanished, relieved, he reminded himself that only those he allowed could enter this subspace. He bought the potion casually from the general market, completely unaware he'd need it so soon. The fight was far more intense than he'd expected. Even after removing the fear status once, he wouldn't gain immediate resistance, and cure spells were totally useless. That meant he'd have to repeatedly retreat into his subspace and rely on purification potions, something clearly unsustainable. He needed another plan, so he scoured his inventory. He briefly considered giving the mad pulverization scholar a call, but before he could decide, the system hit him with a notification. He learned a basic combination formula from a skill book, and a combination jar instantly materialized, grasping its full significance. He promptly tossed 3 peculiar items into the jar: the unknown thief's socks, the unknown minstrel's instrument, and the unknown cleaner's broom. The jar jar then hummed to life, beginning its fusion process. Suho knew that combinations using absolute formulas were guaranteed to succeed. Many so-called trash items often held surprising hidden value. The process concluded successfully. A rare treasure had been forged. First Mamu, a ring created from a basic level formula. Suho also snagged 10 bonus stat points for crafting a never-before-seen item. He understood that first-time items were typically S grade or higher, and this one was S+. That's because it was a growth-type item. He quickly equipped the ring, and the system instantly bound it to him. Suho remembered that in his previous life, he'd missed the chance to get first Mumu because the mad pulverization scholar discovered it first and made the recipe public. But this time, Suho had claimed it for himself, along with those sweet extra stats. He pulled up his status window and immediately poured 4 points into his magic stat, boosting it to a solid 100. The system congratulated him. His magic stat had turned a vibrant red, an achievement he'd never hit before level 50. Earlier, he thought a purple status would take an eternity, but now it felt completely within reach. Purple required 700 points. Still a long journey ahead, but he was confident he could conquer it. After finalizing his stat allocation, Suho summoned his familiar old spear and began infusing it with powerful magic. The weapon guzzled power at an incredible rate. Once the required amount was reached, the system acknowledged its successful awakening. The spear had been utterly transformed. It was now the Shadow Spear's time. Round 2 was about to kick off. The system then unveiled the weapon's origins. It was one of the Shadow Lord's legendary treasures, forged from the very bones of a shadow beast, no less. And it had acknowledged Suho as its very first awakener. The spear could now be summoned directly from his shadow and regenerate using his magic and shadow energy. Suho immediately grasped the weapon's immense value. Just as Jongpyeong had his subspace fortress, the Shadow Lord, a terrifying monarch-level being, had once wielded this very spear. If that formidable entity existed within the gate, Suho was now holding its signature weapon. He felt immense relief he'd secured it, before anyone truly dangerous could claim it. Time to test it. He summoned the spear once more, appreciating its sheer convenience. Since he couldn't just attack from within his subspace fortress, he would need to step out and target the reverse scale. While the dragon slept, Suho exited the subspace and climbed to a rocky ledge overlooking the beast. Raising the shadow spear high, he hurled it straight into the hardened stone, embedded in the dragon's massive tail. The spear pierced clean through, and the dragon writhed in agonizing pain. Suho immediately jumped down. As the system announced the dragon had entered another enraged state, it unleashed dragon fear, but Suho instantly retreated back in his subspace, avoiding all devastating status effects. His hit-and-run tactics continued relentlessly. Suho struck repeatedly, retreating each time. The process took longer than he expected, but soon the reverse scale's durability dropped. Under 10%, it wasn't completely destroyed, but it had become far too weak to protect the dragon. The stealth would no longer work effectively. Suho abandoned all subtlety and went for a full assault. Bursting from the fortress, he launched himself furiously into the air and drove the shadow spear deep into the dragon's eye. The impact shook the entire area violently. Suho was thrown back forcefully, but the enraged dragon was absolutely relentless. As it searched for him, Suho seized the moment, circling behind and rushing directly for the tail. The dragon used dragon fear again, but Suho shattered the stone first. The system confirmed it. The reverse scale was destroyed. The dragon's power began draining rapidly. Suho chugged a purification potion, then surged into the air for the finishing blow. With a clean slash across its throat, the dragon collapsed. The battle had finally ended. The system declared that Suho had cleared the 49th floor, setting a new record for the Tower of Challenge. He received 10 bonus stat points, and more rewards began pouring in. Lying on the ground, he processed the achievement. He had conquered the entire tower, something neither his past nor present self had ever accomplished. For reaching level 40, he gained a new skill, Healing Spirit, an area of effect healing ability that, once mastered, could cover an entire battlefield. The evaluation wasn't done yet. Recognizing the difficulty of his feat, the system rewarded him with dragon blood. Suho was shocked. This was the signature power of Yoma, the legendary monster player. So this was where Yoma had obtained it, from the Dragon Mountains. The system explained that inheriting dragon blood granted a dragon's power, depending on how far the user pushed themselves. Before Suho could summon the Shadow Spear again, the system alerted him. The weapon was reacting to the Tower Dragon's shadow. It absorbed the shadow entirely, undergoing another transformation, Shadow Spear, plus a hidden function called Shadow Devour, not even listed in its original description, had grown stronger. Part of the weapon's consciousness had awakened. Suho checked the updated stats and was stunned. Shadow Binding and Shadow Regeneration had both risen from A rank to S rank. Shadow Binding could now rip out a target's shadow and immobilize them, while Shadow Fangs tore the shadow apart, causing continuous bleed damage. Growth-type weapons truly exceeded normal equipment. Satisfied, Suho prepared to leave, but something on the ground caught his attention. A massive fawn. The system identified it, a mighty dragon's fawn, capable of inflicting an incurable debuff, one that completely nullified all recovery. Suho was absolutely stunned again. He'd actually obtained a dragon byproduct, something believed to be nearly impossible to secure. This confirmed the Tower Dragon had been a pure blood dragon, which naturally dropped these materials. This entire battle had been a complete jackpot. With everything finally collected, Suho finally turned to leave, certain that reporter Jin Wei will be waiting for him just outside. At that moment, the tower crystal shattered, and the system calmly declared, the trial tower had been conquered. The conqueror was player Suho, and every other player was forcefully expelled from the gate. Suddenly, a portal appeared, and several hunters came crashing out of it, rolling across the ground with stunned expressions. One of them fell to his knees, clutching his head in disbelief, muttering that this couldn't be real. Had someone actually entered the trial tower alone? His teammate, still sprawled on the floor, asked who Suho even was. The hunter simply pointed straight ahead and asked if the guy standing there was the one. His partner turned his head and quietly confirmed that, yeah, that was definitely him, because the size of the crowd was insane, and there wasn't even space to breathe right now. Our protagonist was completely swarmed by reporters. Cameras were flashing nonstop, and everyone was shouting at him, asking for comments and reactions to the conquest. But Suho silently just thought about how exhausted he was. He'd taken way more damage from the Tower Dragon than he expected, and all he really needed now was rest. Definitely not a screaming media mob. He hadn't expected reporters to swarm him like this. His attention suddenly shifted when he spotted reporter Jin Wei, who was sitting dramatically on the hood of his own car, looking genuinely stunned. A psycho? That was probably the first thing running through his head, because someone conquering that tower solo was just unreal. Suho casually walked up behind him. A hand landed on his shoulder, and with a greeting, Jin Hui shrieked. He tumbled to the ground in a complete panic. Then his eyes flew open wide in utter disbelief. As he finally recognized who stood before him, he stammered out Suho's name, demanding to know how he possibly escaped the crowd. Suho gave a light smile, simply saying he'd slipped away. He explained it as if he'd just pulled off some secret ultimate stealth technique, vanishing without leaving a single footprint. Extending his hand forward, Suho then asked why Jin Hui still didn't trust him. The reporter slowly reached out a hand, staring at Suho as if he'd completely lost his mind, and asked if he even realized how insane he sounded. Suho calmly replied that, if Jin Hui truly didn't trust him, then he just needed to say so, and Suho would adjust accordingly. Jin Hui got up, dusting himself off, and declared that if he truly didn't trust him, he wouldn't have helped him get this far. He then hurriedly told Suho to jump into the car, before the press noticed. Inside the moving car, Suho received a call from team leader Chulman. Chulman congratulated him on clearing the trial tower, admitting he'd wanted to thank him face to face. But Suho had vanished far too quickly for that. Suho thanked him politely, explaining he'd been hiding because he was exhausted. Chulman chuckled, noting Suho always exceeded expectations. He then asked if Suho was still in Pangeo, and if he wanted to meet up. Suho explained that a friend had picked him up, then inquired if there was anything specific Chulman wanted to discuss. Chulman admitted there wasn't anything particularly urgent, unless Suho could swing by the association. If he wasn't too utterly exhausted. Suho paused, repeating the words, the association. Chulman confirmed it. He explained this was an absolutely unprecedented event. Everyone had believed the trial tower was utterly impossible to clear and had been functioning as a public gate. Considering the sheer scale, they absolutely needed an investigation. Suho responded that he didn't recall investigations being conducted in such cases. When major guilds cleared tough gates, if they needed specific information, couldn't they just request it then? After a quiet moment, Chunman agreed and wished him a good rest. Suho thanked him and ended the call. He leaned back deep in thought. Without a doubt, the chairman or vice chair definitely wanted him there, most likely for photos and PR. He respected Chunman, but he had absolutely no interest in doing anything for those higher-ups. If he let them drag him into bureaucracy now, he'd definitely get stuck in deep trouble. He planned to dodge it until he officially joined the Hunter Association. Jean Huey glanced at him while driving and asked if he could ask a question. Suho nodded and told him to go ahead. Jean Huey said that with Suho's abilities, couldn't he go anywhere, especially to government positions? Suho smiled. The government paid well, and no matter how strong private guilds seemed, the government held more actual power. Jean-Wei blinked, reminding him that private guilds had fame and influence. Suho responded calmly. Fame was temporary, nothing but a staged spotlight. Right now, private guilds looked like heroes, but eventually, the public wouldn't admire them. Instead, they'd fear them. Jean-Wei nodded slowly, agreeing Suho had a point. Suho sighed and continued. If he wanted to end the gate crisis, he needed support. He couldn't do it alone. That was why he chose the government association. Jean-Wei smiled, saying Suho would have a massive advantage among players, because no one had that level of duty and conviction. Suho thanked him, while healing his arm with a small healing spell. Then, Jean Huey asked if he planned to apply through the normal general recruitment. He said it would be a waste for someone like Suho to take a level 9 field position. Suho answered that he wasn't applying for that. Jean Huey then guessed level 7, but Suho replied he wanted level 5. Jean Wei nearly yelled, "Is he serious?" Suho quickly cut him off, telling him to stop asking if he was serious. Not every 2 seconds. Jean Wei just stared back, perplexed, and retorted, of course. He wanted to know why this was all so natural. Suho gave a faint smile and offered to explain everything. But Jean Wei better not dare write any of it in his article. Oh, and he should probably keep his eyes on the road, too. After some time, relaying his astonishing plan, reporter Jean Wei was utterly floored by Suho's genius. He exclaimed it was an absolutely brilliant idea. The protagonist calmly agreed. Yes, it is. But it simply couldn't appear in the article just yet. He wanted to officially announce it himself. Through Jean Wei later on. And when that time finally arrived, it would naturally shake the entire world, which meant Jean Wei would have exclusive first-hand access. Before anyone else in the entire company. Jean Wei stared at him, a glint in his eye, and asked, "So, Suho, are you planning to squeeze every single drop of benefit out of me?" Suho simply responded, a playful smirk on his face. "Well, if you're friends with a reporter like you should obviously use that fact to your advantage." Jean Wei burst out laughing and conceded fine then. Suho could use him as much as his heart desired. Then he suddenly asked if Suho wanted to go home now, since his personal information had already been leaked. There were probably already countless people waiting near his house. The protagonist just smiled, casually replying, "I'll just disappear again, of course, the same way he did the tower." But Jean Wei hesitated, then cautiously asked if maybe Suho should just stay with him for now. He explained he lived alone in a massive house. The guest room was exquisitely furnished, and the security was so incredibly tight that nobody could ever break in. Suho paused for a moment, deep in thought, and asked where exactly he lived. Jean Wei proudly answered that his home was in Kaiser, Cheongdam, and Suho couldn't help but think, with genuine surprise, that those were premium, luxury apartments worth hundreds of billions. Once they finally arrived, Suho stepped inside and completely froze for a second. Not because he was impressed, though, but because the place looked like the final boss of Rich Kid housing, the kind of luxury that doesn't brag. It just exists and expects you to stare. Jin-Woo welcomed him like it was absolutely nothing, telling him to treat the place like it was his own house. Suho just nodded mentally, noting that this was exactly what life looked like when someone was born with premium DLC enabled. At birth, Jinwei pointed toward a device sitting neatly on the table, a convenience function pad. Through the community app installed on it, Suho could order food, shop, call support, and even summon an emergency healer if needed. Jinwei added that Suho looked way better now, compared to when he first got in the car. Suho replied simply that he was a healer. Jinwei blinked and asked again, and Suho repeated it, a little annoyed, because yes, he really was a healer. The journalist apologized, admitting that even though he'd read it everywhere, his brain still refused to believe it. After all, healers normally entered a guild first, then leveled safely. They didn't just casually solo clear the Tower of Challenges. Picking up his bag, the rich guy said he had to return to the office for work, and reminded Suho of the password. Suho told him not to worry and wished him a safe trip. After the door closed behind him, Suho finally opened his system window and checked his status. He decided it was time to distribute the stat points he earned from clearing the tower. He balanced stamina with the other attributes and poured the remaining points into sensitivity. At this level, it wasn't just an elite route anymore. It was the path of a true successor. And even he had to admit, his stats were looking insane now. Once that was handled, Suho switched to a different task. He'd been a master at detecting surveillance equipment. In the past, and with his newly improved sensitivity, he could probably detect anything. And even if he trusted Jinwei, he wasn't stupid enough to blindly assume a conglomerate kid's place was completely clean. Better safe than dead, right? After meticulously checking every detail for a while, Suho finally collapsed onto the sofa, feeling utterly drained. The house was huge, way bigger than most subspace-grade houses he'd ever seen before. Honestly, hunting for hidden cameras here felt harder than slaying that dragon earlier. With no devices detected, he finally let himself relax. But his phone just wouldn't stop buzzing. Notifications kept flooding in, one after another. When he checked, Suho realized his personal information had been leaked. Someone had exposed his number, and the messages just wouldn't stop coming. Accepting the grim situation, he decided he needed a new phone and a new number ASAP. Remembering the community app Jin-Woo had mentioned, Suho tried using it, and to his surprise, it was unbelievably efficient. He quickly transferred his important data to the new device and designated it solely for private use. Even though messages kept flooding his old phone, he planned to switch numbers very soon. He glanced at the time, a little past 5 p.m. He figured he had time for a quick break before heading out again. Meanwhile, somewhere else that very night, inside a quiet, unsuspecting building, a mysterious gate appeared. Several masked individuals stepped through it. They scanned the area carefully. No witnesses, no surveillance, nothing. Then, they opened the bags they carried and began placing bombs with practiced precision. And while they were still in the middle of setting everything up, Suho appeared behind them, calmly, as if he'd walked in on a casual meeting instead of a full-blown terrorist operation. He simply said, bombing public buildings wasn't exactly a great idea. The masked group froze instantly, completely confused, because this building was supposed to be completely empty today. Suho agreed. Normally, yes. But he came because he expected something like this to happen. Panic erupted. One man yelled for everyone to retreat and scrambled toward the gate. A girl in the group stumbled and fell to the floor. Her teammates hesitated, asking if she tripped. Someone tried to lift her, but she wouldn't budge an inch. Another insisted they hurry and pull her through, but the girl's legs stayed rooted to the floor, unmoving. They didn't know it yet, but Suho had already unleashed his shadow bind, chaining her with dark, insidious energy. Still struggling, the man shouted that something was terribly wrong, and the girl muttered one cold word, abandon. The man refused unwilling to leave her behind. But the girl insisted and fiercely ordered them to kill Suho. The remaining 3 charged together, fueled by sheer panic. But before they even finished their first step, an invisible force slammed them to the floor. Suho's intimidation skill smothered them instantly. With them subdued, Suho asked if they were members of Banshee. The narration clarified, Banshee, a notorious terrorist group, responsible for bombings and widespread chaos. Even though they were eventually caught in the past, the damage they caused was absolutely massive, and only 4 members did all of it. The group was shocked someone recognized them, and demanded to know how Suho knew their name. Suho calmly stepped toward the man closest to him, and removed his cap. He identified him as Kwak Duho, the muscle, who worked labor jobs and handled all the heavy tasks. Then Suho pointed to another, Seo Kaiwan, the bomb maker, who worked as a middle school science teacher. Next, Kim Hyunmin, the transporter and everyday delivery driver, using a movement skill to vanish after attacks. Lastly, Suho turned to the girl, Koo Yunhwa, a university student and the true leader of Banshee. Her EMP ability erased electronics and magic supports with frightening ease. Stunned, Yunhwa demanded how Suho knew everything. Suho smiled and said, anything could be uncovered if someone tried hard enough, and she already knew that, and still refusing to believe him. She demanded again to know who he was. Suho acknowledged her quickness and reminded her she already knew the answer. He declared that if she still didn't trust him, he could prove it by handing her over to the authorities. Realizing he wasn't bluffing, she finally demanded to know what he wanted. Suho retorted she should have agreed sooner, and added this wasn't the best place for a chat. He instructed her to retrieve the bomb, and suggested they talk at their hideout instead. She stared intently at him, wondering just how much he truly knew, but ultimately agreed. Suho then turned to Hyunmin, asking if he could move, and told him to open the door, since they clearly weren't going to hail a taxi. Once inside their hideout, Suho told everyone to relax and take off their masks if they wished. Yanawa initially refused, then ripped hers off anyway, telling him fiercely she only did it because the room was stuffy, not because he told her to. She demanded answers again. How did he know who they were? Why did he approach them? And why would someone known for conquering gates go after a terrorist cell? Suho simply smiled and admitted she'd asked so many things at once that he didn't even know where to begin. He explained he used his unique skills he didn't reveal publicly, to track and identify them, the same way they had hidden theirs. Finally focused, she pressed again. What did he want? Suho extended an offer. He wanted them to work with him. He mentioned his recent PBS interview and the future plans he shared there. Yanawa immediately assumed he meant joining the Hunter Association. Suho confirmed, and before she could spiral, he quickly clarified he wasn't handing them over for forced recruitment. He explained he would take the level 5 exam, then move through 1 or 2 positions, and eventually join the Special Forces Division. Yanawa looked absolutely stunned, and Suho told her not to make that face. He knew they hated the Special Forces, which was why their bombings targeted related sites. He understood completely. Their reasons were eerily identical. Suho then unveiled a shocking truth. He was a gate orphan. He once thought it was nothing more than coincidence, until he later uncovered the sinister truth. The entire disaster had been deliberately manufactured, for after every successfully cleared gate, that land miraculously became prime real estate. The government had advance warning of the gate shock, yet allowed it to happen purely for profit. Massive development projects were the true motivation, and Suho already had his sights set on the culprits. So, his ultimate goal was chillingly simple. Become the commanding head of the Special Forces, and make those responsible pay dearly for their sins. He elaborated that the Special Forces alone wielded the highest authority within the association. They influenced countless other government offices and possessed the power to prosecute any hunter. He offered them revenge, but through a strategic, lawful path. Not reckless terrorism. But Yunhwa still interjected that there was simply no guarantee Suho would even pass the challenging level 5 test. Suho just smirked, telling her to wait and watch. Then, with one final, chilling warning that another vengeful attack would ultimately mean he would personally hand them over to the government. With that, he concluded their tense conversation inside. Suho knew they had to be utterly speechless, beyond shocked. In his previous life, after all, Banshee had remained an elusive, untouchable ghost. But during interrogation, he'd realized they were people just like him, Victims twisted by bitter revenge into becoming villains. If only someone had guided them down a better path sooner, maybe things wouldn't have spiraled so tragically. So this time, before they fully crossed that dark line, Suho fully intended to redirect their path, no matter how much time or effort it took. He was absolutely certain Yanhwa would accept. His offer was simply too tempting to refuse, and his undeniable competence sealed the deal. He urged them to think carefully and make a wise choice. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the South Korean Hunter Association, where the vice president was already fuming in a sour mood, lecturing team leader Young Chulman for his utter failure of what he condescendingly called a simple task, and harshly reminding him that even the president himself had cleared his entire packed schedule for this. It was all about Suho, but for now he let it slide. He made one thing crystal clear: if that same error ever happened again, there would be severe consequences. All Chulman could do was humbly bow his head and acknowledge the stern warning before being dismissed and sent back to work. The instant he stepped outside, he let out a long, weary exhale, thinking about how long he'd been sitting there, listening to those endless complaints, and for a second, he genuinely considered quitting everything and joining some simple civilian guild. But then he sternly reminded himself why he had joined the Hunter Association in the first place. After surviving so much already, enduring one more miserable moment wasn't impossible. So he whispered to himself, "Stay strong." Just then, Pai Song-yeol, the head of the Special Investigation Department, suddenly appeared and clapped a hand on his shoulder. Chulman, already thoroughly irritated, wondered why he had to run into this person right now. Trying to act normal, he forced a polite tone and asked what the chief was doing here. Pai responded with his usual playful, casual attitude, saying he'd heard that his cherished team leader, Yang, was getting an earful again. He even complimented Yang's incredible patience for enduring the old man's constant, relentless nagging. But Yang immediately took the blame, saying everything was entirely his fault. As they walked together, Pai expertly shifted the conversation and brought up rumors circulating about Suho supposedly causing trouble. But Chulman quickly clarified that Suho wasn't exactly causing trouble, though yes, the story was indeed spreading fast. Pai noted that only a handful of people were aware, and then casually offered his assistance. When Chulman asked what he meant, Pai offered him an absolutely absurd suggestion. Just accuse Suho of something, drag him in for questioning, and then clear things up later. Because according to Pai, it was all about making the process look clean and controlled. If Suho was summoned, the president would be pleased. The whole ordeal would appear resolved, and Suho would be free to go afterward, making the association look authoritative. He then added that, since Suho already wanted to join the Hunter Association, this plan would benefit everyone involved. Young just stared and cautiously called Pai's ideas mischievous, because interfering with someone as successful as Suho could spectacularly backfire. But Pai didn't even flinch. Instead, he admired Yang's morality, questioning why someone in his position was so nervous over just one hunter. Yang responded politely, but Pai wasn't done yet. He reminded him that prosecutors still held the authority to investigate and charge hunters, and that hunters once feared them for a reason, hinting that Yang should be more flexible instead of rigidly clinging to protocol. After a tense pause, Yang nodded, saying he'd keep it in mind. Pai left after offering his support and reminding him there were always alternative ways besides strictly following the rules. Once alone, Young quietly replayed everything, thinking about how he used to respect Pai as one of the few hunters within the association who felt truly grounded compared to the disconnected elites at the very top. But now he wasn't so sure. Knowledge changes people, and Pai knew too much, which made him dangerous. Feeling uneasy, Yang went outside, found a quiet spot, and sat down, lost in thought. His mind drifted back to Suho, how the guy initially supported the association, but then suddenly distanced himself. It wasn't shocking, though, since major guilds offered ridiculous benefits that could sway anyone's loyalty. Yet, Yang wondered what Suho was really thinking. Meanwhile, Suho stepped out of taxi elsewhere and activated the ring on his finger, called First Mumu, thinking about how reckless he had been when he first activated it. But now, after conquering the Tower of Challenge, he had completely mastered its usage. It was time to make his move. He strode towards the Seoul Central Blood Center building and activated his magic detection skill, scanning the surroundings until he finally found it. a faint trail of magical energy. Gates naturally emitted magic, so even hidden ones leaked faint traces. Following the signal, Suho discovered a faint gate, obscured like mist, one that required very specific conditions to open. Without hesitation, he pulled out a knife, sliced his palm, letting the blood drip toward the gate. Because he already knew this particular gate demanded blood. Once it had absorbed enough, the system confirmed the condition had been satisfied. A hidden gate had been discovered, and Suho earned 5 bonus stat points. The gate's name was Blood's Decree. Entering, Suho tossed glow-in-the-dark powder forward to illuminate the cavernous environment. The first stage was clearly a cave system, so he moved deeper within, until a mysterious liquid dripped onto his head. He looked up and realized it wasn't just cave water. It was saliva. Above him hovered countless vampire bats, all around level 63, and Suho smirked at the dramatic welcome. Without hesitation, he activated intimidation, and instantly, every bat lost control and crashed to the floor. Calmly, he stepped toward one bat and drove his shadow spear straight through its body, letting the spear devour the shadow, killing every single bat in the room at once. Opening his status window, he felt immensely satisfied. This method was perfect for wiping out low-tier enemies. With an S-class intimidation skill, level gaps became meaningless. Most hunters focused on just 2 primary stats, but Suho had decoded the full color-coded stat system and planned to raise everything evenly. Reviewing his numbers again, he wondered if his current level was too absurd, just for hunting bats. His curiosity led him to check the combat log, and that's when he noticed something truly strange. Among the corpses was a blood slime. It must have been hiding among the bats, and accidentally died from the intimidation shockwave. The cleanup was a total bore, but he couldn't deny the power of intimidation. After all, though high-level monsters might resist fear effects, his skills still had an effect, unless his opponent was truly unique. Soon, he reached the boss room's entrance, and a rush of excitement surged through him. Without a second thought, he charged in. The moment he stepped in, his sword materialized, and instantly, a massive vampire bat lunged. He deftly blocked the fierce attack, identifying it as a Great King vampire bat, and countered with a lightning-fast slash. But then, a golem lunged from behind, forcing Suho to swiftly dodge aside. Neither creature felt like a true boss. These were mini-bosses, so he fought both at once, slashing fiercely at the golem, and spinning to counter the bat's attacks. When the golem tried to land a punch, Suho slid backward, narrowly dodging the hit. Then he rammed his sword into the ground, unleashing a shockwave that exploded through the room, hitting both monsters. He thought the fight was finished, until the dust finally cleared, and both monsters were still standing. The battle intensified, and Suho quickly realized physical attacks alone wouldn't finish high-level targets. It was time to use what he had prepared. Just then, both enemies attacked at once, one from the front, the other from behind. Suho summoned another sword, and when the explosion settled, he had driven one blade into the bat, and the other deep into the golem. Yet even repeated attacks weren't enough to finish them. But Suho finally grasped the key. Their weakness was pure silver, infused with holy power. At that exact moment, the system notified him. Holy power had now been successfully applied. The silver sword in the bat's body glowed, and a lightning strike crashed down on it, slicing its throat and obliterating the monster instantly. Suho stood over the corpse, foot on its head, watching it erupt, like an insect crushed under a giant hand. His holy power was absolutely devastating. The golem lunged again, but Suho was faster. He sliced it into pieces with his wholly enhanced sword, until the system confirmed its defeat. Gazing down at his weapon, he acknowledged its flawless performance. A healer-exclusive skill allowing holy enchantments had become an incredibly powerful advantage. And enchanting silver weapons with holy energy turned every strike into a guaranteed critical hit, making it the perfect counter for the enemies within this gate. Suddenly, Suho sensed a powerful presence behind him, and as he turned, he realized the true boss of the hidden gate had finally appeared. The figure stepped forward, radiating pure murderous intent, revealing himself as the Cursed Prince, a monstrous level 76 elite. He furiously accused Suho of invading his domain and slaughtering his subordinates, before demanding he kneel and confess his sins. But Suho had come here to capture him, not to bow down. That confidence enraged the prince, and with a furious roar, he unleashed his power, calling Suho unbearably arrogant. The first strike slammed forward, but Suho blocked it with ease. He calmly asked if the prince was done with his dramatic entrance. Instead of answering, the prince drove his hand into the ground, and suddenly the battlefield transformed as blood-veiled mist erupted everywhere, obscuring visibility completely. The dense aura made it impossible to detect movement normally. So Suho braced himself, knowing the prince could attack from any direction. He sensed something behind him and reacted instantly, just as the prince lunged, blocking the strike perfectly, shocking the boss, who couldn't understand how Suho predicted his attack. Suho retaliated with a confident slash, thinking he'd landed a clean hit, but the prince only laughed and mocked him, saying such weak attacks could never harm him. Then, a system alert flashed. The cursed prince had activated Blood Scream. Suho immediately stabbed his sword into the ground and activated his healing spirit. The prince visibly reacted to the sensation, as Suho's wounds vanished completely. With a slight smile, Suho revealed he was actually a healer. The prince glanced down, stunned to find a fresh wound on his abdomen, proof that Suho's strike had worked after all. Suho prepared another technique, but the prince snapped and charged forward, enraged by the humiliation of being injured by a mere human. Suho met him head-on. His sword clashed against the prince's clawed hand, as the two engaged in a fast-paced exchange of brutal blows. For a brief moment, the prince believed he was winning, and unleashed a rapid barrage of strikes. But Suho suddenly disappeared and reappeared behind him, landing a clean hit. Blood poured from the prince's mouth. As he stumbled backward, Suho immediately rushed in to continue the assault. Refusing to retreat, the prince activated more power and charged directly back. The two collided with massive force, sending shockwaves across the battlefield. When they landed, the scene changed instantly. The cursed prince's head separated from his body and rolled across the ground. Suho approached casually and crouched next to the severed head, mocking how easy the win was, until the head suddenly lunged forward and bit his hand. The still living prince cursed Suho inside his mind, demanding his blood and promising to enslave him. With pure disgust, Suho ripped the head off and threw it aside, thinking the prince was basically a mosquito biting without warning. Then the system announced the start of kin conversion. Suho collapsed to the ground as blood rapidly drained from his body, dizziness and a pounding headache overwhelming him, while a violent thirst clawed at his throat. Inside his mind, the prince declared it was already too late, but Suho told him to shut up, refusing to listen as the conversation continued. Suho reminded himself that to gain the vampire trait, their synchronization needed to hit a specific threshold, and once it did, he had to instantly purify the infection. With holy water, once kin conversion hit 50%. Suho believed he was on the verge of acquiring the trait and reached for the bottle, only for it to suddenly shatter. The prince laughed, declaring this was his domain, and nothing Suho did would matter now. Suho realized the prince had been far more cautious than expected. The destroyed corridor was now completely restored, and even the prince's body was missing. Everything had been reset for the next phase. Still refusing to give in, Suho tried to plan another move, but the system warned. His blood was now beginning to corrupt. The prince, full of confidence, declared there was no escape. But Suho revealed he still had one final card up his sleeve. The system immediately responded. All conditions to unlock the second power of Dragon Blood had been fulfilled. He had reached level 50 and survived a mentally and physically life-threatening situation. A new notification appeared. Dragon armor available. Suho smirked, realizing he had triggered it just in time. Kin conversion stopped on the spot, and the system confirmed again that all conditions for unlocking the second stage of Dragon Blood had been met. Dragon armor activated. He now possessed Dragon's endowment and dragon skin, granted through the armor. The moment the Dragon's endowment effect activated, further assimilation was blocked and purification began. The corrupted blood inside him converted into pure blood and was absorbed into his system, while the remaining corruption was destroyed entirely. Thanks to the dragon blood effect, Suho successfully mastered the unknown power hidden within the corrupted vampire blood and felt his body become lighter. He remembered planning to unlock the second dragon blood power using a custom gate at level 50, but instead it happened here. Checking his newly unlocked skill, he got a shock. He saw Dragon's Endowment, an innate trait exclusive to descendants of dragon blood, representing nobility and superiority. While active, it granted immunity to infection, corruption, and allowed automatic absorption of corrupted sources to purify, heal, and evolve. The system had never shown the second awakening condition, but Suho had learned it from Yonma. Since kin conversion was life-threatening, the system recognized it as the trigger. Although the endowment purified the blood, it also preserved the vampire power inside it. He checked another skill, one tied to vampirism, sealed for now, proof that he had nearly become a vampire, and he wondered whether he technically acquired it or not. His original goal was to obtain vampire traits. Dragon and vampire blood clearly couldn't coexist. Fully still, the skills he gained were strong enough, so he accepted it. Another new skill appeared, Blood Weapon, a rare ability, only usable by noble-level vampires or higher, but requiring huge quantities of blood. He concluded he would need to hunt a large number of monsters and planned to develop Phantom Shadow alongside it. Just then, the cursed prince began mumbling to himself again, and Suho told him to stop because his rambling was annoying and incomprehensible. The prince lamented and questioned how Suho could still be alive after being bitten, muttering about curses, calling himself useless. That was when Suho realized Phase 2 was beginning. The system confirmed it. The cursed king laments his fate. His power surges dramatically. Suddenly, blood rained from above, and from within that crimson downpour, the cursed king emerged once more. Now, level 80, radiating fury, as he declared that he would destroy all beings superior to him, burn them, crush them, and cast them into the abyss. His blood-red wings unfurled, and a bone-chilling scream echoed through the chamber. Suho immediately felt it, an overwhelming surge of magic power. This was no longer the same monster. The Cursed King had transformed into something entirely new. The king unleashed a dark force attack that detonated into a massive explosion. But when the dust cleared, Suho was gone, only to reappear, soaring above the king's wing, and unleash a devastating sword strike. Yet, the cursed king barely reacted, and scoffed at a mere blow like that could not bring him down. Suho realized the king's power wasn't just growing, but its intelligence was also sharpening. The king swung its wing like a weapon, sending Suho flying with sheer force. Suho steadied himself and instantly recognized the danger. The king rushed in with another attack, and Suho met the incoming strikes head-on, his sword blazing with activated holy power, and declaring that his holy power would surpass all the king's strength. But in the next instant, the cursed king shattered Suho's weapon, and scoffed that holy power meant nothing to him now. Suho quickly retreated, analyzing the situation. A wholly enhanced weapon had shattered like glass, meaning normal weapons were now useless. Without hesitation, he summoned his bloody sword. Upon seeing it, the cursed king erupted in a furious rage, demanding Suho hand it over as he launched another brutal assault. But Suho infused the bloody sword with holy power and sliced right through the attack, completely shocking the king, who couldn't comprehend what had just happened. Suho finally understood. Blood weapons scaled in power and durability. Based on his stats and at his current level, the sword had already reached red rank, more than enough to end this fight. The cursed king conjured a bloody spear, vowing to tear Suho apart, and charged in, his attack swift and deadly. But Suho shifted his bloody sword into a shield form and blocked the spear, leaving the king utterly stunned once more. Suho then informed him he wasn't the sole one capable of transforming a blood weapon. He then smoothly reverted the shield back into a deadly blade and slashed the cursed king's throat in one clean, decisive motion. The king's severed head hit the floor, still wearing a twisted, arrogant smile. confidently, claiming that simply cutting off his head meant absolutely nothing. Suho, unfazed, simply kicked the head across the floor and summoned his shadow spear, slamming it deep into the ground. Immediately, powerful chains erupted, wrapping violently around the severed head, locking it firmly in place with shadow bind. Suho knew he needed to finish this before this monster caused any more problems. The system then notified him that vampire blood had been activated, and the absorbed blood was now stored within the blood jade. Meanwhile, the Cursed King screamed at Suho to remove his hands. Suho carefully examined the blood jade. It was the first time he'd seen it in person, and it already held a massive amount of collected blood. According to the Blood Monarch, the blood jade could only be seen by its owner. The Blood Monarch himself had once been a normal healer, working at the Central Blood Institute, until fate dragged him into the Hidden Gate. Blood's decree. He reached the boss room, but failed to defeat the Cursed King and was bitten, turning him into a vampire. Normally, that would mean certain death, since once bitten, the victim becomes a monster, and the gate permanently seals. But the Blood Monarch resisted the curse, using his incredible healing abilities, and neutralized the kin conversion. At that very moment, new vampire skills awakened, completely reshaping his entire stat system. With this newfound power, he defeated the Cursed King, conquered the gate, and became known as the infamous Blood Monarch, a global villain feared worldwide. Eventually, Suho caught him and extracted all the critical information about kin conversion, blood weapons, and vampire blood. But even now, the Cursed King raged with fury. He swore revenge, utterly refusing to accept such humiliation. Suho, however, simply welcomed it, daring him to try. Then, the system activated the Phantom Shadow. It resonated deeply with the Cursed King's shadow, then fully absorbed it until not even a trace remained. With that, Suho acknowledged that Blood's decree had finally been cleared. The system confirmed the Hidden Gate's conquest and declared Suho the MVP. An exit gate formed before him as he prepared to leave. Suho took a moment to reflect on everything. Once again, he was powerfully reminded of the overwhelming reality of dragon power. No matter how terrifying kin conversion seemed, it was utterly insignificant next to dragon blood. Still, he was annoyed that the vampire had managed to escape. Then, the system announced a special reward. After analyzing Suho's unique talents, it granted him a skill perfectly suited for him and awarded 10 bonus stats for his achievement. The new skill, New Blood. Suho had never heard of it before. As he scrolled through the system window, he quickly realized its immense value. It was an absolute jackpot for his future. Not only that, he had also obtained an S-rank original vampire skill. This was something even the Blood Monarch never possessed, since his existing vampire traits were only A+ rank, and none were labeled royal or original. Suho concluded that this must be due to the unique effect of New Blood. Originally, he had planned to monopolize powerful existing skills, but reality turned out far better than expected. Still, he reminded himself not to get careless. Just because things were going well now didn't guarantee they always would. With the gate conquered and his objective secured, Suho said exactly what needed to be said. He had gained what he came for, and now it was time to go big at Nexus. The scene then shifts to this massive, towering building, Nexus. People move steadily through the corridors, while Miss Sway led the group forward. Through open doors, a man could be seen sitting calmly in a chair, who turns out to be the guild leader. He then tells Miss Sway to enter. She informs him that the hunter and Suho had sent her with a message. Tomorrow, he would be joining their guild. The man repeats the statement in disbelief, almost questioning if he heard correctly. The back of his chair faces them. As he processes the news, then he finally speaks, stating that proper preparations must be made. When his face finally becomes visible as he turns, he adds that no one knows what Suho is planning, and everything needs to be handled carefully before he changes his mind. Outside, tall buildings stretch toward the sky, before the scene shifts inside an elegant, well-furnished room. Suho stands at the entrance, looking in, and finds Jean Huey sprawled across the couch. Drooling in his sleep, Suho stares for a moment, then finally asks why he's sleeping there. The reporter weakly sits up on the couch, explaining that Suho had conquered the Tower of Tests. Today, and even if temporarily, they're now living together. And to top it all off, Suho is his partner. While speaking, the young man clutches a bottle happily, declaring that such a milestone absolutely calls for a celebration. He explains that when he returned home, Suho wasn't there, but he couldn't just ignore such a historic moment. So he started drinking by himself. Suho watches him for a moment, then remarks that handling everything at once must have been exhausting. He assures him that in the future, there will be plenty more reasons to celebrate. Still clutching the bottle, the drunken reporter blinks and asks if Suho is absolutely sure about that. Suho simply tells him to relax. The future will reveal everything. Looking at the food laid out on the table, Suho asks the surprised and slightly tipsy reporter whether he still wants another drink, even at such a late hour. With a big, satisfied smile, Jean Huey immediately agrees. Next to the plates of food sits a glass of wine, and Suho comments that he tried the community app. Jean Y had recommended it, and it worked like a charm. He also mentioned how much he genuinely enjoyed the apartment itself. While they were eating, Suho brought up reading the reporter's blog, and could tell the young man was doing incredibly well, leading him to assume his companion must be incredibly rich. They continued to sip their wine together, and with a cheerful tone, Jean Y explained he wasn't just rich. He was the youngest son of a Chable family, meaning he couldn't simply be considered normally wealthy. Surprised, Suho asked if he truly was part of a Chable family, then took another sip from his glass. Jean Y continued, saying that since Suho had shared one secret, he wanted to share one of his own in return. He revealed that he was the youngest son of the president of the Dason Company. Suho responded that if he was the president's son, then he was likely also the heir. But the reporter shook his head and explained his father had many children from different women, and his own mother had been just a mistress, meaning he was merely an illegitimate son. He admitted he had never told anyone that, but since he would likely be working with Suho for a long time, he felt Suho should know everything. Suho looked at him with surprise and asked if that meant journalism was just a hobby for him. Jean Y answered that it was partially true, and he genuinely enjoyed the work. He added that his father gave him anything he wanted, yet he had no right to inheritance and no influence within the company. He had even been offered the opportunity to run a subsidiary company, but he refused, admitting openly that he was a good reporter, but knew nothing about business. Suho lifted his glass again, remarking that at the very least, Jean Y was an excellent journalist. Smiling brightly, the reporter replied that those words truly meant a lot to him. He then confessed he'd never met a hunter quite like Suho. With that, both men slowly rose to their feet. Jean Woo then suggested they share a toast. Suho agreed, not missing a beat. Their glasses clinked together with a soft chime. The next morning, Suho ambled through the apartment, yawning widely. From the kitchen, Jean Woo greeted him with a cheerful good morning as he poured boiling water into a cup. Suho asked if he really planned to work all weekend. The reporter replied he had a ton to do. Standing by the window and rubbing the sleep from his eyes, Suho commented that maybe they shouldn't have drunk quite so much last night. But Jean Woo just laughed, assuring him everything was fine. He actually had a great time. Suho then asked why he was already heading out, hunting for new material, and the reporter replied that he couldn't live off articles about him forever. Hearing that, Suho casually admitted this was exactly why he respected him, which made Jean Woo pause, taken aback by the unexpected compliment. After taking a sip, he then asked what Suho planned to do today, and Suho reminded him that today was the day he had mentioned earlier. Before he fully realized it, Jean Woo asked if he was heading to Nexus, and Suho nodded, explaining that last night he reached level 50 and received several upgrades. So it was time, and those words made Jean Woo freeze, and he actually burned his hand with the water. Startled because just yesterday, Suho had only been level 40. He spun around to stare at him in utter disbelief and demanded to know how someone could jump 10 levels in a single day. Suho merely shrugged like it was nothing and clarified that, to be exact, he was now level 51. The reporter just stared at him like he was some baffling, unresolved riddle, mumbling that the more he got to know Suho, the more mysterious he became. Suho commented that the way Jean Woo said that, it sounded oddly suggestive. As Jean Woo scratched his head in confusion, Suho asked why he was staring. Without a moment's warning, the reporter abruptly push him down the hallway, declaring that if he planned to walk into such a prestigious organization, he needed to look the part. Suho protested, claiming he didn't need anything fancy and was perfectly fine in casual clothes. But the reporter wouldn't hear of it, offering to gladly lend him proper clothes and a watch. When Suho continued to resist, the reporter declared that appearances mattered at places like Nexus and reminded him that he could also pick any of his luxury cars. If he showed up via public transportation or a simple taxi, everyone would stare. A quiet, upscale district came into view as a sleek, red luxury car rolled to a stop immediately, drawing attention from the onlookers waiting outside. The scissored door lifted upward, and Suho stepped out, dressed in a sharp, elegant suit that fit him perfectly. For a second, he cleared his throat and realized everything had turned out surprisingly well. A suited man approached politely, offering a business card, while introducing himself as Bae Dong-wook, the head of Nexus. Suho accepted it with a polite smile, introduced himself as On Suho, and followed him into the guild building. Soon after, he sat across from 3 key representatives of Nexus. Dong-wook calmly stated that over the past few days, Suho must have raised his level significantly, and wondered if that sudden progress made him reconsider his goals, especially since he previously mentioned wanting to become a government official. Suho explained that nothing had changed. His ultimate goal remained precisely the same. The leaders exchanged surprised glances, prompting Sue to ask what exactly that meant. Dong-wook leaned forward, asking why Suho would want to join a private guild, if his true intention was government service. Suho responded honestly, stating that joining Nexus would simply make reaching his goal easier. He then announced that he planned to take the 5th rank exam. This year, someone asked him if he was only after bonus evaluation points. Suho replied that technically yes, but it was just one part of a much bigger strategy. If he only pursued the Hunter Association, they'd assume he had no other options. And that's precisely why he intended to join Nexus, because once the association saw others offering better terms, they'd improve their own offers too. He also added that while with Nexus, he'd dedicate himself fully to the guild, making their partnership truly mutually beneficial. Dong-wook listened in silence, as Suho promised to give 100%, but the guild master eventually leaned back and said he understood. However, he had just one question. He pointed out that when Suho first approached them, Nexus was struggling. The hero's abilities were a complete unknown. Hiring him back then was risky, but still reasonable. But now, any guild in Korea would fight for him. So why, out of all of them, did he only approach Nexus? Suho smiled quietly as the guild leader continued, saying that Suho was clearly talented, but his true intentions remained a mystery. Folding his hands, Dong-wook warned that unless Suho answered honestly, their cooperation would be impossible. Suho closed his eyes briefly, then replied he had personal reasons. He reminded Dong-wook of the public speech he gave earlier, the one where he promised Nexus would do everything in its power to destroy all gates in Korea. Suho acknowledged that Nexus provided more support to victim families than any other guild and was clearly the most passionate about eliminating the gates. He had no doubt that speech was truly sincere. Because of that conviction, he wanted to work with Nexus, help them, and contribute everything he had. He smiled widely and added that he hoped they could continue their cooperation, even after he eventually joined the Hunter Association. Dong-wook lowered his gaze and admitted the reasoning satisfied him. He then posed a question, asking if Suho genuinely believed joining the association was truly necessary. After all, Nexus already worked tirelessly clearing gates and supporting hunters. Suho agreed, but elaborated that if Nexus truly aimed to obliterate the gates forever, they needed to reach places even other hunters couldn't access, like the sealed, high-risk gates. These were under strict government control. His gaze shifted to an image of such a chain portal, far beyond ordinary mid-level entrances. And then there were the 5 great gates. That was precisely why he needed government authority. But until that time arrived, every successful raid would boldly broadcast Nexus's name, alongside his own. The sheer impact would utterly reshape the power structure of Korea's guilds, propelling Nexus to the #1 spot. Dong-wook rested his hands on the table and stated, "All of this only lasts as long as Suho remains with us." Suho simply nodded, stating that was why he'd promised to give his all while he was here. Suya bilinkit in shock. suddenly asking if he'd already found team candidates. After their previous conversation, Suho confirmed it and casually revealed the first candidate, Kang Daehan. Suifroze, Askingagain, as if she couldn't believe her own ears. Suho nodded and coolly mentioned that he was the one who'd convinced Daehan to become a tank. Sui shot to her feet in outrage, demanding to know what Suho planned to do. If tanking didn't suit him, Suho calmly lifted a hand, telling her to relax. He made the decision. After analyzing everything properly, he reminded her that Daehan had passed the exam with exceptional scores. Remembering the results, Daehan had unexpectedly ranked second place. She admitted she planned to thank whoever was responsible, but Suho simply shrugged, saying it wasn't a big deal, which only irritated her further. The third Nexus representative finally spoke up, saying Suho's proposal sounded excellent, but he needed clarification. If Suho intended to clear sealed gates, he should have known. Those locations were government protected, and private guilds had absolutely no access, since civilian safety was their top priority. He questioned how Suho planned to breach them. Suho calmly asked if he was doubting his abilities, then declared they'd finalize the contract once he brought them the necessary pass. As proof of his trustworthiness, he paused, then reconsidered. He changed the offer. Instead of just a pass, he'd clear one sealed gate first. After that, they would sign. The secretary broke a sweat at the sheer scale of the terms, muttering that Suho was offering conditions fit for royalty. Suho insisted the terms were perfectly fair. The secretary pointed out that, despite Suho being incredibly promising, he was still just seen as a rookie hunter, with no official standing whatsoever. But Suho declared, "That's exactly why. I'll clear a sealed gate immediately and prove myself." Dongyu observed him carefully, then agreed Suho would undoubtedly prove his worth. With a satisfied smile, the guildmaster said he liked today's outcome, and they'd finalize details later. After the gate was cleared, Suho then left the building and drove off. Dongyu and his secretary stood by the window, watching the red car disappear from view. The guild master quietly ordered preparations, assemble a special support team, and prepare all necessary documents for Suho. The secretary hesitated and cautiously asked, "Shouldn't we wait until Suho makes good on his promise?" Dongyu replied with a confident smile, "Suho will absolutely follow through, and supporting him early will only strengthen our alliance." And closing his eyes, he said he believed Suho would keep his word. The secretary, slightly overwhelmed, asked what made the guild master so certain. Dongyu answered that it wasn't a mere guess, and the secretary already knew it himself. The man finally nodded understanding, remembering Suho's determined gaze and the unwavering certainty in his voice. The scene shifted. We cut to the massive building of the Great Hunter Association of South Korea. We're inside one of the offices. Young Chulman slumped in front of a computer, clutching his head in utter frustration. He was desperately trying to figure out how to reel Suho into the organization when the man showed absolutely no intention of joining willingly. Chulman considered offering him a reward for clearing the test tower, but immediately dismissed the idea, knowing full well that upper management would never approve it. They didn't want a picture of Suho receiving thanks. They wanted a picture where Suho stood, smiling beside the association president, making it look like they were already close. While Chulman hated the idea of using force or pressure, Chief Pai's earlier suggestion echoed in his head, a suggestion that basically amounted to dragging Suho in, by force if necessary. Chulman groaned, dropped his head onto the desk, and wondered why he ever chose to work in this stressful place. As he cursed his life choices, his phone vibrated. The caller ID was an unknown number. With low energy, he picked up and introduced himself. "This is young Chulman speaking, trying to figure out who would be calling him from an unrecognized number." But the moment he heard the voice on the other end, his expression completely changed. It was Suho. Chulman shot upright from his chair, eyes wide, barely believing he heard correctly. The scene jumped to a small gukbap restaurant, where steam rose from simmering pots. Suho and Chulman sat at a table, facing each other. Suho commented that he hadn't visited this place in a long time and noted that the restaurant served the best boiled pork. Chulman blinked and asked in surprise how Suho knew about this place. With a calm smile, Suho casually lied that he used to come here often, back when he worked nearby. Chulman nodded slowly, accepting the explanation. Scooping soup into his spoon, he admitted he never expected Suho to reach out first. Then, he asked why Suho had changed his number. Suho explained he'd been receiving far too many calls, so he simply got a second number. Now, Chulman could use that one instead. The civil servant nodded understandingly, commenting that Suho must be exhausted from all the unwanted attention. Lowering his gaze, Chulman sincerely thanked him for contacting him, admitting he'd nearly given up hope of ever seeing him again. Suho asked how he could possibly think that, and picked up his chopsticks. Then he calmly asked whether the higher-ups were pressuring him, and if they wanted Chulman to convince him to join the association. Caught completely off guard, Chulman stiffened, raising a hand to his face, as if trying to shield his reaction. He nervously asked why Suho would assume that, holding the chopsticks near his cheek. Suho explained he found it odd that the association president suddenly requested a meeting after the tower clearing, because normally, no matter how difficult the gate, the association simply handled paperwork. They never actively tried to recruit someone. Speechless, Chulman stared downward with a nervous smile. Suho continued, saying that after thinking about it, he realized the executives only want to take photos for publicity. Hearing that, Chulman looked at him almost fearfully, but Suho reassured him that everything was fine. He just wished they'd been straightforward about it, since there was nothing wrong with saying so. Chulman apologized, but Suho waved it off, saying there was no need. He had already understood the situation himself. In fact, he was even grateful to Chulman. The civil servant pointed to himself in confusion, unable to believe he'd heard that correctly. Suho continued, explaining that situations like this often involve blackmail or even force. Yet, Chulman handled everything professionally. Chulman rubbed the back of his neck with embarrassment. Chulman admitted it still felt a bit off. Suho then casually dropped a bomb. He decided to visit the association. Chulman froze mid-motion, asking if he was serious. Suho, unfazed, comfortably confirmed it, explaining he wanted to thank Chulman. Plus, meeting the association executives could actually be quite beneficial. Chulman slowly nodded, agreeing it truly could be. Suho asked when he should visit the association. Chulman suggested they discuss it after they finished their food, but halfway through speaking, a sudden realization struck him, and he shot up from his seat, eyes shining with pure excitement. With sudden determination, he declared he'd arrange that meeting immediately. Sometime later, the duo arrived at the imposing building of the Korean Hunters Association. Suho posed for a photo beside the president of the organization. Young Kyung-won smiled for the camera, then told Suho he was truly glad to finally meet him. He commented that Suho must be extremely busy, so he truly appreciated him accepting the invitation. The vice president, Park Hyaman, added that it wasn't every day someone got to meet such a promising newcomer. Suho smiled politely and replied that meeting the association's leaders was a great honor. Behind that expression, however, he could barely tolerate the sight of these people. It had been a while since he last saw them, but disgust immediately resurfaced. Kyung-won asked if Suho truly intended to join the Korean Hunters Association. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Suho answered that it was his dream, exactly what he'd said during the interview. Before the exam, the president asked why. With his gaze lowered, Suho explained that he became an orphan due to a gate outbreak, and he wanted to eliminate portals as soon as possible to protect humanity. But in his mind, Suho reminded himself this was only one reason. The other, to prevent the president and his lackeys from destroying the association from within. Kyung-won cheerfully praised Suho for his noble intentions. Suho silently observed that this man would cling to his position until the bitter end, right up until he was forcefully removed. He eagerly anticipated seeing what kind of face this old pig would make when that day finally arrived. And Kyung-won wasn't the sole problem infesting the association. Then Park Human spoke again, claiming Suho truly knew how to make a good impression. Arms folded across his chest, he stated that Suho didn't care about material gain, and only wished to protect the general public, which was truly worthy of respect. The vice president pressed his fingertips together and solemnly added that Suho had grown into a strong and noble man. His parents would undoubtedly be proud. Suho thanked him politely, while thinking that Kyung-won was most likely the one who proposed this elaborate recruitment stunt. In his mind, Suho labeled him a pathetic bootlicker who existed solely to polish Kyung-won's shoes. Because of fools like these, most gates hadn't been cleared in his previous life, and he intended to strip them of their chance to ruin things again. Then Sumon happily asked which department Suho wanted to join. Suho rubbed his chin thoughtfully and replied that he had considered several options, but ultimately chose the gay department. Chulman froze in shock, while the vice president asked why. Suho calmly explained that unlike private guilds, the association had direct access to gates, handled the initial inspections, and could even participate in raids. Kyung-hoon said he was amazed to see someone so selfless, stating Suho had chosen the most dangerous department in the entire association. Park Human nodded and declared that people like Suho belonged there. The president then turned to Chulman and instructed him to demonstrate their sincerity. Confused, Suho asked what that meant. Kyung-hoon replied that if Suho was so determined to end the portals, then Suho should be given a selection of actual gates to clear, since the association had plenty available. Chulman nearly choked on his breath and reminded the president that those specific gates were either sealed or incredibly deadly. But before he could even finish his sentence, Suho happily declared that it sounded perfect. Chulman tried again, to reason that it was unbelievably dangerous. But Suho clenched his fist and declared with intense excitement that he would clear the gates that presented the greatest threat to humanity. Kyung-won responded confidently that this was exactly what he expected from Suho. Still in shock, Chulman called out to the president, but the man simply asked if there was a problem. Under immense pressure, Chulman lowered his head and said everything was fine and that he would prepare what was needed. Kyung-won told Suho to get ready to clear the portals. Suho thanked him politely while Chulman glared downward. He knew that for these unawakened executives, the deadliest gates were nothing more than toys. That's why he despised leaders who had never stepped foot inside a gate. They had no idea how catastrophic the danger truly was. Countless hunters had died attempting to clear those very portals, and yet these two were willing to send Suho to almost certain death. While Chulman clenched his jaw in frustration, Suho smiled calmly, already knowing exactly what was waiting inside the sealed gates. Chulman leaned toward the president and whispered something Suho immediately understood. These two were only thinking about profit and didn't care how many hunters died as long as the raid succeeded and the association gained influence. Human lives were simply irrelevant. Kyung-won looked at Suho again and asked what rank he planned to get during the exam. Suho smiled and answered that he intended to take the level 5 test by the end of the year. Kyung-won asked if he knew how difficult that exam was. Suho explained that achieving that rank would open up more opportunities, and he planned to join a guild to gain vital experience. Meanwhile, Kyung-won raised his hand, commenting, "That's an excellent idea. Experienced applicants are always preferred." He then inquired how long private guild contracts typically lasted. Suho stated the contract length wasn't his priority. Gaining real field experience was what mattered most. If a guild met his requirements, he would stay until the time came for the exam. And then Kyung-hoon yawned and hoped Suho could indeed find such a place. Suho smiled to himself, thinking, if the president approves terms like these, then joining Nexus is absolutely possible. He sensed a chance to build a bridge between Nexus and the association. Suddenly, the door swung open as someone announced Peace Young-jail's arrival. Suho's expression immediately stiffened. Pai entered confidently, joking that his bosses were eating something delicious without him. Then he paused, noticing Suho sitting there, his lips stretched into a wide grin. He turned to leave politely, but Kyung-won told him to stay, pointing at Suho and introducing him as the hunter who cleared the test tower. Pai tried recalling the name, then suddenly exclaimed that he remembered, laughing. He said it was incredible to finally meet him and extended his hand, introducing himself as chief of the special department. Suho shook it, introducing himself as Suho. They exchanged polite compliments, though Suho's smile remained subtly sharp. Once seated, Human raised his hand and informed Pai that Suho intended to take the level 5 exam. Pai blinked in shock, saying it would be extremely difficult. Suho said he wanted to try it anyway. Pai stared at him, utterly stunned. One of the executives then added that the association planned to grant Suho access to sealed gates, since he claimed he could clear them. Pai froze, eyes wide. He then muttered quietly to himself. His hand flew to his mouth in disbelief. His gaze fixed worriedly on Suho. He pressed, "Are you truly sure?" warning that those gates were incredibly dangerous. Suho noticed the clear anxiety etched on his face and found it, oddly enough, rather amusing. Suho simply replied that he was well aware of the danger. Still clearly uneasy, Pai crossed his arms, stating he couldn't stop Suho, even if he desperately wanted to, but sincerely hoped everything would go well. Suho silently recognized that Pai, at heart, was a true hunter, someone who deeply valued raw talent. Pai's expression now showed genuine concern, not for Suho himself, surprisingly, but for the potential loss of someone so promising, who might die a needless death. Pai then smoothly continued, if Suho ever wanted to join the special department, he would personally take care of everything for him. Suman immediately raised a warning finger and swiftly warned him, don't you dare poach. Suho has already chosen the gate department. Pai, intrigued, simply asked why. Suman replied that Suho wanted to destroy all gates and have priority access to them all. Pai nodded slowly, a dawning understanding on his face. He then stated that if that was all that truly mattered, then his department could certainly offer that same support. Turning his head slightly, he then smiled at Chulman, asking him to confirm. Chulman, looking resigned, sadly nodded. With hands on his hips, Pai commented if Suho passes the level 5 exam. His relationship with Chulman here might become rather complicated. Facing the young hunter directly, he added, they could discuss all of that after the exam. But for now, I sincerely wish Suho every success. Suho thanked him politely, a small nod, privately thinking, what a sly fox. Suho quietly glanced at Chulman again, already realizing that if he did pass the exam, he would outrank him, and that alone would put Chulman in a painfully awkward position. Suho let out a subtle, weary sigh. That was exactly why dealing with Chulman felt so needlessly complicated. He didn't want a man to feel cornered or completely overshadowed. Once the meeting wrapped up, they strode side by side down the long corridor. Chulman's gaze remained fixed on the floor, his shoulders slumped in worry. Suho stole another glance at him before finally breaking the silence, asking if Chief Pai's earlier words were bothering him. Chulman confessed that he absolutely was. He, more than anyone, understood Suho's immense talent, but even with such remarkable ability, clearing a sealed gate was still incredibly perilous. His voice grave, he urged Suho to exercise extreme caution and offered to personally speak with the president to ensure the association would offer maximum possible support. Suho met his gaze with sincere appreciation and admitted he truly valued his concern. But Chulman wasn't just being polite. He meant every single word. He reminded Suho that he had only very recently become a hunter, then firmly warned him once more that these sealed gates were absolutely nothing like ordinary ones. He then asked if Suho truly grasped why the government entrusted this to no one, except for the Hunter Association itself, to clear them. So, however, calmly replied that even top-tier guilds were almost never permitted entry into sealed gates due to strict national security protocols. Chulman suddenly stopped dead in his tracks and stared at him, bewildered, asking why he'd still insist on entering it. Suho's response was simple. He was absolutely confident he would succeed. He assured him everything would be just fine. Then, with a subtle smile, Suho casually brought up that, among the numerous sealed gates managed by the association, there was one specifically called Nameless Sword. Immediately, Chulman froze and declared that particular gate was among the most perilous in all of existence. Suho's expression didn't waver. He merely smiled a little wider and claimed he already knew precisely how to clear it. The very next day, a military vehicle was parked against a backdrop of traditional Asian buildings in the vibrant district of Gyeongju, right beside the infamous Nameless Sword Gate Square. Two soldiers stood before Suho and Jinwoo. One of them then instructed the duo to wait. Suho readily agreed without a fuss. The reporter leaned in close to him and whispered that the atmosphere here felt incredibly tense. Suho calmly replied, explaining that while the association technically controlled this gate, it was still a military facility. The two young men suddenly noticed something up ahead. The soldiers exchanged a sharp salute. Then, one turned to Suho directly to confirm if he was truly Hunter on Suho. After receiving his confirmation, the soldier introduced himself as Major Kim Jong-gu, the senior commander of this square. Suho politely greeted him, expressing his pleasure at their meeting. Major Kim, stated the team leader, was already waiting inside for them. Jin-woo pointed ahead, asking if they were heading straight for the gate. He received an immediate, affirmative yes. As the monumental structure loomed into view, the reporter's eyes widened in awe. Its sheer massive size left him utterly stunned, and he exclaimed it would make for extraordinary material. Major Kim went on to explain that the colossal walls surrounding the gate were constructed from iron and a special alloy. This specialized alloy was designed to hold back any monsters attempting to break out from within, while also preventing the portal from expanding further. Jin-woo simply gaped at the immense scale of it all, admitting that the portal was far larger than he had ever imagined, and the closer they got, the more fascinating details he began to notice. Suho added that the military had taken extensive precautions to make the portal itself incredibly difficult to reach. The group continued forward until Major Kim arrived before Chulman and announced that Hunter on Suho had arrived. The civil servant smiled, greeting Suho warmly. The two exchanged knowing looks, filled with familiarity and relief. Chulman remarked that it had been quite a long trip to reach this location. He was glad Suho had managed to arrive so quickly. Suho noticed that Chulman had arrived even earlier and inquired when he'd managed to get there. The civil servant nonchalantly stated he'd just arrived himself. Then his eyes darted to the person standing next to Suho. But before he could ask for more details, the journalist cheerfully stepped in and introduced himself as none other than PBS reporter Joe Jinwee. He extended his hand and said it was a true pleasure to meet him. The men shook hands, but Chillman still seemed utterly perplexed and wondered why a reporter was here, of all places. Suho quickly intervened and clarified that photos would only be allowed once the raid had been fully completed, and then asked if Chillman would permit it. The civil servant thoughtfully replied that this was hardly a classified facility, so there was no valid reason to refuse. While still harboring a hint of confusion, he admitted his greatest surprise, however, was that Suho had brought his very own reporter. Jin-woo, beaming, thanked him profusely for the permission, and practically vibrating with excitement. So they'd likely be seeing a lot of each other from now on, so he'd better remember his face. Chillman responded that he absolutely would. Major Kim then stepped up to Suho once more, clutching an M416 automatic rifle. He stated that, per the association's message, the raid leader would be none other than Hunter Suho, who confirmed this with a simple nod. The major paused for a brief moment before offering an apology, and then inquired about Suho's current level. Suho calmly replied that he was level 51. Major Kim simply gawked at him in utter disbelief, then quickly averted his gaze and mumbled a quiet understood. They soon arrived at the entrance. The colossal, reinforced door loomed over them. Major Kim explained that the portal's inner perimeter had already been thoroughly prepared, and Suho was cleared to enter immediately. He sternly warned that the moment Suho stepped inside, the door would automatically seal shut. Suho offered a calm smile of thanks. Just then, a voice suddenly called out his name. Chillman quickly rushed over to him and wanted to know if he had a strategy in mind. Suho affirmed that he certainly did. Major Kim observed their brief exchange, utterly bewildered by their casual conversation. Here, in this perilous setting, Suho claimed that explaining his strategy in words would prove difficult, but he'd conquer this gate, exactly as he cleared the Tower of Challenge. He then declared that if he succeeded, then Schulman had better remember his promise to aid him in clearing the remaining portals. As well, the door then unlocked and slowly swung open. Schulman wished him a safe return. Suho waved off his concerns, saying not to worry, claiming that 1 hour would be plenty. Schulman's eyes shot open as he echoed in shock. 1 hour. Suho just cast a confident smile back and promised they'd meet again very soon. The door then sealed shut behind him. Jean Huey let out a breath and confirmed that Suho was officially inside. With eyes closed, Schulman responded that all they could do now was wait. Major Kim then asked, hushed, if things would genuinely be alright, since a place like this could never be conquered alone by someone just boasting high stats. He questioned if Suho was a healer as well. Jean Huey blinked in confusion, and the Major repeated his query. The reporter flashed a wide grin and set him straight, explaining Suho was a healer in name only. Major Kim's confusion deepened. Schulman lifted a hand and declared that he'd never witnessed anyone wield a sword with Suho's mastery. The Major pressed, asking if he was that skilled. Schulman then detailed his eyewitness account from the Hunter practical exam, where Suho should have been taking the healer's exam. But instead, he single-handedly slaughtered every monster with a sword, all while meticulously protecting his patient, and consequently passed with flying colors. Jean Huey, gripping his bag strap, exclaimed that this was all news to him, and mused out loud if taking an exam that way was even permitted. Schulman confessed he'd been equally shocked, but Suho had met every single requirement, so no rules were violated. Both the soldier and the reporter gaped at him with utter disbelief. Major Kim then deduced that Suho must possess truly profound swordsmanship, and he suddenly understood exactly why he was here, specifically to challenge this very gate. Gazing toward the dungeon's direction, Chunman nodded firmly and declared, Major Kim was absolutely right. Before Suho stood the nameless sword portal. Its entrance was restricted to only one person at a time, and the moment he stepped inside, towering cliffs surrounded him, while the system announced he had officially entered the gate. Walking through the forest, sword in hand, he looked around, thinking it had been a long time since he was last in this place. The path cutting between the trees was clearly visible, and Suho remembered how he had constantly struggled to clear this gate in the past, barely surviving every attempt. Suddenly, a sharp ringing sounded beside him, and he spotted a black shadow drifting between the trees. The system reported the appearance of the boss, and a knight in armor stepped forward, the nameless swordsman of unknown level. He stood, his blade ready, and immediately the air around him began to shine with a bright yellow glow. The system confirmed that the nameless swordsman had activated the battlefield, explaining that while this zone was active, the swordsman's status would mirror the user's exactly. All fighters within this field were prohibited from using anything except a sword and sword-related skills. Smiling, Suho greeted him as an old acquaintance he hadn't seen in a long time. The knight charged instantly, and the two clashed at close range, Suho catching the enemy's blade with his own. He struck back, but the knight blocked effortlessly. White streams of energy shimmered in front of the warrior. As the two separated briefly, watching his opponent, Suho analyzed his footwork. He noticed how the Sword Emperor adjusted his stance in perfect balance to minimize rebound. After every strike, the knight swung again, and Suho understood clearly that no one, at this point in time, could defeat this opponent. Relying on pure swordsmanship alone, the Sword Emperor gripped his weapon with both hands. Suho immediately noticed a drastic shift in the enemy's fighting style. Right after their blades clashed, he swiftly changed stances, aiming to catch Suho off guard with a completely different technique. And not just that, the knight launched attacks from utterly unpredictable angles, constantly changing direction. As the Sword Emperor pressed in closer, Suho had to acknowledge the truth. The most dangerous aspect of this opponent was their uncanny ability to adapt tactics based on whoever they were fighting. The knight struck again, but Suho dodged, realizing just how cunning this enemy truly was. But that was precisely why. Suho had learned so much from them in his past life, and with a small, knowing smile, he braced himself as the nameless swordsman lunged in a powerful leaping attack. Suho spotted an opening and slashed out, but the enemy twisted away at the very last moment. Even so, Suho's blade scraped across their armor, leaving a faint cut. Suho lightly asked if he'd managed to surprise them. The Sword Emperor simply stared back in silence. Suho remembered perfectly well that this opponent never uttered a single word until the moment they died. The knights stood ready, gripping their sword with both hands. Suho struck again, landing a solid hit, and immediately prepared another assault, revealing this was already his 7th time challenging the nameless swordsman. He attacked fiercely, The knight's counterstrike swept just above his head. With a precise slash, Suho severed one of the knight's limbs and followed it with a powerful kick, sending the Sword Emperor crashing backward into a thick bush. Standing before the thicket, Suho recalled how many people throughout history had wondered who or what truly hid beneath that armor. The knight rose again, now missing a leg. Suho asked if they knew how disappointed he'd been the first time he discovered the truth. Calmly gripping his sword, he stated that everyone called this enemy. Was he the fabled, nameless swordsman, or the mighty Sword Emperor? The truth, however, was simple. He was merely the lingering spirit of the sword demon. A spectral limb manifested, replacing his severed leg, and one of the Sword Emperor's hands also shimmered, taking on a ghostly form. The opponents clashed once more, their blades ringing out violently. Sword slashes carved deep into the very ground and shattered rocks around them. Suho parried a brutal blow, his sword ablaze with vivid crimson energy streams. He then counterattacked his blade, punching a massive hole through the foe's chest armor. He struck the exact same spot once more, and the menacing purple cracks crawling across. The Sword Emperor's form spread even further. With another agile leap, the knight retreated, but Suho instantly closed the distance between them, studying his adversary intently. Suho declared that his own fighting style had been honed, specifically to counter every technique the knight employed. A smile gracing his lips, he unleashed another decisive slash. Large fragments of armor shattered and flew through the air. Finally, Suho stood victorious over his fallen enemy. The system promptly declared that the nameless swordsman had been defeated, and the sealed gate was now cleared, with Suho proudly recognized as MVP. Looking down with a hint of sadness, he spoke, saying he was glad to encounter the nameless swordsman again, and that, in truth, he owed him thanks, because without such a formidable opponent, he never would have reached such unparalleled mastery. In swordsmanship, a broken piece of armor lay discarded on the ground, and Suho mused that it was thanks to this very enemy that he had once earned the revered title of Sword God. Black streams of energy swirled around him as he wished the spirit to finally rest in peace, promising to remember him every teacher's day. The system then granted him additional experience points and bonus stats. System windows instantly appeared, one reporting a level increase, another showing a +1 increase to his stats, and an additional skill point, and another awarding 5 bonus points for heroically clearing a difficult gate. A solitary sword lay on the ground. Suho let out a soft sigh. He instantly regretted that this ghost had neither blood nor shadow, which meant his bloodsucker and shadow eater skills were completely useless. Even so, he picked up the weapon, closely examining the gleaming blade. Just this sword alone made the whole trip worthwhile. His reflection shimmered across its pristine surface as the system identified it, the nameless sword of the nameless swordsman. Ranked F, the blade quivered, then abruptly shattered in his grasp, rising up as floating fragments. The system then announced that the nameless sword had been absorbed, activating sword understanding. Suho smiled as he learned that the very soul of the nameless sword had altered his entire fighting style and changed the very nature of the Guardian Sword. Then, a description suddenly unfolded. Guardian Sword, rank S+. This ideal technique was created by Suho, based on the most fundamental principles, achieving perfect balance among attack, defense, and evasion. After merging with the soul of the nameless sword, its rank increased even further. The technique absorbed the sword's will, and now possessed unlimited growth potential. Suho realized with utter awe that his ideal sword technique had just been born. The scene then shifted to the spectators, watching multiple screens, and Jinwoo murmured that everything seemed awfully quiet. For now, Chunman glanced at him and admitted that, although he trusted Suho completely, considering the strength of the enemy, clearing this entire dungeon might still take quite a bit of time. Jinwoo objected immediately, reminding him that only half an hour had passed. Major Kim then stepped forward and asked Chunman for permission to check the situation himself, and once allowed, he prepared to go until the reporter suddenly yelled for him to wait. Confused, the major asked what was wrong, as sweat dripped down the journalist's cheek. Jinwoo pointed urgently at the portal, shouting that everyone needed to look at the screen. Suho then appeared, stepping through the now open door. Jinhui burst out, shouting the gate had been cleared, still adjusting to the outside light. Suho was stunned when someone called him pro, and suddenly, Jinhui and Chulman came sprinting toward him, like hyper kids chasing down candy. Jinhui even held his camera high above his head, as if he were filming a grand festival. Suho told them to calm down, but the reporter's entire face was practically radiating pure joy, as he demanded to know how they were supposed to calm down. When Suho had cleared a sealed gate in under an hour, he yelled, "That's insane." Chulman seemed caught between sheer terror and elation, as he reminded everyone that Suho had defeated the Nameless Swordsman, the very monster who hadn't been beaten, even after over 200 attempts. He anxiously asked if Suho was alright. Suho smiled, saying he felt great, casually adding he'd handled it with ease. The Major stared at him in disbelief, as if trying to fathom how the monster, who'd slaughtered hundreds, could be considered easy. Standing beside Jinhui and Chulman, Suho noted the Major's expression. This soldier was desperately trying to grasp what kind of person he was truly dealing with. Chulman then practically bounced with excitement, suggesting they take a commemorative photo. Since a sealed gate had been conquered, the Major hesitated, but Chulman waved it off, insisting it was just a formality, and there was nothing to worry about. He reminded the Major that he was just a regular soldier, so he rarely appeared in photographs, and having a Korean Army Major in the picture would make the proof far more credible. Finally, Jungkook agreed to join. The scene then cut to the photo, now displayed on a laptop screen, in front of the Nexus Guild leader. Suho explained that, as he'd mentioned earlier on the phone, he had successfully cleared the Nameless Swordsman. The sealed gate, clearly visible in the photo, and standing right beside him, was a representative from the Hunter Association and Major Kim Jong-gu. He then gestured to the reporter beside him, introducing him as Jo Jinhui from PBS. He explained they had agreed to take the photo together to prevent any manipulation of the news. Jinhui then politely handed over his business card, calling himself Suho's personal reporter. Dong-yuk pressed a thumb to his temple and declared he didn't need the card at all and had never even considered manipulating anything in the first place. Standing before Suho, the guild leader then asked how in the world he'd managed to pull this off. Suho blinked, simply asking what part he meant. Dong-yuk gestured wildly at everything, demanding specifics. How he'd gotten permission to access the sealed gate, how he cleared it so quickly, and how he'd survived something that had killed over 200 hunters. Suho calmly explained that he'd met with the president of the Korean Hunters Association to get permission, then simply went in and killed the monster. Dong-yuk stared at him in utter confusion, running a hand through his hair as he desperately tried to make sense of it. Suho then asked if, now that he'd proven his skill level, they could finalize their contract. Holding up 2 fingers, he stated that the guild leader could choose the salary amount himself, but he had 2 conditions. As long as he was in Nexus, he needed full support, and if he passed the Hunter Association exam, his exclusive contract must be terminated immediately. He added that he'd already informed the association president about clearing the gate, and that several other guilds had contacted him, but he'd told all of them he would only accept an offer from the one willing to fully support him. Dong-yuk eyed him with distrust at first, a strange expression flickering across his face. Then he suddenly burst out laughing and said the deal was accepted. He called for the secretary to bring the paperwork. The man met Suho's confidence with renewed excitement. His own excitement reignited. He declared the hero had truly proven his doubts wrong, proving himself right all along. Suho extended his hand, and they shared a firm, meaningful handshake. The guild leader then warned him about the mountain of work awaiting them. Suho simply replied, ready for anything. Later, as the evening traffic choked the roads, Suho smiled warmly and mentioned that since his friend had driven him here, he'd gladly drive him back. Jinwoo chuckled, replying he was simply fulfilling his duties as Suho's manager. When Suho questioned his self-appointed title, Jinwoo explained that, since Suho kept feeding him exclusive, juicy content, the least he could do was return the favor somehow. He added that, This new sedan didn't jostle or shake nearly as much as his old minivan, which was why he bought it specifically. Suho stared, completely stunned, realizing yet again that this man truly was born with a silver, no golden spoon. As they drove, Suho casually asked if the reporter wouldn't get into trouble for skipping work the entire day. Jinwoo proudly scoffed, replying that several exclusive articles had already been published that very day, so no one would dare complain, especially since he'd promised the editorial office he'd eventually bring Suho right to them. Suho eventually realized there was absolutely no way this man would let such a prime opportunity slip. Jinwoo suggested they could start by reporting the successful clearing of the sealed gate, and then gradually transition to covering his joining nexus. By spacing out the news, they should have no problem maintaining public interest. Though realistically, no one knew how long they could truly hold public attention. Suho simply closed his eyes and told him it was fine. He could handle things however he liked. Then, Jinwoo hesitated, asking something far more serious. Curious about how Suho managed to read the nameless swordsman strategy, Suho began to explain. The monster's movements were utterly predictable. He also knew all about the legendary sword, Emperor's formidable reputation. Since this fight demanded only cold steel, no other weapons allowed. He confessed it might sound arrogant, but he was absolutely certain he was a superior swordsman to the monster. Jinwoo stared, utterly bewildered, gripping the steering wheel tight as Suho went on. He stressed that experience was key in battle, and his own swordsmanship was powerful. The reporter reminded him that monster had slain over 200 warriors, even the nation's greatest swordsman. Did Suho truly grasp that? Suho calmly clarified that the nameless swordsman copied the opponent's stats, then adapted his combat style perfectly. Inside that gate, only pure sword skill mattered. No items, no external abilities. Nothing else could sway the fight. Jinwoo, driving the car, finally asked if Suho even possessed a swordsmanship skill. Suho affirmed he did, and it was rank S, but it just didn't show in his status window. The car swerved sharply. Jinwoo slammed his forehead onto the steering wheel, completely flabbergasted. He demanded to know how Suho got an S rank. Swordsmanship skill, and when it happened, flames practically erupted behind him in his excitement. Suho told him to just calm down, because he was practically boiling over. He warned that information should be delivered gradually, not all at once. Jinwoo exhaled heavily, then declared that if Suho ever wanted to know anything about him, he could ask any time for instant answers. After slowing the car, he admitted Suho had a knack for shocking people, and he never imagined he'd end up working for someone. Suho reassured him calmly. Jinwoo thanked him for calling him first, apologizing for his initial doubts. Suho laughed, saying it was totally fine. They finally arrived back at their luxurious apartment complex, and Jinwoo got asked if that meant they were finally done for the day. Suho nodded, admitting he needed some serious rest. The reporter immediately volunteered to walk him home, and Suho thanked him, a warm smile on his face. Later that night, as darkness blanketed the city outside, Suho finally sank onto something soft and let out a long, overdue breath. He thought, with quiet satisfaction, that he could genuinely be proud of today's incredible results. Wiping his head with a towel, he realized he wasn't even tired, despite all the intense work he had put in. Pulling the towel away, he summoned his status window. The system reported 7 remaining bonus points, and he immediately understood that this was it. This might finally be enough to unlock unified training, though the conditions for it were notoriously strict. Every stat except one had to share the same rank, and all stats at that same level needed to have absolutely identical values. If even one bonus point remained, the system would automatically raise the lowest stat to match the higher ones. Suho worked through the window, carefully, meticulously, watching as the system evaluated each precise requirement. Then, the notification appeared. All conditions have been met, and the skill, Unified Training, was fully activated. He blinked in surprise and watched as the remaining bonus points were swiftly distributed to equalize every single stat. His personal card refreshed, showing that all of his characteristics now stood at the exact same values. Red level rank 14 across the board. The joy surged through him. Suho clenched his fists, thinking that he had finally, truly done it. In his past life, he never even imagined this was possible, so he'd never even tried. Now, Staring at the window, he broke into a bright, satisfied smile and let himself collapse onto the bed, thinking that he needed to keep pushing forward. Exactly like this, his phone rang beside him. The caller ID displayed a name he hadn't seen in quite a while. Yahello, still lying down. Suho picked up and said, "It's been a while since I heard your voice, and you called it a really great moment." Given his excellent mood, Yahello immediately quipped, "You must have an awful lot of free time on your hands." Confused, he asked what she meant by that, and told her to stop being so formal. Yahello then revealed she'd read the article. Suho, smiling, pressed the phone closer, surprised the piece had come out so quickly. He admitted he hadn't checked the comments yet. He then asked her to tell him everyone's reactions, but she called him sir yet again and insisted they meet in person first. Suho repeated that he just wanted her answer. She sharply reminded him that they still hadn't officially accepted his offer. Suho told her that if she or the others weren't satisfied with anything, he wouldn't force them. That shocked her. Suho pressed for an answer once more. Yahello closed her eyes tightly and asked what they were even supposed to do now. Suho rose from the bed and said he'd explain everything tomorrow when they met. He then suggested everyone come to Nexus Academy at 1 p.m. She immediately objected, stating 2 of them had work and she had lectures. His expression hardened with visible disappointment. He told her he must have severely overestimated them. Apparently, none of you care about anything, except for useless nonsense. He had to pull the phone away from his ear because Yahello exploded, cursing him out, and then screamed that she would still come. She declared she'd be at Nexus Academy at 1 p.m. and hung up. Suho smirked and told her goodbye. The next day, at the magnificent Nexus Academy building, Yahello stood with her arms crossed and barked at him not to get too full of himself, claiming she'd skipped her lectures only because she felt like resting, not because of him. The others stood before Suho, who sat casually on a nearby bench. He said he didn't recall asking her why she came. She snorted angrily, clearly irritated. She demanded to know why he'd gathered them all. Suho stood up, stating he'd brought them because he had something crucial to say. Then, with a chilling smile, he announced, "Today I'm going to kill you all." The Banshee members gawked at him, utterly stunned, as he handed them tablets and casually asked them to fill out forms first. Yahello squinted suspiciously at the device, assuming it was some dark contract to hand over their very corpses to him. But upon reading the text, she realized it was simply a skill survey. She asked if he genuinely wanted their personal information. Raising his hand, Suho explained that once he officially joined the special department, he would definitely need freelance agents. He'd already declared he needed true shadows. He reminded them sternly he wouldn't use just anyone for such a crucial purpose. Turning away dramatically, he explained their training would be absolutely brutal, pushing them to utter exhaustion. They'd learn everything, from basic combat techniques to maximizing their own unique skills. Only they would ever see their personal information, so they absolutely needed to be honest. Their relationship had to be built on absolute trust, since he had already shared his secrets. It was now their turn. The group exchanged a volley of uneasy glances. Later, inside the Nexus Academy's elite training hall, Suho held a sleek black key card and smiled as he declared it's time to begin. He then recalled how he had received it. Miss Sui had meticulously explained that this card granted him unrestricted access to any area of the academy, including the S-rank only training hall, ensuring he avoided any unwanted attention. She'd also given him guest cards, just as he'd requested. Examining the card intently, Suho realized he had been so consumed by everything else that he had completely forgotten about Dewan, whom he had promised to meet here. He would arrange that meeting soon. Nearby, the Banshee members lay motionless inside training capsules. Suho mused he would deal with challenges as they came. Suddenly, the landscape dramatically shifted. Towering, jagged cliffs appeared before them. They had just entered the treacherous Kunlun Mountains. Suho stood before the Banshee squad and coolly welcomed them, telling them they would now be training here whenever they had free time. He looked them over, a calculating gaze in his eyes, believing that since they were all under level 50, he could train them however he wished. Yahello demanded to know exactly what they'd be doing. Suho replied they'd start with the fundamentals and refine their combat techniques, because with their current skill level, the special department would eventually catch them. He asked if they truly believed Cheap tricks could fool the special department forever. Yanhwa snapped that their plan was excellent, and no one would ever catch them. Suho just smiled, arms crossed, reminding her that he'd already caught them himself. He added that perfect crimes didn't exist, especially in a world brimming with superpowered individuals. He told them for that reason alone, they needed to learn to protect themselves and, ideally, each other. With a snap of his fingers, countless weapons instantly appeared around them. He told them to pick one, because developing their fundamentals and overcoming fear was their absolute priority now. Yanhwa picked up a weapon and asked, "Is there anything else?" Suho asked if she remembered what he'd been called. Recently, she muttered that people called him the Sword God. His right hand glowed as he confirmed that was indeed his nickname. Leaning on his sword, he told them they were standing before a true master of swordsmanship, and it would be foolish to expect him to teach anything else. To maximize swordsmanship in this realm, they shouldn't use any of their other skills. He couldn't forbid it, but those skills would only hinder them later. The group frowned. Suho then told them, "Try to kill me." Swinging his sword, he announced the training had begun. In an instant, he rushed them. Heads flew. He asked the stunned survivors, "Why do you still have time to be surprised?" Then, he finished off the remaining two. The squad respawned again, and Suho said that since they died once already, they shouldn't freeze like idiots. They quickly took defensive stances. Suho praised that, saying they would restart. Looking upward, the group realized his next attack was coming from above. Suho slammed into them once more, scattering bodies as he mocked them even mid-combat. He taunted one, claiming his grandmother moved faster. He then elbowed another right in the chest, demanding how a delivery worker could be so sluggish, jokingly wondering if he'd been fired for customers starving. While waiting for their orders, the boy then crashed into another teammate. Turning to the third, Suho questioned how a teacher could be this slow, that he couldn't parry even a simple strike, then wondering what he could possibly teach children if they could already outpace him. The young man stammered, claiming he hadn't dodged on purpose. Suho sneered his excuse was worse than a schoolboy's. Their hands shook as they gripped their swords. One cursed loudly, demanding when the bastard would finally shut up. Attacking together, Suho believed their growing self-control would prevent them from panicking. When they finally entered actual gates, suddenly, a blast tore through the terrain. Suho then declared they would become his shadows. Not mere errand runners, but true warriors who would help clear gates. Stepping on their swords, he told them, sternly, there was no easy path to becoming strong. You only become strong only when you believed there was no retreat left. The brutal training continued relentlessly. After what felt like an eternity, the exhausted Banshee members barely managed to get up again. Raising his hand, Suho declared he was satisfied with their effort, but he had other, more pressing matters. The entire group stared at him in utter shock, as he nonchalantly told them that the simulation would automatically end at the appropriate time, and they must continue their training until then. Yunho demanded in disbelief if he was truly just abandoning them. Suddenly, a digital clone of Suho materialized behind him. Suho calmly told her not to worry, as the clone possessed all his same abilities. The copy then lifted its sword and insulted them, calling them nothing but pigs and trash, and then demanding they prepare to fight. Furious, the Banshee members, now enraged, cursed Suho, calling him a complete bastard. Suho emerges from the capsule. He glances back at the four others, still training. That's enough for them for now, he muses. He answers a call, and Miss Sui's voice comes through. She informs him an article just went live about his recruitment into the Nexus Guild, and she's calling to confirm it. Suho asks if the author is Jo Jin-woo. She confirms it's his exclusive report, and the PR team wants to publish additional info. Looking out the window, Suho says, that's perfect. In fact, another article should be prepared. Sui hesitates, worried it might be too soon. Suho explains that public reaction would likely be harsh, since he previously stated he dreamed of joining the government, then abruptly joined a private guild. There's bound to be negativity. Sui assures him that following his plan will settle public opinion. Soon enough, Suho thinks about the fact he still hasn't publicly announced he's taking the Rank 5 exam at the end of the year, though it won't remain secret for long. He tells her he'll explain everything later and needs to make another call. He phones Jin-woo, who greets him happily while working at his laptop. Jin-woo asks what he needs. Suho says he heard the article about Nexus was published and that public opinion is heated. He says he has an idea. He wants another article. This time, it will cover his next challenge, the clearing of another sealed gate. Smiling, Suho announces he's planning to take on the Swamp of Despair next. A new article spreads across the internet, announcing that Suho has successfully cleared the sealed gate of a nameless sword. People online explode with shock. How could he have just cleared the Tower of Trials, yet already moved on to conquering a sealed gate? One person wonders aloud, is Suho now the newest Sword King? Another corrects him instantly and says that guy should be called the Sword God. A second article follows. Reports are out, and Suho has officially joined Nexus Academy. Immediately, users flood the comments, reminding everyone that he previously stated he wanted to work for the Hunters Association. Others accuse him of corruption, hurling insults without any restraint. Then, a third headline drops. Nexus Guild Hunter and Suho intends to clear another sealed gate. The target? The Swamp of Despair. Someone calls him a complete psycho. Another mocks those who claimed Suho joined Nexus for the money, asking what's wrong with their faces now. Someone else proudly declares they believed in him from the start. Another fan declares Suho their idol now and threatens to personally deal with anyone who dares insult him. Suho scrolls through all these comments on his phone. Most are exciting and overwhelmingly positive. He smiles, thinking everything is going exactly according to plan. That's when Chulman walks in, looking utterly exhausted. His head droops forward as he clutches it with one hand. Suho immediately asks if he was granted access to the Swamp of Despair. Chulman says he had been discussing exactly that. He remembers the president's furious expression. The head of the association had screamed that, of course, Suho should be given access, and called Chulman an idiot for not doing it immediately. When Suho first asked, Chulman adds that now, it seems the hero, practically, has automatic access to every gate he needs. While Chulman mentally prepares himself for endless paperwork, Suho thanks him for the effort. As they walk between the office desks, Suho explains he plans to take the exam for the 5th rank at the end of the year. But it's a secret, so Chulman shouldn't tell anyone. Chulman immediately seals his lips with his fingers and swears he will remain silent. Like a fish, Suho laughs to himself, thinking he was only joking, but the guy's reaction was priceless. He tells him they should move toward clearing the gate. Now, the scene shifts to Yangjeongdo, Incheon, with a sealed S-rank gate. Known as the Swamp of Despair, it looms. Suho stands before the colossal portal, while several cameramen capture the moment. Whispers claim no hunter has returned alive from this gate, not once. Even though Suho is undeniably unique, some still question if he can truly conquer this place. Meanwhile, in the security room, Jean Huey anxiously watches the screen. He tells the worried man beside him to relax, and even proposes they make a wager. Grinning, Jean Huey declares he'll bet $1 million that Suho will clear the gate. The other man, still anxious, reluctantly agrees, hoping Suho emerges alive. But he's convinced clearing this place is impossible. Meanwhile, Chulman stands frozen in horror. He shouts, "The gate is disappearing." Everyone stares at the screens, wide-eyed in disbelief. Jean Huey asks if Suho actually cleared already. The other man yells, "It's impossible." In panic, Jean Huey elbows Chulman right in the face, demanding, how many minutes was Suho inside? 10? 20? Chulman shakes his head. It wasn't even 10. It's been less than 5 minutes. The moment Suho stepped inside, the truth became clear. The system informed him that the Swamp of Despair had no entry requirements, and any number of players could enter. Suho now stands at the base of a colossal staircase, stretching upward into an eerie sky. He remembers all too well that this gate caused even more casualties than the Nameless Sword, and no one had ever returned from it. Outsiders never truly understood what truly happened inside. Suho knows monsters don't appear here. To clear the gate, you simply climb the stairs. But every step is a psychological nightmare, packed with terrifying mental traps. That's why monstrous figures surround the staircase, victims turned into statues. Suho understands the real strategy. For clearing this place, you need an item or skill, granting S-rank mental protection. Otherwise, the endless despair consumes you, and your corpse becomes another statue on the stairs. This gate is aptly called the Swamp of Despair. For that very reason, no one has ever made it back. Smiling faintly, Suho steps onto the first stair. He thinks, none of this matters right now. Immediately, a crushing wave of despair slams into him. His legs barely stay steady. Purple streams swirl behind his head. But he smiles. The system announces, Dragon Blood has activated. Mental damage immunity. With dragon blood flowing inside him, the entire gate turns into nothing but an easy stroll. Suho climbs to the next step. Terrible monsters lurk all around him, yet he keeps walking calmly. He notices fewer and fewer statues the higher he goes. Only a handful ever made it even halfway. Twisted faces look at him from the sides. Forever trapped, he knows he cannot save them. In his past life, the hunter who cleared this gate spent hundreds of days strengthening his mind. That man attempted to save the victims, but when he touched the statues, they all turned to dust in the end. He was left alone, unable to save anyone. Finally, Suho reaches the top. He looks at the lifeless forms below and says he knows how much they suffered. Pressing his palms together, he promises to free them. He knows he can only release their trapped souls. A white portal awaits him. The system declares him MVP and awards additional experience points and a skill point. It also announces he is the first person ever to clear this portal, awarding 5 more skill points. Then a level increase notification appears. More stats boosted and another skill point added. Smiling, Suho says it's time for the final reward. The system grants him the Ring of Emotions. This ring lets him see emotions as colored auras, absorb white or black emotional energy, and reshape it at will. The duration is unknown. Suho remembers that in his previous life, the only person who ever obtained this ring was the same player who cleared this gate. That man used it to heal emotional wounds, but it was later stolen by enemies. Suho lifts his hand, thinking that this time, things will be different. He slides the ring onto his finger. Positioned at the top of the stairs, the ring instantly springs to life, absorbing the sinister black emotional energy. Lingering in the corpses, a relic of dragon blood. Amazingly, Suho takes no mental damage. He touches the ground, and the system reports the ring reacts to powerful emotions. Its color is black. Absorption begins as black energy swirls. Suho raises his right hand. The ring has absorbed its maximum capacity. Still, it isn't enough to purify the entire staircase. But he has no other option. Now, facing the exit portal, turning toward the gateway, Suho quietly murmurs, it's time to leave. The instant Suho stepped outside, reporters instantly swarmed him, their cameras flashing nonstop. He lifted a hand to cover his face, as journalists urged him to look into their lenses. Before he could steady himself, Chunman and Jinwoo rushed toward him, both practically bursting with excitement. Chunman, practically punching the air, demanded to know how Suho had managed to clear the portal in exactly 4 minutes and 17 seconds, when just moments ago, this gate was notoriously said to be even more dangerous than the nameless sword. Jinwoo shouted he needed to write an article. Immediately, Suho told them to calm down, but with a smile, he invited them for a photo, and the two eagerly agreed. As news of the cleared gate exploded online, people questioned whether Suho had truly conquered the swamp of despair, a gate no one had ever returned from. The answer was a resounding yes. He really had. Dong-yuk stared at his tablet in utter disbelief, completely overwhelmed that the completion time was under 5 minutes. He covered his face with his hands, utterly unable to believe what he was reading. Just then, the landline rang. When he picked up, the caller introduced himself as John Kyung-won, the president of the Korean Hunters Association, who politely asked if Dong-yuk had a moment to discuss something. Dong-yuk immediately assumed this was about on Suho. When asked if he could come to the association, Dong-yuk offered lunch instead, and the president agreed. After hanging up, a man entered the office to speak with him, but Dong-yuk simply called his secretary, Kim Mi-kang, and instructed him to arrange a meeting with Hunter. A white car pulled up, and Jinwoo told Suho they had arrived. As they got out, Suho asked if he was heading to the broadcasting station. Jinwoo explained that the Swamp of Despair article was already prepared and only needed minor edits before release. He also suggested they go on a restaurant tour next time, since he enjoyed writing food reviews, and Suho promised to join him. As the car left, Suho looked happily at his ring, saying that Jinwoo's passion had filled it with plenty of positive energy Entering a restaurant, Suho approached a table, where Kyu-min greeted him loudly. As the protector of South Korea, the president encouraged him to sit beside Mr. Dong-yuk. Suho thanked the association leaders and took his seat. Noticing Kyung-won, Kyu-man, Dong-yuk, and the head of the Special Force Division, Pae Song-yeol, all gathered, confused about the sudden formality. He listened as Kyung-won congratulated him, praising the unprecedented speed with which he cleared both sealed gates, and calling him the future of the nation. Kyu-man proposed a toast, and Suho, raising his cup, chose to toast their shared success. Glasses clinked around the table. During the meal, the president mentioned, hearing that Suho's guild contract had no fixed term. Dong-yuk confirmed that, while most contracts lasted 3 years on, Suho was a special case, who could contribute greatly to the country, so he would not be restricted at all. Kyung-won laughed, pleased that guild leader. Dong-yuk then laid out the association's goals, then asked Suho if he was on board with the arrangement. Suho replied that he deeply appreciated the guild leader's consideration. Very much. Chief Pai added that he looked forward to Suho joining the Hunters Association, as it would boost not only their organization, but the entire nation. With a strange smile, Sumon, said the president, wanted to present Suho with a special letter of thanks. Inside, Suho practically rejoiced. This letter, he knew, practically ensured he would pass the level 5 exam. Out loud, he declared he was deeply honored. Kyung-hwan then explained that they had originally gathered to celebrate the nameless swordsman's victory. But Suho cleared another gate so quickly that even they couldn't keep up. Suho humbly replied that it was only possible because the president granted him the access he needed. The leaders absolutely loved his answer. Chief Pai, still holding his cup, asked how Suho managed to clear the swamp of despair, since no one had ever returned from it, and information was minimal. Suho recognized Pai's talent for extracting secrets, something he remembered from his past life. So, he maintained his guard, smiling. He casually explained that inside the gate, there were no monsters, only a single staircase. And after stepping on it once, he sensed the danger and used his tools, while continuing to climb until he succeeded. The association representatives stared, with their mouths open, as Chief Pai stroked his beard, impressed that Suho avoided mental overload, where others relied solely on stability. Sumon then asked his current level, saying he'd heard Suho wasn't even level 100. Suho replied that he was only level 53. Chief Pai nearly choked and asked what ability he gained. When the ring on Suho's finger emitted white light, Suho sensed immediately that the association wanted to shape him into an obedient weapon. He explained that he was a healer, but because he preferred swords, he acquired the sword path. Chief Pai mentioned that following the sword path wasn't entirely unusual, even if it was unexpected for a healer. Suho privately mused that the special department already boasted many unique abilities, so his own didn't particularly impress them. Still, he disliked the feeling of being treated like a mere hunting dog. Out loud, he added that while his primary skill was indeed swordsmanship, he truly desired support in developing his healer abilities. After all, a hunter's lifespan was far too short. Dong-yuk and Kyung-won both readily agreed that hunters faced constant peril, and the Nexus Guild could indeed better support his development. The leader smiled as Chimon proudly declared himself a vital link between the guild and the association. Chief Pai added that Suho could absolutely rely on him too. Feeling overwhelmed by this cascade of support offers, Suho raised his fist, boldly promising to clear every single gate in Korea. The leaders erupted in applause, and Chimon refilled his drink. As night settled in, the meeting concluded, and Suho and Chief Pai walked out, bidding farewell to the association leaders. Suho expressed his enjoyment of the evening. Once their car departed, Chief Pai reached under his jacket, offering Suho a cigarette. Suho declined, but the chief lit one anyway, remarking he always smoked after a good party. He handed Suho his business card, adding that while he usually ignored calls, he'd answer Suho's. He then inquired about Suho's living situation. Suho explained that his old place was now too crowded with fans, so he was currently staying in a hotel. Chief Pai frowned, stating this was a national problem. Popular hunters, he noted, immediately became swarmed by obsessed crowds. Suho dismissed it as mere normal affection, a comment that instantly darkened Pai's aura. Suho realized his comment must have sounded naive to someone who viewed unawakened civilians as mere pawns. A mindset, he recalled, shared by the president and vice president. Chief Pai then stated that, although the exam would be held at the end of the year, Suho had practically already passed. Suho simply acknowledged this. The chief remarked he once thought Suho was modest, but now saw he wasn't simple at all. He then linked arms with Suho and suggested they practice a bit of a superior-inferior, subordinate dynamic, since Suho would soon be under his command once he officially joined the association. Suho readily agreed, which made Pai chuckle. Then, Pai dropped another question. If Suho was ready to quit clearing gates entirely and join the Special Forces unit immediately, Suho tensed, instantly realizing Pai was trying to bait him. As Pai coolly flicked a cigarette, Suho understood the man's true intentions. The chief had actually stayed until the very end to personally recruit him instead of just gathering intel through Dong Hyuk. Just then, the ring of emotions activated, releasing a surge of pure white light. Suho internally willed the ring to influence Pai's intentions. Smiling, Suho smoothly reassured Pai that everything was perfectly fine and emphasized the crucial importance of the Special Forces unit. The ring, meanwhile, amplified positive emotions, and white streams actually rose from Pai's eyes as he spoke. So, Suho actually has ambition, a trait I truly admire, since most hunters only chase empty, worthless dreams. Then he asked about Suho's relationship with Chulman from a gate department. Suho replied that Chulman was indeed a close acquaintance, but he also desired strong relationships with both Pai and especially the president. He hoped for highly productive cooperation with the Special Forces head. Pai, clearly pleased, rested his hand familiarly on Suho's shoulder, complimenting Suho's remarkable communication skills. Suho thanked him politely and expressed his strong hope for joining the department through a special recruitment process. Pai rubbed his chin, musing aloud that recruitment for level 5 hunters had already been publicly announced for the end of the year anyway, so there was really no need for a special recruitment, just for someone who'd qualify perfectly well on their own. Suho, meanwhile, knew the ring's influence had deepened Pai's interest into something far closer to emotional loyalty. This wouldn't last forever, of course, but it was more than enough for his current needs. Standing together, Pai suddenly remarked he was surprised. Suho was so committed to joining the association, and then asked about the idea of special recruitment again. Pai explained it wasn't a common occurrence, but it could be arranged if truly necessary. Suho praised him, calling him an amazing person, prompting Pai to shyly cover his mouth. He clarified that recruitment decisions came from the higher authorities, but if there was a shortage in the special department, they could justify a special intake. Pai added that for such a recruitment to occur, they would need solid proof that Suho was valuable to the department. Suho asked if he meant by clearing gates. Pai reminded him that the Special Force handled awakened criminals, which was far more important. Suho had indeed forgotten that crucial detail. Pai explained that criminals with awakened abilities were extremely dangerous, and although Suho had great skills, Gothic clearing and crime fighting were completely different. He suggested Suho prove himself by choosing any wanted criminal and delivering them to the department. If done, he could be accepted within 1 or 2 months. A car pulled up. Pai said most newcomers panicked at the mention of wanted criminals, but Suho clearly wasn't timid. Smiling, he said he would wait for Suho's news. Suho remembered how in his past life, Pai didn't even remember his name until after the nameless swordsman victory. But this time, things were already different. Watching the car leave, Suho understood that soon the villains and their underlings would be among the new recruits, who would make excellent sacrifices for his plan ahead. Several neat buildings stood ahead, and Suho's shadow stretched across the pavement. As faint cigarette smoke drifted from nearby windows, he muttered that he'd walked right into a snake's nest. Using his magic detection, he spotted a pack of suspicious figures inside, and confirmed he'd finally found the right place. He casually picked up a brick with his left hand, and in the next moment, smashed it straight through the window of the room where the criminals were gathered. Shocked, one thug stammered, asking what was happening. Meanwhile, another yelled that some punk was messing with their crew. Without delay, the criminals rushed outside, ready to confront the daring intruder. They halted right before Suho, demanding to know what the heck he wanted. The blonde-haired thug among them stared nervously, asking if he was plastered or just plain crazy. Suho smiled calmly, and calmly confirmed he was completely sober. He then casually asked if they were the same scumbags who'd been stealing cryptocurrency wallets with their elaborate scams, and fear immediately flashed across the thugs' faces. Suho then asked if they were holding a man named Cogi, one hostage. The criminals traded anxious glances, unable to understand who this stranger was or how he knew everything. Someone guessed he might be a cop. Another urged they had to get rid of him regardless. A third hesitated, asking if this wouldn't just land them in deeper trouble. But the reply came quickly. This bastard already knew too much, so nothing worse could possibly happen if they didn't deal with him. Suho gave them a tired smile, thinking these opponents were truly pathetic and mentally daring them to try catching him. If they could, they might even prove useful. He summoned the Shadow Spear and fired a shot near one thug, unleashing chains that wrapped tightly around him. Purple energy swirled over the man's trapped body as his bald friend shouted his name in panic. Several criminals charged at Suho, yelling insults, but he dodged effortlessly. A blond man lunged with a spear, managing to land a clean hit, but it did absolutely nothing. The criminals stared wide-eyed as Suho, splattered lightly with blood, simply grinned. The system announced the activation of his blood weapon, and a long crimson shaft formed in Suho's hand. He drove it straight into the thug, sending him sprawling across the ground. Suho noted that he couldn't kill them, but nobody said he couldn't beat them senseless. Another criminal rushed forward, only to brand him an idiot, when a powerful strike sent him soaring. Soon, only the bald thug was left standing, trembling and muttering about the sheer madness of it all. He desperately tried to flee, but Suho skewered his leg with the blood spear, calmly asking where he thought he was headed. With all the criminals defeated and strewn around him, Suho warned them to stop their incessant screaming, unless they wanted an extra dose of agony. He then tossed all of them into his subspace portal. Dusting off his hands nonchalantly, he declared the only thing left was to find Cogi. Inside the kitchen, a complete disaster zone, Suho finally located the man he was searching for. Jiwon was slumped on the floor, fast asleep in front of his laptop. Suho called his name, and the man blinked awake, staring blankly at the hero. When Suho asked if he'd finally come to his senses, Jiwon shakily looked around, utterly bewildered, asking what had happened. Suho greeted him warmly and introduced himself. Jiwon froze, then asked in sheer horror if this was truly on Suho, the one from the news. He couldn't fathom how Suho ended up here, nor where the criminals who held him hostage had vanished. Still shaking, he looked absolutely terrified. Suho recalled reading in Jiwon's autobiography that he had been brutally beaten and imprisoned for 6 months by these thugs. Realizing that, the man was too traumatized to speak normally. Right now, he extended his hand. The ring responded to Jiwon's intense emotions, identifying them as black. Suho then gently pressed his palm to Jiwon's chest to absorb them completely. When Suho asked if he felt better, Jiwon stared at him in utter disbelief, unable to comprehend how his trembling had ceased. Suho knelt in front of him, softly explaining that he saw his condition was quite terrible and used one of his skills to help him. Jiwon gasped, then hesitantly asked what would happen to him now. Would he be sent to jail? Suho asked why he would think that. Jiwon confessed to countless wrongdoings. Suho reminded him, however, that he had been coerced into everything, and such individuals didn't belong behind bars. Jiwon reluctantly conceded, his suspicion still burning. He then questioned how Suho even knew he was here, considering Suho hadn't even joined the association yet. Suho revealed he'd tracked him down using a special skill, a unique ability unknown to others, and was sharing this intel now, because he truly, desperately needed him. Jiwon nervously clutched his left hand and insisted he was utterly useless. Suho firmly disagreed, declaring Jiwon was the sole person in Korea possessing the cyber-type trait. Jiwon stared in utter shock as Suho explained that, among the countless traits existing worldwide, cyber-type was one of the absolute rarest, allowing the user's consciousness to directly enter. the digital world itself. Only two people had ever awakened it. One was Co Jivan, and the second was notoriously known as Overload, who discovered the true, terrifying potential of digitization and attempted to seize control of the entire internet, becoming a nearly unstoppable threat. Even after the system's arrival, the sole person who managed to defeat him had been Co Jiwan himself. A year after escaping from those criminals, Jiwan mysteriously disappeared, sacrificing himself to destroy Overload. He was later honored with the nickname Media. Everything about his tragic life had been meticulously recorded. In his autobiography, recalling this, Suho vowed that this time around, he wouldn't allow Overload to manifest, nor would he allow Jiwan to perish. Suho told Jiwan that this was precisely why he needed him. The world would one day be utterly destroyed by the gates and the system, and Suho couldn't possibly stop that nightmare alone. He then asked if Jivan would help him. Trembling again, Jivan looked at him in awe as black streams flowed from the mysterious ring. The system announced another full absorption. Jivan closed his eyes, wondering if someone like him could truly threaten the world. He admitted he would have sold his soul for a chance at escape, but now he felt he had to help the person who had just saved his life. He knelt, his fist clenched tight. He realized someone with his exact same power could unleash unimaginable destruction. He admitted he wasn't sure if he could truly pull it off, but he'd help nonetheless. Suho then saw the man, just as the autobiography had described. A man who'd endured hell, yet remained utterly selfless. Suho offered his heartfelt thanks, and declared their first step would be to eat. When Jiwan admitted he was completely broke, Suho slid some slippers his way, telling him not to worry. He'd cover it. Jiwan asked how Suho knew all this, and Suho replied, a slightly awkward expression on his face, that it was all thanks to his unique skill. Tears welled up in Jiwan's eyes, as Suho gently said he knew the man had suffered. Later, as they shared a meal, Jiwan apologized for eating the food so ravenously. He hadn't eaten properly in such a long time. Suho assured him it was perfectly fine and ordered another plate. After finishing his soup, Jiwan thanked him and shyly ventured a question. Suho gently reminded him that they were a team now and could speak freely, and since they were only a year apart, Jiwan could just call him by his name. Jiwan, as another empty bowl was taken away, agreed and told Suho he could also treat him as an old acquaintance. He then asked why Suho chose the Hunter Association instead of joining or founding a powerful guild. Because government work came with countless restrictions. Suho closed his eyes and said that no matter how strong a guild was, its power was inherently limited. He wanted to stop the destruction of the world with minimal casualties, and the association was the only place that could truly help with that. Jiwan nodded, finally understanding. Suho then put down his spoon and said he wanted to make a solemn promise. Once he joined the association, no one would ever dare do something like this to Jiwan again. Jiwan smiled gratefully, stating he would trust him. Suho stood and offered to sort out the man's past. Jiwan, confused again, followed as Suho put on his jacket and asked if the thugs who kidnapped him, they actually grew up in the same orphanage as him. It was time to pay them a very unfriendly visit. The moment Jiwan saw those thugs again, rage took over and he beat them mercilessly as they begged him to stop, even calling him brother, insisting he'd kill them at this rate. His fists dripped with blood as he screamed at them to shut up. Even the blonde thug lay unconscious by the wall. When Jiwan asked to heal the villain again, Soho looked at the man and asked, "How many times have they done this?" Jiwan cheerfully answered, 7 times. Soho warned him that the special forces would arrive soon, so this beating session had to end. He healed the blonde, remembering how this man had suffered deeply because of similar trauma, and hoping this would help him escape his painful past. A gray car pulled up, and Chief Pai Sujun stepped out. He noted that Suho seemed to have figured everything out already. Suho, standing beside the unconscious blonde, thanked him for coming personally. Pai said he had special feelings for Suho and couldn't help himself. Suho felt slightly offended by that phrasing. The kidnappers were lying unconscious. Pai asked if these were really the criminals. Suho confirmed it. Pai observed that, although they were knocked out, they didn't have a single scratch. Suho explained they resisted arrest, but he patched them up afterward. Pai burst out laughing, saying he liked Suho's style. A hero who didn't hold back. Suho apologized, admitting he wasn't experienced in this field. Pai clarified he wasn't scolding him. In fact, he approved. He even said Suho could beat villains nearly to death. If he wanted, the association's healers could erase all evidence of violence. Pai pressed his foot on the blonde's head and muttered that criminals like these deserved execution. But society was obsessed with humanity. Suho thought about how he had learned this method back when he worked with the special department. Back in his past life, Pai then spotted Jaiwan standing right behind Suho and declared that he'd heard criminals were exploiting this young man in their schemes. He also added it was his first time ever seeing someone with cyber-type abilities, remarking that Jaiwan seemed highly dangerous and must be apprehended. Both Suho and Jaiwan glared fiercely at him. Suho then questioned if that was truly necessary, explaining that Jivan was merely a victim. He promptly handed Pai a folder containing the young man's full testimony and all the documents proving its validity. Pai was utterly stunned that Suho had gathered all this so quickly. He then inquired if digitization could be utilized inside a gate. Suho immediately grasped Pai's underlying motive and clearly explained that the skill belonged purely to the digital domain, rendering it useless in gate combat, but exceptionally valuable for cybersecurity. Pai carefully examined the documents and stated that if the ability wasn't useful in combat or for any support roles, and the special department had no need for him, Suho softly pleaded not to punish Jivan. Pai commented that Suho was clearly getting soft, taking care of this guy. But after hearing everything, he admitted Jivan had suffered truly horribly. Turning to his subordinates, Pai declared that Suho was absolutely right. The victim absolutely should not be punished. They would officially close the case and help Jaiwan receive proper compensation. Suho bowed deeply, thanking him profusely. Pai stated that justice was always his ultimate goal. He then asked how Suho even knew about this case. Suho had been anticipating this very question. Raising a finger, he calmly said, CO Jaiwan had sent out a digital distress signal using his unique skill, and Suho had checked its validity and organized a swift rescue. Pai skeptically asked if that was truly what happened. Suho thought of course not, but remained silent. Pai then handed the folder to his subordinate, praising Suho for always finding such perfect solutions. Suho modestly replied it was simply luck. Pai retorted that luck always favored the capable. Placing a hand on Suho's shoulder, he promised to arrange the special recruitment. As agreed, Jivan finally stepped closer, asking what he should do now. Suho pointed behind him and said that he would be coming with him. Jivan looked around the apartment in shock, while Suho grabbed a drink from the fridge. The place was luxurious, almost too perfect, and Jivan couldn't help saying it out loud. Suho casually replied that it wasn't his home. This belonged to Joe Jinwei, the PBS reporter. As he poured the drink into a glass, he mentioned that the owner was currently away on a business trip, so the two of them had the whole place to themselves. Jivan accepted the glass nervously, asking if the owner wouldn't be angry about bringing someone over without permission. Suho brushed it off, saying it wasn't a big deal, but warned Jivan not to talk too much. Jivan slapped his own chest dramatically and promised to stay silent like a fish. Then, he quickly asked what Suho wanted him to do next. Suho lifted the glass to his mouth and clarified. Jaiwan had been kidnapped right after hitting level 50 and awakening his ability, right? Jaiwan confirmed it. Suho said that meant he would soon have to face overload. For that, he needed to grow stronger fast, strong enough to reach a level close to Suho's own, if they wanted to prevent the end of the world together. Shocked, Jaiwan asked if that meant he had to clear gates with him. But Suho shook his head while typing on the laptop. They wouldn't level him up the traditional gate-clearing way. Instead, Jivan needed to learn how to use his cyber-type ability with maximum efficiency, turning the laptop toward him. Suho asked how he felt about going online together. Jivan hesitated. Was that even possible? Suho told him to read his own skill description, but pointed out something the system didn't mention openly. Although Jivan transferred his own consciousness into the network, nothing said he couldn't pull someone else inside with him. Jivan stared at him in disbelief, but he agreed to try. He carefully placed his hand over the laptop and activated digitization. A glowing digital circle manifested above his palm as the system notified Suho that player So Jaiwan was attempting to transfer his consciousness into the digital world, requesting permission. Suho readily approved. The system then announced the transition process, and Suho's expression tightened in surprise. A moment later, he found himself standing in the middle of a massive vineyard, under a bright sky, realizing he had literally entered the laptop's home screen, the Windows wallpaper he'd always seen, but never imagined he'd experience firsthand. Jiwon, running from behind, called out to him in excitement. He said it felt bizarre seeing someone else here, because until now, he'd always been alone in this digital world. Suho admitted this was his first time too, and it felt amazing. Jiwon looked around at the endless fields and asked if they really were. Inside the wallpaper photo, Suho confirmed it was an actual winery image, complete with grapevines. He even plucked a grape and chewed it out of curiosity, earning a laugh from Jiwon, who reminded him that the digital world had visuals, but no taste or smell. Suho spit out the illusion, admitting he wanted to test it anyway. They walked through the vineyard, as Jiwon asked how they were supposed to increase his level here. Suho was surprised. He explained that levels rose based on experience points, and the system didn't care whether actions happened in the physical world or not. He even reminded him that he had increased his sword proficiency during his virtual reality hunter exam. Jiwon then asked if leveling in a virtual environment was really possible. Suho clarified that skills could be trained there, but not character levels. However, this digital world was different. Here, nothing resets after death. Here, everything was real enough to truly kill you. And that's precisely what made it capable of impacting the system. They halted before a pair of closed digital doors, labeled File Cleaner. Kawan asked what this folder was. Opening it revealed a surprisingly cheerful computer window, cheerfully claiming to organize devices easily. Suho explained this wasn't an antivirus at all. It was malware. When Jiwon asked if he really planned to level up using a virus, Suho confirmed it. Malware behaved just like monsters, attacking and corrupting systems. Therefore, Jiwon needed to risk his very life, defeating them to gain experience. He warned him again, dying here meant dying for real. He also strictly told him never to answer the guide's questions, because that would unleash even more viruses. As they stepped inside, a blue-haired girl greeted them sweetly, asking if they wished to use the free file cleaner. Suho smiled, saying it sounded tempting. Jiwon nervously admitted he'd almost answered her. Suho handed him a weapon and told him he probably belonged to the magician class, so he should stay in the back, attack, collect bonuses, and let Suho tank the front line. The blue-haired girl reappeared, with a much sharper tone, repeating her question this time. Dozens of black, glitching monsters with glowing eyes emerged behind her. The system didn't even properly describe them, only incomprehensible. Corrupted characters filled the status window. Terrified, Jiwon pointed out how many there were. Suho manifested his bloody sword, reassuring him that, although they were stuck inside, the monsters could not escape through the door. But if Jiwon couldn't escape either, he'd die, so he needed to use his magic well. A massive black skull monster lunged forward, but Suho decapitated it instantly. He reminded Jiwon to prepare his spell. A digital circle lit up around Jiwon's hand as he confirmed his readiness, and Suho charged into the horde, cutting down wave after wave of corrupted entities. Eventually, after a tense battle, the monster shattered into a cascade of pixels. Right after Suho dealt the finishing blow, Jiwon crumpled to one knee, utterly spent and trembling, his body screaming with exhaustion. Confessing he genuinely thought he was a goner, Suho simply pointed out he was still very much alive, and now level 59. He then asked how Jiwon was doing. Jiwon proudly reported he'd reached level 55. That's when Suho realized something crucial. This guy was far more talented than he'd initially given him credit for. With just the right guidance and push, he could be a formidable asset alongside the Banshee group. He extended a hand, helping Jiwon to his feet, and suggested they log out and get some much-needed rest. Jiwon eagerly agreed. Back in the real world, a different kind of relief set in. Suho sprawled on the couch, chugged a refreshing Coke, relieved there was finally a safe, reliable way to level up, without having to risk life and limb in actual gates. He then checked the public's reaction to the news article, detailing his solo clear of the infamous swamp of despair. The internet was absolutely flooded with awe and admiration, with people demanding the government award him a medal, fans clamoring for souvenirs, and showering him with endless praise. Suho instinctively rubbed his nose, a proud smirk playing on his lips. As long as he kept clearing those perilous gates, the entire world would treat him like an undisputed hero. And honestly, he couldn't deny it. That kind of respect and recognition genuinely made life worth living. With everything proceeding exactly according to his meticulous plan, he decided it was time to move on to the next crucial step. Suho soon found himself on a late-night call with guild leader Bei, and he wasted no time getting straight to the point, demanding permission to clear the formidable S-rank gate, all under Nexus Guild's name. And he sweetened the deal with a promise that every single piece of valuable loot would go straight into the guild's coffers. No strings attached, no hidden conditions, just pure, unadulterated grind value. The gate in question? It's none other than the infamous Mole Mine, an S-rank dungeon absolutely packed to the brim with mana stones, and crawling with those utterly freaky mole monsters that zipped around like they were speed running through the pitch-black darkness. Suho eyed the place carefully, already picturing exactly how utterly annoying it was going to be. So many damn moles that grabbing even one measly mana stone would feel like trying to snatch candy from a rampaging nest of feral toddlers. Still, a confident smirk played on his lips, like this entire death trap of a cave was just another warm-up, and clearing it was exactly what he intended to do. On the other end of the call, Guild Leader Bei was quietly analyzing the situation. If mortality inside the gate spiked, the government could snatch the dungeon away under national safety protocols, which meant having Suho clear it would actually secure Nexus Guild's ownership. The guy genuinely thought Suho's idea was gold. He just didn't understand why the kid sounded so urgent about it. Suho, still lounging, explained that he might join the Korean Hunters Association earlier than expected, which meant he wouldn't be able to finish out his contract properly. So before dipping, he wanted to at least do something worthwhile for the guild. It was his version of paying rent before leaving the apartment. Bei understood, even though a hint of disappointment slipped through. At least Suho told him straight, instead of doing some dramatic, last-minute announcement like half the hunters who ditched for the association without warning. Suho added that he'd personally put together a team to fight the moles, so the guild would only need to arrange miners. And none of this had to be rushed. The guild leader finally accepted the plan, saying he'd contact Suho once all preparations were done. The next day, Suho was in the lounge of the Nexus Academy, where D1 greeted him warmly. With an outstretched hand, Suho shook his hand, mentioning that it had been a while since they last met, and then told Jivan, who stood beside him, that this was Kong D1, the one who had taken the exam in the same group as him. Rubbing the back of his head, D1 admitted that he only passed the exam, thanks to the advice he received from Suho. They all sat around a table, and Suho asked whether D1 had managed to join any squad yet. D1 replied that he was still training, entering gates, and gaining experience on his own. Suho looked at him thoughtfully, remembering that usually when a newcomer joins a guild, they're assigned to a squad to gain vital experience, boosting their chances of survival. And with a slight smile, Suho asked Dahan if he'd be interested in joining his own personal squad for experience. He explained his plans to raid gates very soon, and Dahan's help would be incredibly valuable. Dahan reacted with utter surprise, but quickly declared that if Suho wanted him, he was ready to assist in any way possible. He even shouted happily, exclaiming he was always ready to jump in. Suho just smiled, stating they begin immediately, leaving Dahan staring in utter disbelief. Inside the simulator, the Banshee, squad members were fiercely battling a digital copy of Suho. One shouted they absolutely needed to flank him from the other side, as the fight intensified with cries of effort and pain. Yanawa stood with her fist clenched tight. The ghostly Suho suddenly rushed her, and in a single strike, the copy took off her head. The squad staggered back in absolute shock, while Yanawa gritted her teeth fiercely, declaring that one day she would kill Suho with her own two hands. The real Suho, standing right behind her, told her she was already performing much better. The squad spun around towards him in utter disbelief, unable to comprehend that the actual Suho had just appeared. Suddenly, working through the system window, Suho noted that the squad had grown rather gloomy. Yanawa, complained that they'd died at least 100 times, and their morale was absolutely suffering. Suho just smiled, remarking that judging by their eyes, they were already quite used to dying in the simulation, and no longer saw it as catastrophic, which, he noted, was a very good sign. Jaiwan and Diwon watched all of this unfold with surprise. Suho then dramatically announced that new members had just joined his squad, introducing the two to the Banshee team. The group scrutinized the newcomers, while Suho explained they'd arrived earlier, and shared their names. Diwon smiled, while Jaiwan looked incredibly nervous. Suho then asked the Banshee squad if they were tired of this training yet. Manhwa tightened her fist, declaring they were nowhere near bored. Burning with fury, she swore she wouldn't rest until she managed to take Suho's head. The entire Banshee group was fueled by pure killing intent. Suho just smiled, remarking that he liked their attitude, and advised the newcomers to develop the same killer instinct. Yun questioned why that was even necessary, but Suho gently replied it was absolutely essential if they wanted to survive inside real gates. He then declared that starting today, they would all train to clear gates together. Manhwa stepped closer, and Suho informed her that one newcomer was a mage, and the other a tank, so they didn't need sword training. She needed to organize the squad properly, use the clones effectively, and train everyone hard. Manhwa agreed, but asked him to at least explain more about the gate. Suho adjusted the system window, saying he'd have to change the clones' settings, but soon they'd understand everything themselves, so they should be ready. When she pressed him again about the type of gate, Suho simply stated it would be a very ordinary one. He added that it'd be inconvenient to call each other with meaningless shouts in real combat, so they needed proper forms of address. Manhwa said she didn't know what to call him, but she'd rather die than call him Appa. Suho, still working through the window, said that since they were one team now, she could call him team leader. She accepted that. Suho then mentioned he needed to leave for other matters, and asked them to notify him. Once preparations were complete, Daehan and Jaiwan watched in utter confusion as the digital Suho pulled a sword out of the ground. When they asked what they should do, Manhwa told them they would soon see for themselves. The virtual Suho pointed his sword at them, calling them trash, and asking why they were standing around like ducks. He demanded they attack instead of just staring. Daehan was absolutely stunned, saying he never imagined Suho acting like that, while Manhwa remarked that he was always like this. She warned the newcomers to be ready, unless they wanted their heads to roll. Meanwhile, Suho's taxi pulled up and he stepped out. The driver explained that vehicles weren't permitted past this point, so Suho would have to continue on foot. Suho calmly nodded and pressed forward. He stood before towering buildings, then activated his ring, channeling first Mumu's power. The system promptly reported that the skill, Monochrome Solitude, had activated, effectively erasing his presence. Strolling down the desolate sidewalk, he surveyed the Payu neighborhood, once renowned as the Golden Land. Spotting the beggars nearby, he recalled its bygone prosperity. But after the relentless emergence of multiple gates, and too few hunters to clear them all, the entire area had succumbed to desolation. Were it not for these gates, this place would never have devolved into such a ruined district. Observing the impoverished residents, he reflected on the area, now rife with crime, gangs, drugs, and hunger. He knew he couldn't save everyone here. Still, his resolve remained unbroken. He needed to clear the gates swiftly, and when the opportune moment arrived, this place could prove invaluable. Looking up, he realized this abandoned area had drawn in a specific, unique group of people who could prove quite useful to him. He halted before a familiar door, recalling his frequent visits here. In his past life, a man peered through a small window in the door and sharply demanded his identity. Suho calmly stated he intended to purchase the mine. The moment first Mumu deactivated, the man instantly recognized him as on Suho, a smile spreading. Suho simply affirmed. The man swung open the door and ushered him inside, gesturing to a sofa positioned across from him. The man explained that while they weren't officially open for business, he already had explicit orders on how to treat Suho. He then inquired if Suho had ever visited Paeju. Suho, in turn, asked if the man was uncomfortable. The man, clearly confused, repeated his question, and Suho simply said he hadn't. Suho was surprised by how comfortable he looked in his mask. The man then questioned how Suho had even noticed that. Suho reassured him not to worry, as they were completely alone. With a sigh, the man removed his mask, revealing a stunning, red-haired woman underneath. She remarked that she had expected someone capable of clearing 2 portals all by themselves to possess abilities like this. Suho instantly recognized her as Choi Yun, one of the most renowned gate brokers in the entire country. In his past life, he had gained entry to countless portals thanks to her. But now, at this point in time, she was barely known. Choi Yun casually crossed her legs and asked how Suho knew about this specific location, adding that she found it quite interesting. He used the slang term mine instead of the official term gate. Suho mused to himself that Choi Yun would only gain widespread popularity much later, after she joined the Union, Korea's largest underground guild. Setting his briefcase down on the table, he simply stated that he always learned what he desired to know and suggested they get straight to discussing gates. She asked which specific gates he was looking for. He then inquired if she had access to the Twisted Forest. The Choi Yun stiffened, clearly surprised, and Suho pushed the briefcase further toward her, stating he wanted to purchase a pass and would be entering completely alone. She explained that the Twisted Forest had only appeared in a market less than 3 days ago, and very few people even knew about it. She then asked how he even knew she had access to it, and what price he was expecting. Suho answered simply that explaining such details in the black market wasn't necessary. He reminded her that when dealing with gates, people didn't speak more than absolutely needed. There were typically 2 types of gate deals: buying the gate itself, or simply purchasing a one-time entry ticket. Gate ownership cost far more, but even a single entry into a popular gate could be prohibitively expensive. Choi Yun nervously apologized and stated that a one-time entry into the Twisted Forest cost 100 million won, and clearing it alone would be extremely difficult. She pressed him, asking if he was truly sure about this attempt. Suho clutched a substantial wad of cash. He calmly told her not to worry, stating clearly that it was entirely his responsibility. He offered, saying she could take a deposit right now, and he'd hand over the rest once they reached the gate. A smiling Choi Yun confessed he had truly surprised her. With her questions finally answered, she agreed to take him on. Their car sped across a towering bridge, and Suho's eyes caught an emblem displayed on the dashboard. And from that symbol, he quickly realized Choi Yun was already a part of the Union. He internally acknowledged that this was definitely a good thing. Their powerful influence would surely keep them out of trouble. As he gazed out the window, he listened intently while she inquired if he felt any surprise at the thought of crossing into North Korea. He conceded that, yes, it was certainly unusual. He recalled how, following the sudden appearance of the gates, North Korea had plunged headfirst into utter chaos. China had attempted to seize control, but ultimately failed due to the monstrous creatures swarming their borders. Meanwhile, South Korean hunters enjoyed far greater freedom of movement. During their journey, Choi Yun remarked that Suho was far more straightforward than she had initially expected. She confessed that after devouring articles about him, she had simply assumed he'd be a completely different person. Suho simply replied that he just wanted to leave a genuinely good impression. They finally stepped out of the car, faced with a formidable group of armed men. Choi Yun announced loudly that she had brought a guest, one who desperately wished to enter the Twisted Forest, and confirmed that the payment had already been handled. A scar-faced man scoffed, saying he expected some nameless nobody, but seeing Suho himself truly took him by surprise. Choi Yun sharply told him to mind his manners, and then demanded to know where his boss was hiding. From a nearby tent, a bald man emerged, introducing himself as the esteemed leader of this outpost, adding that it was truly an honor to finally meet Suho. Suho silently scrutinized the man before him, immediately recognizing him as Bang Dok, a man infamously known as the Woodsman, a truly notorious human trafficker, one who had once kidnapped countless people, disturbingly calling them logs and selling them like mere merchandise. In Suho's past life, this very man had been captured and subsequently sentenced to life imprisonment. Suho couldn't recall him ever working with the Union. However, having secured a gate, they stood before a gleaming white vehicle. Choi Yun immediately asked if they could enter the gate. Bang Duak promptly replied that she could, but a hunter who cleared 2 portals alone shouldn't be allowed in. Confused, she asked why. Bang Duak then removed his glasses, claiming they only sold tickets to people who absolutely couldn't clear the portal. Someone like Suho, he argued, didn't qualify for that condition. Suho frowned, thinking such a justification fit a human trafficker's twisted logic. Choi Yun then challenged him, asking if he was trying to raise the price right here, right now. She folded her arms, warning him that he shouldn't expect her to accept such treatment. Bang Duak quickly flashed a smile, turning away and claiming it had only been a joke. Suho knew that even the woodsman wouldn't dare argue too much with a union broker. Bang Duak complained that no one let him joke anymore, then told them to follow him inside. Choi Yun gestured politely for Suho to go ahead, telling him she would personally ensure his safety. Meanwhile, several unpleasant-looking men stared at Suho with undisguised hostility. Suho knew that if he managed to clear the gate successfully, there could be an ambush waiting for him on the way out. That was precisely why brokers were responsible for keeping their clients safe, and why so few existed. When the shutter lifted, the glowing portal appeared before them. Bang Duak then asked Suho whether he truly intended to enter alone, and if he thought he was invincible. Suho simply ignored him and confidently stepped into the gate. Twisted Forest. A shimmering blue portal appeared before him. The system reported that entry had begun. It also stated the rules. Only hunters level 99 or below were allowed, and the maximum squad size permitted inside was 8. Suho stepped further into the forest, lifting his gaze to take in the twisted, eerie landscape. He hadn't expected to end up in this particular place. In his previous life, he had never entered this specific gate either, but he had heard enough about it to know what horrors awaited inside. Calling forth his shadow spear, he decided to first search for anything useful. Closing his eyes, he activated his magic detection. Purple streams of energy immediately rose upward. A massive, glowing yellow eye glared right back. That's when he realized the very trees themselves were monsters. The system identified them as twisted ants. Level 93. Suho hurled his spear with force. It struck right beside the monster's massive eye. He mused that an axe would be the ideal weapon here, but he didn't have one on him currently. The giant ant let out a deafening roar as Suho summoned his fearsome bloody sword, thinking the mole mine boss had been far more troublesome than these creatures. Just like with the nameless swordsman, he would need significant leveling up before he could defeat something like this easily. He slashed forward, cutting the monster's attack right in half. The system reported the activation of decapitation. Gripping his weapon tightly, he acknowledged the clear difference in power. 30 levels separated him from this colossal ant, so it made sense he couldn't instantly destroy it. He decided to fight, relying only on his skills as a swordsman. His blade left a vivid trail of blood behind it, as another monstrous roar echoed through the forest. Soon, he stood triumphant over the monster's chopped remains, his sword trembling ever so slightly. Even defeating a single one of these ants was a true struggle, but he could feel his level slowly, steadily increasing. He pushed onward, thinking this abundance of monsters made this place excellent for intense training. A gaping, tooth-lined maw opened beneath another ant's eye, as Suho launched himself upward, rising high into the air, promising to turn the creature into firewood later. Fallen trunks formed a huge heap beneath him as he stood on top of the defeated ants. I finally managed to do it, he declared. Opening his status window, he realized that despite the seemingly slow progress, he had reached the exact result he wanted. A surprised, touched expression crossed his face as the system congratulated him. The light of healing has reached maximum level. It explained that F rank. Healing now used mana more efficiently and increased healing effectiveness and a greatly reduced regeneration time. The system displayed his progression from rank 50 all the way to 100. He remembered that before level 40, he only had access to a single class skill. But at level 50, his class skills had ascended to rank A. After level 60, they climbed even higher. And at level 100, he'd be able to change his class entirely. Leaping down from the shattered tree trunks, Suho strolled forward, hands tucked into his pockets, figuring the boss monster had to appear any moment now. Meanwhile, in the center of a tranquil pond, a mysterious, horned creature sat perfectly still. Its eyes were closed, but the moment they snapped open, The system identified it as Malayan, the ruler of the Twisted Forest, a level 100 monster boss. Suho halted before the imposing horned figure, finally encountering his very first one-star monster. He mused that monsters below level 99 weren't usually classified in any special way, but from level 100 onward, they were granted 1 star for every 100 levels. Malayan spoke, announcing an uninvited guest had arrived. Suho shot back that he, personally, hadn't been invited to anything in this world. The monsters had opened the portals first, after all, yet they dared to call others uninvited. To him, it was almost laughable, summoning his shadow spear. He declared Malayan simply didn't understand a thing. The system reported the activation of divine power. As he rushed forward, hurling the spear, Malayan caught it effortlessly with one hand, sensing the divine energy, and asked if Suho was a servant of the gods. Suho then formed a pulsing red sphere of blood in his palm, and acknowledged the boss's shrewd guess. The projectile shot forward, slamming into the spear, forcing it to stab right through Malayan's chest. Suho quipped that he expected more from a one-star boss. Boss Malayan calmly removed the spearhead, a predatory smile slowly creeping across his face, as he chillingly declared that Suho had made an unforgivable mistake. The system warned that the very forest trembled with Malayan's fury, and his terrifying killing aura washed over Suho, until the dragon blood inside him roared in response. The dragon's armor sprang to life, shielding him from the intense aura's might. Suho observed Malian's incredibly potent aura, but this battle now was, in essence, a mere deer against a mighty dragon. Malian roared, demanding to know what dark magic shielded Suho from harm. Suho calmly stated it wasn't magic, but simply a reward for his relentless effort. He then summoned the shadow spear once more. The boss scoffed, asking if that was truly his best. Suho replied, "I can do much more, if needed." The spear plunged into the ground before Malian. As black chains snaked around the boss, the system activated instantly. Shadow binding, shadow bleeding. Malian easily tore through them, demanding to know if Suho truly thought such tricks would ever work. He raised his arms, the water around him bubbling, as dark energy surged violently upward. Menacing formations began to rise from the pond. With a confident smirk, Malian urged Suho to truly feel their power difference. Suho watched on, unperturbed, stating he was actually looking forward to it. A powerful strike came hurtling towards him, which he effortlessly dodged, responding with a flurry of blood-enhanced sword attacks. His blade immediately turned crimson. As the system activated decapitation, Suho acknowledged this enemy was indeed far tougher than any mere ant. He leaped back to avoid a massive root, then cleanly severed another one. Malian sneered disdainfully, claiming Suho had no idea how to wield a sword. Suho admitted it with a calm smile, stating he only needed to wait a moment longer. Malian studied him, unable to discern his true intentions. Suho's slashes continued relentlessly, as faint red marks began to appear on the roots. Malian realized Suho had ceased using divine power, unable to grasp the purpose of these weaker attacks. Suho's movements made no sense at all. Malian spread his arms, preparing another devastating attack, sending multiple roots surging powerfully forward. He promised to utterly cut Suho to pieces. But when the attack finally reached Suho's position, the roots split apart completely effortlessly, standing on a stone island. Suho remained calm, a stark contrast to Malayan's shock. Malayan desperately tried to justify this, imagining Suho had merely struck weakened points on the roots. But as more roots fell, severed with clean, precise cuts, Suho declared his technique seemed to be working. He'd been employing his decapitation skill, allowing the system to properly assess his technique. And now that it recognized his mastery, it had significantly boosted his strength. Clutching a red and black sword, he watched as the system announced that his swordsmanship had now surpassed all others, and upgraded decapitation to rank S. A follow-up message then stated that the will of the nameless sword reacted to this power increase, making him smile. Suho read the new system notifications. The sword's consciousness had awakened. It blessed him, chose a new target, and then the system congratulated him for becoming the successor of Void-style swordsmanship. Malayan unleashed another furious swarm of roots, shouting that Suho couldn't possibly stop this attack. Suho looked up, struck once, and split the massive root neatly in half. The system identified the technique as the first form of the Void-style slash. Malayan, enraged, demanded to know what sorcery this was. Suho replied that it wasn't magic, holding his bloody sword forward. He said the real fun was only beginning. The system announced that Suho's understanding of swordsmanship surpassed all others and would now be added to the system's database. Suho thought back to when he first created the style, mistakenly believing he had reached the limit. Later, he had realized there were monsters, like the Nameless Swordsman, whose skills exceeded all human abilities. The first technique he learned afterward was Void Styles, Steel Cutter, and he had achieved it in this life far faster. Malayan furiously promised to crush this dark magic, but Suho asked, "Has life taught you nothing?" The system activated Cutting Steel. Suho slashed, and Malayan raised his hands in disbelief, unable to comprehend what he was seeing. Suho scoffed, wondering if the boss had gone blind in his old age, then vowed to finish him off. Malayan, however, refused to back down and summoned monstrous creatures right behind him. The system identified them, twisted forest golems, levels 96 to 98. Suho boldly declared that Malayan had summoned nothing but pathetic creatures. Malayan just smirked, ordering his golems to mercilessly kill Suho. So, however, charged right into the fray, striking one down with a single devastating blow. The system's Cutting Steel skill activated once more, as more golems collapsed, dropping green stones, standing triumphant among the defeated monsters. Suho looked to Malayan and declared, "Cutting Steel is no longer a challenge for me." So these pathetic creatures never stood a chance. Malayan snarled, sending another barrage of vines his way. But Suho swiftly sliced them all apart, remarking the boss had clearly exhausted all his strength. He then sprang up onto a nearby stone, then another, declaring it was time to finish this. Leaping high into the air, he roundhouse kicked Malayan mid-flight, sending the boss crashing into the churning water below. Water streamed down the monster's body as Suho expertly summoned a shadow spear and bound him tightly in shadowy chains. Malayan struggled fiercely, demanding Suho stop talking, and accused him of daring to mock a being of his stature, but the chains held him fast. Suho swung his blade, and with a single, decisive strike beheaded him. The system then announced that Malayan, king of the Twisted Forest, had been utterly defeated, and the gate was cleared. Suho was named MVP, received bonus experience, one skill point and another skill point, as all his abilities soared with his level increase. A mysterious green sphere floated up from Malayan's corpse. Suho knew instantly, "This is what I came for." The system described it as the Cursed Druid Sphere, rejected by the gods themselves, an artifact known for controlling unstable minds and corrupting them. It had allowed Malayan to become the sole druid and guardian of the Twisted Forest. Suho carefully examined the sphere, thinking that while the Void style was undoubtedly valuable, this sphere had been his true objective from the very start. With his mission complete, he decided it was time to leave. Outside the portal, the onlookers gasped, stunned that the gate had been cleared. Choi Yin was shocked. He'd actually succeeded. Bang Diak seethed with rage. Their earlier conversation flashed through his mind. This S-rank gate allowed up to 8 participants and was deemed almost impossible to clear. It had been his golden goose. He remembered clearly the immense effort to obtain ownership of this gate. And now, one kid had stripped him of everything. Furious, he bellowed at Choi Yun, asking if she understood his massive investment. Even 100 million won wouldn't be enough compensation. His men exchanged dark smiles as he ordered them to skin Suho alive. Choi Yun stepped forward and asked, "Do you understand the consequences of what you're attempting?" Bang Deo Guset Lao Li, demanding to know what the Union had ever done for him. But before he could finish, the point of a shadow spear burst through his chest. Shocked, he stared at his own blood before collapsing. As his followers screamed in panic, Suho calmly stepped out of the portal and approached the frightened gang members, who were leaning over their fallen leader. Squinting slightly, he asked Choi Yun, "Can we leave now?" The remaining men glared at him and told him to go. Suho then asked, "Do you intend to return the money I paid?" The tip of his sword landed against one man's shoulder, and, pressing his red and black blood blade to his throat, Suho told them flatly, since the portal owners broke the rules, they should pay for it. He demanded his refund. The man quickly agreed. A car door slammed as they sped away from the scene. Choi Yun, seated at the wheel, thanked him. Suho replied, "Of course you should be grateful," then added that thanks couldn't exactly be pocketed, so a more substantial gesture wouldn't hurt. She admitted he was sharp-tongued. He answered that it was only natural, since he was a swordsman, handing her his phone. He asked for her number, so they could keep in touch. Choi Yun countered, saying she'd call him first instead. Suho welcomed the idea, especially if she discovered another suitable gate. After their goodbyes, he stepped away from the car. Watching him leave, Choi Yun softly remarked how he was much nicer than she had expected. The scene shifted to Nexus Academy, 9 a.m. Footsteps echoed across the pavement. As someone asked where they were headed, Suho, holding the trunk lid open, said he'd explain everything once they arrived. Closing the trunk, he added they shouldn't keep the boss waiting. Leading his squad forward, he told them they were heading to the miner's quarry, which visibly excited his comrades. The group gathered before the protective frame, surrounding the portal, just as a car pulled up. Baked Dong-yuk approached, thanking Suho for coming, and Suho replied that he was fortunate to arrive, without any trouble. Before them stood the massive iron barrier, and Suho asked if the landkeeper's mine was inside. Dong-yuk explained that a safety zone had been built to contain the gate's energy. Behind him stood a team of workers, wearing yellow helmets. He confirmed he'd arranged the mining team, exactly as Suho had requested. Suho thanked him, then suggested they begin the briefing. Dong-yuk agreed that it was time. Inside the meeting room, Suho held a tablet. He explained that inside the mine live creatures known as landkeeper kobolds. If they managed to eliminate them, they'd be able to gather a large number of monostones. Their strategy, he said, was straightforward. Destroy every monster, collect as many monostones as possible, defeat the boss, and clear the landkeeper's gate. A guild secretary asked in surprise if it was really that simple. The group looked thoughtful, and someone wondered why no information about the portal boss had been shared during the briefing. Suho replied that he'd fight the boss alone, so he figured it didn't need any more attention. Raising an index finger, he reminded everyone that, as previously promised, all profits from clearing this gate would go directly to the Nexus Guild. He then shook hands with Dong-yuk, who stated he was counting on him. Suho thanked him for the trust, promising he wouldn't disappoint. Then, smiling, he told the nearby miner that his squad should wait behind and only start mining once they received the signal. The miner nodded, confirming he understood. Turning back to his squad, Suho asked if they were prepared. Since this was their very first time entering a portal, he asked if they were nervous. The illusion of a monstrous version of Suho hovered above them in their memories, with tears at the corners of her eyes. Yenho admitted they all were, remembering how he tormented them during training. Suho asked her not to exaggerate. Standing before his squad, he told them the mission would be long, so they'd need to conserve their stamina. He assigned Dahan to cover Jivan and instructed the others to maintain their positions. Their priority, he said, was the safety of the miners. Unlike in the Kunlun Mountains, the dead here would not resurrect. They had to be extremely cautious. A red portal pulsed before them. Suho called for everyone to follow him, and the squad responded eagerly. The system announced their entry inside. I moved through a dark passage. The system then displayed data for the Landkeeper's mine. Maximum level, 88. Allowed maximum capacity, 56. Soon, we see a spear impaled in a kobold's head. Suho then rushed at another kobold, oddly wielding a blood-coated shaft, and eliminated it as well. Blue blood flowed from the monster's mouth as a blood jade refilled itself with the spilled liquid. Suho thought it was impressive how few kobolds were present, allowing him ample time to gather their blood. One of the miners stared in sheer astonishment, exclaiming that Suho had annihilated every enemy with just one powerful blow. A Banshee squad member beside him wholeheartedly agreed. So when the miner asked if the boy had never witnessed Suho fight, Kawan admitted it was true, since their leader usually just gave orders. Yunhwa urged them to keep pace. The squad charged forward, joining the fray. Their orders were clear: eliminate the kobolds and protect the miners. Jivan raised his hands, forming a magical circle, promising them cover. Diwan swiftly beheaded another kobold nearby, and Yunhua commanded everyone to maintain formation and avoid rushing in blindly. Suho cast a quick glance over his shoulder, a small smile, satisfied they were following his instructions, and that nothing had gone awry just yet. Yanhua instructed the miners to begin their work. After the hunters advanced a little further, the miners immediately started digging. Massive crystals glimmered all around them. As one miner enthusiastically announced, they were almost done gathering the stones, and requested they be transported to the surface. He then told his teammates to thoroughly check for valuables and clear any monster corpses obstructing the area. Suddenly, a miner spotted something to his left. His companion asked what exactly he was staring at, and the young man gasped. He couldn't believe what he was witnessing before him, as monsters spewed gruesome blue blood around them. Suho landed another devastatingly precise strike, then expertly pierced the goblin lurking to his left. Clenching his fist, he activated his bloody weapon. His eyes blazed pure white, with defeated enemies piling up beneath him. Casually resting the blood sword on his shoulder, he stood poised amidst the fallen creatures. The squad's miners stared intently at him, in stunned, absolute admiration. Several workers raised their arms, cheering joyfully, shouting that working with Suho was an absolute honor. Suho suddenly sensed something ominous, and sharply ordered everyone to gather. Yanhua responded instantly, without hesitation. Deep within a section of the mine, he gestured towards a branching passage. The squad confirmed they'd seen it. Suho revealed the Nexus Guild had completely given up on clearing this gate because endless hordes of kobolds simply overwhelmed them. Someone then asked if splitting up was necessary. Summoning his fearsome bloody sword, Suho declared he'd go alone. They questioned him again, clearly stunned, but he merely raised his weapon and declared there's a boss inside. With a single, explosive strike, stones burst outward. As his cutting steel skill unleashed its power, Diwan stared, absolutely amazed that Suho could slice through solid rock in one go, and Yanhua mused aloud, wondering how such immense strength was even conceivable, standing before the tight passage he'd just carved. Suho explained he intentionally made it so narrow, so monsters couldn't overwhelm them by swarming out. He commanded them to stay here and guard the right path, while he forged ahead to the left. When someone inquired if they should simply eliminate any goblins emerging from his carved path, Suho confirmed that was exactly their task, adding that initially he had planned to completely seal off the entrance. But then a new thought struck him. They wouldn't earn any experience that way. Pivoting away from his squad, he sternly warned them not to look for him, under any circumstances whatsoever, should he not return within 12 hours. They were to abandon the mine completely. Yanhua nodded in agreement. Suho mused internally that he'd undoubtedly need every one of those 12 hours to accomplish his grand plan. Glancing back one last time, he assured them, "We'll meet again soon." Duho mumbled, Suho just blocked the entrance, and wondered aloud if the man was even sane. Hyamin remarked that even though Suho was their leader, going alone would be incredibly challenging, and he feared Suho might not make it through. Jivan confidently countered that Suho would absolutely be fine, reminding everyone present that their formidable leader had cleared 2 sealed gates and countless perilous portals, all by himself. Yanhua then smiled, saying we all remember that, so all they needed was to believe in him and do their part. One of the fighters agreed, saying they had to make sure. Suho would be shocked by how much they'd improved. By the time he returned, the group clenched their fists, brimming with determination, ready to unleash everything they'd learned in training. Large stones lay scattered before him, and Suho declared that nothing was holding him back now. Ahead stretched a countless army of kobolds, and he declared it was finally time to begin. Smiling slightly, he noted there were, indeed, an overwhelming number of monsters waiting for him. Yet he also remarked that their numbers meant nothing to him. The landkeeper kobold snarled, as the system identified them as level 72 to 74, and Suho rushed forward to attack. The monsters lunged at him with fierce growls, and he delivered rapid strikes. A smaller kobold suddenly dropped from above, but Suho noticed it immediately and raised his weapon, blocking the blow with an amused expression. He admitted that these creatures actually knew how to use their heads, though all it really did was add unnecessary trouble. The system confirmed the defeat of the landkeeper kobolds, Outside, Dahan delivered a finishing strike to an enemy, and smiling, turned to one of his comrades to announce they'd dealt with all the monsters. The Banshee squad member agreed, saying that as long as they remained alert, everything would be fine. A miner suggested they take a break and cook something to eat. The miners sat down tiredly beside the crystals, relieved it was finally time for lunch. One of them was surprised that half the workday had already passed. A miner approached the squad, asking if the young hunters were tired, and praising them for doing an excellent job. Jaiwan admitted there had been difficult moments, but now everything was calm. Younghwa stood behind him, listening as the miner praised Jaiwan for defeating an entire horde of kobolds. Jaiwan explained that this was only possible because Suho had created a narrow exit tunnel. If the monsters had swarmed at them all at once, they wouldn't have lasted even an hour. Younghwa studied the fallen kobolds thoughtfully, feeling that Suho must have been here before. She hoped he was all right. Remembering her first encounter with him, she thought about how badly that meeting had gone, and how she had assumed he was simply insane. But with time, she realized she had begun to worry about him. Smiling faintly, she accepted that she could not help him right now, and admitted to herself that it was unclear who should be worrying about whom. Deep inside the mine, Suho sat on a stone with his bloody sword in hand, biting into a chocolate bar. He complained that the kobolds were not attacking him, even though he was openly eating in front of them. Standing up tiredly, he noticed the monsters glaring at him, but still not moving, and he wondered aloud if they had finally grown afraid of him. Then he added that it hardly mattered anymore, since they no longer interested him. Standing atop a tall cliff, he thought that he only wanted one thing: to find a boss of the portal. It was too dark to see clearly, so he pulled out a flare gun. The system explained that it would illuminate the area. For quite a long time, Suho fired it, and the cave lit up with bright, scattered lights in the illuminated cavern. A strange creature with an elephant-like head appeared. The system identified it as Bulgasari. Level 99 Soho considered that. Bulgasari was known to be nearly impossible to kill, feeding on ore, and having a body stronger than most monsters. Approaching it carefully, he recalled that Bulgasari was one of the 3 most dangerous non-star monsters, summoning his shadow spear. Soho declared that it was time to begin. He threw his spear, hitting Bulgasari's head, but the monster reacted only with a ticklish flinch. His smile grew odd as he realized the spear had merely bounced off the creature, as if striking solid stone. Bulgasari finally awakened. Its clawed paws scraped the ground as it rose. Tossing its head back, it unleashed a deafening roar. The kobolds clutched their ears in terror. Far away, the miners looked up in a panic. One said it felt like an earthquake, and another that lamented he never imagined dying like this. Yanwa saw stones tumbling from the cavern ceiling and realized the source of the tremor. That was the direction Suho had gone. Sweat ran down her face as she tried to understand what was happening. Meanwhile, Suho looked up at Bulgasari, smiling as he noted the creature did not appreciate being awakened. The system warned that Bulgasari was using its boss, monster-level fear skill. The enormous jaws roared again, but Suho stood firm, as the system reported that the dragon's blood within him had activated, granting him resistance to the fear effect. Bulgasari's eyes glowed with menace as Suho summoned his bloody sword and invited the beast to attack him. Bulgasari then fired a steel projectile from its trunk, aiming directly at Suho. He remembered Bulgasari converted ore, stored inside its body, into ammunition, and spat it with incredible force. Although the technique was primitive, its destructive power was terrifying. He gripped his sword with both hands, thinking that steel was one of the strongest materials, and few things could match it. With a clean slice, he cut the projectile. Steel Slash had activated. Smiling, Suho announced it was time to tame the monster. He felt relieved he had collected so much blood earlier. Bulgasari roared furiously and charged. White energy burst from its body, and its massive paws thundered across the ground. The creature opened its mouth wide, moving shockingly fast. Suho admitted such speed seemed almost unfair. The monster slammed into the cavern wall, hitting with full force as Suho barely leapt aside. Though shaken, he knew he couldn't waste a single moment. The cave could collapse at any second. Leaping from a rock, he summoned his bloody sword. Gripping it firmly, he focused on channeling every drop of blood he gathered into the strongest attack he could muster with a decisive strike. He sliced off one of Bulgasari's trunks, utilizing his steel/skill. The monster roared in agony as the severed trunk crashed to the ground. Landing on one knee, Suho studied the creature closely, remembering the steel/attack's effectiveness. It didn't depend on the depth of the cut. No matter how thick the armor, the sword would still deliver maximum damage. Seeing the fallen trunk, he felt a surge of confidence. Convinced he could conquer this monster now, Suho considered the well-known strategy against Bulgasari, using fire. In his past life, this monster had only been defeated by overwhelming flames. But, he reminded himself, such a method required an enormous amount of firepower. And, since he wasn't a mage, he had no way to use that option. Standing with his blood sword in hand, he understood this was why he had no choice but to rely solely on his blade. Before him, Bulgasari's enormous paw scraped the ground, the monster growling low and dangerously. Its eyes shifted, and Suho noticed a sudden change. A powerful wave of energy surged from the creature, and the system warned that Bulgasari was shrinking its body. To activate quick recovery, the stump of the severed trunk pulsed faintly. Suho thought about the creature's regeneration. Once Bulgasari was wounded, it compressed its body and used the minerals it had absorbed to restore itself. This was precisely why the monster was considered immortal and so notoriously difficult to kill. A small, almost comical appendage began sprouting from the wound as the regeneration took place. Suho, a smirk playing on his lips, asked if the monster actually expected him to just stand by and simply watch this entire process unfold. Intense yellow waves of power spiraled around Bulgasari, and the system dramatically reported it was initiating Ultra Enhancement. A brand new exoskeleton began forming as the absorbed minerals rapidly hardened along its body, giving the beast an even more terrifying, menacing form. The two formidable opponents faced each other down. Suho realized Bulgasari was using every skill it possessed, unleashing its full, unbridled strength in a desperate attempt to finally defeat him. Clearly, the monster believed it needed every ounce of its power for this single, decisive confrontation. Suho, that confident smile still gracing his face, readily accepted the intense challenge. The monster then violently launched itself forward. The system quickly stated that it was using the skill Ultra Rotation, holding his bloodied sword firmly. Suho braced himself for the impending impact. He had always wondered what Bulgasari, reputed as one of the world's strongest monsters, was truly capable of, and he was equally curious to see if his formidable blade will be able to break through such overwhelming power. The two adversaries violently clashed. His sword met the monster's rapidly rotating body. With a violent impact, Bulgasari's eyes gleamed fiercely, yet Suho remained perfectly calm as he slashed at its form. The creature's limbs suddenly splayed outward. In a helpless, flailing motion, Bulgasari growled weakly, looking upward in utter confusion, as if trying to understand what had even happened. Suho himself tried to make sense of whether he had already defeated the beast. Raising his sword high, the system announced the activation of Steel Slash. Suho struck with devastating full force, slicing the monster cleanly in half with a single decisive blow. A deafening roar echoed as the monster's remaining eye, glowing as Suho pointed a luminous green sphere toward it, declaring that Bulgasari now belonged solely to him. Outside the chamber, the miners and the heroes squad waited nervously near a collapsed section of stone. One of them noted that the shaking seemed to have finally stopped. Yama looked up, while Jaiwan, standing right beside her, remarked that the kobolds had stopped emerging, and it seemed the expedition had already collected enough monostones. The girl slightly lowered her head. Jaiwan said all they could do now was wait. Suddenly, Yanwa's expression brightened. She spotted a system message, confirming the gate had been cleared. The miners gasped as the same message appeared. The system declared Suho the most valuable player. Yanwa and Jaiwan exchanged relieved smiles, and Jaiwan said he had expected nothing less from his boss. Meanwhile, inside, the system informed Suho that, for his exceptional achievement, he was awarded 5 skill points. Smiling, he looked at the glowing green sphere, and the system granted him several more points, along with a level increase and a rise in all his stats. Holding the shining sphere in his hands, he excitedly said that he had done it. He recalled the final blow, thinking that any other monster in Bulgasari's place would have died instantly, but he had not come here intending to kill the beast. The sphere emitted streams of green energy. As he explained to himself, his only goal had been to tame the monster. Using the control sphere he had obtained after defeating Malayan, he threw the green sphere onto the ground. It cracked open and a tiny, elephant-like creature appeared. The system identified it as Bulgasari, level 99, with multiple high-level skills. Suho noted that having traits like Phantom Beast and Species Domination alone would be enough to classify the monster as S rank. Yet this creature possessed both. He knelt before the miniature elephant as the system activated healing. His hand hovered over the creature, whose eyes were closed. Suho gently greeted it, and the little monster responded with an odd sound. Rising to its feet, Bulgasari faced him attentively. Suho told it to listen carefully. Surrounded by enormous crystals, he explained that, although the creature's enthusiasm was admirable, they could not return here again. Their mission: gather all the ore in the area. Bulgasari's tiny ears were flapping. Looking cheerful, Suho asked if they could begin. The creature then let out another series of unusual sounds. Meanwhile, his squad waited at the other end of the mine, confused and increasingly anxious, wondering why their leader was taking so long. Suho now stood within his impossibly luxurious subspace house, a hidden dimension only very few individuals in the world could ever possess. Surrounded by its vast, quiet expanse, he found himself thinking again about his past life and everything he had learned by living through the world twice. In that old life, the only player who had ever controlled Bulgasari was a person known as Gaia, the master of Earth. Their fame had risen entirely because Bulgasari was an overwhelmingly powerful creature. Suho remembered every detail of how Gaia used Bulgasari. The monster was a mythical beast, capable of devouring any kind of metal, converting all of it into pure strength, while also storing enormous quantities of minerals within its body, turning itself into a walking mountain of compressed energy. Inside the subspace house, Bulgasari, now nicknamed Bulbul, looked shockingly cuter than its terrifying, full-sized form. Instead, it resembled a cheerful, metallic-skinned, gray hippo bouncing energetically around the room. Then Bulbul opened its mouth wide and inhaled an entire mound of gleaming magic stones. Like a living vacuum, once it had consumed everything, it rolled onto its back and began radiating a deep, powerful glow. Suho watched with deep satisfaction, thinking that this little creature was unquestionably the greatest miner in the entire world. He smirked to himself, knowing that by now, the Nexus miners outside should have collected their portion, exactly as agreed in the contract. Whatever remained inside this subspace belonged solely to him, and he'd made sure of it. Outside the mine, Diwan, Yanawa, Jaiwan, and the rest of the team continued to wait. Near the sealed tunnel, Daehan grew increasingly restless, convinced that Suho had been gone far too long. The miners whispered nervously amongst themselves, assuming Suho must have defeated the boss, but perhaps suffered injuries during the fight. A few even considered venturing deeper to check, but Jivan held firm, insisting they follow Suho's strict orders. Yanawa agreed, even though a quiet worry tugged at her thoughts. She reminded everyone that a team without trust in its leader would simply collapse, and Suho had clearly told them not to enter for at least 12 hours. None of them wanted to break that trust. Suddenly, the stone wall exploded outward in a powerful burst of purple energy. Suho calmly walked out through the smoke, appearing completely unperturbed, as if he'd just finished a short training session rather than a life-threatening battle. His squad rushed toward him immediately, demanding to know why he had taken so long. Jaiwan, especially dramatic, practically jumped in front of him. Suho teased that if they were that worried, they should have come looking for him. the group quickly reminded him that he was the one who forbade them from doing so. Suho's teasing expression softened when he placed a hand on Jaiwan's shoulder, acknowledging that the boy had loyally followed his orders. Manhwa admitted she was relieved that their trust had not been misplaced, though she still disliked being treated like a child. Suho simply said that they had lived entirely different lives, and that was the undeniable truth. Their darker pasts had shifted completely, and he felt a quiet pride at having changed their future paths. Afterward, Suho thanked the miners and declared that it was finally time to leave the cave for good. The group cheered enthusiastically, more than ready to return to the surface. Meanwhile, in his office, guild leader Baedong-wook waited anxiously. The longer the silence stretched, the more tightly he clenched his hands. If anything happened to Suho, every single bit of responsibility would fall on him, and the Nexus Guild would drown in a sea of trouble. Suddenly, someone burst through the door, delivering urgent news, announcing that Suho and his entire team had returned safe and sound. Dong-yuk, overwhelmed with relief, rushed out to greet them. Suho confirmed the gate had been successfully cleared and requested the results be officially registered. Later, everyone gathered back in the office to pore over the collected materials and recorded data. Dong-yuk was left completely stunned. Despite Suho's unusually brief contract period, the profits they reaped were absolutely massive. They estimated the profits at over 7.2 billion won, with resources potentially exceeding a whopping 10 billion. As they processed the numbers, Suho quietly remembered the raw stones he had claimed for himself alone in advance and almost burst out laughing. His personal haul alone was worth an absolute fortune. To be fair, Dong-yuk offered Suho's squad a generous 10% of the gate's entire profit as a bonus. Suho, naturally, pretended to be surprised, even though, inwardly, he thought it was far too generous. He had already taken home truly enormous amounts, so demanding anything more now would just feel plain greedy. After a polite exchange, however, they eventually agreed on a perfectly balanced reward that left both sides completely satisfied. Once this matter was finally settled, Suho then brought up another important matter. He wanted to form a clandestine raid unit, operating right within the Nexus Guild, since he would soon be joining the Hunter Association. As an official government hunter, he would be unable to officially lead his team. He asked Dong-yuk to discreetly support them and register them officially within the guild so they could continue serving as a hidden, powerful force, working diligently behind the scenes. Dong-yuk loved the idea and agreed without hesitation. Suho reflected that only because he had regressed could he build such an incredibly solid foundation, avoid the painful betrayals of his past life, and truly test each person until they prove themselves to be truly trustworthy allies. This time, he wanted real companions walking right beside him, not just mere opportunists. Later, Suho entered the locker room, where his squad was already gathered, still absolutely buzzing with excitement. Catching up on the last mission, Jaiwan immediately sprang toward him with his usual over-the-top greeting. Suho gathered everyone around and dropped a bombshell. Starting today, they were all officially members of Nexus. The team was absolutely floored. Several Banshee members had given up their previous jobs just to follow him, and now they would receive proper pay, clear advancement paths, and official B-rank status, with potential for A-rank promotions. Dahan and the others were absolutely ecstatic, celebrating like they'd just won the lottery. Right then, Suho's phone rang. It was Chief Pai calling with even more good news. Suho's special recruitment for the Hunter Association had been approved. Soon, he would formally join, receive a commendation, and begin his government contract. Chief Pai joked that Suho was becoming far too impressive, and Suho responded that he fully intended to keep, surprising everyone from here on out. The next day, inside the Nexus lounge room, the entire Banshee squad was deep inside the digital space created through Jaiwan's digitization skill. The bright, white environment looked futuristic from outside, but inside, the environment was filled with glitch-covered monsters, their red eyes flickering as they crawled out of broken streams of corrupted data. The creatures let out distorted screams. As they swarmed the team, everyone held their positions, while Dahan barked commands, keeping the formation from collapsing under the chaos. Yanhwa glanced toward Jaiwan, who was catching his breath while leaning heavily on his staff. She asked if he was all right. Jaiwan insisted he was fine, though he was clearly pushing himself too hard, determined not to look weak, and wanting to prove he truly belonged in the Banshee squad. One of the older members gave Jaiwan a playful smack on the back, nearly knocking him off balance, playfully ribbing their youngest member for being so fired up. Today, another teammate stepped in, quick to steady him, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder and firmly telling everyone to quiet down. Yanhwa reached out, helping Jivan stand tall, and warned him not to let any weakness show if they truly wanted to reach level 100. If they aimed to keep up with their leader's formidable reputation, they still had a very long road ahead. The others agreed that if Jivan wanted proper recognition, he had to keep fighting. Their determination collectively surged. The entire team shouted in unison that no matter how grueling the climb became, they would give everything they had. Just a short distance away, Suho watched them while surrounded by the digital remains of corrupted monsters he'd already decimated. Their enthusiasm actually amused him. He mused the team had grown almost too energetic. He'd told Jivan to set the program to hard mode, but even he hadn't expected things to escalate this intensely. He even joked to himself internally, if a virus like this ever spread online, the entire internet would probably collapse. Suho then walked up to Jaiwan and asked if he was holding up. Jaiwan tried his best to appear unfazed, saying he was just taking a break before returning to battle. Suho simply told him, "We're done for the day. It's time to log out." Jaiwan froze, unable to believe Suho had already finished clearing the stage. The rest of the team, already exhausted but clearly irritated, felt like their leader had played a completely different game entirely. They insisted they were only getting started. Suho quietly smiled. He knew now they were pushing themselves harder, for his sake. With that, he exited the virtual space. Later, back in the real world, Suho sat alone inside Angel and Earth Coffee, a calm cafe near the edge of Seoul. He checked his phone, organizing his next steps. Since he'd just entered the special recruitment program, his free time would shrink quickly. He needed to move fast. His next priority was tracking down a specific individual. Soon, a sleek white car glided to a stop outside. Cho-eun stepped out, nonchalantly strolling inside. She acted as if the place belonged to her. She promptly ordered a strawberry frappe. Suho promptly reminded her, "You're not exactly in a position to demand drinks, since I was the one who called you here to repay the favor you owe me." But before she could even react, the waiter placed the frappe right in front of her. Suho had already ordered it for her. She blinked, utterly stunned. How do you know the exact drink she'd asked for? And even the timing? Suho simply brushed it off, claiming it was just simple intuition. In truth, the vast library of memories he carried from his previous life contained even the smallest details, like her favorite snacks. Switching topics, he then asked if she had located the person he'd requested. She handed him a thick document folder, still utterly confused why he wanted information on someone she believed was just a junkie. Suho immediately corrected her. "The man I'm looking for is a highly skilled craftsman." In Suho's memory, that junkie would eventually become one of the greatest blacksmiths in the world. Nam Hee-won, he mused to himself. Finding information on someone like Hee-won wasn't easy, yet Cho-eun had still managed it. She was undeniably excellent at her work. Suho then revealed. The next step involves using a safe house in Cheongdam, one that belongs to the Union. The girl froze. She knew these safe houses existed, but only the highest ranks held authority over the Cheongdam location. Even high-level brokers rarely stepped inside. Her nerves flared. She pointed out, even knowing about this place is unusual. Suho simply reminded her, "You owe me a favor." She tried to negotiate, but he pressed her harder, even teasing her that, "If your entire life's worth amounts to mere paperwork, perhaps I shouldn't have helped you at all." Cornered and sweating, she started sputtering out childish excuses. Finally defeated, she grudgingly said she'd make the call. She stepped outside. Suho waited calmly, knowing the Union was bound to eventually settle on the most logical outcome. They'd greenlight his request. When she returned, she looked utterly defeated and asked if it truly had to be Cheongdam. Suho's twisted expression screamed the answer. She instantly regretted asking. He'd chosen the location simply because it was closest. She told him he could use it, but only under one condition. She explained that if he met that condition, he could access the Cheongdam safe house at half price. Even so, half price was still ridiculously expensive. She pulled out her phone, ready to accept the union's terms. But Suho told her to wait. He wanted to know the full catch first. She thought he was being unreasonably strict for someone asking favors. But Suho replied with a shrug, saying he had to be, after all. He was joining the Hunter Association. Finally, Cho-Yoon told him the condition. He had to help clear a newly discovered gate. The union had found one. They didn't want exposed, because it appeared in an extremely public area. Nam Hansen, Suho asked about the monsters inside. She explained the gate was known as Sky Mountain and filled with massive wyverns, fast sky blue dragons that were difficult even for trained hunters. Only those under level 110 could enter. She added that it wasn't supposed to be a solo operation. Suho only needed to join the raid team and assist. But Suho already knew everything about Sky Mountain. He asked whether the wyverns were sky blue. She confirmed it and asked how he knew. Suho stood up, asking her for the raid time. She said he could go immediately if he wanted. With a calm, confident smile, Suho told her to change the condition, because he'd be clearing the gate alone. A couple of days later, the sun was shining over a quiet forest clearing, where a blue, swirling portal stood like a breathing doorway. Boxes of supplies were stacked nearby, ready for the raid, but Suho just strolled past them, not even slowing his pace. He headed straight for the gate. Not far behind him, Choi-Yoon stood beside Kim Soo-won, a hunter from the Union. Kim Soo-won commented that it was quite surprising. Suho had declined all supplies and insisted on entering alone. Choi-Yoon simply shrugged. She believed he had his own plans, and their boss had mentioned that, regardless of success or failure, watching Suho would be truly interesting. He still felt confident he would win. Suho always exceeded expectations in the end. Kim Soo-won, meanwhile, remained curious. If Suho succeeded in soloing this gate, he would become even more of a legend. If he failed, the fall would be dramatic. Either way, he found the situation extremely fascinating. Inside the gate, the system loaded a new environment, Celestial Mountain. The surroundings were rocky, bright, and high above the clouds, with strong winds swirling through the mountain peaks. The system stated that only hunters under level 110 could enter, and the maximum party limit was 31. Yet Suho stood there alone, planning to clear everything by himself. He remembered reading association reports about this place. Officially, it was not classified as extremely dangerous, but the reality was different. Many hunters had failed here, and several had died, with wyverns dominating the sky. The association usually sent mages and archers. Warriors were advised to stay away, since aerial combat was too difficult for them. But Suho felt that these rules did not apply to him. He gathered blood in his hand and activated his blood weapon skill. A bloody sword formed in his grip. Looking up the winding mountain path, he decided to skip it entirely. Using leap, he soared upward through the sharp winds, as if they were nothing more than a gentle breeze. He ignored the twisting trails and ran straight up the mountain. Soon, Suho arrived on a plateau, a gathering place for formidable sky wyverns. Every single one of them soared above level 100. Their leader, a colossal sky wyvern, was level 109. It loomed over its kin as Suho drew near. The wyverns reacted with a mix of irritation and sheer surprise. They were clearly baffled. How could a lone human charge them with such confidence? One wyvern immediately launched a swift, decisive attack, but Suho was even swifter, slicing the beast cleanly in two with a single quick draw. The others recoiled instantly, fear gripping them. They realized in an instant, this human was unlike any they'd ever faced. Still, they were no strangers to refusing a fair fight. When it became clear none could take him down alone, the wyverns moved to overwhelm him, attacking from every direction. Suho swiftly grasped this was a coordinated strategy. The initial attackers were merely a distraction. The real threat was the leader, circling around from behind. As the leader lunged, aiming for a surprise attack, Suho dodged the strike and slashed sharply upward, landing a precise hit, thoroughly enraging it. The sky wyvern unleashed its fierce skill. A wave of chilling blue pressure rolled across the mountain. But Suho's dragon blood rendered him completely immune. The wyvern's attempt at intimidation felt almost amusing. Only true dragons could ever frighten him. These wyverns were just pale imitations. Frustrated, the leader blasted its powerful breath attack. Meanwhile, the lesser wyverns, tore massive boulders from the mountainside and hurled them at Suho, blocking his every move, while the leader prepared for another deadly strike. It was a surprisingly well-coordinated tactic. As the rocks crashed down around him, the leader charged in, going for the kill. Suho activated Leap once again, soaring high above the cluster attack. From the air, he unleashed Airstrike's first form, Sever, and prepared his cutting steel. He descended like a sharp blade from the sky and cut the leader from head to tail. With one clean strike, with the leader now defeated, Suho observed its crumbling remains and felt he was finally starting to truly adapt to his newer techniques. Still, he sensed there was always room for improvement. He continued his climb ever higher. He pressed on, straight for the true boss of this gate. But suddenly, the air grew heavy and dark. A truly massive monster stepped into view, far larger than any of the others, adorned with dark blue scales and a crown of jagged horns. When it roared, the entire mountain trembled violently. High above, the Sky Wyvern King announced its presence. Suho quickly assumed the king must have sensed the death of its minions. Now, he stood squarely in the king's domain. Everything before this had merely been a warm-up. As Suho reached the mountain summit, the sky dimmed, as if reacting to the king itself. The giant wyvern landed, completely blocking out the sun. The system reported its level, a staggering 113. It released a massive, earth-shattering roar, accompanied by a chilling wave of dark energy. Once again, Suho resisted it effortlessly, all thanks to his formidable dragon blood. Although the Wyvern King was certainly intimidating, resembling a true dragon, Suho reassured himself that real dragons were far more terrifying. The Wyvern King circled high above, waiting for Suho's move. Suho disliked wasting time, but he felt that mastering his techniques during this battle would be highly beneficial. Then, something else suddenly caught his eye, a nest filled with glowing, precious wyvern eggs. He immediately suspected that approaching the eggs might provoke the king. He stepped closer, and his guess proved entirely correct. The Wyvern King dived straight at him, blasting a wind so powerful that the very ground cracked. Suho felt the immense pressure, but stayed perfectly calm. The Wyvern King repeated its terrifying fierce skill, but it had no effect. Suho attacked with cutting steel, but the boss's incredibly thick scales reduced the damage. A level gap of over 40 levels. That definitely made a noticeable difference. But instead of feeling discouraged, Suho absolutely welcomed the challenge. This was a prime opportunity to sharpen his abilities. Even faster, the Wyvern King roared again, summoning another massive flock of wyverns. Suho had expected more enemies, but even he was surprised by the sheer number that suddenly appeared. Still, his newly upgraded stats allowed him to move faster, strike harder, and jump higher. Perfect for this incredibly chaotic situation. The wyverns swarmed, assaulting from every direction imaginable. Suho, quick as a flash, leaped onto a wyvern's back. He used it like his own personal aerial platform. The system immediately chimed in with a notification. His leap skill had just hit an impressive S rank. Now, he could perform an additional jump even while airborne. This effectively doubled his agility and movement in the sky. Suho wasted no time, testing it out instantly. He stepped on thin air, seemingly defying gravity, effortlessly closing the distance to the formidable Wyvern King. With impeccable timing and precision, his blood weapon transformed into a striking, long red staff. Suho extended it, striking the Wyvern King's neck with force, slamming the colossal beast hard onto the ground below. Even after that brutal hit, the monster still struggled back to its feet. Suho couldn't help but respect its incredible durability. Laughing lightly, he hoped this boss would hold out a bit longer, giving him more chances to test new techniques. The Wyvern King, now desperate, frantically forced its subordinates to launch another attack. But surprisingly, the lesser wyverns hesitated, as if they feared Suho more than their own monstrous ruler. Some even appeared to be visibly trembling in terror. Suho quietly remarked that perhaps, just perhaps, he had actually become the true Wyvern King now. The actual king then shrieked in pure outrage, and its minions finally, reluctantly, resumed their assault. Suho zipped through the air with astonishing speed, bouncing effortlessly from one wyvern to the next. Still, he couldn't help but notice that his sword-drawing technique wasn't leveling up as quickly as he had initially hoped. These opponents were certainly strong, no doubt, but not quite enough to truly push the technique further. Deciding to drastically accelerate the pace, he blasted off towards the very peak of the mountain. There, he stumbled upon something truly enormous. It was the Sky Wyvern Queen, even larger and mightier than the king. Completely covered in stunning, deep purple scales, she fiercely guarded her nest, unable to leave its vicinity. This revelation immediately gave Suho a crucial advantage. The queen was incredibly powerful, but entirely bound to her nest. She attacked by rolling massive boulders right toward him, but he used his sword-drawing skill to effortlessly slice them apart. Her enraged screams summoned every single remaining wyvern on the mountain. Suho, however, remained completely calm and collected. He understood she would rely on her minions for the fight, rather than engaging him in direct combat herself. And at that very moment, the Wyvern King swooped down, unleashing a full-force assault. Suho decided it was time to finally end this battle. He chose not to unleash his strongest skill right away. Instead, he aimed to achieve a higher level of sword-drawing mastery. The greatest swordsmen relied solely on their blade, and Suho wanted to honor that sacred principle. He focused on perfect timing and razor-sharp precision, repeating his sword-drawing technique over and over. The system reacted to his burgeoning mastery, recognizing that his understanding had surpassed all others before him. System alerts flooded his vision, a torrent of notifications. His sword-drawing technique evolved to a supreme level. The guardian sword within him responded with immense power, granting him a new form, Cloud Cutter, rank S+. Red energy flickered wildly in his hair and eyes. Suho unleashed Cloud Cutter with a devastating, powerful swing, sending forth a massive vortex of bloody, crimson energy, crushing straight through the Wyvern King. The boss collapsed, dying with a final, agonizing cry. The remaining wyverns shrieked in terror and grief. But Suho wasn't done. He activated Cloud Cutter once more. In one swift, sweeping strike, he annihilated all the remaining wyverns, including their queen. The system announced his glorious triumph. Suho stood triumphant on the mountaintop, with his sword resting casually on his shoulder. The gate utterly conquered. After the intense battle concluded, Suho took a moment to check his shimmering status window. The gate had granted him a massive welcome boost, and his experience bar was sitting comfortably ahead of the curve. His strength stat was already brushing past 80, and he didn't have far to go at all. Before hitting the next formidable tier, a small smile formed on his lips as he saw the new additions, Double Jump and Cloud Sash, the exact skills he'd been aiming for all along. It felt incredibly good to see his plan finally paying off. Turning toward the Queen's Den, he decided it was time to collect his well-deserved loot. Inside were a staggering 12 Sky Wyvern Queen eggs. The association's advanced team had only confirmed 6, which meant the remaining half naturally fell straight into his hands now. With the job finally complete, he shifted his attention to the numerous wyvern corpses. Monster byproducts sold for extremely high prices, especially when used to craft incredibly rare materials. And the Sky Wyvern Queen's corpse, a top-tier find, became a target for his shadow spear. He decided to let the spear handle the cleanup, placing it beside the queen's massive body. The spear immediately began its work, devouring the corpse piece by piece. As it absorbed the flesh, the spear's purple energy flared, growing more vicious and alive, upgrading the blade to its next level. Watching the transformation, Suho realized that even a 1-star beast could serve as excellent nourishment for the ghost blade's shadow devouring. Judging by the spear's current state, one more powerful meal should push it further. With that in mind, he directed the spear toward the king's corpse next, letting it feast again. Outside the gate, chaos had already broken out. Someone shouted that the gate reading had been completely deceptive, and people around him stared in disbelief. They finally realized the guy inside wasn't just some healer. He was actually a sword master. Among the crowd, A black-haired man wiped sweat from his forehead. Overwhelmed, he knew better than anyone that, even with a full raid party, clearing that gate wasn't guaranteed. Yet somehow this man had done it solo, and not as a combat class, but officially as a healer. Choyun brushed it off casually, reminding him that she'd already said he would clear it. Easily, he agreed, but couldn't understand why she looked so excited. She just told him it must be his imagination. Their conversation paused. As Suho walked out of the gate, they congratulated him for conquering it solo, the girl cheering first and the guy echoing her. Suho thanked them and then reached into his inventory, pulling out the wyvern eggs. He placed all 10 sky wyvern queen eggs before them, saying he found that many inside. Kim Soo-won stared, stunned by the sheer quantity. Suho calmly insisted he had retrieved every single egg, while keeping quiet. As for the extra ones he'd snagged for himself. Now, about the Sky Wyvern King and Queen's corpses. Suho explained that both massive bodies had plummeted all the way down to Sky Mountain's base during the intense fight, making recovery absolutely impossible. He was, of course, cleverly concealing the truth, that Ghostblade had already devoured them whole, without a trace, leaving absolutely no trace behind. Then, lowering his voice, Suhwan hesitantly asked if he could pose a question. Suho simply nodded, telling him to go right ahead. Suhwan paused, then asked, how could someone, officially registered as a mere healer, be capable of wielding a sword like that? Did he really fight those massive wyverns with nothing but pure swordsmanship and a few healing abilities? Even with exceptional sword skills, taking down hordes of flying monsters with just a blade. It shouldn't be that simple, Suhwan mentally mused. Suho, being both a powerful swordsman and a healer, surely would have brought arrows, throwing spears, or, at the very least, some long-range spell scrolls. As a fellow seasoned hunter, he was absolutely dying to know how Suho pulled it off. Suho just grinned back, casually stating one sword was enough. Suhwan gaped at him, looking like an utterly stunned fanboy, barely able to ask if he really meant. He took down all those monstrous flying wyverns, including their ferocious king and queen, with just that one sword. Suho simply confirmed it. Suhwan practically beamed with excitement, thrilled and glowing with pure, unadulterated admiration. Meanwhile, Choyun playfully nudged him, asking if this wasn't the same guy who had been whining like a baby just moments ago. Casually changing the subject, Suho then asked Choyun if he had fulfilled all the agreed-upon conditions. Choyun happily declared she had more than fulfilled them. He solo cleared the gate and recovered all 10 eggs. Just as he promised, she guaranteed him free, unrestricted use of the largest unit in the prestigious Cheongdam residence. She added that her boss never went back on their word. She then politely asked when he'd like to start using it. Suho promptly replied he wanted to start today. He also requested exclusive access to future reports on items and magic stones. Was that possible? He asked with a smile. Smiling broadly, she affirmed, it absolutely is. You can contact me for anything at all, from item disposal to even, money laundering, and I'll provide you with top-tier service. Suho suddenly thrust a small diary her way, declaring he had one more favor to ask. She told him to go right ahead. Inside, a photo of a green-haired man lay. Suho inquired about a patient named Nam Hee-won from the Yangdongpo Danyak Center, explaining he needed information on him. Flipping through the diary, Choyun realized it was the exact file she had just retrieved. Confused, she asked, what this Hee-won person actually did. Didn't Suho mention he was some kind of technician? Suho opened his car door and sharply asked if he really needed to explain the entire backstory. Every single time he requested a favor, she quickly apologized, admitting she'd slipped up again. As he settled into the driver's seat, she complained from outside the car that she felt hurt. After everything they'd been through together, shouldn't they be able to talk more freely by now? Suho calmly replied she could ask how he was doing, but nothing beyond that. Clasping her hands dramatically, she muttered he's so cold. Then she informed him the Cheongdam residence would be ready in 2 hours, and she'd send the address once everything was set. He told her to also send him Hee-won's information. Checking her phone, she confirmed he was indeed a patient at the Danyak Center, and that digging into junkies records would take only a few dozen minutes. She scrolled through her contacts and told him she'd get back to him shortly after. Sometime later, while driving, Suho received a call from Choi-yun. She told him the Cheongdam residence was ready for immediate use, and she had already gathered all the information on Nam. He won and sent it directly to his phone. Suho thanked her for the work, but Choi-yun still pushed, asking why he was digging into a person who was a drug addict. Suho simply ended the call, refusing to entertain the question any further. He opened the map location she'd sent. Looking at the screen, he muttered the name Yangdongpo, realizing this was the man's location, and deciding he would go recruit him now. Soon after, he arrived in front of a cluster of old, rundown buildings stood before him, looking more like a forgotten slum than anything else. As he stood before one of these dilapidated structures, he realized this had to be the house where Nam Hee-won was staying, another semi-basement apartment. He peered through a tiny window, noticing the curtains were tightly drawn from within. He pressed the doorbell, only to find it was broken, so he started pounding hard on the door, shouting out for Nam Hee-won. After a moment of no response, he figured the guy wasn't home, muttering that he'd have to come back later. What he didn't know was that inside that very room, 3 menacing men loomed over a collapsed Nam Hee-won. The brown-haired thug crouched beside him, asking if Hee-won really had visitors coming. He decided they should finish the job before anyone else saw him. But before he could act, a heavy thud rattled the entire door. All 3 thugs froze instantly, startled by the sudden, powerful impact. The one responsible, of course, was Suho. As he stepped inside, the tattooed thug aggressively demanded to know who he was. But Suho shut him down coldly, stating his identity was none of their business. The tattooed thug tried to swear at him, but before he could even finish the insult, Suho's hand flew across his cheek with a sharp, rapid slap. It was so incredibly fast that the other 2 thugs didn't even register what happened, until the man staggered back, reeling. Suho glared at the remaining thugs, his voice heavy as he commanded them to come here. Every single one of them. Outside the room, Suho had already confirmed 4 presences inside, using his magic detection ability. Now, 2 of them were shouting right in front of him, demanding his identity and yelling, "Who the hell are you?" The second thug, standing beside the first, kept staring intently at Suho, as if he recognized him from somewhere. The third thug was still lying, unconscious from Suho's earlier brutal slap, and the fourth was none other than Nam Hee-won himself. When the 2 remaining thugs stepped closer, accusing Suho of completely ignoring him, he didn't get another word out. Before Suho, he casually swung a powerful slap straight across his face. The guy's expression twisted horribly, morphing into something both hilarious and utterly tragic. He flew backward, collapsing hard onto the floor. The last conscious thug witnessed everything unfold. The first slap, the second, and now his second friend dropping like a broken puppet. He barely had time to even react before Suho whipped his head around and delivered another brutal, bone-jarring slap. This one sent him spinning in a full, dizzying circle, crashing far across the room and landing in the most dramatic, epic fall of the 3. Suho walked over and checked one of the men's breathing, wondering if he'd hit him hard, enough to actually kill him. Satisfied they were still barely clinging to life, he shifted his attention to Nam Hee-won. He lifted Hee-won by the shoulder, telling him to get up if he was fine. But the moment he got a clear look at the man's face, Suho froze. Hee-won's hand was limp and clearly drugged. His expression twisted unnaturally. A syringe lay discarded beside him, and Suho instantly realized what had happened. Those thugs had injected him with something and tormented him afterward, judging by how stiff his body felt. Almost petrified, the injection had been done a while ago. Checking his breathing and overall physical state, Suho quickly understood that the poison symptoms were extremely serious. He needed to act fast. He activated his recovery skill, the evolved form of Cure. He had upgraded Cure into Recovery, specifically for scenarios like this. Real illnesses, real poisonings, real damage unrelated to the system. Originally, the skill only affected the area his hands touched, but Isabella had once told him that pouring magic into it allowed him to forcibly expand the range. A slow grin spread across his face as he channeled magic into his hands. He thought about how he was now, using information gained from someone who once tried to kill him, all to save someone else. The world truly works in wild ways. After some time under Suho's care, Hee-won slowly opened his eyes. His vision was still blurry, and the first thing he saw was a blurry figure. Asking if he was awake, he quickly stood up. Suho calmly told him this was his home. When Hee-won finally focused, he noticed the beaten thugs sprawled across the room and looked terrified, asking why they were in that state and who the guy even was. Suho replied that they refused to listen, so he restrained them, but the more important issue was the drug in Hee-won's system. Shaking violently, Hee-won insisted he never took anything on his own. He said they forced it, they injected him, and he begged Suho to believe him. Trembling, he repeated that it was the truth. Suho watched him and realized the guy was too agitated to talk properly like this. In his past life, Suho remembered an interview from when Hee-won later became a famous blacksmith. In that interview, he admitted the Changsik gang had forcibly injected him with drugs, and he suffered long-term after effects of addiction because of it. With that memory in mind, Suho decided to treat him properly. He placed his hand close to Nam Hee-won, and the system responded. The ring of emotions reacted to the strongest emotions in the target. The color being absorbed was black. Suddenly, Hee-won clutched his chest, overwhelmed by the pain. Then, as the ring drew out his dark emotions, the tension eased, and he felt relief wash over him. Once the process ended, Suho asked if he was feeling better, and the green-haired boy nodded. Suho stood and told him he believed him. He addressed him properly as Mr. Nam Hee-won, confirming that the people who injected him belonged to the Chung Sik gang, and that the thugs on the floor were from the same group. The Chung Sik gang's original name has been Goldmade Hand, but the reasoning behind that name? Absolutely absurd. So the association just straight up rebranded them as the Chung Sik gang. Suho then asked Hee-won if he was currently in rehab. Still trembling, Hee-won confirmed he was. He then wondered how Suho knew, to which Suho replied casually, simply stating that he'd uncovered it while digging into the Chung Sik gang. Suho reassured him there was no longer any need to worry. Forcing drugs on someone already undergoing rehabilitation was a severely punishable offense. Suho promised he would personally take responsibility and resolve the entire case. Hee-won's face immediately brightened, and he thanked Suho with genuine sincerity. Suho told him that, as this was a critical matter, he'd be back to check on him again very soon. He then asked if Hee-won was experiencing dry mouth or any other withdrawal symptoms. Hee-won admitted he was, and that he was starting to feel a chill. Suho knelt down right in front of him and asked him to sit for a moment. Hee-won obeyed. Suho activated recovery, and a vibrant blue light gathered around his hands. Seeing it, Hee-won watched in silent, profound awe. Suho explained that this was a healer's specialized recovery technique, tailored specifically for drug addicts. It would alleviate withdrawal symptoms and expel the lingering drug energy from his body. However, full recovery required continuous, long-term treatment. Recovery consumed a tremendous amount of mana, and only a select few healers were skilled enough to wield it. That was precisely why, in Suho's past life, Isabella had risen to become one of the most influential figures among the last crusaders, and that was also why, after his return, he chose the path of a healer. Standing up, Suho told the green-haired boy that addiction treatment demanded consistency, and they would meet again for further care. For now, he had to head directly to the Chung Sik gang station. Terrified, Hee-won quickly pleaded with him to wait. He mentioned he'd wanted to ask something earlier as well, and asked who Suho was affiliated with. Suho stated his name and revealed he was a hunter under the Korean Hunters Association. As Suho departed, Hee-won remained seated in silent amazement, repeating Suho's name over and over in his mind. Even someone who didn't own a TV, like him, he'd heard that name constantly over the past few days. It dominated the breaking news. Now, he realized the man who saved him was the very same on Suho everyone was buzzing about. From above, the slum resembled a war-torn zone. After enduring countless gate shocks, half of Yeongdongpa had crumbled into ruin, firmly establishing itself as a slum. Suho navigated its broken, desolate streets, the air thick with an oppressive sense of neglect. Since this district sat smack dab in the center of Seoul, it had, perhaps inevitably, become a perfect breeding ground for all sorts of crime. He gazed up at the crumbling, decrepit surroundings, thinking this must be the exact spot that both the police and the Hunter Association deliberately pretended not to see. Before him stood a building displaying a bold, audacious sign that read, "Goal made." Suho just stared. He wondered what kind of gang had the sheer audacity to brand themselves with such a grandiose name. He pushed open the door and stepped inside. The first floor was a functioning convenience store. Shelves stocked, lights blazing. Suho immediately grasped the situation. A convenience store, smack in the middle of a slum, still operating smoothly? That was clear proof that this place was openly run by gangsters. There was simply no way it would remain untouched without some serious backing behind it. He strolled to the back of the store and found a staircase. As he ascended, a rough voice barked from above, ordering him to freeze. A bald man appeared, demanding he not move and threatening that he'd die right there if he dared take another step. He demanded Suho's identity, as if he held any real authority. Suho simply looked at him with a small, knowing smile. A gatekeeper? How utterly classic, he thought. Then, he calmly asked, "Where's Changsik?" The bald man instantly bristled, snapping in anger. Shocked to hear that name spoken so casually, the thug bellowed, demanding to know who he thought he was, to speak their boss's name so freely. But then his expression suddenly shifted as he abruptly recognized the face before him. The man froze solid as the terrifying realization hit him. This was on Suho himself. Suho waved, lightly thanking him for the recognition. The thug thought he was trying to high-five him and raised his hand instead. Suho stepped forward and delivered a brutal slap, sending the bald man flying aside. As he walked past with a grin, continuing up the stairs, Suho spoke calmly, telling them to inform Chung Sik to come out. Inside his office, Jangsik heard the sounds of fighting, erupting right outside his door. The noise grew louder and more chaotic, until the door finally burst open, a thug flying through it after being kicked by Suho. Suho stepped inside calmly. He muttered that not a single one of these gangster bitches seemed to understand words behind him. The bodies of beaten thugs were scattered across the hallway, like discarded trash running a hand through his hair. He asked Changsik if bringing him here was really that hard, stepping over another fallen thug. He added that he wondered what the gang would even do if he resisted. Changsik sat in front of him with a straight, unreadable expression. Two bodyguards stood behind him like statues. As Suho approached, he knew exactly what kind of place this was. More than 80% of this organization's members were awake in the fact that awakened criminals operated openly like this was proof that the nation's security had already collapsed. In his previous life, the Chung Sik gang had grown even larger than this current version. They had created countless victims, and it took an exhausting amount of time to take them down. Remembering that, Suho clenched his fist in a cold tone. He said that this was exactly why cancer needed to be removed. Before it grew, Chung Sik tried to speak, addressing him as Hunter on Suho, and asking what he was doing so suddenly. Suho stepped closer, telling him not to act clueless. They were the ones who started all of this. Changsik demanded to know when he supposedly started anything. Suho declared he was playing dumb right to the bitter end. He revealed they'd messed with someone named Haiwan. He then dropped a syringe onto the desk. Both the boss and his bodyguard gawked at it. Suho informed them he'd just met Haiwan himself. He asked if they truly intended to keep denying everything. Changsik leaned in toward his subordinate and quietly whispered, "Who is Haiwan?" The underling then whispered the explanation into his ear. Suho raised his leg and slammed it down on the table, breaking the surface clean in half. He growled, "You've turned my closest friend into that state." His eyes glowed red as he demanded, "Why did you do it?" The two bodyguards froze solid. Changsik kept his expression resolute, desperately trying not to show fear. The boss ran a hand across his face and ordered the bodyguards to step outside. They hesitated, asking why. He then barked, "Get out." The rest of the guards immediately rushed out of the room, leaving only Suho and Changsik inside. Changsik nervously swallowed and claimed he believed there was some misunderstanding, suggesting they talk things over calmly. Suho slowly walked over the broken table. He stated that every word they spoke only earned them another brutal beating. Changsik, now visibly trembling, warned him that if he dared to touch him, he would call the police. Suho punched him hard across the face, calling his threat nonsense. The powerful blow sent Chang-sik sliding across the floor, still in his chair, as if his ass were glued to it. Suho remarked that hearing the word police come from a gangster boss was absolutely hilarious. Chang-sik groaned on the ground in pain. Suho added that he figured a boss wouldn't go down from just a single punch. Chang-sik forced a shaky laugh, saying he wouldn't just sit there and let it happen. But the moment Suho stepped toward him, pure terror returned to his eyes. Suho reminded him once again that he was practically begging for a beating, tightening his fist, and with that, Suho's punch drove straight toward the boss's face. Just outside the office, the guards heard the repeated thuds of fists, violently slamming into something or someone. Alarmed, they rushed toward the room, shouting for their boss. When they threw the door open, they found Suho standing in front of shattered glass window. He calmly told them their boss had already fled. One of the guards stared at him in utter shock, asking what just happened here. Suho explained calmly that Chang-sik had simply smashed the window and bolted out. He pointed out the broken frame as if it were painfully obvious. The balding guard raised his hand, like a confused school kid, pointing out, but this is the 3rd floor. Suho brushed him off, explaining that Chang-sik was a level 100 hunter. He could easily roll out of something like that without a problem, so they should stop babbling nonsense. With a chilling smile, he told them he planned to dismantle this entire place, starting right now. Then, he added that anyone who wanted to come with him could follow him straight to Changak. Just hearing that name made the entire group freeze. Changak was a notorious correctional facility right next to Chansong Penitentiary. While Chansong held regular criminals, Changak held awakened offenders. Since the whole place was filled with violent, awakened criminals, it was practically a hell within hell. A pro version of hell where only the strong survive. Its reputation alone was enough to make half-baked punks and bitches tremble. Exactly like the situation unfolding right now. Sweat poured down their faces. Suho reminded them that he had connections to the Great Hunter Association. He told them to run before he tossed them all inside. Otherwise, he would drag them, along with Chang-sik, straight to Changak. The thugs gritted their teeth in sheer terror. Then, the next second, they bolted at full speed, shouting, "We don't know any boss." Watching them scatter, Suho coolly remarked he expected about that much loyalty from gangsters, calling them vermin cockroach bastards. He warned them if even a single document went missing, he'd carve them up slow and painful. He ordered them to leave empty-handed. Once the building was clear, Suho activated his magic detection. A blue magic circle pulsed to life beneath his feet. In moments, it pinpointed something extraordinary, radiating mana on the 3rd floor. In the corner of the room, Suho strode to the spot and uncovered a hidden safe. He scoffed, calling it obvious, saying, "This bastard must have thought hiding it here would keep it protected." It was a top-tier safe from a famous brand, the kind that only unlocked with the registrants. Mana signature. He placed his hand on the reinforced steel. Blue light pulsed across it. With toughness like this, simply cutting through the steel would destroy the contents. So, he needed to slice the door off cleanly. Suho then summoned Bulgasari. The tiny elephant monster popped out from subspace, standing at attention like a soldier. Suho told him he just wanted the door removed. Bulgasari obeyed instantly, gripping the door with its tiny trunk and ripping it free, breaching the safe. Suho praised it, telling it to eat well. Inside the safe, he found piles of cash and gold bars, but none of that mattered to him. What he truly came for was the dark ledger, filled with the names of countless victims. The Chang-sik gang had started out with loan sharking, preying on ordinary people to build their power. Later, they recruited hunters and deliberately addicted them to evasive or one drugs to control and extort them. This addiction operation was the backbone of their entire influence. The drug was far more potent than ordinary narcotics, and in the end, no one could resist it. Holding the documents, Suho thought of Nam Hee-won. He realized then, Hee-won was one of the rare cases who managed to escape. Without his personal strength, even he would have fallen completely. Suho's thoughts hardened. They deserved the Changak prison for crimes like this. He promised himself he'd make every single one of them feel the exact pain their victims endured, right down to their bones. After the brutal fight, Suho brought Nam Hee-won back to his modest apartment and completed his healing process. Hee-won profusely thanked him again and again, finally able to breathe normally once more. Suho informed him he'd still need time for a full recovery, but for now, he was out of immediate danger. Then, Suho handed him a folder. Hee-won asked what it was, and Suho explained. These were bond documents from the Chung-sik gang, proof that he had completely dismantled the criminal group. Hee-won could barely believe what he was hearing. The Golden Hand Gang, with all their terrifying influence, was truly gone. Suho went on to explain the gang's true methods. They trap people in crushing debt, with outrageous sky-high interest rates, turning their victims into mere insects, trapped inside an anthill. Even though Hee-won had done everything right and never missed a single payment, they forced drugs upon him to ensure he could never escape their clutches. Still trembling, Hee-won confessed he had survived, only because of his unique special ability. He explained how he desperately tried to fight the addiction, made his own antidotes, and begged for help. But no one, not the police, not even the association, cared about the people trapped in these slums. He said everyone on the outside felt like just another version of the enemy. Suho understood completely. He told Hee-won that the reason he joined the Great Hunter Association was not for prestige or fame, but to fix the broken system for people like him. Suho placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and praised his courage. Overwhelmed, Hee-won broke down, thanking him again and again. And then, Suho shifted the conversation to something crucial. It was time for a new proposal, and potentially a new ally. He asked if Hee-won was ready, and Hee-won said he was. Suho explained that he had learned about Hee-won's special power. His power was synthesis, and it was all about combining. Hee-won could merge any materials together, forging something entirely new. The final product always perfectly matched his intentions. This was the absolute core of his incredibly overpowered ability. Suho explained that while sifting through the gang's files, he'd uncovered the truly shocking number of drug victims. It was far too many for him to possibly treat by himself. But since Hee-won had secretly created antidotes before, Suho offered him a real job to develop a legitimate neutralizer. He'd help countless more people, and Suho promised top-tier pay, a luxurious safe house, and full medical support for Hee-won's own addiction recovery. Hee-won looked absolutely stunned. He thought that merely being healed was already more than he could ever possibly deserve. And now, he was being given a chance to help others live safely and get paid for it. To him, this felt like something a true hero would do. He thought if a godlike hero did exist, Suho had to be that person. He once said he would do it. He said he needed no extra payment and would work as hard as humanly possible, purely out of gratitude. But Suho, firm as ever, insisted he would pay him properly, so everything remained official and fair. After that, they headed to Suho's new base, the building he'd been granted earlier. It was a 3-story place in Cheongdam, with friendly staff, a full lab on the top floor, and everything Hee-won could possibly need. Even the Banshee team showed up, curious to check out the fancy new place. But they left almost immediately, after their workaholic boss dumped another urgent assignment on them. Meanwhile, Hee-won was completely in awe. Suho told him to pick a room, get settled, and start working on the antidotes as soon as he was ready. Suho said he had to leave for Nexus HQ, but Hee-won could contact him anytime later. Suho then got on a call with reporter Jean Y. He gave him the full, unfiltered scoop on all the hidden crimes in the slums. Jean Y, being the genius reporter he was, said he could expand the story tenfold. He'd portray Suho as the ultimate hunter who stormed into a perilous slum, completely crushing a criminal organization. He saved the victims, sparking a new era of hope for everyone living there. He claimed he wanted to write a major feature article with all the explosive details, making it impossible to ignore. Suho believed him completely. Public influence was precisely that reporter's specialty. Afterward, Suho met guild leader by Dong-yuk at Nexus Guild and laid out his brilliant plan. Nexus would buy every single neutralizer Hee-won produced, helping victims all across Korea. This uplifting story would dramatically shift Nexus's reputation, transforming them into a guild with a genuine hero presence, the kind the world would finally take seriously. Dong-yuk was absolutely thrilled. He shook Suho's hand and promised to look after Hee-won from that moment on. With everything finally lining up, Suho felt good. The win-win plan was in motion. Heal the people, spread the truth, make the criminals pay, and show the world that real change was finally possible. The scene cuts to Chung-sik, the once feared boss who ruled the slums, now reduced to to a shaking wreck. He was inside a trashed luxury room, on his knees, trembling uncontrollably. Suho's name kept echoing in his mind like an inescapable curse. He couldn't escape it. No one had to spell out what had happened. The syringe and the half-empty bottle beside him made everything clear. He had taken some kind of drug, the kind that burns strength into the body, while simultaneously tearing holes through the mind. Those substances twisted people from the inside out, and his scattered expression showed exactly that. He muttered Suho's name obsessively, like it was the only thought left in his fractured skull. The moment Suho stepped through the glowing blue portal, he entered his secret subspace. This had once been a fancy, private domain of polished marble and luxurious furniture. Now, the place looked like a disaster zone, as if a tornado had torn straight through it. He scanned the area, noting the cracked marble floor and the expensive, shattered furniture, everything knocked over and scattered across the ground. It was immediately obvious to him that this place had been utterly trashed. On the floor, Chong-sik lay twitching, his skin pale, his body racked with strange spasms. Suho watched him, realizing the drug must have had an incredibly intense effect on the poor guy. It became obvious this gangster hadn't run away, but had been dragged into Suho's subspace instead, effectively kidnapped by the chaos of the situation. Suho walked over, kneeling beside him, and placed a hand on his body. His blue healing energy instantly flowed, and the system announced that recovery had begun. Chong-sik, still dazed, looked like someone who had just escaped a bizarre nightmare. Suho demanded he pull himself together, offering no calm or gentleness in his tone. Suddenly, Chong-sik snapped into a fit of anger and panic. He grew wild, yelling incoherently, as he lunged forward to attack Suho. Suho barely reacted, simply kicking him in the chest and sending him flying backward like it was effortless. Chong-sik continued screaming, desperate to be let out, spiraling into fear, as though he believed he was trapped with a monster. Suho smirked and rolled his eyes, noting to himself that Chong-sik still had a lot of energy. He assumed the drug was overstimulating him, but mused to himself that he had brought extra, so the man didn't need to worry. Sensing danger again, Chong-sik crumbled into full desperation. He dropped to the floor, crawling and begging Suho to release him, insisting he would do anything to avoid experiencing the drug again. Suho had no sympathy. He stepped on Chong-sik's chest with force, pressing him down firmly. Chong-sik screamed for help, insisting that he had been kidnapped, but Suho reminded himself that no one could enter this place, and that the fools from Chong-sik's gang had already run away. He promised himself he would hunt them down and make them pay as well. For now, he simply instructed the criminal to sit still. Let him stew in his choices and drown in regret, since that was the only useful thing at his disposal. At that moment, later in the afternoon, Suho made his way back to his new house. Hee-won came sprinting toward him, practically bursting with excitement. Suho instantly noticed how hyped up he was, and Hee-won proudly revealed that he just finished crafting a brand new neutralizer for the dangerous drug. This new version was dubbed Hammer 2. The system immediately displayed information, identifying Hammer 2 as a Grade C item that utterly excelled at neutralizing the effects of the drug, called Illusion. Suho felt genuinely impressed, especially since Hee-won had made it in only 2 hours. Hee-won explained that he'd improved the old version, naming it Hammer 2, because it metaphorically smashed illusions. Suho recalled how Hammer 4 had saved lives in his past life, which meant Hammer 2 should still be a reliable creation, even if it wasn't the absolute strongest one yet. Hee-won attributed all the success to Suho's help and described the entire process as similar to grinding for items in a game. He believed that with enough time and money, luck would eventually follow. Suho thought Hee-won was always so humble and wondered how much stronger he'd become when he leveled up even further. Suho then asked if Hammer 2 could be produced in bulk, and Hee-won agreed enthusiastically. He'd already completed the formula, meaning they could churn out large quantities, as long as they gathered the necessary ingredients. Suho found that incredibly reassuring, and then checked Hee-won's current level. Hee-won had just reached level 51, thanks to creating the new drug. Because of this, Suho concluded that he wouldn't need to call Gwaiwan. For now, Hee-won was already functioning as a high-level hunter. With that decided, Suho shifted his focus toward helping all the victims. from the slums, ready to use what they had gained to fix the damage that had been done. The very next day, several news stories appeared online, claiming that the police and the Hunter Association, they were ignoring the suffering in the Yongdong Post slums. Unfortunately, only about 500 people viewed the article. Throughout the entire day, the hype simply wasn't there. Suho realized that Jinwei had been right. There were too many terrible places in the world, so unless something was explosively dramatic, people rarely paid attention. Still, this was only the beginning. Suho then got busy. He distributed large boxes filled with food, water, and magical neutralizer potions to the grateful residents of the slums. Soon after, a truck arrived, loaded with even more supplies. People helped unload everything and quickly delivered food and potions to everyone. Suho thought Nexus had truly come through with their support. His phone rang. Chief Pai was on the other end, speaking to him with the energy of a relaxed uncle. As they discussed tomorrow's appreciation plaque ceremony, they agreed to keep it short and simple. Suho felt secretly thrilled because receiving a plaque meant the possibility of special recruitment. After some light conversation, Suho called Jinwei to talk about the ceremony and the news. While the slum article didn't get many views, he believed it had probably caused trouble for the reporter with the Hunter Association. But Jinwei remained calm, mentioning that only popular stories went viral and that he had broken no laws. He added that he planned to upload part 2 soon and that the PBS news group would likely report on the ceremony as well. He then asked if Suho had an Instagram account. Suho did not. This annoyed the reporter, who said many fans were waiting to follow him. Then, the conversation took a strange turn. There was an entire fan cafe for Suho, called Ancient Temple, where fans referred to him as the Guardian Priest. Suho realized that the moderator running the cafe was actually Jin Huey himself. The reporter admitted to managing it, so that Suho's reputation would stay clean, and to steer clear of drama stirred up by other chaotic fan groups. His logic seemed pretty sound. He even offered to manage an Instagram account for Suho, boasting about his top-notch social media skills and claiming he could make Suho incredibly popular. But Suho preferred to handle things himself. He simply asked the reporter to just send him the content for posting, and he'd copy and paste it himself. That simple approach made the reporter ridiculously excited. He even suggested Suho upload selfies and photos for the fans. But Suho wasn't confident about taking pictures. The reporter advised him to relax and at least create the account first. Soon enough, Suho would become a full-blown influencer. After the call, Suho set up the Instagram account, and immediately, his phone started vibrating nonstop with notifications. A massive number of users instantly started following him. Inside the house, Hae-won noticed the phone buzzing constantly, but Suho assured her it was fine. He figured that Jin Woo had already started aggressively promoting the new account, so he muted all the notifications. Finally, the big day arrived. The appreciation plaque ceremony at the Hunter Association headquarters was about to begin. A massive crowd had gathered inside. Reporters, fans, and people holding signs shouted Suho's name and his title, Guardian Priest. Suho had expected a simple ceremony, but the screaming fans and swarming reporters told a very different story indeed. The sheer number of people was overwhelming, forming a literal sea of excitement. Security guards struggled to control the surging crowd, begging them to stop pushing and asking them to wait. Outside, 2 association workers stared in complete shock, completely stunned by the massive turnout. They quickly checked and confirmed that all these people had come for only one person, Hunter Sung Suho. They found it absolutely unbelievable, especially because the event had never even been posted online. It was the first time in the association's history that such an unprecedented scenario had occurred. For an unofficial event, Suho's fame had truly reached another level entirely. Inside the auditorium, pure chaos reigned. Fans absolutely packed every inch of the space, waving signs for On Suho and the legendary sword god, and buzzing with electric anticipation. One girl even confessed she'd skip school just to be here for this. Others chatted about the fan club president, Golden Horse, who was mysteriously absent, so they vowed to snap tons of photos for her. Over in the press section, reporter Joe Jinwei was glued to his phone, texting Suho to let him know a massive crowd had turned out for him and asked where the MC was hiding. Suho, however, had arrived much earlier and had been quietly observing everything, all while using his monochrome solitude skill, which rendered him utterly invisible to others, unless he chose to reveal himself. A fan was sitting directly in front of him, completely oblivious that the sword god was right behind her. Suho then got a message from Chief Pai, asking him to meet in the hallway, right next to the waiting room. He slipped out silently to meet his senior. Chief Pai was absolutely floored by the fan turnout and playfully dubbed Suho a superstar, which actually made Suho chuckle. Chief Pai then brought up the recent article about the impoverished Yungpo slums that had truly stirred public sentiment against the Hunter Association. Suho, of course, already knew the article would make the association look incredibly bad, but Chief Pai seemed entirely unbothered by reporters, which explained how easily that journalist had gotten in. Today, Chief Pai congratulated Suho on his award, then rushed off for something truly urgent, maintaining his typical cool and distant style. Then an announcer urged everyone to take their seats. The ceremony was finally about to begin. Suho then stepped toward the stage, as the crowd absolutely erupted in excitement. Cameras flashed wildly everywhere. Fans shrieked about his stunning appearance, some claiming they finally understood why people fell for him, while others joked they'd let the sword god cut them down themselves. Suho stepped forward, ready for anything, and was presented with his well-deserved appreciation plaque from Association President Young Kyung-won. They then gathered for a photo shoot. The president playfully jabbed him about his natural talent for posing, and Suho politely replied, gracefully deflecting the praise back to the president. The mood remained perfectly smooth. The president lauded Suho's incredible work in Young Donpa and dropped a clear hint that some great news, probably a job offer, was headed his way. Suho immediately guessed it meant special recruitment. The president then invited him to share a few words. Suho thanked everyone and stated he had simply done what he genuinely believed he was meant to do. He admitted feeling a bit strange about receiving a reward just for helping people, but vowed to keep working hard. Fans absolutely screamed their love for him, and he could only laugh and gratefully thank them back. A brief QA session followed. Reporter Kim Sang-won asked if Suho still planned to join the association, to which he instantly replied, yes. Another reporter brought up his new Instagram account, and Suho explained a friend had recommended it, so he decided to give it a try. Someone else excitedly pointed out he'd already gained 50,000 followers in a single day and asked how it felt. Suho said he'd actually turned off his notifications and hadn't known, but he could tell people were definitely interested. Someone then asked what his very first post would be. Suho replied he'd probably upload the plaque he received today. Then, Jinwei rose to his feet, and the room instantly tensed. Staff members nervously whispered among themselves, recognizing him as the same reporter who had penned that controversial article, fiercely criticizing the association. President Kyung-hwan instantly grew irritated, believing his staff had made a huge mistake by letting him into the event. But the reporter ignored their reactions entirely. He was here to ask the real questions. He asked if Suho had seen his article about the young Donpa slums. Suho confirmed he had. The reporter then brought up the criticism that the police and the association were blatantly ignoring people who desperately needed help, and probed if Suho was even aware of the brewing scandal. Suho, cool as a cucumber, confirmed he was fully aware. This was a seriously risky move, because the room was packed with powerful association members, yet the reporter didn't back down. He then asked if Suho joining the association would actually help improve their reputation. The president nearly leaped right out of his seat, barely restrained by his frantic aides. Suho, with a confident, slight smirk, declared that if he joined, he'd do absolutely everything in his power to completely eliminate corruption, so no one would ever have a single reason to ever doubt the association again. The reporter, clearly impressed, thanked him, and the public portion of the ceremony finally concluded. Later, Suho and Jean Huey departed together in a car. Suho commended him for his stellar work. The reporter joked that the staff's angry glares had made him incredibly nervous, but Suho pointed out he'd acted brave the entire time. The reporter then offered an apology in case his questioning had been too harsh. Explaining his job required him to seize the moment, while public attention was still laser-focused. He wanted to maintain that crucial momentum, and that's precisely why he planned to drop another article very soon. Suho truly appreciated it, as he finally got to voice what he genuinely wanted to say about radically improving the association. The reporter was almost in utter disbelief that Suho truly meant every single word, but Suho clarified he absolutely would not lie. While accepting such a prestigious award, he genuinely intended to make real, impactful changes. Just a few days swiftly passed, and Suho received his brand new civil servant ID. He had been officially appointed as a level 5 official, far faster than anyone had ever anticipated. Simultaneously, at the exact same time, the entire internet absolutely exploded with discussions about Suho's past incredible achievements, especially the legendary incident where he single-handedly took down violent criminals in the notorious Yangdongpo slums. Dozens of online articles instantly appeared, racking up millions upon millions of views. People everywhere just couldn't stop buzzing about him. Some users boldly claimed Suho was the only cool person in Yangdongpo, while others hailed him as a genuine hero. Still, some were consumed by jealousy and grumbled that the police, or the Hunter Association, should have handled the situation instead. A few wondered if Suho was just following Nexus's orders, or perhaps seeking too much attention. Some online troublemakers even joked that he might get sued by the very criminals he defeated, but the vast majority agreed that the real losers were the criminals, not the man who bravely stopped them. People argued endlessly, but everyone agreed that something massive was truly happening. Then, major headlines exploded everywhere. The news declared that Suho was joining the revered Hunter Association. Broadcasts repeated it constantly, referring to him as the hero of Yangdongpo, and announcing that Swordmaster and Suho had earned a prestigious special grade 5 position. Crowds of frenzied fans and eager reporters waited at the entrance of the association building, screaming his name like he was a celebrity attending a rock concert, rather than a civil servant merely arriving for work. The shouting simply did not stop. People wondered what would become of Nexus now that Suho had moved to the association. Burning questions immediately popped up online about whether he still had a contract with them, and if Nexus would be left upset. Inside the Nexus office, the boss, Bae Dong-yuk, remained remarkably calm. He mentioned that everyone was buzzing about them now, and that it was time to release an official statement. Nexus quickly sent out multiple news articles, wishing on Suho the very best of luck, clarifying that there was absolutely no contract issue, and explaining that they had never paid Suho any signing bonus. The message was crystal clear. Nexus wanted everyone to know they fully supported Suho's decision. Elsewhere, two keen men watched the news and read newspapers. They certainly seemed like seasoned hunters. They commented that Nexus was truly the best guild, while others like Hexagon and Prime cared only about cold, hard cash. They brought up Hexagon's atrocious deeds, such as letting a weak hunter perish because he didn't receive a potion in time, and forcing mages to work until they collapsed. A TV report then featured Nexus's guild leader, Bae Dong-yuk, in an interview. The reporter asked if Nexus had kicked Suho out due to public pressure, and Bae Dong-yuk denied it. He explained that Suho wanted real field experience before taking his civil service exam, and that joining Nexus had simply been a step along the way. He admitted he was sad to see Suho leave, but said Suho belonged in a role where he could save people, not in a private company. Suho and Nexus were clearly reinforcing each other's public image. Back at the Hunter Association, Suho tried not to sweat under all the attention. The crowd continued screaming, while cameras flashed nonstop. He thought about the weight of being watched by so many people. He remembered the advice from Jean Wee, who told him to show his face to the fans, because they'd be disappointed otherwise. Suho admitted to himself that the advice made sense, even though he wanted to maintain a cool, mysterious vibe this time. He wanted control of his own story, instead of letting others direct it. Suho walked into the Hunter Association lobby. Inside, President Kyung-won and Vice President Q-man were waiting for him. Cameras flashed everywhere as the president welcomed him with extreme friendliness, calling the day historic and congratulating him before inviting him inside. They entered the elevator. As soon as the doors closed, the president dropped the formal tone and became more casual. He asked if Suho was doing well and if he knew his schedule. Suho said he was fine, but hadn't been informed of the details yet. The president said that the vice president would explain everything. When the elevator reached the correct floor, the president left, and Suho remained with Vice President Q-Man. Suho found it slightly unusual that the vice president himself would be giving the briefing, but Suman simply led him through the hallway to an office where Chief Pai waited alongside Chunman. Suman explained that these two would guide him and wish him luck. Chief Pai greeted Suho with a big smile. Telling him to sit down, he acted extremely friendly and even asked Chulman to get Suho a drink. Suho found it amusing that two people from different departments would both be training him. Chief Pai told Suho to call him senior in private and only use the title chief in official situations. Suho nodded, recognizing how significant that request was, because Chief Pai was known for being strict about titles and reputation then. Chief Pai began testing Suho's knowledge about his new job. Suho explained that he knew about the probation period. Normally, a grade 5 officer would train at the HR center before being assigned to a branch office. But because the Hunter Association was unique, Suho would rotate through all departments for 2 or 3 months each. Every department was eager to take in a superstar. Like him, Chief Pai assured him that after the training, Suho could join the Special Forces Division. Suho remembered the true promise, which was that he would go to the Special Forces instead of the Gate Management Department. He also understood that with so many eyes on him, he had to follow the official process. Chief Pai then introduced Chu-Man as Suho's overall supervisor. Each department had its own boss, but Chu-Man would oversee the bigger picture and answer Suho's questions. After Chief Pai left, Suho realized that the man had only come to issue a silent warning to Chu-Man not to steal Suho for his own department. Suho found a bit petty, but let it go. Chulman then explained the training plan. There were 5 departments: Special Forces, Administration, Awakening Gate, and Resources. Suho already knew and recited what each department handled. Chulman was impressed, but he still believed Suho had just memorized it from some documents. He then informed Suho that his very first rotation would be in the Awakening Department. As they walked toward the department, Suho noted this meant he'd finally meet Director Lee Wanik, a member of the president's faction, and someone Suho definitely planned to remove later. Chulman continued explaining that every single department would have people monitoring Suho and putting him through various tests, meaning he had to pass everything thrown his way. Still, Chulman remained confidently positive, insisting Suho would do just fine, keeping that cheerful, supportive attitude he always carried. When they arrived at the Awakening Department, Suho immediately thought to himself that he wouldn't need his memory abilities. For this part, there was one person here no one could ever forget. Inside the office stood Lee Wanik, looking authoritative behind his desk. He immediately stood up to greet them, calling it an honor to have a national superstar like Suho start his first rotation in the department. He also added he'd be the one grading Suho's work and acted overly friendly. Suho's thoughts drifted to what he knew about this man. Wanik was famous within the association and had extremely close ties with the chairman. After leaving for another company, rumors circulated that he was involved in human trafficking, but nothing ever came to light because Kyung-hoon had covered it up. Suho believed things just might turn out differently this time, since he now knew the full truth about the past. This place needed to be cleaned from top to bottom. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door, and Wanik identified the visitor as Jun Sung. Before calling him in, he introduced him as the officer who would assist Suho in the Awakening Department. The two shook hands politely, and Jun Sung said he'd heard a lot about Suho and felt amazed to work with someone so popular. Suho behaved humbly, but internally, he admitted he had no memory of this man. Anyone below the team leader was simply called officer, so it made sense that Jun Sung tried some lighthearted joking. He even mentioned wanting Suho's autograph later. He then encouraged Suho not to stress about the job, pointing out that Suho already had a clear future destination. Suho pretended not to understand, but Jun Sung clarified that everyone knew. He was headed to the Special Forces Division. Suho realized that Chief Pai hadn't kept anything secret at all. but he didn't mind. Having a powerful person supporting him only made life easier, even if it felt a little awkward, to be treated like royalty. Then, Junsong handed him a thin folder that he described as the department's quick manual. Normally, the manual was massive, but they had created a special, simplified version just for Suho. Connections truly changed everything. He explained that the Awakening Department was divided into two major sections: Awakened Affairs and Non-Awakened Affairs, each with its own teams. Suho would first take a theory test and complete one field training session with each division. He reassured Suho not to worry, since everything had been prepared in advance. He handed him a business card and said to call if anything unusual happened. After he left, Suho sat down and began reading the manual. Even as a summary, it felt like a lot, but Suho didn't feel burdened. He had a library of memories, which worked like a cheat system for his brain. The system activated, and all the information flowed into his mind. It was effortlessly for him. Any memory test was trivial. Around 40 minutes later, Junsong returned and said it was time to begin. He expected the test to take at least 30 minutes, because the questions were designed to be difficult and tricky. But once Suho began, his pen flew across the paper like a machine. Junsong stared in disbelief. Suho finished in 10 minutes and handed him the paper calmly. It was the first time no one had ever completed the test that fast. As Suho got ready to leave, Junsong tried to show him the cafeteria, but Suho declined, stating he already had lunch plans. Suho then made a discreet call to Chulman. He asked if Chulman was busy, and since he wasn't, Suho suggested they eat lunch together and asked him not to tell anyone else. Chulman enthusiastically agreed. Back in Chulman's office, Junsong entered. While the supervisor was ending his phone call, he informed him that Suho had finished the theory test. Chulman was stunned it was already over, but Junsong insisted it was true. They examined the test together and put it into the grading machine. With nervous anticipation, the machine displayed a perfect score of 100. Thinking it might be a malfunction, they checked it by hand, but after multiple reviews, the result remained the same. A flawless, perfect score. Junsong nearly lost his mind, saying no one had ever achieved this feat. Especially on their first day, he finally understood why Chief Pai wanted Suho so badly. Chulman could only laugh. He admitted internally that he had hoped to work with Suho first, but Chief Pai's influence was overwhelming. It was hard to compete when Suho performed at that level. Meanwhile, Suho was casually yawning in the hallway, completely unfazed. None of this meant anything to him. After meeting for lunch, Suho and Chulman sat on a bench beside a vending machine. Suho said that since Chulman treated him to lunch, he wanted to buy the coffee. Chulman then asked why Suho had suddenly wanted to eat together. Suho explained that he didn't know many people in the association yet and didn't want to eat alone. Chulman was the only person he knew well. Chulman joked that if Chief Pai heard that, he'd feel a bit hurt, but Suho said he simply wanted a comfortable place to eat, so it couldn't be helped. After a quiet, comfortable pause, Chulman enthusiastically congratulated him on his perfect score. He'd been waiting for it since morning. He explained he'd graded it immediately because Junsong just wouldn't stop pestering him. He joked that Suho was completely insane. Not only could he fight, entering the association as a special grade 5, and now he turned out to be incredibly smart as well. To him, Suho felt like the main character of the story. Suho said it was all thanks to the people around him, and that he'd seen similar tests before. Chulman teased him that too much modesty just annoyed others. So Suho laughed and openly admitted that he was amazing for the first time in a long, long while. He smiled a truly sincere smile. It felt so refreshing since restarting his life. It felt like he was constantly doing homework, but sitting here drinking coffee with someone he used to be close to brought back memories of simpler days. He remembered when he'd almost died from poisoning and thought it was over, but now he promised himself he'd never fall like that again. He intended to overcome every disaster and reclaim a peaceful life. Suho then asked if Chulman had any tips about working in both the awakening and non-awakening divisions. Chulman began explaining. He asked if Suho knew what the awakening division did. Suho said yes. They manage both awakened and non-awakened individuals. Chulman agreed, but emphasized that their biggest task was keeping information updated. No one could see an awakened person's status window, except the person themselves. They had to personally come in, and update their information. If they ignored the deadline, they received fines and eventually jail time. After repeated warnings, there was even a specific term for these cases. Malignan non-updatives. Managing those troublemakers was their primary job. He continued explaining that awakened individuals were like superheroes. Some were so durable that bullets couldn't even harm them. Others could disappear as if they'd never existed. Every country needed their data updated regularly. It might sound like the association treated them like potential threats, walking disasters, ready to erupt. But for now, there was simply no better method. Suho then asked about the non-awakened. Chulman said it worked much the same. Sometimes people awakened as players and hid it. Instead of registering, the department had to track down and arrest these unregistered players. Suho, however, already knew all of this, but he pretended to be new after the break. Suho returned to the building, walking beside Yoon Seong. The officer asked if Suho enjoyed his meal, and then said they would begin work in the awakening department. He congratulated him again on his perfect score, noting that even the director would be pleased. They arrived at an office where a man was waiting. This was Lee Moon-ho, chief of the awakening section. He greeted them warmly and said he'd already heard about Suho's perfect score. He handed him a folder and said Suho could begin his field training immediately. He wished him luck, and Suho acknowledged it. Walking down the hallway, Jun Song explained that Suho's first mission involved malignant non-updatives. His task would be to find these troublesome individuals and force them to update their information. He handed Suho a folder labeled non-updater list. Suho asked if this was truly the list of people he had to handle, and Jun Song confirmed it, stating that the list wasn't very long, so the work should be manageable. But when Suho looked at the list, his expression instantly hardened. He thought the entire thing was utterly ridiculous. Every name belonged to a notoriously dangerous individual, known for giving even the awakening section a difficult time. He wondered if this was another hidden test from Chief Pai, who loved testing his subordinates endlessly. Still, Suho decided he was ready for whatever came next. He would take down every person on the list either way. Since Jun Song worked at a desk and not in the field, he introduced Suho to a new mentor, Han Ho-zong, a grade 7 field officer, whom Jun Song introduced. A true veteran at nabbing non-updaters. Jun Song then smoothly slipped out of the room, leaving the two alone. Suho introduced himself, while Ho-song casually leaned back against the desk, looking completely at ease. He suggested they check the list first. When he saw the names, he let out a deep sigh. The association had told him to treat Suho like a VIP, yet they'd handed him this insane list. It was filled with legendary troublemakers who had simply vanished or were deemed impossible to catch. Oh-seong guessed that the association wanted Suho to look like a hero because everyone was watching him. He asked if Suho already knew how to use the stat scanner and all the necessary tools. Suho did, so Ho-song confirmed no extra training was needed. Then, he asked if Suho planned to choose his first target. Suho said he did, and pointed at a photo of a man with long, dark hair. Ho-song asked if Suho even knew who the man was. He was a malignant non-updater who had fled overseas and consistently evaded capture. But that didn't stop Suho. He said that if the man was still on the list, then he had to be pursued. Suho pressed his hand firmly onto the list, covering the photo of his chosen target. With a confident smile, he prepared himself to track down every one of those legendary troublemakers. The page displayed a photo of a dark-haired man named Kim Gung-won, an illegal pharmacist whose true occupation was designing doping substances. He provided doping drugs to both ordinary and professional athletes. The issue was that the drugs he distributed didn't rely on chemical doping effects, but on skill-based doping, something far more dangerous and much harder to trace. Suho scanned through the information and noted that Kim Gung-won denied all charges. Yet multiple reports had already been filed that confirmed the accusations. An update to his status window had been requested years ago, but he had continuously fled. Despite every attempt to track him down, his current whereabouts were presumed to be overseas. Normally, when an unregistered hunter becomes untraceable for a long time, they're declared officially missing. But the fact that his name remained on the active list meant one thing: he was still operating. Suho realized that even the Awakening Division recognized the ongoing threat he posed. Despite this being an obvious, hunter-related criminal case, it surprisingly fell under the jurisdiction of the Awakening Division instead of the Special Forces Division. The Special Forces Division never moved, without rock-solid evidence, no matter how suspicious the situation was. As Suho closed the file in his hands, he reflected that the Special Forces Division also struggled with chronic manpower shortages. But the bigger issue was that Chief Pai simply avoided anything he considered unprofitable or bothersome. Han Hozong scratched his neck and expressed his concern. He admitted the suspicion was understandable, but catching someone presumed to be overseas seemed impossible. Suho stared at him and questioned, "Do you truly believe the man is overseas?" Hozong reacted with shock. Suho explained that Kim Gung-won was absolutely still in Korea. The reports mentioned that domestic athletes were still using his substances, and the fact that his drugs were easily accessible meant his base had to be inside the country. Suho pointed out that drug smuggling procedures were extremely strict, making it nearly impossible to maintain such a smooth supply line from abroad. Hozong, taking a seat, admitted that the reasoning was convincing, but a report remained only a report. They still didn't know for sure if those individuals were actually using doping drugs. Suho looked him in the eye and decided they would verify it themselves. Hozong responded that skill-based doping left no physical traces in the body, unlike the major challenge posed by chemical doping. Suho declared he would handle the verification personally, which only confused Hozong further. The officer quickly pointed out that this wasn't even an official request for acquisition, but merely an anonymous tip, meaning Suho wouldn't receive a warrant. He wondered how Suho intended to manage anything. Without one, Suho remained firm. He stated he had a separate plan and wanted to handle this case alone. It was technically a field evaluation, so he wanted the chance to attempt his own method first. If it failed, they could revert to Hosung's approach afterward. Hosung, still confused but not wanting to press the issue, brushed it aside and told him to proceed however he wished. Suho bowed slightly, thanking him for trusting him. Hosung added that Suho could contact him anytime if he needed help. Suho left the office, ready to execute his plan. Hosung, leaning on his chair, thought to himself that he had no idea what kind of plan Suho was relying on, but he assumed Suho would learn the hard way. Tracking a fugitive, unregistered hunter was nothing like what Suho had done before, and the reality of it would hit him soon enough. As Suho stepped outside, he pulled out his phone and contacted Nexus Academy. He informed them that he was heading there immediately and that he needed something done. After some time, Jaiwan appeared, laughing and commenting that the request seemed easy enough. Inside the Nexus Academy lounge, Suho and Jaiwan sat together, while Jaiwan confirmed that all he had to do was locate Kim Gung-yan. Suho verified it. Jaiwan studied the file and concluded that if they followed the numbers listed in the reports, they would eventually trace Kim Gung-won's phone. Once they found the phone, they would have his location, and Suho could take him down from there. Suho watched him and felt certain, and he had made the right decision by coming to him. Ji-won just shyly brushed it aside. He claimed it was a simple task. He then asked if they should start immediately. He then mentioned one more person would be joining them, and that person was Hyung-min from the Banshee team. Ji-won wondered why Hyung-min was even involved, but Suho explained that Hyung-min's unique ability was absolutely essential. Their mission: infiltrate a heavily secured phone and extract data from inside it. Now, Ji-won finally understood the true purpose. With the plan settled, Suho gave the signal to start. Sometime later, Ji-won placed a strategic phone call, pretending to be someone named Kwon Song-min from a telecom base station. He asked if the phone belonged to Mr. Hamdeo while advertising a new internet plan. The person on the other end only responded with utter disinterest and promptly hung up. Suho watched, noting just how good Ji-won was at acting. Ji-won brushed it off and said that, since they confirmed the informant's number was legitimate, it was time to move forward with the plan. Ji-won activated his digitization skill, and immediately, the three of them shrank, entering the smartphone. They landed directly on the digital screen inside the device. confirming they were in the correct place. G1 explained that all they needed was to find traces of contact or trade records with a drug dealer. Searching text messages or messenger apps would make it a quick job. They spotted a Telegram icon, recalling that Telegram was commonly used for such illegal trades, so they started there. When G1 approached the icon and tried to access it, he realized it was locked, which made him tense. Suho then looked at Hyungmin and indicated that he would handle it. G1 grew confused, warning that firewalls like this weren't easy to break through. Suho explained that G1 didn't know about Hyungmin's personal skill. Hyungmin had the ability to create a special doorway capable of bypassing any barrier. His skill was called portal creation. Hyungmin raised his hands, and a blue orb began to form. And suddenly, a door shimmered into existence right in front of him. Suho instantly realized something critical. That apps like Telegram usually alert users to hacking attempts. But Hyungmin's ability didn't attack the firewall. It simply crafted an entrance right through it. Leaving no trace, it reminded Suho how the Banshee team carried out terror strikes with pinpoint precision, all thanks to Hyungmin. Meanwhile, G1 pondered his past struggles, recalling how he used to tackle firewalls through sheer manual labor and relentless effort. Suho, noticing his somber expression, reminded him that he was the only one capable of granting them entry in the first place. Still carrying the emotional G1, Suho led the group through the newly opened portal. Inside the messages, they quickly found some crucial info. The three of them paused at one specific detail, realizing they had finally located the right place. Before them appeared a room clearly labeled drugs. Inside, two avatars sat facing each other. G1 identified them as Hamdaeho and the drug dealer. Fortunately, they hadn't left the chat room yet. These avatars represented their chat logs. Suho placed a hand on a box on the table and quickly determined from its contents that the avatar directly in front of them was definitively the dealer. They now needed to follow the information upward. G1 confirmed that the door behind the dealer's avatar led straight into the dealer's own Telegram account. Once they passed through it, they discovered multiple doors, each representing different transactions the dealer had completed. G1 was utterly amazed that the chat rooms, visualized as an entire towering building, showed just how many people had communicated with the dealer. Suho studied the scene intently and declared, "It's time to send every one of them back to prison." They then began tracking the top of the chain. Suho instructed them to search every chat and collect all phone numbers and call records. Eventually, Suho and G1 found a particular number. G1 identified it as belonging to the supplier. If they followed it, they would reach the source. The trio repeated the same process for a while, searching for even more intel. After hours of intense searching, they stepped out of yet another digital doorway. Suho, utterly exhausted, wondered aloud just how many layers of subcontracting there were. Hyungmin, equally drained, guessed they were being extra cautious, given the ultra-sensitive nature of their business. Suho believed that after tracing through so many layers, it was finally time they found something concrete. At that moment, Hyungmin opened another door and discovered Kim Gungwon's phone. Inside the digital room, photographs of the man were plastered on every wall, ceiling, and even the corner tops. Bottom everywhere. Hyungmin was utterly shocked by the overwhelming number of images. Jaiwon stared at the photos in utter confusion, wondering why the man's ego had inflated so dramatically and why he had so many selfies. Suho explained these were likely arbitrary self-photographs used for verification or identity tracking. He then said that since the GPS remained active, they could retrieve the location and head back soon enough. Jaiwon compared the data and pinpointed Kim Gungwon's home. Suho asked where it was, and Jaiwon explained the location was in Gangnam, Seoul, at Acro Tower. Inside one of the tower rooms, a bulky man with a nasty scar across his face lounged back with the kind of smugness only dirty money could buy, bragging that profits were soaring thanks to their dear Mr. Gung. This was Baek Ji-young, the boss of the Platinum Gang. Across from him sat Kim Gungwon, pretending to stay humble while soaking in the praise. He claimed his results were always great because of Baek. Then, he casually brought up whether the police were fully handled. Baek confirmed without hesitation, saying every layer of law enforcement, from cops to prosecutors to even the Hunter Association, had already been bribed, and none of them could be touched. Right then, the lights flickered out. The entire room plunged into sudden darkness. Everyone's eyes instinctively shot upwards. Gungwon grumbled about a power outage, while Baek Jian silently reached the same conclusion. Gungwon then complained, stating that this wasn't some rundown, cheap building, and with no gate rupture in sight. A power cut simply made no sense. Baek Jian's irritation simmered, thinking about the outrageous maintenance fees they paid and how this nonsense was utterly unacceptable. He promised himself he'd give the management a piece of his mind. Baek Jian turned to his bald bodyguard, ordering him to go take care of the issue. The bodyguard moved toward the door, without question, but before he could reach it, the door exploded inward with a violent crash. The deafening sound ripped through the room, instantly snapping both men out of their irritation. Their attention locked onto the sudden chaos, as they tried to process what the hell just happened. The answer walked in on its own. Suho stepped through the broken entrance, gripping the bald bodyguard's head, holding it like a piece of trash, and slammed it into the floor so hard his skull cracked. A cold smirk aimed straight at Gungwon, letting the bastard know he had been found. Gungwon froze when he saw Suho, demanding to know who he was, while Baek Jian stood beside him, casually puffing on a cigar, commenting that Suho looked familiar. Suho rose to his feet and introduced himself, holding up his ID. He identified himself as Suho, record, updater of the Awakening, Department of the Korean Hunter Association. He stated that Kim Gungwon had intentionally refused record updates for years. That alone was enough reason for an on-site arrest. Kim Gungwon, terrified and shocked, recognized him as the sword god Suho. Suho confirmed that identity, scratched his neck, and told him to cooperate obediently. Instead, the men took their fighting stances. Suho looked at their audacity and warned that if they didn't want to die, they should submit. Momins late. The two criminals knelt on the ground, their faces bruised and battered. Suho, meanwhile, stood tall before them, casually thanking them for their cooperation. In their dazed minds, the criminals internally fumed, thinking he'd utterly pummeled them, and how on earth that counted as cooperation. Suho then turned to Yunho, thanking her for her EMP ability, which had granted them such an easy entry. Yunho blushed, twirling a strand of hair, admitting the job felt so easy and anticlimactic, almost like a waste of valuable training time. Ha Youngmin, standing nearby, casually let slip that she'd actually skipped her training and rushed over in a burst of excitement. But before he could finish, Yunho sharply elbowed him, quickly reminding him that when the team leader calls, she always has to come running, happily. Meanwhile, Suho settled into a chair facing the criminals, suggesting they continue their conversation. He first focused on Kim Gungwon, pulling out a stat measuring device. He remarked on its impressive capability. The system, rules prevented people from directly viewing each other's status. Windows, but the association could check stats through reaction results based on input values. Officially, the innovation boasted over 70% accuracy, but in practice, Suho had consistently extracted 100% accuracy. Kim Gungwan Panichkit, internally realizing Suho had simply beaten him, until the results perfectly aligned. Suho smiled at him, reminding him he'd even healed him, so there was no need for such a gloomy face. He reiterated that if their measured stats later failed to match what they recorded now, he would die. Faced with that stark statement, Kim Gungwon desperately agreed. Then, Suho focused on Baek Jihun, who had recently soared as a Gangnam big shot, thanks to Kim Gungwon's backing. Suho knew this man absolutely needed to be arrested someday, but since today was merely an on-site assessment, it would be difficult to do so. Still, he couldn't just pretend he hadn't seen him. Standing right there, Suho stared him down, calling him Baek Ji-hoon. He pointed out that the man's words earlier were unclear. Baek Ji-hoon asked what he was referring to. Suho didn't hold back. He declared Baek Ji-hoon had bribed the police, prosecutors, and even the Korean Hunter Association. This sudden, damning accusation left Baek Ji-young trembling. Suho pressed him hard for more details, specifically demanding to know who inside the Korean Hunter Association was involved. Suho placed a heavy hand on Baek Ji-young's shoulder, warning him to immediately cease any actions that could cause misunderstandings. or he would die. The cold tone made Baek Ji-young freeze in fear, promising full cooperation. From the sidelines, Yanhwa and Hyungmin watched the tense scene unfold. Yanhwa commented that it brought back chilling memories, recalled how terrifying it had been back then. Meanwhile, Hyungmin admitted he never expected Suho to become someone he respected this much. Meanwhile, Baek Ji-young confessed he had bribed Park Kumin, the vice president of the Korean Hunter Association. Suho pressed, "Was it just one person?" Baek Ji-young cried, insisting it was only him, and desperately begged Suho to believe him. Suho studied him, sensing he wasn't lying. He then considered, did Park Kumin know nothing about the awakening and non-awakening assessments? If Park Kumin had known, he would have removed anyone connected to him from the list or given special instructions to protect them. This meant someone had targeted Park Kumin. It couldn't have been Section Chief Lee Mun-ho, the one who provided the list, but the mere fact that Lee Mun-ho assigned the evaluation task meant someone higher had pressured him, someone above Park Kumin or on equal footing. The possible candidates narrowed down to Chairman Jong Kyung-won and Special Unit Chief Pai Sung-yeol. For Chairman Jong Kyung-won, Park Kumin was essentially his mouthpiece, so he had no reason to harm him. As for Pai Sung-yeol, his official rank was lower than Park Kumin's. Most people, however, claimed his inner power was far greater. Suho concluded the most likely suspect had to be Pai Sung-yeol, according to his memories. He didn't recall anything like that. The vice president and Chief Pai were on such bad terms, so he decided he'd have to watch them carefully. If Kim Gung-won were captured, either Pai Sung-yeol or Park Kumin would surely react. Suho then grabbed Kim Gung-won by the collar, telling him he was coming along, while also telling Baek Ji-hoon that he'd be seeing him again very soon, and intentionally refraining from arresting him. That statement utterly baffled Baek Ji-hoon in that moment. Suho warned him to take care because he would return. With that, Suho and the Banshee team swiftly exited the luxurious room, leaving the busted-up Baek Ji-hoon in a state of utter confusion. After some time, when Suho returned to the association, he found Senior Ho-sung dozing peacefully on a sofa. As soon as he noticed Suho, he yawned and asked if Suho had managed to find Kim Gung-won, clearly assuming Suho had failed. But when Suho confirmed he had, in fact, found him, Ho-sung became utterly confused, struggling to believe his ears. So, Suho repeated the update, saying he'd located Kim Gung-won, updated his status window information, and placed him in the interrogation room. Ho-sung was still rattled as Suho told him to follow along, so they could check on him later. Ho-sung and Suho stood behind a window, watching Kim Gung-won sit inside the interrogation room. While someone questioned him, Ho-sung thought about how this vicious S-class problem case had evaded capture for years. Yet Suho had caught him in just one day, or rather, in mere hours. The criminal was even cooperating peacefully. Ho-sung's gaze then shifted to the stat measuring device, and he thought about how the machine normally produced only 70% accuracy. Yet this time the results had come out, nearly identical to the real stats. He looked at Suho and marveled that something so notoriously difficult had been handled so effortlessly, as if Suho had just taken a simple stroll. Suho then stated the charges were proven, and that Kim Gung-won could be handed over to the Special Forces Department immediately. Ho-sung nodded, still utterly confused. He then asked how Suho had managed to catch him. Suho, maintaining a perfectly straight face and not even glancing his way, simply said he'd asked around here and there and just got lucky. He then asked if he could also bring in the remaining non-updaters. Ho-sung agreed, suggesting they go together, but Suho abruptly turned away, declaring he wanted to catch them all himself to earn the highest evaluation. That sudden declaration completely caught Ho-sung off guard. Suho bowed slightly, saying he'd ask for help if needed, but requested Ho-sung to focus solely on transferring Kim Gung-won to the Special Forces Department. As Suho walked away, the sloppy 7th grade officer just stood there, alone, and simply managed a confused okay. A few days later, chatter filled the office. Someone mentioned intern Suho and said stories about him catching all those vicious non-updaters were spreading everywhere. People wondered how he'd managed to accomplish in 2 days what even professional awakeners couldn't. They exclaimed, "The real sword god is also the real squad god," and the class difference in work was just overwhelming. But they also wondered if the awakening department would now receive all the blame for this. Someone even said the department might start hating on intern Suho because of it. Meanwhile, inside the awakening department, everyone was cheering Suho's name loudly, calling him sword god over and over. These workers had been scolded endlessly because of those S-class problem cases, but hearing praise even once, 1,000 times better than constant criticism, they shouted their love for Suho. A woman in the office pleaded with him not to leave and begged him to work there forever. She admitted she never said things like that, but had never witnessed talent like his. A senior employee, eyes shining bright, declared he had even joined Suho's fan club and urged everyone to call him Priest Suho, all while clutching a poster bearing Suho's face. As Suho prepared to leave, documents clutched in hand, his colleagues desperately pleaded for him to stay. Suho thanked them, but gently reminded them he still had crucial work to complete with the awakening department first. Not long after, he received an urgent call. The name flashing on the screen was Pei Sung-yal. Chief Pei, poring over some documents, casually asked Suho if he was busy, then told him to come by if he had a moment. Suho instantly realized that the bait he'd been patiently waiting for had finally taken the hook. Inside Chief Pei's office, Chief Pei offered Suho a can of Coke and remarked that Suho's performance within the awakening department had been nothing short of impressive. Suho, ever modest, simply shrugged it off, saying it was nothing. Chief Pei sat down, then questioned him, wondering how Suho could possibly call it nothing when he consistently produced results far exceeding all expectations. Suho merely thanked him. Chief Pei then inquired whether Kim Gung-won was the very first person he had apprehended. Suho confirmed it, taking a slow sip of Coke with a knowing smirk. And Chief Pei then pointed out that if Suho had only seen Kim Gung-won, Suho realized immediately that everything was unfolding precisely as he'd anticipated, and that Chief Pei already knew the full story. This revelation made everything much simpler. Suho then revealed he had also encountered Baek Gyuam. Chief Pei then asked why he had let Baek Gyuam go. Suho explained that he felt the man was too influential for him to handle alone. Chief Pei then asked why Suho spoke, as if he already knew exactly what Chief Pei was implying. Suho clarified that he assumed Chief Pei was referring to Baek Gyuam's powerful connections. Chief Pei confirmed it. He then pressed Suho, asking why he hadn't reported back immediately. Suho calmly stated he waited because he lacked a proper justification for a report. Chief Pei wanted to know what kind of justification. Suho clarified that he planned to join the Special Forces unit, but since Chief Pei's name hadn't been brought up yet, reporting prematurely would have been useless. It would have looked like he was overstepping. Suho figured if he just waited, either Chief Pei or the association's vice president would eventually call for him. Chief Pei approved of his decision and told him to report everything directly to him. From now on, he promised that in return, he'd tell Suho everything he wanted to know. Suho readily agreed. Chief Pei then asked if Suho wasn't curious why he had to report directly to him. Suho replied there was no need to be curious, since Chief Pei surely had his reasons. Laughing, Chief Pei called him a crazy kid. Then he pulled out a credit card and handed it to Suho, telling him he did a good job and should eat something expensive with his friends. After work, he insisted Suho not settle for cheap food, like pork belly, but enjoy anything he wanted. Suho tried to decline, but Chief Pei reminded him that when an adult gives you something, you should accept it with thanks. Suho left the office and walked down the hall, thinking that he had just walked past the vice president earlier. Without saying a word, it became clear that something was going on between the vice president and Chief Pei. Pulling out his phone, Suho called Jaiwan. He told him he would send a few numbers and instructed him to gather all possible information. Jaiwan agreed without asking any questions. Suho asked why he didn't question him about the details, and Jaiwan replied that if Suho told him to do something, he would simply do it. Suho realized this must have been the same feeling Chief Pei experienced earlier. Suho encouraged Jaiwan to work hard, promising to buy him expensive food and telling him to decide what he wanted to eat. Jaiwan celebrated on the other end of the call. After ending the call, Suho thought of reporter Joe Jinwee. He called him and checked if he was free in the evening. Later that evening, Suho and Jinwee clinked their beer glasses together. Jinwoo congratulated him unofficially. Starting his work as a hunter, Suho thanked him, asking if he'd been swamped with articles. Jinwoo replied it hadn't been tough at all, since all he needed to do was add some extra flair to the solid foundation Suho provided. He then inquired about the Banshee team and the others, and Suho explained he'd set aside a separate table for them to bond better with Hee-won and the rest. Suho then told Jinwoo that Hee-won would love to greet him as well, so they'd invite him properly next time. He mentioned this was a small repayment for their last encounter. Jinwoo insisted he should be the one repaying Suho. He explained that Hammer also helped save victims, and that the Nexus had risen to become a nationally favored guild. This caused his related feature articles to perform exceptionally well. Raising his glass, he said he looked forward to their continued collaboration. Suho raised his glass as well, agreeing they should keep working together. The next day, at the association, Lee Si-in, the manager of the non-awakened division, greeted Suho with vibrant energy. She told him she'd heard about his impressive achievements and was thrilled to welcome him to the non-awakened division. Seeing his modest expression, she reminded him not to be too humble because it didn't look good. She asked if he knew what their division handled. Suho replied that they searched for unregistered hunters. She confirmed it, telling him that it would be as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. She said he shouldn't aim for more or less, but just find exactly one person to complete his field evaluation. Suho confidently said he'd find one quickly. She handed him a blue file labeled unregistered and remarked she liked his confidence. She informed him that Officer Ian would guide him through the details. She told him to do his best. After some time passed, as Suho went through the reports she'd given him, he decided to review the documents he'd received earlier. Meanwhile, Yoon Seo found only scattered and fragmented reports. He pondered the fact that there was no way to identify an unregistered hunter unless they openly confessed or their level had noticeably increased. Otherwise, they were indistinguishable from normal people. Hunter registration existed primarily to prevent unexpected incidents, but some individuals deliberately avoided it because they disliked their awakened status, especially when certain jobs were exclusively for the non-awakened individuals, with athletes being a prime example. Just then, someone called out to Suho. It was Jo Song-gil, an investigator specializing in unregistered hunters. He mentioned he'd heard about Suho's record-breaking achievements in the Awakened Division. He added that his colleague, An Ushong, Atbraiza Suwon Leslie, so he was really looking forward to meeting him. Suho responded politely. The officer then asked if Suho intended to handle this assignment alone. Suho replied he'd tried alone first. As Suho turned away, the officer told him to contact him if he got stuck. And that's when Suho realized that the man had simply come to dump all the work on him. Suho decided to meet the first person he'd marked for evaluation somewhere else. A dartboard was filled with perfectly centered arrows. A blonde boy named Park Gun had shot every single one. People behind him loudly praised his incredible skill, saying his abilities never disappointed. Another person commented that he would likely win the upcoming tournament yet again. Someone else noted that the first place prize money would be massive, and they couldn't help but feel jealous. Two other students then approached Park Gun. A girl invited him to go to karaoke with them, after such a long time, but Park Gun simply replied that he needed to help his mother at the shop, telling them to just go without him. The black-haired boy then complained that even on the day before the big tournament, when practice ended early, he still had so many responsibilities. Park Gun apologized, promising they'd go another time. Later that day, he arrived at the restaurant, announcing, "I'm home." Inside, he spotted an officer enjoying a meal. It was Suho, casually devouring a spread of fancy dishes. The boy instantly recognized him as the legendary sword god, but his mother quickly shushed him, quietly reminding him not to disturb the customers. The boy agreed, and his mother then asked why he was home so early, especially since it was still training time. He explained that practice had ended early, because the tournament was scheduled for tomorrow. She wondered why he wasn't hanging out with friends, but he just tied on an apron, and said he couldn't leave her working by herself. He then asked his mother that if he could cover the sword god's bill, that if it hadn't been paid already. She agreed, and when Suho asked for his bill, the boy stated it was 10,000 won, and asked if he'd like a receipt. Suho declined, then addressed the boy by his name. The boy froze, utterly shocked that Suho knew him. Suho revealed he was from the Korean Hunter Association's non-awakening department. The mere mention of the non-awakening department that made the boy's face drain of all color. He immediately started backing away, apologizing profusely, but saying he was super busy and had no time. Suho assured him it would only take a moment, but the boy bolted right out of the restaurant, apologizing as he ran. His mother watched him leave, wondering why he was acting so strangely. In a nearby alley, the boy slumped to the ground. A mysterious system window hovered before him, asking if he wanted to pursue his newfound power. The boy stared at it, utterly miserable, wondering why now of all times did this have to happen. Still shaken, Gun remained crouched on the ground. He told no one about the status window that had appeared just days ago. Yet somehow, the association already seemed to know. If people discovered he was an awakener, that even if he was just level 1, it would be game over for his archery career. An awakener was still an awakener, and revealing it now was absolutely not an option. He forced himself to stay low, convincing himself to just endure a little longer. His phone suddenly rang. He picked up immediately. He slowly rose, steadying himself. He told her he was nearby. She mentioned that Hunter and Suho had already left. Goon immediately pressed for more details, wanted to know if he truly left. Without a word, his mother explained that she had only spoken briefly with the sword god, and that nothing else had happened. Hearing this, Goon felt his tension ease for the first time. He told her he was fine, that he would return to the dorm, to rest for the next day's tournament, and that she should eat dinner without worrying about him. She agreed, though. She cautiously checked if everything was truly all right. The question snapped something inside him, and he raised his voice, insisting that nothing was going on. The call ended shortly after. Goon exhaled slowly. His mother had not sounded anxious or suspicious, and that alone brought him immense relief. It seemed the sword god had chosen not to tell her anything. The reason behind that decision bothered him. Clutching his phone tighter, he wondered if that man intended to expose him later, though clearly not yet. No matter what was coming, he could not abandon tomorrow. This tournament mattered more than anything else. It was the biggest high school archery competition in the country, and the first place prize was 50 million won. That money was his grandmother's chance at surgery. He had lived his entire life for this single moment. Once the tournament was over, he would report everything properly. All he needed was just one more day. The next day, the scene shifted to the training center, where Park Gung sat alone in the waiting area. He looked unsettled, his thoughts heavy, as he wondered if the sword god hadn't really come to school properly before. The tension was clearly etched on his face. From behind, his dark-haired friend suddenly greeted him. A slight jolt made Goon react on pure instinct. He quickly brushed it off, mumbling something about feeling a bit sick. But his friend definitely caught that reaction, and then pointed out Goon looked pretty nervous, though the blonde boy was quick to deny it. Park Gun was reminded, however, that even if he wasn't in peak condition, first place would still naturally be his. His friend added that no one could possibly deny it, a wide smile on his face. As he mentioned, Goon had never lost first place. Since he first joined the school, he'd outranked all the upperclassmen and secured the top spot every single time, which was exactly what true talent looked like. Hearing this only made Goon feel even more uneasy, as he pointed out that his friend also beat upperclassmen every day. The response came with a casual shrug, admitting that despite that, he was still stuck as the eternal second place. In the end, after all, the world only remembered whoever stood first. With a playful smirk, his friend added that, considering how much money his family spent on him, failing to even secure second place would mean serious trouble back home, especially with the kind of father he had. His friend clenched his fist lightly, then brushed it aside, telling Goon that regardless, he had a reason to win and needed to make sure he did. He promised to watch until the very end. Goon thanked him, admitting that the encouragement helped him relax a little. Just then, Goon's attention was suddenly pulled away by the coach, calling for him. Meanwhile, Won Suyu watched him from the background with a dark, unsettling smile. As soon as Goon entered an office, he immediately noticed the coach, speaking with a man dressed entirely in black. One look was all it took for him to recognize the man. The man standing there was none other than on Suho himself. Goon immediately wondered, why was he here? Fear crept in fast, cold sweat forming, as he realized the officer might have come to take him away. The coach then excused himself, saying he'd leave, so the two could speak comfortably. Alone at last, Suho confronted Park Gun, asking about his whereabouts the day before. The question made Gun visibly fluster, unable to form a coherent reply. Suho then asked the boy if he was an awakened, and the question struck Gun like a hammer. His fear spiked, sending his thoughts into a frantic spiral, torn between telling the truth or lying. The tournament was fast approaching, and merely participating guaranteed his victory. He desperately needed the prize money for his grandmother's surgery. There was simply no other way. He could earn such a massive amount. Beyond this archery tournament, just this once. He wanted to hold on to this hope. Suho placed a firm hand on Gun's shoulder, stressing the gravity of the situation and demanding honesty. Still trembling, Gun finally admitted the truth and confessed to being an awakened. Suho's expression softened into a gentle smile as he thanked him for his honesty. Then, without a moment's hesitation, he declared they would report the awakening immediately, and that Gun would have to withdraw from the tournament. He assured Gun he could make sure the coach and no one else would hear about it. The words left Gun completely stunned. Desperation overwhelmed him as he pleaded, explaining he hadn't even chosen a class yet and was still only level 1. However, Suho's response was cold and firm. He acknowledged Gun's situation and understood what he wanted to say, but the law was absolute. Even if Gun entered the tournament and reported afterward, any results within a 2-month window will be nullified. The realization shocked Gun even further. Suho explained that reporting now was the better option and told him to accompany him to the association. With no real choice left, Gun reluctantly agreed. Suho led him toward his car, watching as the boy followed quietly, without resistance. Seeing this, Suho felt a sense of relief. In his previous life, Park Gun had won this tournament, but later lost his title in utter disgrace. After his so-called best friend, Hong Won-suk, reported him, that incident twisted him deeply, eventually pushing him into villainy and transforming him into the notorious criminal known as Gangwei. It was a painful decision, but with Suho's timely interference, the boy is saved from his hellish fate. Meanwhile, as they drove along, Suho casually brought up why the boy was acting like some kind of criminal, even though nothing about him really fit that label. The boy shifted uncomfortably and admitted it was because he'd hidden the fact that he had awakened. Suho immediately shut that idea down, saying that he hadn't actually done anything wrong. At that moment, the boy snapped his neck to look at Suho so fast. It was almost reflexive. Clearly caught off guard and confused, Suho calmly told him to stop worrying, because he wasn't a criminal in the first place. Still unsettled, Goon struggled to understand and tried to grasp what Suho meant. Suho explained it simply. He asked whether anyone had suffered damage because he delayed reporting his awakening. The boy admitted that no one had. Hearing that, Suho concluded there was no problem. Without a victim, there was no crime, and no reason for him to carry guilt. He then instructed Goon that once they arrived, he should report his awakening at the first-floor registration desk. Suho continued, warning him that he likely wouldn't be able to do archery for some time, and perhaps not ever again. Still, he acknowledged Goon's talent, reminding him that he was an excellent archer, and that another great future would eventually open up for him. But not long after, the car reached their destination, at the association's registration center. Suho dropped the boy off and prepared to leave. Just as he turned away, someone called out to him. It was Investigator Joe, standing nearby with a cigar in his hands. With a casual tone, Joe remarked that tackling everything alone must be incredibly taxing. Suho calmly replied that it wasn't much of a challenge. A faint smile played on his lips as he added that he was just getting started. Joe echoed his sentiment, remarking that if Suho was just getting started, then his help wasn't needed. Suho offered a polite bow, assuring him he was perfectly fine, and then took his leave. As Suho walked off, he quickly called Jin-Hoo, asking if he had a moment to speak. Behind him, Investigator Joe let out a soft sigh, his gaze fixed on Suho's retreating back. He muttered that the man was clearly having a rough time, though his pride kept it expertly hidden. Moments later, the boy arrived at the reception desk. The woman at the desk informed him his player registration card was finally ready, and he thanked her gratefully as he accepted it. As he stared down at the card in his hand, a heavy thought weighed on his mind. He finally realized he could never go back to being just an ordinary person. Closing his eyes, he reflected on the events of the past few days and felt a surprising wave of relief. Despite having lied repeatedly during that time, he decided the very first thing he needed to do was to finally tell his mother the truth. He tried calling her again and again, but even after 8 persistent attempts, there was still no answer. Worry quickly began to creep in, and the chilling fear that something might have happened to her. He rushed frantically toward their small restaurant, his heart pounding wildly, only to be met by a massive crowd gathered outside. As he finally managed to step inside, he saw people packed into practically every corner. In utter awe, he wondered what on earth was truly happening. A dark-haired girl suddenly noticed him and complained that her group had clearly been first in line. Another man then looked at him closely, asking if he was Park Gung. The moment the crowd realized his identity, excitement erupted. People immediately began cheering, instantly recognizing him as Ansung High School star archery prospect. Several immediately asked him to take pictures with them. Overwhelmed, he just couldn't grasp how they even knew who he was. He wondered if this sudden rush of customers was actually all because they'd come to see him. The girl quickly cleared up that misunderstanding, explaining they weren't there for him, but rather because the restaurant had been recommended by none other than the legendary Sword God. That explanation just left him even more confused. She excitedly chimed in that the Sword God had actually posted about their food on Instagram. The post had already gathered over 87,000 likes and 47,000 comments. Some customers laughed among themselves, finding it oddly cute that the Sword God's very first post was just a food recommendation. Still utterly confused, the boy tried to figure out how they'd recognized him. One of the nerdy-looking customers casually explained that doing research before a pilgrimage was just basic behavior. Others pressed him with curiosity, asking if he had really met the Sword God. With a hint of pride, he admitted that he had, even mentioning he had handled the Sword God's payment himself. The girl reacted with open jealousy, but pointed out his mother looked overwhelmed and suggested he should go help. He immediately rushed into the kitchen and told his mother he would help out. She questioned him about the competition and asked why he was there instead of training. Tying on an apron, he brushed it aside, saying they could talk later and that he should start cleaning first. Outside, customers excitedly stared at the special Sword God menu, commenting on how humble and cute it felt to see the Sword God eating simple snack food. The entire day passed, with him serving customers nonstop. By evening, exhaustion finally caught up to him. He leaned against the counter, utterly drained, and remarked that since the restaurant had opened, this had been the busiest day they had ever experienced. His mother, still bewildered, commented on the sudden chaos, then pressed him again about why he was there instead of competing. Before he could reply, someone outside called out, asking if the restaurant was open. His mother turned, apologizing profusely, explaining they were closed for the day because they'd completely run out of ingredients. The man clarified he wasn't a customer. He introduced himself as Joe Jean Wee, a reporter from PBS, and asked if he could interview Park Gun if he had a moment. The boy stood, utterly bewildered, wondering if this man truly wanted to meet him. The reporter confirmed it, explaining they'd received an anonymous tip. According to that intel, Park Gun had dramatically withdrawn from a major competition after honestly reporting that he had become an awakened person. The words hit hard. His mother froze in shock, struggling to comprehend what an awakened person's honesty report even meant. What was truly going on? The scene shifted to the archery training ground, where Coach Patting Wansuk offered a few words of encouragement. The boy responded confidently, stating he would do his absolute best for the competition. But once the coach walked away, his thoughts immediately turned sharp and bitter. He hadn't expected Park Gun to make the first move. Originally, Wansuk had planned to report Gun's awakening right after he won the competition, intending to utterly crush his future. He believed the higher someone climbed, the harder they were meant to fall. But now that Gun had withdrawn from the match entirely, everything changed. This unexpected move made Wansuk's scheme debut much earlier than planned. Just a few days earlier, he'd overheard Goon muttering to himself about awakening. That memory burned deeply. Jealousy had always festered inside him, and it finally made sense why that beggar kid had been shooting so unnaturally well. The thought that Goon had deceived him and tried to block his future filled him with seething resentment. But now his eyesore was gone. This was his moment. He was going to win the competition and prove his worth to everyone. As he began training, whispers rippled through the field. People quietly murmured about the flawless perfection of his bow release. Some even claimed it surpassed Goon's technique. The praise directly fueled his soaring confidence, twisting it slowly into pure greed. He began to see himself as the true bow god. His focus suddenly shattered when he overheard people talking about an official who had just arrived. That official was none other than Suho. Confusion spread like wildfire among the crowd. As they wondered, why was the sword god here? Suho strode directly up to Wonsock and addressed him by name, asking him to accompany him to the association. Wonsock was completely caught off guard and immediately demanded an explanation. Suho replied that it wasn't something to be discussed publicly. He then explained that Wonsock was scheduled for an investigation. That would take about a day. Anger surged through Wonsock as he snapped, refusing outright and questioning why an investigation was suddenly happening now. Suho remained perfectly calm and stated everything would be explained on their way. Wonsock's frustration exploded as he flatly refused, again insisting that he absolutely could not go, and asking whether Suho himself would agree if he were in the same position. That was when Suho finally revealed the true reason. He mentioned Wonsock's older brother, Hong Jong-suk. Just hearing that name drained all color from Wonsock's face. Suho explained that Dong-suk was currently under investigation for draft dodging involving a fake awakening report. Because of this, all family members were required to undergo awakening verification as well. The case furthermore involved many people and was being treated as a grave matter. Suho looked directly into Wonsock's eyes and asked for his cooperation. Fear crept in fast and cold as Wonsock struggled to process the words draft dodging and corruption that echoed behind him. Whispers rippled through the other students, all noting that the sword god was personally escorting him. A girl softly murmured that his family must have committed a crime. Back at the association, a dark-haired boy shouted furiously, demanding to know who dared to report him. Sitting across the desk from an officer, he seethed, accusing him of hypocrisy, pointing out that this very same officer had issued his player license. The officer sternly warned him that his continued refusal to cooperate would only make things far worse. Just then, Suho arrived, bringing Wonsock along. Watching the situation unfold, Suho reflected that he'd caught everyone. He could remember who was tied to the draft fraud, and now everything was exploding all at once. The moment Wonsock saw his brother, his restraint shattered. He struck him instantly, knocking him hard to the ground, unleashing his pent-up rage as he blamed him for ruining his competition and spat insults at him. Observing the scene, Suho thought about how distorted they all seemed. Investigator Joe rushed over to Suho, asking for help. Suho replied calmly that interns weren't allowed to perform official duties and that he was currently busy undergoing a field evaluation. Joe started to protest, but was suddenly called away by his superior and had to leave. Watching him go, Suho thought he'd already spoon-fed them more than enough and wondered how much more they expected from him. Not long after, he arrived at a PC cafe. Looking around, he noted how incredibly old it felt. The place still allowed indoor smoking, had no customers, and carried an atmosphere utterly frozen in time. After the cataclysm and the rise of virtual reality, the online gaming industry had rapidly collapsed. PC games that relied only on monitors had no chance against VR games. It surprised Suho that this place was still operating at all. His attention then shifted to a gray-haired man. Instantly, his gaze landed on someone nearby. Suho realized this was the person he'd been searching for. He settled into the seat next to him and booted up the game, Ops. The gray-haired man quickly took notice, commenting on the rare sight of someone playing Ops after such a long time. Suho admitted that jumping back into the game after so long wasn't easy. The man found this quite amusing, remarking that Ops was practically a dead game, so having even one more player felt truly nice. He then suggested they play together, asking Suho to add him as a friend. Under the username Railgun, Suho recognized the name instantly and realized he was sitting next to the number 1 ranked ops player. The man confirmed it with a casual shrug. Suho expressed his respect and appreciation. Feeling a surge of generosity, the man stood up and offered to buy Suho something to eat, explaining that he worked there and could give him plenty. As he began browsing the shelves, he asked what Suho wanted, but before Suho could pick anything, Suho calmly asked him if his name was Kim Kyu. The reaction was immediate. The gray-haired man froze in sheer shock, fear flashing across his face. As he turned to face Suho, confirming his name, Suho calmly removed his identification card and revealed his affiliation with the Korean Hunter Association's Non-Awakening Inspection Division. Fixing his gaze intently on the man, Suho demanded he show his ID. The gray-haired man trembled, stepping backward, finally confirming that he was, indeed, Kim Gwon. His fear was starkly obvious the moment his identity was exposed. Suho stared straight into his eyes with an unshaken firmness, already aware of the truth, and demanded identification without hesitation. The man tried to maintain his composure, claiming his ID was locked inside the staff room and insisting he would return shortly. As he swiftly moved toward the stairway, Suho followed closely, already anticipating what would happen next. The moment they reached the stairs, the boy suddenly bolted, without a word of warning. He sprinted away, just as Suho had predicted he would. Outside the building, the exhausted boy slumped against a wall, gasping for breath as his thoughts spiraled. He wondered how the association had managed to track him down so easily. What he didn't realize was that Suho was already standing right behind him, like a silent shadow. Before the boy could even react, Suho casually commented on his failed escape attempt, and in that very same instant, he struck him with a powerful flick to the forehead. The sheer impact alone sent a jolt of pain shooting through the boy's entire body, instantly dazing him. He crumpled to his knees, trembling as the overwhelming pain clouded his senses. Suho coldly reminded him that any refusal to cooperate or another attempt to flee would result in his immediate arrest. Kneeling beside him, Suho listened as the frightened boy protested, insisting he'd done nothing wrong. Suho then called him by his real name, Kim John, completely shattering the boy's composure. He asked if the person inside the building was his older brother, Kim John. The boy instantly denied it, but Suho remained completely unmoved, having already seen right through the lie. He told him they would go back inside first, as he needed to confirm Kim John's real body. Anger suddenly overtook the boy, and he rushed forward with a clenched fist, but the attack was effortlessly stopped with just one hand, shocking the boy as Suho twisted his arm without a hint of strain. Suho made it crystal clear that he had come to help them, but their actions were only creating unnecessary trouble for him. Moments later, the boy finally gave in, tapping out under the intense pressure. Suho smiled calmly, warning him that one more attack would end with him being tied up. He then ordered the boy to show the way to his place. Inside the room, the twin of the gray-haired boy lay motionless on the bed. Suho stood over him, quietly observing, and it didn't take long for him to realize that the boy was in a possessed state. Still on the bed, identical IDs belonging to the twin brothers lay before them, both bearing the exact same name, Kim Gwon. Suho's attention snapped back to the gray-haired boy, and he questioned when his brother had awakened. He then revealed that Kim John's possession trait could only ever activate on the same player. This revelation made the boy visibly tense. Suho warned him not to lie, stating their work dates at the PC cafe could easily be checked. Realizing there was no escaping the truth, the boy broke down and desperately asked what Suho was planning to do next. With his eyes squeezed shut, he explained everything in a rush, revealing that he was paralyzed from the waist down due to an accident, while his brother had ended up in a vegetative state. They had no parents, no money, and no support, and this was the only way they could survive. Suho calmly responded that he would not do anything, a statement that completely confused the boy. For clarity, the hooded boy was Kim Won, the younger brother, while the disabled one was Kim John, now possessing his own younger brother, because of his vegetative condition. With that understood, the situation continued. Suho looked at the boy calmly and explained that he was there to help them, instructing him to sit down and listen carefully. The boy, irritated and unwilling to trust him, resisted until Suho finally introduced himself as On. Suho. The name instantly struck a nerve, sounding familiar enough to spark panic. The boy quickly pulled out his phone to search the name, only to realize that the sword god himself was standing right in front of him. At that moment, the original John returned to his own body, fusion washing over his face. As he tried to process what was happening, pulling himself toward his wheelchair, John focused on Suho and asked him to explain in detail how he intended to help them. There was a saying that truly helping the helpless meant giving them work instead of handing out money, and Suho applied that principle without hesitation. He stated that he intended to find a job for Kim Ji-hyun. He then immediately brought up whether Ji-hyun wished to become a hunter again. The boy reacted with visible confusion, unable to grasp how Suho could suggest such a thing. He clearly saw the condition of Ji-hyun's legs. Ji-hyun then made it abundantly clear that if Suho's idea involved entering gates by possessing his younger brother's body, then that path was completely off the table. Suho responded calmly, clarifying it wouldn't involve possession at all. The job would be for Kim Ji-hyun himself. The boy frowned deeply, irritation rising as he told Suho to stop joking around. If something like that were truly possible, it would have happened ages ago. He pointed out his level was already above 50. He couldn't even enter the lowest level gates anymore. To make a living, Suho then shifted the topic and asked if Ji-hyun was familiar with partner items. These items were special equipment that synchronized perfectly with a player's innate traits, amplifying their abilities in unique ways. Ji-hyun was aware of them, but he also knew how unrealistic they were to obtain. Partner items were comparable to winning a lottery, with only a handful of players across the entire world ever finding one that truly matched them. Suho acknowledged that difficulty, knowing better than anyone that finding an item perfectly suited to a person was nearly impossible. Still, he knew that in his previous life, Kim Ji-hyun had become infamous because of a specific partner item. Suho assured the boy that he knew exactly which item resonated with Ji-hyun's possession trait, and through that item, he intended to give both brothers a completely new life. Hearing this, the boy clenched his fist tightly, his emotions boiling over. He demanded to know why Suho was doing all of this. After they had been ignored by everyone for so long, he questioned whether there was something Suho wanted from them. In return, all this time, Kim Ji-hyun had knocked on the doors of welfare centers, district offices, and countless organizations. Yet not a single hand ever reached back to him. He'd plummeted from being a successful hunter to someone society secretly labeled as weak and utterly disposable, and that slow abandonment carved deep, lasting scars. Because of that profound neglect, Kim John eventually found himself walking the path of a villain. In the present, Suho insisted John had never been abandoned, but the boy clearly didn't believe those words. What followed left him utterly shaken. Suho stepped forward, kneeling before him, lowering himself without a moment's hesitation, and apologized for arriving late. He admitted he should have come to help much earlier from deep inside. Suho genuinely wanted to help Kim John, even though he hadn't created the system and wasn't the state itself. Still, he understood his responsibility as a public servant and intended to fulfill that duty sincerely. Without excuses, with a calm smile, Suho explained his delay wasn't due to neglect or indifference, but because he hadn't found a viable solution before. This time was different, and this time he promised to help. Kim John stared at him in silence for a long moment, before finally apologizing in return. He admitted he'd never experienced anyone genuinely trying to help him, which had made him overly sensitive and defensive. Suho then stood back up and told him he would have reacted the same way. In that very position, he then assured him his brother's awakening report wouldn't interfere with their disability pension, making it clear that he'd already considered those consequences. Suho even went as far as stating he'd personally deal with the PC cafe owner if John wasn't paid properly, though the man was spared. When John explained the owner had treated him kindly, shifting the focus forward, Suho stated he'd soon introduce John to a guild for hunter-related activities. The boy wondering how any guild would ever accept someone like him. But Suho brushed aside that concern entirely. All John needed was to wait patiently until Suho returned with the crucial partner item, the one item that would change everything for them. A short while later, Suho returned to the Hunter Association. As he stepped out of his car, his thoughts lingered on why Chief Pai and the vice president had contacted him so suddenly. Before he could reflect any further, his gaze was suddenly drawn to Park Gun, who was sprinting straight toward him. Suho asked why the young boy was here. Park Gun quickly explained that his mother had packed him some food. This was all because of Suho's Instagram post and the recent news coverage, both of which had been getting a fantastic response. The boy openly expressed his gratitude, clearly excited by how well things were going. Suho calmly brushed it off, stating he hadn't done anything special. He mentioned he only posted the food because it genuinely tasted good, and regarding the news coverage, he casually denied reporting anything personally. Gung awkwardly agreed. Suho then asked if the boy had changed his class. Gung immediately brightened and explained that he had chosen the archer class. He was still serious about becoming a hunter and went on to ask if Suho had any guild recommendations for him. As we can all predict by now, Suho brought his new sidekicks to the Nexus Guild. The guild leader, upon seeing an applicant personally recommended by Suho, approved him instantly with a broad smile. Sometime later, Suho was seen knocking outside the vice president's office. A calm voice from inside announced his arrival. He was then told to come in. As he stepped through the doorway, Suho bowed respectfully and asked if he had been summoned. The vice president confirmed it, saying he wanted to check on how Suho had been doing lately. After Suho took his seat, the vice president smiled and mentioned that he had heard Suho's recent achievements were quite impressive, yet Suho brushed it off casually, chalking it all up to simple good luck. Vice President Kumin responded with a wide smile, remarking on just how modest Suho truly was, especially considering he'd been tackling nothing but the most difficult assignments in the Awakening Department. He even mentioned that Suho had brilliantly handled a military service corruption case that wasn't even technically part of his evaluation. Then, looking straight at Suho, the vice president shrewdly asked where he'd managed to obtain that kind of information. At that exact moment, Suho clearly understood what was happening. The vice president was probing for his sources. Judging by how quickly the vice president reacted to issues tied to the Awakening Department, Suho's suspicion deepened. There was a strong chance that Director Lee Wanik and the vice president were connected to the corruption case. Realizing this, Suho decided to toss out some bait. Closing his eyes briefly, Suho explained that he'd conducted field inquiries. Based on tips, the vice president immediately countered, saying those tips didn't seem related to draft dodgers at all, and asked how Suho had actually investigated the case. That was when Suho realized the vice president had already reviewed all the tip-off documents in detail. Suho then added that he also obtained information through acquaintances, relying on informants he'd built connections with during his time working as a hunter. That response visibly shocked the vice president, who immediately pressed him on what kind of people would go so far as to help him. Suho calmly replied that the information came from connections. When the vice president demanded to know exactly what kind of connections, Suho brushed it off, saying they were just from here and there. That vague answer. The vice president completely lost his cool. He practically yelled, demanding to know what here and there even meant. Suho politely apologized, but explained that, since those connections dealt with government agencies, he couldn't possibly reveal them. The vice president then pressed, asking if those agencies were tied to their organization as well. Suho honestly responded that he wasn't sure. The vice president pressed again, half accusing, half pleading, asking if Suho was really going to treat him like this, and saying he felt hurt by it. Suho listened in silence, not giving any reaction at all. The vice president then argued that information like this should be shared with someone who led organizations like him, claiming this was how influence spread and how associations grew, and questioning how such information could even be misused. With a faint smirk, Suho added that he'd heard there were internal connections within the Day One Association as well. Since the source was reliable, it was probably an insider. The vice president immediately latched onto that, expressing keen interest in meeting those informants. Suho replied cautiously that they were extremely wary of exposure, which would make such a meeting difficult. The vice president suggested meeting them under the guise of being a client, but Suho insisted that even then, it wouldn't be possible. Stepping closer, the vice president desperately asked if Suho was truly going to do this to him. After a brief pause, Suho finally said he would. asked him once. That answer instantly pleased the vice president, who told Suho to give him a response by today. Suho agreed, saying he understood. With the conversation finished, Suho stated he would take his leave. He thought to himself that he had hooked the vice president perfectly, exactly as planned. The scene then shifted to the non-awakened department, where Suho ran into Young-sung, standing right in front of him. Suho calmly checked if his evaluation had already wrapped up. However, was visibly sweating while juggling a massive stack of files. He awkwardly explained that the awakening department was completely swamped at the moment and asked Suho to wait a little longer. The staff handling evaluations were absolutely buried in work, and it would likely take several more days to finish everything. Hearing that, Suho was genuinely taken aback, wondering what this sudden delay was even supposed to mean. Around them, chaos filled the department. Other officers were shouting all around him, clutching their heads and complaining about how an absurd number of draft dodgers had appeared all at once. Just compiling the list alone was taking forever. Another officer muttered miserably about his mother, apologizing in his heart for being unable to go home from work. Suho then calmly asked where he was supposed to wait. In the meantime, Am hesitated before realizing that Suho hadn't even been assigned a seat yet. Suho simply stood there blankly, waiting for an answer. Not long after the scene, cut to him outside the building, holding a cup of coffee in his hand. Standing beside him was Chulman, laughing openly and pointing out that Suho had basically been kicked out. Suho admitted it with a frustrated tone. Chulman took a sip of his drink and casually mentioned that he had heard Suho caught a massive number of draft dodgers. Suho asked how that news had already spread. Chulman explained that even when people asked the awakening department, no one responded. So everyone just ended up watching the situation unfold from the sidelines. Suho thought to himself that this wasn't exactly good news. The department was clearly busy, dealing with something messy, and there was no reason to air its dirty laundry in front of others. He then asked Chulman if he knew much about internal politics. Chulman was surprised by the sudden question and couldn't help but wonder why Suho was asking that. Suddenly, Suho explained that he believed it was better to understand these dynamics. He wasn't planning on picking sides. He was merely trying to avoid danger by knowing what was coming beforehand. Chulman instantly grasped Suho's reasoning. As he watched him, Suho mused that Chulman's expressions gave away a lot. Even though he seemed dull on the surface, he was actually incredibly sharp and cautious, someone who had clearly weathered internal power struggles in the past. In stark contrast, Suho realized that all he'd ever done was swing his sword, so focused on sheer survival that he never had a moment to look around. Chulman then started detailing the complex structure involving Vice President Simon and Chief Pai Songyul. On the surface, it seemed, there were two major factions within the association, the Vice President's faction and the Special Unit Chief's faction. Suho remembered that before the regression, those two hadn't appeared as faction leaders and even seemed to be on the same side. But looking at it now, that clearly wasn't the case. They were never truly allies to begin with. Suho began to suspect that cases like the Sunbae Guillaume incident are likely handled by slowly gathering intel and tightening the leash from behind the scenes. Chulman went on to explain that the factions themselves were easy enough to distinguish. The Awakening Department and the Management Department belonged to the Vice President's faction, while the Gate Department and the Resource Department fell under Chief Pai's faction. He then asked Suho why the president didn't seem to have a faction of his own. Suho simply answered that the president was the highest-ranking person in the association. Chulman agreed, adding that the president only needed to survive his term, so his focus leaned more toward external relations. Chulman then asked if there was anything else Suho was curious about. Suho flat out refused, vowing to keep everything he had heard firmly in mind. Chulman then offered to set him up with a temporary spot within the Gate Department. Suho thanked him, but worried it might stir up unnecessary misunderstandings. Instead, he proposed focusing on other department theory exams. At a cafe, Chulman readily agreed and said he'd provide all the necessary study materials. Suho thanked him once more, thinking to himself that taking the rest of the day off might not be such a bad idea after all. Sometime later, Suho arrived at the Nexus Guild Villa in Payu. The moment he stepped inside, the Banshee team and Jaiwan visibly lit up, genuinely thrilled to see him after such a long absence. Suho calmly guided everyone to their seats, setting the mood before anything else. Jaiwan found it odd Suho was here during work hours, but Suho simply brushed it off, explaining it was a legal skip. What mattered more, he added, was that the timing was finally right. The group didn't immediately grasp what he meant, so Suho reminded them of the promise he'd made in the past. He acknowledged that the Banshee team all carried a deep grudge against the special unit. The revenge they sought was something he intended to help them achieve in a concrete and irreversible way. And for that, preparation was necessary. That was the real reason he had gathered them, because he needed people who could move in secret, acting as his hands and feet without drawing attention. Yanhwa pointed out they were still officially in a training period and reminded him he'd once said the revenge would come after he entered the Special Forces unit. Suho admitted that had been the original plan. However, he had recently come across something very interesting. If things went smoothly, they could sow absolute chaos within the organization. Even before his official induction into the Special Forces unit, he explained that the entire plan hinged on exploiting deep-seated internal faction conflicts. With a faint, confident smirk, Suho revealed their first target, Vice President Park Hyun himself. True to his word, Suho brought the vice president to a secluded location. That evening, after stepping out of the car, the vice president glanced around and clearly found the meeting place less than impressive, even downright shabby. Suho calmly explained that the individuals involved were extremely sensitive about security and requested his understanding. As the vice president opened the door, he assumed they must have private rooms inside, reasoning that choosing such an unassuming place meant the informants were incredibly cautious and scheming. Inside the building, the Banshee members stood waiting, white masks chillingly covering their faces. The vice president instantly began to sweat, his mind racing as he noticed no other signs of life. He wondered if something had gone terribly wrong, or if someone had overheard their plans. Still, he reassured himself that Sword God Suho was right there by his side, meaning nothing serious could possibly happen. Suho then turned slightly away from him and stated that this was indeed the right place. The vice president grew deeply uneasy, sensing something utterly off about Suho's tone. Suho continued, saying that the timing was perfect for getting things done. In that instant, the Banshee members surged forward with overwhelming speed, subduing the vice president before he could even react. They pinned him to the ground in one smooth motion, completely cutting off any chance of resistance. Standing tall over him now, Suho coldly stated the chilling reality of the situation. The vice president had been kidnapped, and Suho had no intention of explaining every detail. At his signal, Gwak Duho stepped in and delivered a precise, incapacitating blow to the back of the vice president's neck. The man's body went limp instantly as he collapsed unconscious, truly setting Suho's intricate plan into motion. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the vice president slowly began to regain consciousness. The instant awareness flickered back. He sprang desperately to his feet, immediately slamming his fists against the door, screaming frantically at the top of his lungs, demanding to know where he was and if anyone was even there. Before any answer could come, a strange, wet, gurgling sound echoed from behind him. The unsettling noise caught him utterly off guard. Fear instantly froze his body in place as his thoughts began to spiral, wondering what kind of sound that could be. If it was some kind of horrifying monster. The gurgling only grew louder still the moment he realized the sound was coming from a specific direction. Panic took over, and he started screaming in terror, begging for anyone to save him and to get rid of whatever monster was lurking there. Then, his eyes finally locked onto the source of the noise. To his utter shock, it wasn't a monster at all, but a person chained up and tightly restrained. Staring at that terrifying sight, the vice president's mind reeled in confusion, realizing the figure was completely bound and utterly unable to move freely. Just then, Suho calmly walked into view and coolly remarked that the vice president looked surprisingly lively. The instant the vice president saw him, rage exploded and he hurled threats, convinced that Suho wouldn't get away with this. Suho didn't hesitate for even a second. He instantly summoned his blood weapon, and brought it down on the vice president's hand. In a single, ruthless strike, bones cracked as fingers broke, and the vice president collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony. Suho coldly scolded him, questioning if he was truly brave, or simply stupid to act like that in this situation. Immediately after, Suho activated his healing ability and restored the very injury he had just inflicted, telling him sharply to stop whining, because he simply refused to listen. Trembling, the vice president demanded to know what he had done to deserve such treatment. Watching him, Suho thought the man still hadn't come to his senses. He raised his weapon again, commenting on how casually the vice president was still talking. That was enough to completely break him. Terror flooded the vice president's face as he begged for forgiveness, apologizing repeatedly and pleading not to be hit again. Suho straightened up and told him that was better. Cooperation would make things easier, and if they cooperated properly, their conversation wouldn't need to involve violence. He even added that he didn't enjoy hitting people. Then, Suho moved toward the chain man, nudging him lightly with his foot, before explaining who he was. The restrained man was Changsik, the boss of the Changsik gang, an organization involved in loan sharking and drug trafficking. His crimes were so severe that he was being kept here, under constant supervision and education. Suho made it clear that from now on, everything depended on the vice president's choices. He could continue living as Park Cumin, or he could end up living as Changsik instead. With that final warning hanging in the air, Suho calmly told him to behave properly. Sometime later, the vice president was kneeling in front of Suho, just as instructed. He had written down everything he had ever done in detail inside the notebook. Suho glanced through it briefly and told him he had done well. Then, almost casually, Suho remarked that the vice president had really done a lot over the years, so much that it was no surprise. He ended up getting swallowed by P. Sunjial. That single line hit Park Cumin like a shock. Before he could react properly, Suho told him not to pretend. He didn't know what was going on. Suho calmly revealed that he had caught Kim Gung-won, and just that alone was enough to make Park Hyumin standing, dangerously unstable. The vice president stared, completely dumbfounded, and asked if it was truly real. Suho, sounding almost exasperated, asked if he seriously hadn't known. With a sigh, Suho scoffed at his sluggishness, explaining that Kim Gung-won had been on his investigation list early on, as someone notoriously hard to catch, but clearly malicious. While tracking him down, Suho Huk met Bak Yi-hyun and even discovered that Sun Baek Ji-hyun had been bribing the vice president. Suho admitted he deliberately let Baek Ji-hyun go, just to observe how Park Kyuman would react. Then, Suho showed him his phone and pointed out who had contacted him first. After all that, it was Pae So-young. Suho explained that Pae So-young was already busy, working behind the scenes to bring Park Hyumin down, while Park Hyumin himself remained utterly clueless about everything happening around him. Suho added that he'd assumed all the Awakening Department executives were on Park Hyumin's side, but it turned out none of them had reported a single thing to him. Grinding his teeth, the vice president cursed them in a furious rage. Furious after how well he believed he'd treated them. Suho coldly pointed out that, given his dire situation, Park Hyumin's life was already hanging by a thread. If Pisan Joel decided to act, it could all be over at any moment. Completely shaken, the vice president begged him, desperately asking if there was truly no way for him to survive. Suho crouched down in front of him and said that there was a way, but only if Park Hyumin did exactly as he was told. If he complied, Suho would ensure he survived within the association and could even fight peace. Oh, and Joel, on equal footing. Relief washed over the vice president's face as he desperately agreed, promising to do everything Suho said. Suho then took out a black pill and handed it to him, ordering him to swallow it immediately. A trembling Park Hyumin asked what it was. Suho calmly explained it was an item bomb. It would be absorbed into his body once eaten and would only trigger by his command. It was undetectable by any search skills and was extremely expensive, too. So, he told him to eat it quickly. Fear completely overtook the vice president, as he refused at first, asking if he truly had to eat something like that. Suho replied that he needed insurance, in case of betrayal. If Park Hyumin truly didn't want to eat it, he didn't have to. Suho leaned closer and told him that if he didn't want to live here, alive and unharmed, he could always live on as Changsik, under a different name instead. He told him to choose wisely. Shaking violently, Park Hyun stared at the pill, then closed his eyes and swallowed it in one motion. Suho nodded in satisfaction and told him that from now on, they would clean up the messes he had made, one by one. When Park Hyun asked what messes he meant, Suho explained that if he wanted to live, he needed to stop Pai, Si-hoon, and Joel from attacking him. And that started with fixing every wrong he had committed. So far, he didn't care how Park Hyun handled it, or who he pinned things on, as long as no innocent person was sacrificed. If he crossed that line, Park Hyun already knew what would happen. The vice president quickly swore that would never happen. Suho told him to relax, saying he would simply sit back and watch. Then, he gave his first direct order. As soon as Park Hyun returned to the association, he was to deal with the draft evasion case. Suho asked who had been involved, and Park Hyun confessed that it was him, the awakening department head, and the non-awakened division chief. He admitted he had taken 70% of the money, while the rest was split among his subordinates. Suho thought that whoever subcontracted the job had clearly stuffed himself with money. He ordered Park Hyun to return all the money and keep everyone involved completely silent. But Park hesitated, claiming he still had his share, but was clueless about the others. Suho, with icy precision, stated that if that money wasn't returned, things would absolutely explode. Either retrieve it or fill the gap himself, but ensure not a single peep came out. Park immediately caved. Suho then tacked on another order. The moment Park got back, he was to immediately proceed with Suho's awakening department evaluation. Both the field evaluation and written exam were already completed, so there was no valid reason for the process to keep dragging its feet. Park quickly apologized and vowed to handle it. Finally, Suho issued his last command, telling him to close his eyes. The vice president froze, utterly bewildered by the abrupt command. Suho slowly lifted his bat, warning him he didn't like to repeat himself. In the very next instant, the bat slammed into the side of Park Hyun's head, and the vice president instantly crumpled, losing consciousness yet again. Meanwhile, just outside the building, Hyunmin's patience was wearing thin. Wondering why Suho was still taking his sweet time inside, Doho concurred, pointing out that Suho had been inside for a significant amount of time, yet everything had fallen completely silent. Just then, the door abruptly swung open, and Suho emerged, with the vice president casually slung over his back, as if he weighed absolutely nothing. Younghwa gawked at the sight, utterly bewildered, and wondered if Suho had hit him. Younghwa then added that there hadn't been a single sound. Suho responded calmly, explaining that technically speaking, that was precisely what had occurred, when you hit someone just right. He then motioned for Doho to take Park Hyun and load him into the car. Suho then announced to everyone that he would explain their future plans later, but first asked them to gather. He then handed Younghwa a notebook, explaining they'd now use Park Hyun's influence to execute some critical internal maneuvering. They were making their move before the situation fully consumed the entire association. But first, they needed to clean up the massive messes Park Hyun had created. The notebook he just handed over was none other than the vice president's corruption ledger. As the group skimmed through its damning contents, Younghwa couldn't help but remark that wasn't just one or two corrupt acts written within. She then asked if they were going to erase everything. Suho quickly clarified, no, they'd only erase the corruption that Pei-su and Jael already knew about. Even if Pei-su and Jael eventually learned about everything written there, it wouldn't matter. They'd use Park Hyun as needed, then discard him afterward. Suho then asked if anyone in the group harbored personal revenge against Park Hyun. If so, they could alter how they dealt with him. After looking through the notebook and reflecting amongst themselves, the group unanimously confirmed that none of them had any personal beef with Park Hyun. Suho nodded, satisfied, and told them it was time to head back. As they were about to leave, Jaewon spoke up, noting that the vice president didn't seem to have any major injuries. Curious, he asked how Suho had managed to make him talk. Suho answered calmly that he'd made Park Hyun swallow a bomb that would explode if he disobeyed his orders. So naturally, he'd stay obedient for a while. Jaewon was stunned, asking if such an item truly existed. Suho immediately shut that down, saying it was a lie. There was no such thing at all. After knocking down Park Kumin, the group finally split up and began heading their separate ways. Suho told the Banshee team that he and Jaiwon would go home, while the rest should drop Park Kumin off and then return to Nexus. Youngwon nodded without a second thought, confirming her full understanding. Suho then turned his attention to Jivon and asked if he'd finished sifting through the numbers Suho had given him earlier. Jivon reported he'd checked everything, but found nothing for Pei Sung-jo, Park Kumin, Lee Wanik, or Lee Moon-ho. To dig any deeper, they'd probably need to trace things all the way back to the Messenger app's HQ. As they settled into the car, Suho stated that meant those numbers weren't saved as contacts. He then told Jaiwon to shift his focus to regularly contacted numbers instead, and then asked how long the task would take. Jaiwon estimated it'd be finished by tomorrow, but Suho pressed him, asking if it could be done today. Starting next week, Suho planned to begin pruning Park Kumin, and timing was absolutely crucial. The very next morning, Jaiwon came running in, his loud voice snapping Suho awake from his sleep. He excitedly announced he'd found number used by Pai Song Jaeol. Sitting down, Jaiwon explained that in Lee Wanik's records, there was one unfamiliar number that appeared repeatedly. Only call logs were found, no messages or chat history to be seen. After tracing it further, Jaiwon confirmed it was Pai Songil's second phone. Even more suspiciously, that phone had no other contacts and absolutely no call recordings. Suho praised him for the excellent work and casually suggested that if Jaiwon hadn't eaten yet, they should grab some dinner. Jaiwon replied that Hee-won would be arriving soon as well, so they could eat together. Suho paused, then asked if today was the day Hee-won was returning. Not long ago, Hee-won had finished treatment for his drug addiction and had been developing antidotes. After that, he had gone alone on a nationwide trip, finally living out a long-held dream. After some time, Hee-won finally arrived and greeted them casually, as if he'd just stepped out for a walk. Suho immediately noticed something was off and pointed out Hee-won had gone traveling. Without even carrying a bag, Hee-won simply pulled out a card and said that one card was more than enough. He even kissed it dramatically, explaining that he made plenty of money from antidotes. He'd lived miserably and painfully for so long that it was finally time to spend it properly. Jaiwon looked at him with pure admiration and commented that such a mindset was insane. In a good way, something worth learning. Suho shut that down instantly, telling him not to pick up strange habits. Not long after they started eating together, Suho remarked that Hee-won looked genuinely refreshed after traveling and asked which place left the biggest impression on him. Hee-won said it was Busan, mainly because the tteokbokki and kimbap tasted amazing. He even claimed the Busan accent somehow made the food better. Suho brushed that off, saying he'd just finished drug treatment, and questioned what kind of high he was talking about. Hee-won got visibly annoyed and insisted he was being serious, not joking at all. Jaiwon jumped in, saying that now Hee-won was back, they could finally drag him online again. Looking straight at him, Jaiwon promised to prepare a death, then corrected himself and said, an amazing dungeon instead. Hee-won immediately refused without hesitation. While Jaiwon kept pushing Hee-won, Suho stepped in and said Hee-won was needed for something important. Suho told him there was work he had to do. When Hee-won asked what it was, Suho answered simply that he would be making clothes and told him to follow him to the second floor lab. Upstairs, Suho led him into a room stacked full of boxes and packages. Hee-won stared at the piles and demanded to know what all of it was for. Suho calmly explained these were the raw materials, all destined for the outfit he planned to create. Hee-won was absolutely flabbergasted, wondering aloud just how many outfits could possibly be made from this much material. Suho casually replied it was all for one single outfit. As Hee-won cautiously opened one of the boxes, he discovered it was packed with disgusting green slime stones. These were low-grade materials, so worthless most people wouldn't even take them for free. These particular stones formed when slime monster fragments hardened into rock through magical reactions. Suho then instructed Hee-won to fuse all of them into one single massive blob and then use that as fabric. Hee-won could barely believe his own ears. Suho, already turning to make his exit, told him to think positively, since even fusing materials would earn him experience. He added that he'd be off to find the remaining materials in the meantime. Slime stones, he added, were the last thing they could actually buy with money. So, Hyun would need to gather and work diligently if they wanted any hope of finishing on time. Hyun, still bewildered, asked what the final item was supposed to be. Suho explained that once Hyun reached a point where no further fusion was possible, the item would magically be complete. If materials ran short, Suho would simply order more to fill any gaps. Left completely alone in the room, Hyun just stood there, utterly confused, muttering that Suho really did just say whatever he wanted, and then just walk away. The scene then cut to a quiet village on the outskirts of Gyeonggi province. Deep into the night, the entire place was dead silent. It was the kind of silence that felt unnatural rather than peaceful. Suho stepped out of his car and entered the abandoned building ahead. The moment he crossed the threshold, he activated colorless solitude, letting the world around him fade into isolation. If his memory served him right, what he was looking for was definitely hidden here. He expanded his magic detection range, and almost immediately, his senses locked onto something incredibly strange. Inside, a Buddha-like statue stood ominously. Its surface faintly pulsed with dark, twisted magical energy. Without hesitation, Suho lifted the statue, carrying it outside. For a brief moment, he faced it in silence, studying it as if it were alive. Then in one smooth motion, Suho summoned his blood weapon. A bloody sword materialized in his hand, crimson energy crackling violently through the air. He slashed down with the blade, tearing through the statue diagonally. Red light flashed as the upper half slid cleanly off, crashing onto the ground with a loud, heavy thud. For a split second, everything was still. Then the gurgling started. The fallen statue twitched. Red eyes snapped open from within the stone, glowing with malice as thick black energy poured out, wrapping around both halves. In the next instant, the broken piece lifted itself, fusing back together perfectly, restoring the statue as if it had never been cut at all. Suho stared at it calmly and muttered, "It's come to the right place." This wasn't just a cursed item. It was a soul shield, a parasitic being embedded inside the artifact, designed to trap souls within a soul prison. Suho realized something was off. Normally, a soul shield would be immobilized inside the prison, unable to act. But this one had hijacked a statue as a vessel, moving around like a hermit crab, hiding in a borrowed shell. Tightening his grip on the sword, Suho decided it was time to drag it out. He activated Steel Slash and brought his blade straight down, splitting the statue vertically from top to bottom. The stone shattered instantly, but instead of dying, the black energy exploded outward, surging towards Suho and swallowing him whole. The system warned him, the parasitic spirit is invading your mind, attempting to corrupt and destroy it from within. Suho didn't even flinch. The very next moment, he unleashed his dragon's blood. A faint smirk played on his lips as the parasitic spirit suddenly sensed something was terribly wrong. The system promptly reported that, due to the dragon armor's potent draconic effect, mental corruption could not progress any further. What had tried to invade him now shrieked in panic and fled instead, but before it could fully escape, the draconic energy completely purified it. The black energy vanished without a trace. As the purification process finished, the item's form instantly changed. A small skeletal figure materialized in Suho's hand. The system informed him he had obtained the Freed Soul Prison, a rank A item, originally created by a necromancer to seal away malevolent spirits. The item had become cursed after being damaged and overloaded with countless trapped souls. But the parasitic spirit inside had now been fully purified. He only needed one more material now. With this final piece, he could craft a partner item, perfectly suited for Kim Gwon. Clenching his fist, Suho felt the plan tightening into place. Now, it was only a matter of time. After a few days passed, Hyewon looked like his soul was halfway out of his body. His face was pale, his eyes hollow, and his entire posture screamed utter exhaustion. He staggered over and begged Suho to save him, calling him team leader and groaning that the fusion still wasn't finished. He had worked nonstop all weekend and genuinely felt like he was dying. Suho only smiled calmly and said, "People don't die that easily. He won." He immediately started ranting about his insane workload, but Suho cut in smoothly, telling him to think more positively. He reminded He-won that this was still better than the days he'd spent, barely surviving in the Yongdongpo slums. The moment those words landed, He-won froze. He stared at Suho in disbelief and muttered, "This is straight-up cheating." Suho didn't deny it. He simply smiled. He turned, urging He-won to press on, leaving him behind. He-won, however, just gripped his hair in pure frustration. Stepping outside, Suho mused to himself that, no matter He-won's complaints, he'd still finish the job properly in the end. Just then his phone rang. It was the vice president calling. The VP reported that all the funds had been returned to everyone listed in the notebook, and everyone involved had been silenced. Suho instructed him to keep speaking normally, unless they were truly alone, since anything else would just look suspicious. The vice president agreed. He added that everything had been handled cleanly, and the draft evasion case was framed as exposed through an anonymous tip-off, so the draft dodgers wouldn't dare utter a word. Settling into his car, Suho then asked about Director Lee Wanik and Manager Lee Seon. The vice president replied that he'd summon them separately later that day and deal with both immediately. Suho acknowledged this, reminding him to also take care of his own evaluation case. Then, he issued another instruction. He wanted to be transferred to the resources department. As the call ended, Suho's thoughts sharpened. Other departments only contained people worth targeting, but the resources department was entirely different. That place held items and skills that truly became flesh and blood, including things not even registered in the official database. Suho knew there were hidden, extremely important items buried within those resources, and his next move was simple. He was going to take them. A black-haired officer then stepped forward and introduced himself as Kim Suk, an evaluator from the resource management department. He shook Suho's hand and explained he'd brief him on the on-site evaluation. While they headed over, Suho returned the greeting, introducing himself as On Suho and saying, "It's nice to meet you." As they walked, Kim Seok-won, she started detailing the department structure. Specifically, in resource management, equipment items were handled by the equipment team, skill books by the literature team, consumables by the consumables team, and general materials by Special Team 1. Then there was Special Team 2, which dealt exclusively with cursed items. That made a grand total of 5 teams. Kim Suk continued, explaining that the on-site evaluation was split into 2 parts. One test involved all teams working together, while the other was exclusive to Special Team 2. Listening quietly, Suho mused that it made perfect sense. Unlike the 4 teams handling standard items, Special Team 2 was dangerous in many ways. Still, he wasn't particularly worried. Even cursed items used for evaluations were mostly for practice, if anything. The first test, however, would be more troublesome. That one focused purely on logistics, meaning nothing but grueling manual labor. Before long, they arrived at the warehouse. Kim Suk explained that this was the external resources warehouse, managed by the department. Inside, workers were bustling, organizing items, moving around efficiently, and shouting out instructions to one another. Kim Suk told Suho that from here on out, he'd need to learn where each team's items were stored, how to locate them quickly, and how to properly sort and store them. This knowledge was part of the written exam, but the field itself was full of unpredictable variables. Suho asked if he should begin the evaluation immediately without any prior training. Kim Suk looked at him carefully and remarked that he seemed extremely confident. Just as Suho confirmed he was, an item suddenly slipped from a high shelf and dropped straight onto a staff member's head. Nearby workers rushed over, checking on him and shouting for a stretcher. Kim Suk handed Suho a safety helmet and explained that this was exactly why. The unpredictable conditions he'd mentioned earlier. Due to magical reactions, items could shift, move, or even plummet at any moment. He then asked if Suho still believed demonstration training was completely unnecessary. Suho calmly donned the helmet and simply replied, "Yes, we should start the evaluation immediately." Kim Sok, clearly taken aback, warned him that falling objects weren't the only potential hazards, and strongly advised he train first. Suho brushed it off, thanked him for the concern, and said he was perfectly fine with that. He added that he'd be on his way. Left completely speechless, Kim Sok could only stammer out a stunned okay. He thought to himself that Suho Suho was truly fearless. As Suho strolled confidently through the warehouse, he muttered that it had been a long time. He recalled his rotation through the resource management department, where he had done this kind of work, to the point of building serious physical endurance. Those days had been genuinely rough, compared to jumping straight to the top floors and dealing with actual threats. Simple sorting work like this felt laughably easy. Thinking that the item he was looking for should be nearby, he stopped in front of one of the racks. Reaching inside, he found an apple. The system identified it as a stone apple, an apple made entirely of stone. Noting that it looked crude and utterly worthless, Suho glanced around, casually checking if anyone was watching. Once he confirmed no one was paying attention, he touched the apple. Instantly, its surface shifted into a vivid red color. Suho smirked. To anyone else, it looked like useless junk, long forgotten in storage. But when infused with red-grade mana, this item revealed its true value. The resource department simply didn't have anyone skilled enough to notice that. Thanks to their lack of talent, the hidden option of this item now belonged to him. At that very moment, suddenly, a black snake materialized above the stone apple. Suho instantly recognized it as the dreaded poison-eating snake. The snake bared its fangs, lunging directly for him. But instead of dodging, Suho deliberately let it sink its fangs into his neck. The system immediately sprang to life, informing him that the poison-eating snake's venom had now seeped into his body, and that the trial of the snake quest had officially been triggered. Watching the system window, Suho thought back to obtaining the cornerstone of the poison dragon path. In his previous life, among all monsters specializing in poison, the strongest were always the poison dragon, the poison demon, and the poison king. They wielded overwhelming toxicity and nearly unmatched resistance to all poisons. Back then, Suho had eventually achieved complete poison immunity by consuming the heart of the Venom Lord. But that was something only obtainable in the later stages of his journey. This time, he needed to start preparing early, steadily raising his poison resistance. Only then could he properly deal with the damned poison which had betrayed him. Suzuki Endo, among her countless spells, poison magic was her twisted specialty. He didn't care about anyone else, but against her, he would answer poison with poison. In Suho's mind, there was no greater humiliation than being utterly crushed in your own field of expertise. Inside his office, Kim Sok leaned back casually in his chair, lazily pondering Suho. In his mind, it was only a matter of time before Suho started complaining, saying he couldn't take it anymore. No matter how strong someone was in theory, practice was a completely different beast entirely. That was exactly why the warehouse had earned the nickname the Labyrinth. Right at that moment, Suho walked in, calmly announcing he'd brought all the items listed in the evaluation. Kim Sok, still half lost in his own assumptions, reminded him that he had clearly told him to undergo training first. Then his eyes slowly shifted to the boxes Suho was carrying. He froze, blinking in sheer disbelief, and asked what on earth Suho had just said. Suho repeated himself, stating plainly, "I brought everything written on the list. Please check it." Kim Sok instantly broke out in a cold sweat as he scanned the very list he had personally handed over. Earlier, this was insane. He had intentionally mixed in items, with confusing names, obscure codes, and utterly misleading color classifications. And yet, every single one of them was there. Still, he told himself, it wasn't over yet. Suho still had to complete the sorting task. A short while later, Suho finished sorting everything, from the first section to the third, flawlessly, without a single mistake. Watching this, Kim Sok felt his entire thought process unravel. He had always believed combat talent and administrative work were completely separate domains. Yet here stood someone who excelled at both. A truly well-rounded genius actually existed, unable to hide his profound shock. He admitted, "This is amazing." Suho brushed it off casually, saying it wasn't anything special. Kim Sok shook his head and explained that this wasn't just departmental pride. Objectively speaking, the resource department is the hardest among all departments, and trainees consistently receive the lowest on-site evaluation scores. Here, Suho thought back to his past life. The only reason it seemed easy now was because this was his second life. During his first run, this place had been pure hell as well. More importantly, Since no one had mentioned the stone apple, it meant no one had even noticed it. Even if someone had, they probably dismissed it as junk. Reacting to Mana, Suho then asked, "Will we proceed straight to the special Team 2 test now?" Kim Seok explained it that they had originally expected the first test to last until today, or even tomorrow. So, the schedule for the next phase was already set. When Suho asked what he should do next, Kim Seok replied they wouldn't know the exact schedule until at least tomorrow afternoon. He told them to head home for the day. Suho smiled, genuinely relieved. He remarked that it worked out perfectly, since he had something else to take care of anyway. Back at home, Suho stood in front of several glass containers, filled with a murky green liquid that looked unmistakably like poison. Turning his attention to the system window, he decided it was time to begin. The window displayed the trial of the snake, a quest that only the one chosen by the poison-eating snake could undertake. Inside Suho's body rested the egg of the poison-eating snake, and to hatch it, he needed to continuously supply it with poison by drinking it himself. If the poison supply was delayed for more than 10 minutes, the trial would reset. If that delay happened 3 times or more, the quest would fail entirely, and the egg would disappear. Even worse, if detoxification occurred at any point, the egg would vanish instantly. Looking at those conditions, Suho thought the quest itself sounded simple, but actually fulfilling it was anything but supplying poison by drinking it. That was far easier said than done. He closed his eyes, took a long breath, then opened the lid of one of the bottles. Holding it above his face, he stared into the liquid reacting inside. Even the lowest grade poison made his teeth chatter. Memories surfaced of the times he had been poisoned before, that deeply unpleasant sensation still vivid in his mind. Even so, he steeled himself, gritting through it. He began drinking. A few seconds later, he finished the entire bottle in one go. His face turned pale, sweat breaking out across his skin. Clearly, he was hating every second of it. The system message appeared immediately, informing Suho that he had entered a low-grade poisoning state. Hours crawled by, and Suho was still emptying bottle after bottle of deadly poison. His movements grew sluggish, his breathing ragged, his entire body looking utterly drained. He thought to himself, "My insides are starting to sting, little by little, but for now, it's still bearable." Then, something shifted from deep within his body. The egg suddenly began absorbing the poison he'd just consumed. Suho placed a hand over his chest, right around his solar plexus, and frowned slightly as he felt something wriggling inside him. "So you were here after all," he thought. At that exact moment, a system notification popped up informing him that the low-grade poisoning state had been removed. Just like that, his body felt completely normal again, and the pain from the poison he'd drunk earlier vanished without a trace. Suho immediately understood what was happening. The egg inside his body was absorbing the poison directly. Looking at the remaining boxes of poison bottles, he finally understood why the quest had used the word supply. A slow grin formed on his face. "Good, then I'll supply it properly." With that, he started drinking another batch. He chugged the bottles desperately, emptying one after another without pause. Dozens went down. Eventually, he stopped and exhaled sharply. As expected, there was a limit to how much effect poisons of the same level could have. Now that he had built up some resistance, he needed something stronger. His gaze dropped to the bottle in his hand. This was a stronger poison than anything he had taken so far. The moment he drank it, Suho felt like he was going to die before the egg ever hatched. It's painful, but he had no choice if he wanted to hatch it. Time blurred as hours slipped by and night fell. Suho was now kneeling in the dark room, surrounded by scattered, empty poison bottles. His body trembled uncontrollably, and suddenly, blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. A system notification blazed to life. It warned him he'd entered top grade poisoning state. His breath hitched and turned ragged as his hands trembled, clenching into tight fists. He had to endure. This wasn't over yet. The egg, it was shaking a little more, gritting his teeth in agony. He gripped his own shoulder hard enough to leave marks and activated his healing skill. He just needed some healing, even a little. But the pain was far, far beyond what his body could handle. Relentlessly, poison kept tearing him apart from the inside. Yet his healing skills kept barely stitching him back together. Damage and heal again and again. He had to endure no matter what. Then, all at once, the egg cracked. A surge of pain even worse than before, slammed into him. And in the very next instant, the egg finally broke. The system chimed. The top-grade poisoning state had been removed. Suho collapsed forward, gasping for breath. Slowly, he lifted his trembling hands to find a tiny snake hatchling, coiled gently in his palms. More system messages flooded in, announcing the poison-eating snake egg had hatched. Successfully, the quest was completed, and the poison-eating snake recognized him as its master. It coiled itself around him, congratulating him on acquiring the poison-eating snake, ranked S+, and granted him 5 bonus points for achieving a great accomplishment. Suho stared at the little snake, half laughing, half exhausted. With a weak smirk, he muttered, jokingly, "I almost died because of that little bastard." Suho looked down at the small snake, resting in his palms, thinking that even the poison dragon must have started out this tiny. It felt closer to the manifestation of a skill than a true summon, but since its evolution path changed, based on the type of poison it consumed, calling it a summon wasn't exactly wrong either. He gently wiggled the snake's head with his thumb, silently counting on it, and the tiny creature gleefully bowed back, as if it truly understood everything. His gaze then drifted to the few remaining poison bottles, strewn carelessly nearby. He had already used almost all of them. If the egg alone had devoured that much just to hatch, he couldn't even begin to imagine how much this creature would devour later. For now, though, he decided to feed it the remaining stash. The snake perked up the moment it spotted its food, immediately opening its mouth and eagerly chugging down the poison bottle by itself. The system promptly notified him that the poison dragon was extremely satisfied with its meal. Suho let out a slight smirk, thinking the snake clearly knew how to pick out the expensive stuff. Raising it was going to cost a ridiculous fortune, and so much more in materials. But since he had money to spare now, it didn't really matter all that much. The entire process felt oddly similar to blood jade. He could only utilize as much as it digested and converted. And while it digested all types of poison, the time required varied wildly depending on their strength. Once it finished, Suho ordered his new pet to go back, and the snake instantly vanished back into his body. He mused to himself that he would have to raise it diligently and well before meeting Suzuki again. Then his attention abruptly shifted to his surroundings. The room was an utter disaster, with blood stains everywhere and empty bottles strewn across the floor. He glanced at the clock and nearly froze. He had started the quest before 6 p.m. the previous day. Just how many hours had he been locked in this room? At least, Kim Suk had said it was fine if he came in late. When Suho stepped out, he nearly dropped his cup, spitting out the mouthful of coffee he'd just taken a sip of. He stared in utter shock at Suho's bloodied clothes and his utterly ragged condition. Suho casually greeted him with a simple, "Good morning." He trembling slightly, asked, "Why do you look like that?" Suho glanced at his own hand and simply brushed it off, saying he'd just been doing something. He-one's face went utterly pale as another terrifying thought hit him. He nervously asked if anyone else had been in the room with him, they'd see something no longer human, maybe even a monster. Suho casually explained he ended up like this because he was just clearing a quest. Then just as casually, he changed the topic, asking why. He-one still hadn't reported on the task he'd been given. Noting it was taking longer than expected, He-one immediately snapped back, insisting he wasn't slacking off at all. Besides eating, sleeping, and pooping, he'd been doing nothing but non-stop synthesis. He even questioned if this work had an actual end. Suho, completely unfazed, told him he was still far from done. He waved him off, telling him to work a bit harder. Left behind, He-one could only scream internally in despair, crushed once again under his never-ending workload. Sometime later, the scene shifted back to the Hunter Association, where Kim Suk guided Suho toward his second test. Just as planned earlier, he explained that this second test would take place in the special warehouse. Suho asked if it was called special because it only stored cursed items. Kim Suk confirmed that was correct, adding that the theme of the second test was purification and destruction. He continued, explaining Suho had already learned this, In theory, items classified as cursed were usually handled in 3 ways: purification, destruction, and sealing. Sealing simply meant locking away cursed items with no known solution into storage, while purification and destruction were the main practical methods. Suho thought to himself that in reality, destruction was chosen most of the time. Purification conditions were hard to discover, and sealing everything wasted too much space. In a way, the place where the most item destruction happened nationwide was right here, in Special Team 2 of the Korean Hunter Association Resource Management Department. Soon, they arrived at the test area. Suho already had a hunch he'd find certain odd individual here. He was greeted by the team leader of Special Team 2, who cheerfully introduced himself as Jo John-hyuk. While exchanging greetings, something behind the glass caught Suho's attention. He spotted that familiar, odd figure. The man-crushing scholar known as Grinder Kong Soo Gi, a nickname earned because he ground every single item without exception. Suho pondered how, thanks to that very man, grinding everything in his previous life, he'd managed to obtain items like the first Moo. Strangely enough, the trolling from his past life was actually helping him now. Team leader Jo informed Suho that they'd proceed straight into the second test. Without delay, he explained that they'd start with a purification evaluation and instructed Suho to put on protective gear before entering. Following his instructions, Suho changed into the protective equipment. Inside the room, the team leader then placed a box in front of him, and Suho silently hoped that the test subject would be something familiar. Inside the test room, Suho stared down at his assigned test subject. From outside, over the microphone, team leader Jo announced that from this point on, Suho would perform purification using the tools placed in front of him. The time limit was 2 hours, and there were 21 types of purification tools provided. Suho thought that the known purification methods were easy if he applied an undisclosed purification formula. Instead, he could use that as an excuse to approach Kong Soo Gi. Later, his test subject turned out to be a small, red-colored fruit called the hamu fruit, harvested from a hamu tree. Suho considered it carefully. Revealing its true purification method right now might cause a big reaction, but in the end, it didn't really matter. What mattered was sticking to his schedule. Outside, Kim Suk checked the documents. He then revealed that the hamu fruit sprang from a demonic tree. Should it take a strong impact, its poisonous spores would burst forth, forming a deadly, toxic mist. Team leader Jo then added that purifying it was simple. All they needed was a mono torch to burn it, making it safe provided it wasn't tossed. But as they were busy absorbing all this, Suho already had the fruit in his hand and seemed intent on throwing it. The moment they realized his intent, both supervisors' jaws hit the floor. Panicked, they screamed at him not to throw it. But alas, it was already too late. Suho had already made his move. Suho then hurled the fruit with all his might. The moment it struck the ground, a deafening crash echoed through the test room. The fruit pulverized the floor with a heavy impact, its fragments scattering outward. Yet strangely, not a single speck of dust billowed into the air. Outside the room, everyone froze, utterly shocked. Because there was no dust cloud, Suho's every movement was clearly visible through the glass, along with the fruit now firmly embedded in the floor. For a fleeting moment, the entire area fell into a stunned, deafening silence. Then team leader Jo snapped out of it, grabbing the microphone and roaring in anger, demanding to know what Suho thought he was doing. And his reaction was more than justified. After all, the special warehouse was one of the most secure facilities in the association, rivaling even research labs and construction sites in its strictness. Suho, however, remained completely, utterly unfazed. He calmly picked up the fruit from the floor and declared it had already been purified. His words made no sense to those listening, and confusion spread like wildfire. When questioned further, Suho simply offered to show the proof. He held the fruit out with a bright, almost innocent smile, his expression so clean and devoid of malice that it left everyone watching utterly dumbfounded. Jo Joon-hyuk was the first to truly react. The moment he checked the updated item description, description. His eyes widened in utter disbelief. The fruit's curse had completely vanished. Every single cursed option had been removed. It was now completely safe to handle. Safe even under physical impact, and could be consumed without a shred of danger. Suho then calmly added that it also possessed a minor recovery effect. Recovery. That single word sent a shockwave through team leader Joe. Suho explained that, among the 21 purification tools provided, there was a shock hammer designed to purify cursed items through controlled impact. What he had done was simply apply a force far greater than what the shock hammer could generate. He further explained that the Hamu fruit's hidden recovery option could not be unlocked unless the user's strength stat exceeded red grade. Anything below that threshold would fail entirely. The realization hit like a bomb. Joe immediately began shouting orders, telling staff to write everything down and meticulously record the results. He demanded that the entire team be gathered at once. If this discovery held up under verification, it would send shockwaves through the academic and research communities. Nationwide, the warehouse buzzed with frantic movement. Even Kim Suk-hoon stood there in disbelief. He had already known Suho was extraordinary after the first test, but this went far beyond his wildest expectations, especially in a purification assessment. Approaching Suho cheerfully, he asked if Suho truly understood what he had just accomplished. This wasn't just a good score. This was the discovery of an entirely new purification method, the 20-second method recognized globally, one that the entire world would soon adopt. Suho, however, only responded casually, asking whether this meant his score was safe or if he was at risk of failing for not using the standard methods. Kim immediately dismissed the concern, assuring him that as long as he was in charge, Suho would get full marks, no questions asked. As they exited the testing room, Kim Suk casually asked how Suho had learned a purification method like that. Suho answered without hesitation, calmly lying that he'd discovered it by chance, inside a sealed gate at the time. He hadn't even known purification formulas existed, and if it weren't for the Level 5 special recruitment course, he wouldn't have realized there were already 21 recognized methods. Kim Suk burst out laughing, saying that people destined to succeed always found a way, no matter what. Suho modestly brushed it off, insisting it wasn't anything special. Kim Suk then gave Suho a firm thumbs up, flashing a satisfied grin, as he told him he'd outright passed the second test. He said he'd personally take responsibility and award him full marks, making it clear Suho had nothing to worry about. Suho thanked him, and as Kim Suk walked off, he muttered that at this rate, the schedule would need adjusting again. Left momentarily alone, Suho's gaze swept across the bustling special warehouse before settling on a familiar figure. He approached naturally and greeted him. The person he addressed was Kong Suk Gi, the future mad-crushing scholar, also known as Grinder Kong. Officially, he wasn't just a team member, but the deputy team leader of Special Team 2. Kong Suk Gi responded with an awkward smile, clearly uncomfortable with small talk. Suho casually asked if he was working on purification. Kong Seok Yi answered briefly, offering nothing more than short, clip replies. Only now did Suho realize how peculiar he truly was. In his previous life, Suho hadn't noticed it, but Kong Suk Gi showed no curiosity at all, not even toward the groundbreaking purification method Suho had revealed earlier. Instead, he simply turned back to his work, acting as though Suho didn't even exist. Just then, Jo Ji-hun Hyuk walked by and called Suho over. Noticing Suho next to Kong Suk-gi, Jo gently pulled him a short distance away and spoke with a hint of warning. He told Suho he'd done great work today and could head home if he had nothing else planned. Suho thanked him, but then asked if it would be all right to stay a little longer and look around the special warehouse. Jo considered it for a moment, then agreed, warning him to be cautious. Around the deputy team leader he'd been talking to, Jo explained that Kong Salji was a bit peculiar and preferred working alone, a polite way of saying he wasn't very sociable. Normally, that warning would have sent most people running, but Suho needed an opening. He said it was a shame, casually mentioning that one of the items Kong Sugi was working on looked strangely familiar, something he thought he'd seen inside a sealed gate before. The mention of a sealed gate immediately snagged Jo Ji-hun Hyuk's interest, especially when Suho added that he couldn't quite recall the details. Joe insisted. They talked to the deputy team leader right away, stating purification work made it a matter of duty. Despite Suho's polite hesitation, Joe confidently approached Kong Sugi and told him he was counting on him. Kong Sugi responded curtly, agreeing without an ounce of enthusiasm. Once the arrangement was made, Kong Sugi returned to his work in silence. Suho stood nearby, observing quietly. The atmosphere between them remained heavy and wordless. Kong Solji methodically processed cursed items, one after another, purifying what he could, and discarding the rest into the destruction bin. His movements were precise, efficient, and almost mechanical. Then Suho spoke, calmly pointing out that Kong Solji had missed a step in the purification process. Kong Sugi paused, stared at the item, then nodded in acknowledgement and thanked him. Suho simply smiled and continued watching. From that point on, Suho's presence clearly started getting under Kong Suoke's skin. Though he stayed silent and kept diligently working, it wasn't long before Suho pointed out another skipped step, then another, and then yet another. Each time, Kong Sugi silently corrected his mistakes. After a tense silence, Suho spoke up again, suggesting they take a break and grab some coffee. Kong Sugi immediately declined, claiming he didn't like coffee. Suho replied that was perfectly fine and just asked him to listen for a moment. Then Suho casually asked if Kong Sugi had been stealing items like this all along. For the very first time, Kong Sugi's composure completely shattered. His eyes widened, his heart pounding violently in his chest. He stammered, asking what Suho was even talking about. Suho stepped closer, his tone calm but cuttingly sharp, stating he knew Kong Sugi had been deliberately throwing usable items into the destruction bin to smuggle them out later. He added that if this continued, he would expose everything Kong Sugi had been hiding, including what was inside his stomach. Kong Sui fro solid. The accusation of item theft was one thing, but the mention of his stomach struck far, far deeper. Cold sweat ran down his back as he swallowed hard. Unable to respond, Suho leaned in slightly, his smile never fading, and addressed him again as deputy team leader. Then, in the same unsettlingly calm tone, Suho suggested they grab that coffee after all. In the backyard, Suho led Kong Seolgi to a quiet corner he often used with young Chumin. After taking a few sips of coffee, Suho finally broke the heavy silence, addressing him again as the deputy team leader. Kong Seolgi answered stiffly, clearly on edge. Suho asked when it had started, and when Kong Seolgi tried to deflect, Suho clarified that he was talking about the thing embedded in his stomach. Kong Seolgi froze instantly, his eyes widening, his lips pressing together so tightly they nearly trembled. This was supposed to be a secret only he knew. After a long, suffocating silence, his voice finally came out shaky. He demanded to know how Suho had found out. Suho wasn't interested in direct answers. He stated what truly mattered wasn't how he knew, but the strange thing lodged inside Kong Sukgi. He asked to see it, and Kong Sukgi hesitated. He slowly untucked his shirt and began unbuttoning it. Halfway down, a faint mechanical hum started to leak out, a distinct grating grind. A sound that absolutely shouldn't come from a human. When the protective armor over his abdomen finally came off, two terrifying, interlocking shredders stood exposed, quietly whirring where living flesh should have been. Suho watched, completely unperturbed, noting how tame it still looked, compared to the terror it would become later. This device was no mystery to him. It was the Mega Crusher, a fearsome cursed item from the high technology series, an incredibly advanced artifact, hailing from another unknown civilization. Among cursed items, it was notorious as a parasitic device. Simply put, Kong Seolgi was its host. Suho named it outright, asking if the object in his stomach was the Mega Crusher. Kong Seoli flinched, startled, demanding to know how Suho knew its name. Suho casually dismissed it as a trade secret, then cut straight to the chase. He told Kong Seolgi he had been stealing items, desperate to satisfy its needs, because he simply couldn't provide everything the Mega Crusher required. Kong Seolgi bit his lip, then slowly nodded, acknowledging it was all true. Suho recognized the immense hardship he faced and instructed him to cover it back up. As Kong Seolgi complied, Suho watched silently, fully grasping the immense burden Kong Seolgi had been enduring. Kong Seolgi wasn't always like this, though. His withdrawal and deep isolation began the moment the Mega Crusher invaded his life. Years prior, during a solo night shift at Special Team 2's warehouse, a supposedly sealed, cursed item ambushed him. From that night forward, he was bound as its host. Initially, he thought about reporting what happened. Someone had to be able to help. But the monstrous device, now embedded inside him, made him pause. No one had ever seen a case like his. Not even to the world. What if reporting it meant he too would be sealed away? Just like the item had been? The Mega Crusher had been classified as a cursed item. One that could neither be purified nor destroyed. That was precisely why it had been sealed. Kong Seolgi feared that revealing the truth would only doom him to the same fate. Unable to trust anyone, he kept the secret and deliberately distanced himself from others. He couldn't quit his job, only here could he access the very items needed to keep the Mega Crusher satisfied. It was a choice made purely for survival. Despite everything, the Mega Crusher's existence would eventually be exposed. Years later, after Kong Seolgi rose to the position of team leader, this cursed device would drive him to shred every artifact stored in the special warehouse. It wasn't merely dangerous, though it appeared dormant now. It would grow increasingly demanding, consuming more items, and steadily eroding its host's sanity until madness took over. That was why, in the future, Kong Seolgi would be known as the Mad Crushing Scholar. Breaking the heavy silence, Suho spoke again, addressing him once more as deputy team leader. Suho then asked the question that truly mattered. He asked whether Kong Seolgi wanted to get rid of the Mega Crusher. Kong Seolgi's eyes widened so violently, it looked as if they might burst from their sockets. Not only did Suho know about the Mega Crusher, but he was also claiming he knew how to remove it. Shock shattered what little composure Kong Seolgi had left, and desperation rushed out of him all at once. He pleaded frantically, saying yes, begging Suho to help, promising he would do anything if it meant being freed from the cursed device. Suho responded with a calm smile, telling him not to worry, because he would take care of it. Then he raised a single finger and added that there was one item he would need in order to make it happen. The mere mention of an item. Kong Seolgi's expression totally shifted, caution mingling with a flicker of hope. Suho quickly clarified it wasn't anything complex, simply something straightforward and easy to acquire. He then asked Kong Seolgi if he knew of an item called the third-person controller's viewer. The name, however, drew a complete blank. Utterly confused, he repeated the name. Suho quickly explained that it was stored in the resource warehouse and was currently classified as mere junk. He affirmed that with that item, removing the Mega Crusher from Kong Seolgi's body would be entirely possible. Kong Seolgi hesitated, this conflict flashing visibly across his face. If the item was already sitting inside the resource warehouse, taking it out certainly wouldn't be easy. It could very easily become a serious problem. Suho agreed that, under normal circumstances, it would undoubtedly be difficult, but now they had a clear path around that obstacle. When Kong Seolgi then pressed what he meant, Suho casually reminded him that he had just introduced the 20-second purification method. That alone meant one crucial thing. The resource division would be forced to re-examine every single item in their inventory. No one could predict what hidden options might surface once the brand new method was applied. The logic was absolutely airtight. With a breakthrough like that, a full re-inspection was utterly inevitable. A sharp mind, like Kong Seolgi's, immediately grasped the opportunity hidden within those very words. Suho then asked if he thought he could handle it. This time, Kong Seolgi didn't hesitate at all. He declared he would find a way to make it happen. Then, he quickly corrected himself, insisting he would absolutely, positively make it happen. With that, the matter of the third-person controller's viewer was practically settled then and there. Suho promptly handed over his personal contact information and told him to reach out right away. The very moment he secured the item, the very next day, team leader Young Chulman came to meet Suho, greeting him with clear, palpable excitement, as he mentioned hearing that the resource department had already approved yet another case for him. Suho just laughed it off lightly, saying that was just how things played out. Chulman could only shake his head in admiration, remarking, "It's just as I expected. Suho truly is the best." He then explained that upper management wasted no time at all, arranging Suho's very next step. For his evaluation, Suho would immediately start training at the gate department. Such rapid orders were incredibly rare, and Chulman couldn't hide his utter amazement. Inwardly, Suho mused about Park Human and how he'd pressured him to speed things up. It seemed that repeatedly nagging the vice president over the phone had finally paid off. As they headed toward the gate department, Chulman explained that he'd be in charge of the training there. As well, just like before, the written test would be immediately followed by 2 on-site evaluations, protection and management. Everything had already been prepared, so Suho could jump straight into the field assessment. Without delay, once inside the department, Chulman greeted the director. The man before them was Go Sung-rak, director of the gate department. He welcomed Suho warmly and introduced himself. The moment Suho saw him, recognition flashed through his mind. Go Sung-rak belonged to P. Seo-jeon's faction and was known as one of the key figures behind the infamous gate shock incident. Even among those who'd proposed the redevelopment, gate director Go let out a hearty laugh and said he'd heard plenty about Suho, mentioning the impressive contributions he'd made across multiple departments. Studying him carefully, Go admitted he had high expectations and wondered aloud what kind of incident Suho might cause. In the gate department, Suho simply smiled, thinking about the incident. "Sounds good." They shook hands, and Suho replied lightly that he would be sure to live up to those expectations. But behind that polite smile, a concrete plan formed in his mind. What finally happened, the fallout would be far greater than anyone imagined. Sometime later, Chulman confirmed Suho's written test results, unable to hide his clear admiration. As he announced Suho had scored a perfect mark on the gate department's written exam, he called it truly impressive indeed. As they rose from their chairs, Chulman added, brimming with visible excitement, that if Suho managed another perfect score in the special division exam, he would become the first perfect scorer in the history of the Korean Hunter Association. Suho replied calmly that such a record would be an honor. Then he asked if they could move straight to the field evaluation. Chulman confirmed it immediately. For reference, he explained that he was the management team leader, meaning he would personally evaluate Suho this time. He then asked whether Suho knew which teams operated under the management department. Suho answered without hesitation. There was the management team, responsible for handling normal gates, the trade team, which negotiated and sold gate rights to the private sector, and the sealing team, tasked exclusively with managing sealed gates. Hearing that, Chulman gave him an approving nod, remarking that, as expected, Suho knew his stuff well. He then clarified that today's evaluation would focus specifically on managing a normal gate. As they walked down the corridor, Chulman casually asked if there was a particular gate Suho wanted to visit. Suho responded by asking whether anywhere was possible. The moment those words left his mouth, Chulman sensed something unusual. It sounded less like a question and more like confirmation. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he remarked that it seemed Suho already had a very specific gate in mind. Then Coleman asked the question, one that suddenly mattered far more than it should have. "It's not a sealed gate, is it?" Suho's only response was an awkward laugh. That was enough. The realization struck Coleman instantly, and beads of sweat began to form on his brow. Sometime later, the scene shifts to Gangwon province. Suho and Coleman finally arrived at the gate, the very one Suho had personally requested. The enormous, imposing, sealed gate stood silently against the vast landscape. As they stepped out of the car, Suho thanked Coleman for making this visit possible, but Coleman casually brushed off the thanks, saying that for Suho, there was no reason to refuse him. Coleman then greeted the stationed officer, introducing himself and instantly recognizing the officer. "You're the one who called me earlier." The officer, in turn, politely welcomed them inside. Moments later, the two stood directly before the towering structure. Coleman then explained that the internal checks had already been completed, but since it was still a sealed gate, they needed to remain highly cautious. He instructed Suho to conduct the evaluation quickly and return without any unnecessary risks before signaling their entry on his tablet. The moment Suho stepped through the gate, that familiar sensation washed over him. The system quietly processed the environment, identifying its name as the Valley of Iron, with an entry restriction for individuals below level 99 and a maximum capacity of 40 people. As Suho looked around, a wave of recognition settled in. Everything was exactly as it had been in his previous life. Standing beside him, Coleman asked if he was satisfied. Suho let out a small laugh and admitted that, thanks to him, he had finally been able to return to this very place. Wasting no time, they decided to begin the field evaluation. A short while later, Coleman completed Suho's field evaluation, his eyes moving steadily across the tablet. As he reviewed each result, he announced that the external management method had passed, followed by the square check method. He then confirmed Suho had also cleared the internal inspection, and, lowering the tablet, Schulman let out a quiet sigh. It was more from amazement than exhaustion. He remarked it was exactly what he'd expected from Suho, yet it still made no sense. This was supposed to be Suho's first time on site, so how was he performing? At a level even seasoned personnel struggled to reach? Suho answered calmly, without a hint of pride, saying he'd simply followed the theory book, exactly as it was written. Amused, Schulman pulled a thermos from his inventory and poured cold coffee into the cup. Joking, he said Suho reminded him of that top student who relied solely on textbooks. Curious, Suho asked about the thermos, and Schulman, offering him a cold coffee, explained he'd brought coffee for fun. Suho accepted the cup, and soon the two sat together on the grass, quietly taking in the scenery. The view stretched endlessly, untouched by the crowded chaos of the outside world. Schulman remarked that gates often revealed sights no city could offer, which was why Schulman preferred the management division among all departments. When Suho asked if that was still true, despite the demanding work, Schulman smiled awkwardly and admitted every department believed theirs was the hardest. Still, as he gazed up at the sky with bright eyes, he said this place simply suited him. Suho immediately recognized the tone. It was the classic line Schulman used to lure rookies into the management division, a romantic pitch that happened to be Schulman's specialty. As Suho quietly sipped his coffee, he suddenly spoke up, addressing Schulman in a calm voice. He said he wanted to join the gate division. For a moment, Schulman thought he'd misheard. His eyes widened as confusion washed over him. The statement had come completely out of nowhere. Yet Suho pressed on, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. He then explained that he was fully aware of the rumors swirling around him, that he was some kind of prodigy, groomed by the special division, practically treated like royalty. Even deputy director Peace Young Jael had been spreading that narrative. But the truth, Suho admitted, was that he wanted to work in the gate division, far more than in the special division. He added that Schulman had been the first person he'd met after joining the association, and maybe that was exactly why. The gate division felt more appealing. As he finished speaking, Suho gave an awkward, almost shy smile. That expression made Schulman's heart sink. Suho was openly expressing a sincere desire. Yet there was nothing Schulman could realistically do to grant it. A bitter taste crept into his mouth. For a fleeting second, an absurdly dramatic thought crossed his mind. Was this what Romeo and Juliet must have felt like? After a long pause, Schulman resolved that if nothing else, he could at least offer a few comforting words, so the disappointment wouldn't cut as deeply. But before he could speak, Suho called out to him again and asked if there were a way for him to enter the gate department. Instead of the special division, Schulman would help. Schulman's eyes widened even further. What was Suho planning now? The seriousness in Suho's gaze made it clear. This wasn't a joke. In the long run, he knew joining the special division might be the correct move. But right now, the gate department offered far more opportunities. If he went straight into the special division, he would likely spend his days chasing people, rather than gaining the kind of growth he sought. After a heavy silence, Schulman asked if he truly meant it. Suho answered immediately, saying he wasn't in a position to joke about something like this. Schulman let out a slow, deliberate breath and confessed that no matter how he tried to spin it, he still couldn't figure out how he could contribute. But he urged Suho to lay out his strategy first. Suho nodded, claiming the core idea was surprisingly simple. Director Bae Sung-yeol was already broadcasting his intentions, making absolutely sure everyone was aware. He planned to yank Suho directly into the special division. The instant training wrapped up, Schulman had certainly picked up on it too. They'd seen the writing on the wall together. After all, Schulman found it impossible to dispute that. With decades of public service experience under his belt, he was perfectly adept at picking up on such blatant signals. Suho pressed on, asserting that if Director Bay truly had the authority to appoint personnel as he pleased, then the solution was crystal clear. They needed to counter him with someone who commanded an even higher power. Schulman's brow furrowed as he mused. Officially, only 2 individuals in the entire association outranked a director. Slowly, a daring possibility began to coalesce in his mind. He then cautiously ventured, asking if Suho was suggesting the vice president. Suho crumpled his empty coffee cup in one hand, a sharp, dangerous smile spreading across his face. He shook his head. Not the vice president. He was thinking of the absolute top dog in the association, the president.